Chen Yu, let's break up that I spend money on exquisite handbags and cosmetics every month, and I need regular intimate care. You barely make over 10,000 a month delivering food. How can you support me? Anyway, since you enjoy reading those ridiculous rich novels, perhaps after I dump you, you might just get lucky and have the system shower you with fortune. Huh. I'm doing this for your own good. In the bustling metropolis, on the edge of Lu Yazi Street, Chen Yu is being ridiculed by his girlfriend, Lin Kele. Chen Yu forced a smile, tinged with bitterness. Kele, didn't you say at the beginning that you valued my diligence and integrity above all? Didn't you believe our future would be bright? Lin Kele scoffed at his words. I was merely speaking whimsically that we are adults now, right? Look, I may have beauty and, well, I have beauty in this city of gold. I deserve a man of higher quality to S.O. You should hurry and leave. What are you still staring for? If you keep looking, I might just demand an exorbitant breakup fee. Gazing at Lin Kele's harsh demeanor, Chen Yu sighed. Here he was, diligently earning over 10,000 a month as a food delivery driver, while Lin Kele sold cars as a mere salesperson, making only a few thousand. Since they got together, she had squandered recklessly, with all her indulgences funded by him. He had even maxed out several credit cards. The sting of betrayal was sharp. It was clear she was leaving him now, that there was no more profit to be squeezed from him. With a weary heart, Chen Yu muttered, well then, how could a man like me, a soaring eagle, ever be compatible with a woman so materialistic and superficial? You are just second-hand goods. Whoever wants you can take you. With that, he turned to leave. Lin Kele's face flushed with rage, and she shouted, who are you calling second-hand? Chen Yu, stop right there. Don't you dare run away. Ding. Host is quite assertive. This aligns perfectly with the system's desires. Congratulations, host. The rich guy sign-in system is binding. Ding. 1100. Binding of the rich guy sign-in system successful. System description. The host can sign in once daily to receive lavish rewards. Additionally, spending money will trigger mysterious gift packages. Today's sign-in has not been completed. Would the host like to sign in now? What is this? A rich guy sign-in system. Chen Yu pondered. Was his ear perhaps damaged from Lin Kele's recent tirade? Hey there, yes, I'm talking to you, the one looking around, the recently dumped poor guy? Why hesitate over a completely free rich guy system? If you don't want it out, well, I can just leave. Wait, I want it. Chen Yu, in a sudden panic, raised his arms in the middle of the street, proclaiming his desire. He soon noticed the bewildered glances from passers-by, who regarded him as if he were a fool, but he dismissed their stares. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a staggering reward of 100 trillion. The reward has been deposited into your bank account. What? Before Chen Yu could fully comprehend, a text notification chimed in. He quickly opened his phone. Your account ending in 1184 has received a transfer of 1 million yuan. Current balance, 1,000,000.37 yuan. Construction bank. The previous balance of 0.37 yuan felt painfully ironic. Chen Yu's palms began to sweat as he counted the zeros before the decimal point. Fortunately, his math skills were not taught by a physical education teacher, that he swiftly confirmed that, indeed, the number indicated 100 trillion. Holy smokes, 100 trillion. That's 100,000 little goals that he never dared to dream of such wealth. The suddenness of it all felt surreal, and no time to waste. He needed to buy a bottle of water to see if he could actually spend this fortune. Boss, they'll have a bottle of mineral water. Instinctively, he pointed to the 1 yuan bottle on the counter, but then he reconsidered. If this were real, wouldn't he be a rich tycoon with 100 trillion in pocket money? Buying a 1 yuan bottle of water would surely lower his status. Never mind the mineral water. Give me a can of Red Bull instead. Red Bull, tasty yet a mere 5 yuan for a small can. He took the can the boss handed him and quickly scanned the payment. His heart raced and his hands trembled. With slow internet speed, the loading circle spun, and Chen Yu's heartbeat quickened. If the payment went through, it would mean that such a fortune truly existed in his account. With a rush, the payment confirmation popped up on his phone. Simultaneously, the boss notification pinged, confirming the 5 yuan received. I can't believe it. Chen Yu excitedly clenched his phone, his face flushing with exhilaration. He dashed towards the nearest public restroom. With a click, he locked the stall door behind him, though the scent was far from pleasant. The stall provided a perfect private sanctuary. He repeatedly examined the messages on his phone, including the successful payment notification. Everything lined up perfectly. The records were undeniably real that he pinched his thigh hard. Ouch. This confirmed he wasn't dreaming. It was real, the system was real, and the money was real. Who would have thought that Chen Yu, would actually have this chance to thrive? I now possess 100 trillion, and I have a rich guy system that rewards me daily for signing in. Lin Kale, you never imagined that breaking up would actually activate such a system for me. Just as you said, wouldn't you regret it and cry for me if you knew? Ha ha. Chen Yu joyfully opened the can of Red Bull, chugging it down in front of the toilet. Countless times, while enduring the blazing sun delivering food, he had longed for a can of Red Bull to quench his thirst. Yet he always refrained, thinking he should save every penny to please Lin Kale. Looking back, how foolish that was. Ding! Congratulations, host. After successfully spending money, you have triggered a mysterious gift package, Beauty King Potion. Consuming it will transform your appearance and physique, making you the undisputed king of attractiveness. That a notification chimed in his ears. Beauty King Potion. After spending money on a drink, he triggered a mysterious gift package. How exhilarating. From now on, he would spend more to trigger more mysterious rewards. The thought of potentially enhancing his looks and physique was irresistible. Without hesitation, he summoned the potion from the system and drank it. Had a pleasantly sweet and sour taste. After finishing, Chen Yu stood still, waiting for the transformation. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone banged on the stall door. You filthy delivery guy, don't smoke in there. Hurry up and finish. I just cleaned this place this morning, and here you come, making a mess. Chapter 2. Entangled by a wealthy woman from the start. How annoying. It is you delivery folks who are always in such a hurry, as if racing against reincarnation. My restroom is constantly being complained about for insufficient cleaning, and it's all your fault. Earning barely a couple of bucks a day. Yet you strut around with your little flags and blaring speakers, singing your mission-accomplished songs. The restroom attendant grumbled while intermittently banging on the door. Suddenly, the door swung open. The attendant, mop in hand, was ready to mock. Her eyes widened in disbelief as a glimmer of light flickered in them. Even the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes softened. Chen Yu touched his face, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong, sister? Is there something on my face?" She shook her head, her gaze gradually shifting from anger to gentleness, even winking at Chen Yu with a hint of affection. The attendant appraised Chen Yu from head to toe, sensing the robust physique beneath his clothes. Standing in his shadow, she rubbed her hands together in delight, nodding and smiling. A rush of memories flooded her mind, recalling her first love and the sweet moments of romance. Ah, how nostalgic. Oh dear, this is simply embarrassing. Why are you just standing there? This isn't right. You want to let me use the restroom properly. And now you're blocking the door so I can't wash my hands? Chen Yu spoke with irritation, prompting the attendant to quickly step aside with a smile. As he approached the sink and caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror, Chen Yu was taken aback. Handsome. He was strikingly attractive. With his sharp eyebrows and chiseled features, his deep-set eyes could captivate countless young women. Most importantly, he noticed that he had grown to about 185 meters tall. And his muscles felt firmer, his dimensions significantly enhanced. The effects of the beauty-enhancing potion were evidently remarkable. He secretly rejoiced, instinctively lifting his shirt hem before the mirror. The attendant, witnessing this, felt her breath quicken. Wow, look at those firm abs, that impressive chest. Gulping. She could not resist swallowing hard and reached for Chen Yu's arm. Hey, young man, you're not dating anyone, are you? The attendant was spot on. Hee. You little rascal, she continued. Don't be fooled by my ordinary job of cleaning restrooms. I am not an ordinary person. I own 2 properties in the city and a car worth 2 million. Oh, and my son has a company that earns tens of millions annually. Don't underestimate ordinary folks. The restroom attendant seemed to have rejuvenated, shyly stealing glances at Chen Yu. He chuckled warmly. I must have been blind earlier. I didn't realize you were such a wealthy woman. If I follow your lead, will all those houses and cars be mine? What about your son's company? The attendant nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will make you happy every day and take care of you comfortably. How does that sound? Really? That is wonderful. I'm so happy, handsome brother. I knew we were destined to meet, don't you think? She leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with hearts. Huh, no way. Chen Yu abruptly pulled away, his voice cold. Is it just because you have a bit of money? With your properties and cars? You think you can take advantage of me? To be honest, dear lady, these things mean nothing to me. Chen Yu, the billionaire. Indeed, you should never underestimate ordinary people. For you never know which one is a hidden tycoon. As he walked away, the attendant stood there, bewildered. What did you just say? This handsome young man claims to be a billionaire? But how could that be? He.S. just a delivery guy, and so young, however, seeing his confident, charming back as he left, she pondered, could he truly be a hidden billionaire? Oh my, if that's the case, my properties, my son's company, and even all my relatives' assets in the city wouldn't even compare. The attendant slumped to the ground, feeling disheartened. Surely, she would often reminisce about the moment she was dazzled by a striking young billionaire in a public restroom. Chen Yu had never anticipated that his first step toward wealth would unfold in a public restroom. How amusing. Yet, he couldn't help but recall the attendant's mention of properties and cars. Since he was now a billionaire, he ought to embody the aura of one. At the very least, he should buy a sports car. Moreover, the more he spent, the greater the chance of triggering the system's mysterious gift package. The thought of acquiring an uncertain yet enticing mysterious gift made Chen Yu salivate as he caressed his handsome face. Conveniently, Lin Kele was not far ahead at a car dealership. He decided to buy a luxury vehicle, making his deliveries faster. Plus, it would give Lin Kele, the materialistic woman, a reason to regret. With this in mind, Chen Yu wore a mischievous smile and strolled over to the dealership. Zunga Luxury Cars, situated in the bustling district of Luyazue, boasted stylish and elegant decor, showcasing various luxury sports cars. Rumor had it that a prized supercar was the centerpiece of the showroom, exuding prestige and sophistication. As Chen Yu entered the store, the two nearest salespeople cast a fleeting glance his way, only to be momentarily captivated by his attractiveness. However, upon noticing his delivery uniform, they rolled their eyes and resumed their search for more promising clients. After all, beauty alone doesn't pay the bills. And being both attractive and poor is even less appealing. Sir, are you looking at cars? A gentle voice emerged from beside him. A beautiful girl in a work uniform and short skirt, with fair legs and elegant features, approached Chen Yu with a smile. Upon locking eyes with him, she was taken aback. So handsome, truly captivating. Seeing him was like understanding the phrase a jade person among the crowd. Oh, if only she could date him. Yet, wearing a work uniform, Chu Yin suppressed her infatuation. Hello, sir. My name is Chu Yin. You can call me Xiao Chu. What price range are you interested in? If you're just looking to familiarize yourself, there's no rush. I can take you around to have a look. Throughout, the lovely girl remained attentive and considerate, a stark contrast to the attitudes of other female staff members toward Chen Yu. After she finished speaking, a few other salesgirls nearby stifled their laughter. Interns are really clueless. They don't know how to gauge a person. Who would think a mere delivery guy could afford a car? It's a waste of time. Chu Yin blushed slightly at their remarks, but didn't dwell on it. She was new and hesitant to conflict with her senior colleagues. Chen Yu, what brings you here? A familiar voice emerged from inside the store. It was none other than Lin Kele's brother, Lin Ergo. Both siblings worked there. Lin Ergo snorted disdainfully, positioning himself between Chen Yu and Chu Yin. Chu Yin, you're just an intern. You know nothing about the business. Go fetch some tea or something. After dismissing Chu Yin, Lin Ergo turned to Chen Yu, scoffing. I heard my sister dumped you. What are you still doing here? But as luck would have it, she is not in today. Chen Yu shook his head casually, stating that he was not there to seek her out. Oh, not looking for my sister? Then what was that all about? Could it be that you intended to purchase a car? Oh my, what a surprise. May I inquire, my esteemed former brother-in-law, which luxurious vehicle from our collection has captured your discerning eye? No, I should rephrase that. Which magnificent automobile from our repertoire has been fortunate enough to attract your attention? You, who adorns yourself in regal attire and indulges in lavish feasts daily as a delivery person. Haha. Chapter 3, The Store and Oppos. As treasure, the Koenigsegg 1. The laughter of the salesman in the car dealership filled the air, creating an atmosphere of joviality. Lin Ergo, don't get too carried away. Be careful not to embarrass yourself. Chen Yu warned confidently, crossing his arms. I truly came here to buy a car. Lin Ergo retorted, unabashedly humiliating him. Now that you and my sister are no longer together, I can speak freely. I never approved of your relationship. How much can a mere delivery guy earn in a month? With my sister absent, you flaunt the idea of buying a car, do you? Fine. This is a luxury car dealership, and I and Amp. Oppos. LL make you understand what it means to bring shame upon yourself. Lin Ergo and Amp. Oppos. S words held a ring of truth. He had never regarded Chen Yu with respect. Today, his sister informed him of their breakup, which initially brought him joy, but now this persistent nuisance had returned. Determined to teach Chen Yu a lesson, he intended to ensure that he would never dare to act so brazenly again. Let me make it clear. You can only look, not touch Many of these cars are limited editions, and even a scratch could cost you dearly. Listening to Lin Ergu's shameless mockery, Chen Yu felt a wave of disgust wash over him. You, a scoundrel, used to loaf around at home. If it weren't an imp, Oppos, tea for your sister dragging me here and pulling strings with the manager, how could you ever step foot in this place? And now, you turn your back on me and ridicule me based on my identity. Chen Yu sighed internally, feeling a mix of frustration and pity. He had a staggering balance of 100 million in his Alipay account. Yet those who fail to respect you will never learn the value of respect. Chen Yu thought to himself that Lin Ergu was no different from his sister, a person of influence who only understood the language of money. Let me show you this car. A BMW X5, priced at 500,000. Can you afford it? And here's a Mercedes S450L, 1.2 million. And this, a Range Rover, 2 million. Looks good, doesn't it? But you still can't afford it. At that moment, Lin Ergu practically wore his disdain like a badge. Chen Yu, however, merely smiled serenely. This is too mediocre. Let us head upstairs. I want to look at supercars. Aran and Oppos. Are there plenty of them here? Lin Ergu was taken aback, but soon burst into laughter. Chen Yu, I was initially giving you some face due to your past with my sister. I thought you'd have the sense to leave quietly. But it seems you're intent on losing face instead. Here's the deal. If you can buy a car today, no. If you can even purchase a single wheel. I'll eat my words. But if you can't, you'll have to kneel and call me Grandpa 3 times, then eat my words in return. What do you say? Do you dare accept this wager? Lin Ergu nearly poked Chen Yu's nose with his finger. Chen Yu responded with a cold smile. All right, let everyone bear witness. I can hardly wait to see your performance. Upon reaching the second floor, the salesmen gathered in a hushed commotion. Are they really betting? Could this Chen Yu actually buy a supercar? A delivery guy? No way. He probably doesn't even know what a supercar is. They cost millions. At that moment, a graceful figure passed by Chu Yan. She had overheard the wager between Chen Yu and Lin Ergu and couldn't help but feel anxious for Chen Yu. She had begun to understand why Lin Ergu always targeted him and worried that Chen Yu might have gotten in over his head. Following the crowd, Chu Yan ascended to the second floor, her concern palpable. On the second floor, under the exquisite laser lights, an array of beastly supercars lay sprawled before them. There were Ferraris, Bugattis, Apollo IE, Pagani Huayra, and Aston Martin 1-77. Each car was indeed in the multi-million-dollar range. Look at this McLaren, priced at 12 million. With each wheel costing around 160,000. If you can swipe your card for 160,000 today, you win. If not, well, you know what you must do. Lin Ergu said arrogantly, pointing at the nearest McLaren, a renowned supercar known for its performance. However, Chen Yu's gaze was drawn to a car draped in a black cloth at the center of the showroom. What is this? Is it hiding something? Isn't this your so-called store treasure? How much does it cost? The salesmen were taken aback, thinking he must have lost his mind. Our Lin Ergu has graciously chosen the cheapest McLaren for you, just so you could buy a wheel. Yet you're eyeing our treasure? You're just a dung beetle diving into a cesspool. They had hoped he could scrape together some money and perhaps sell a house to make a purchase. But it seemed utterly impossible now. The store's treasure was something even the wealthiest would kneel before, unless it was the likes of Qin Xiao or Song Xiao from the metropolis. Even the top-tier rich kids would think twice before making such a purchase. Otherwise, this treasure wouldn't have remained unsold for years. Even if Chen Yu were a typical rich kid, it would still be a stretch for him to buy it. After all, he was just a delivery guy. As the onlookers regarded Chen Yu with increasing disdain, 2 salesmen dutifully unveiled the cloth covering the store's treasure. At last, the dazzling silver Koenigsegg one was revealed, drawing gasps from the crowd. Its design resembled a bat skimming the ground, crafted entirely from carbon fiber, truly the epitome of supercars. It boasted an astounding 1,000 horsepower, an 8.0-liter V12 twin-turbocharged engine, and a 0 to 300 kilometers h acceleration time of just 3 seconds, making it the fastest production car in the world, surpassing Bugatti. Its lightweight design rendered it a mere 1,214 kilograms, with a strikingly impressive rear wing. Moreover, the one is the only car in the world that possesses legal road rights. Production has ceased, and only 6 remain globally, with this being one of them. Lin Ergu looked at Chen Yu as if he were a pitiful creature. Chu Yan quietly whispered the overall price of 160 million to Chen Yu. Lin Ergu expected to see fear, regret, or pleas for mercy in Chen Yu and Oppos' eyes, but he was mistaken. Chen Yu simply smiled and turned to Chu Yan, saying, "They accept mobile payments here, right? I only brought my phone with me, and my pocket money is in Alipay." Upon closer inspection, Chen Yu's eyes even sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Chapter 4. Fulfilling the bet. Upside-down eating excrement. Chen Yu was exhilarated, driven by an urgent desire to spend the funds within the system to trigger a mysterious gift package. His previous utterance left Chu Yin somewhat bewildered. She had merely intended to kindly remind Chen Yu and had envisioned countless dialogues. To her astonishment, Chen Yu directly inquired whether he could skin a code here. Could it be that he truly intended to purchase this 160 million yuan sports car? Lin Ergu sneered ominously. Chu Yin, fetch the WeChat, Alipay, and UnionPay payment codes from the store. Bring over every PS machine and gadget available. I am resolutely watching him. Let us see how much he can scan. Acting all high and mighty, I refuse to believe it. Chu Yin swiftly retrieved various QR codes, while Chen Yu pulled out his phone and aimed it at the car dealership and Oppos, Alipay payment code. Sir, do you want to reconsider? Chu Yin had barely begun when a notification chimed. Beep. Alipay payment of 162 million yuan confirmed. Chu Yin and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Yu's phone had indeed processed such a staggering amount. Her thoughts froze. Upon closer inspection, she realized something was amiss and swiftly exclaimed, Sir, you've scanned an extra 2 million. You've been the most diligent here, and your service has been sincerely attentive. This 2 million is my personal tip for you. Please collect it at the dealership later. Chen Yu reveled in the exhilarating sensation of viewing wealth as mere refuse. Simultaneously, this accelerated his spending pace, potentially enhancing the power of the mysterious gift package he sought. Chu Yin and Oppos' heart raced uncontrollably. A tip of 2 million. Had she truly acquired 2 million? Goodness. Just yesterday, she had begun her internship, intending to earn some pocket money, and now she found herself financially liberated. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she repeatedly bowed to Chen Yu, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, sir. I truly appreciate your generosity. What? The salespeople nearby were utterly stunned. Could such fortune truly exist? Merely by exchanging a few kind words, this man bestowed a sum of 2 million? What had they been doing just moments ago? How had they failed to recognize that this man was a hidden tycoon? Regret gnawed at them as they clutched their stomachs. Lin Ergu was equally bewildered, muttering, This cannot be. It's simply impossible. Something must have gone awry. He snatched the store's Alipay QR code sign, examining it from every angle. Chen Yu, are you up to some trickery? Did you download a fancy payment voice pack? At that moment, a directive call from headquarters rang into the dealership and Oppos' landline. First, it confirmed the receipt of the full payment for the Koenigsegg 1. Second, it instructed that the branch must ensure the owner is treated with utmost hospitality. Zunga dealership was part of a larger chain, under the oversight of a group of major shareholders and headquarters. The proceeds from car sales directly reached the headquarters finance department, and the branch was to heed the headquarters instructions. Lin Ergu collapsed to the ground. How could this be? Had they truly disbursed over 100 million? Who am I? Where am I? Am I hallucinating? Chu Yin, reveling in his misfortune, said to Lin Ergu, deputy manager, This is indeed true. This gentleman has genuinely purchased our store and Oppos' prized possession. If you still refuse to believe it, why not give yourself a couple of slaps and see if this is real? Smack. Smack. To everyone in Oppos' shock, Lin Ergu actually slapped himself twice, the sound crisp and echoing, making it all the more surreal. Ah, that hurts. He cradled his cheek, staring at Chen Yu with wide eyes. Chen Yu, weren't you just a delivery man? When did you amass such wealth? Were you pretending to be poor all along? Chen Yu scoffed. I must thank your dear sister for this. She just broke up with me this morning, and by noon, I struck it rich. How does that make you feel? I mentioned I was going to buy a car, yet you refused to believe me and insisted on making a bet. Your sister is foolish, but you are even more so, blind to the truth. Now, shouldn't you fulfill our bet? Deputy manager, you ought to honor the bet with this gentleman. Everyone here witnessed it. Chu Yin chimed in opportunistically. Lin Ergu's face paled, panic filling him for the first time. No, that is not acceptable. I was just joking. Former brother-in-law, no, my dear brother-in-law, I was merely teasing you. It's my fault for being so foolish. Please don't make me eat excrement upside down. He crawled to Chen Yu, clutching his pant leg. Chen Yu remained unmoved. You brought this upon yourself. The bet was your own making. If you lack integrity, how will you face your subordinates in the future? The salespeople exchanged glances, each one feeling the weight of the situation. Lin Ergu was mortified, realizing that if he didn't eat excrement, he would be deemed dishonest. If he did, he would lose face in front of everyone. In a desperate moment, he suddenly had an idea. All right, Chen Yu, are you really lacking compassion? I'll call my sister now. When she arrives, let us see how she deals with you. Chen Yu crossed his arms, allowing him to make the call. His balance contained 100 trillion. He had initially intended to humiliate Lin Ergu's sister. The arrival of Lin Kele was even better. It would be a chance to confront both siblings. As the call connected, Lin Ergu feigned tears. Sister, my dear sister, where have you gone? Your brother is being bullied. Chen Yu has come to our dealership. Seeing you aren't here, he is threatening me to eat excrement upside down. Saying he'll make my life miserable if I don't comply. After a lengthy monologue, he hung up. Lin Ergu regained his bravado, declaring, My sister is with the dealership owner. The owner told her to stay put. If you have any guts, wait for her here. They said this is the perfect opportunity for you to ponder how to apologize properly. In truth, Lin Kele had long been involved with the dealership owner, Peng Dehai, which is why she felt secure in confronting Chen Yu. At that moment, Lin Kele was shopping with Peng Dehai. Upon hearing her brother being bullied by her ex-boyfriend, she theatrically wiped non-existent tears. Peng Dehai, look how they've come to our dealership to cause trouble. Can you really tolerate this? Moreover, do you remember what you promised me earlier? That you would always protect me and provide for me, ensuring I feel secure? Peng Dehai's plump face lit up, his small eyes darting around. Don't worry, my dear. With me, Peng Dehai, no one dares to bully you or your brother. I'll make sure he knows why the flowers bloom in such vibrant colors today. The duo drove a luxurious car back to Zungu dealership. Where is that coward? Who dares to disrupt my dealership and bully my brother-in-law? You truly don't understand your own insignificance. You are the first to challenge me in all of Magic City. Mark my words, today is your downfall. Lin Ergu was well aware of his sister's relationship with the dealership owner, which was precisely why he didn't want Chen Yu to continue pursuing her. His position as deputy manager was a gift from his sister and Peng Dehai, and he yearned to continue riding that coattail to success. Seeing Peng Dehai backing him up, he hurried over, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother-in-law, you finally arrived. That coward Chen Yu is bothering my sister. He sought me out when she wants tea here, and I'm on the verge of being bullied to death. Upon hearing this, Peng Dehai thought to himself, what the hell? This is truly an affront as someone attempts to steal my woman. How audacious of this wretched delivery boy. A mere pauper, to act so brazenly. I could easily crush him with my wealth. It seems that today, I must teach him a lesson he will not soon forget. Chapter 5. A moment of ill-advised words. A regrettable error. Chen Yu, let me be candid. I have been intimate with your girlfriend for quite some time. If you possess any sense, remove yourself from our presence and cease impeding our affection. Have you not considered your own circumstances? How can a mere deliverer man provide her with the happiness she deserves? What means do you possess to rival me? I possess the financial means to extinguish your existence and trample upon you at my whim. Peng Dehai sought to utterly dismantle Chen Yu's self-esteem. Chen Yu responded with applause. Well said. It remains to be seen who will wield their wealth to dominate whom. In truth, I should extend my gratitude to you, the unsuspecting benefactor. Such a mercenary woman values only material possessions, not genuine affection. I have exhausted my amusement with her. You may now savor your acquisition. Chen Yu, what did you say? Repeat yourself, if you dare. Lin Kele, feeling a burning humiliation upon her face, lashed out, swinging her arms. Unexpectedly, a resounding slap echoed. Chen Yu delivered a swift blow to her face. Lin Kele, clutching her cheek, stared in astonishment. You dare strike me? You dare strike me, you lowly deliverer man. She turned to her benefactor, Peng Dehai. Peng Dehai, why do you stand idly by? Your beloved has been assaulted. Do you not perceive this? Peng Dehai, weighing his financial and social advantages, resolved to retaliate. He rolled up his sleeves, raising his arms high. His imposing physique resembled a mountain as he charged towards Chen Yu. However, with a resounding thud, Chen Yu swiftly kicked him to the ground, displaying decisive action and offering no quarter. Lin Ergu, who had just risen from the ground, trembled, unsure whether to intervene. Was this truly the meek and subservient deliverer man, Chen Yu? When had he become so audacious? Indeed, this was the man who had nonchalantly purchased a top-tier sports car valued at 160 million, his assets undeniably formidable, unafraid of the repercussions of inflicting harm. This sudden turn of events left the sales staff in stunned silence. This was their car dealership and Oppo's proprietor, a prominent figure in the entire metropolis, whose word was law. Yet, Chen Yu had not only struck Lin Kele but also assaulted their boss. Such audacity was truly remarkable. The onlookers marveled at his audacity. Chen Yu, meanwhile, regarded his own body with a sense of unfamiliarity. What in the world? When did my martial prowess reach such heights? Could it be the result of the Yin Wang elixir, which has fortified my muscles. With this thought, a familiar itch returned to his hands. He approached Pang Dehai with a forced smile. What are you doing? What are you doing? I am warning you. Chen Yu, I was willing to overlook your insolence earlier. If you dare lay a hand on me again, I will sue you. I will ensure your financial ruin and a demise you will never foresee. Regardless, Chen Yu unleashed a flurry of slaps with unrestrained force, each blow landing squarely on Pang Dehai and Appo's deserving mouth. Keep blathering. Keep threatening me. So you own a branch. Big deal? Don't presume I won't strike you just because you look decrepit. At that moment, a chorus of footsteps echoed from outside. At least dozens of uniformed individuals entered the second floor. They proceeded directly, led by a formally attired man with graying temples, appearing to be around 50 years old. He possessed a ramrod-straight posture and an air of distinguished authority. This was none other than Luoda, the head of the Zunj headquarters. Upon seeing the arrival of the headquarters personnel, Pang Dehai instantly felt emboldened. Director Luo, you have arrived. Director Luo, this individual is causing a disturbance in our branch. However, Luoda paid him little attention. From the moment he entered, his gaze had been fixed on Chen Yu's face. He approached Chen Yu step by step. Suddenly, to everyone and Appo's surprise, he bowed deeply to Chen Yu, lowering his waist to a 90-degree angle. I presume this gentleman is the buyer who recently acquired the Koenigsegg sports car from our branch? Luoda, having navigated the business world for many years, possessed exceptional discernment. Virtually everyone present was a member of the branch and Appo's staff, with Chen Yu being the sole unfamiliar face. Although he had been slightly uncertain upon seeing Chen Yu and Appo's delivery uniform, he discerned an aura of unbridled dominance emanating from the young man. He was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Therefore, he was certain that the one who had purchased the Koenigsegg was the young man before him. Who said a deliverman could not afford a sports car? Who said a deliverman and Appo's true identity was necessarily that of the lowest stratum of society? He knew that young people today harbored peculiar notions, especially the post-90s and even post-00s generations who enjoyed engaging in cosplay. Perhaps this young man was also indulging in such a pastime. Such, perhaps, was the amusement of the wealthy, occasionally assuming the role of the common man to experience the hardships of the masses. Indeed, he saw Chen Yu nod nonchalantly. Ah, Mr. Chen Yu, greetings. Headquarters has just received your payment for the vehicle, and I have been dispatched to express our gratitude in person and to handle the subsequent handover of the Koenigsegg. I apologize for my delayed arrival. I trust Mr. Chen Yu is satisfied with the service provided by our branch. Luoda, as a representative of the headquarters, held a position of far greater authority than Pang Dehai, a mere branch owner. Yet, he treated Chen Yu with such humility and respect. Pang Dehai was utterly stunned. Most importantly, he now realized that Chen Yu had actually purchased the branch's prized possession, valued at over 100 million. Was Chen Yu a concealed scion of wealth? He was filled with trepidation, casting a venomous glance at Lin Ergu. You damned little wretch. You led me into this trap. You only cried about being bullied, urging us to return and support you. Why didn't Appo's? You mention earlier that Chen Yu had purchased the branch and Appo's treasure. Had I known this hidden tycoon was so wealthy and influential, I wouldn't have dared to steal his girlfriend, even if you gave me 8 lives. At that moment, Pang Dehai and Appo's swollen face seemed to ache less, replaced by a sense of honor. After all, not everyone had the privilege of being assaulted by a hidden magnate. Chen Yu sighed wearily at Luoda, his voice languid. Satisfied? I am far from satisfied. These words caused Luoda and Appo's face to pale instantly. Such a significant client, who could purchase a 160 million sports car on a whim, possessed unimaginable power. If he were to become incensed, it would undoubtedly cause him considerable trouble. Moreover, only the payment had been made. The vehicle's paperwork had not yet been finalized. If the client were to change his mind and decide against the purchase, there was nothing he could do. According to regulations, a penalty fee could be deducted, but he would not dare to deduct a single penny from this man. The seasoned Luoda swiftly gleaned the pertinent information and turned his attention to Pang Dehai. Clearly, the branch and Appo's staff had offended Chen Yu prior to his arrival. What is the meaning of this, Pang Dehai? Luoda and Appo's voice was stern, yet he dared not raise it too loudly in Chen Yu and Appo's presence. I was wrong, Director Luo. I was wrong. I stole Chen Yu's girlfriend, and I made some ill-advised remarks to Chen Yu. I deserve to die. Pang Dehai promptly pulled Lin Kele forward. You wretched woman. This is all your fault. Apologize to Director Luo immediately. However, Luo De pointed at Chen Yu. You have offended Mr. Chen Yu, not me. You must find a way to obtain his forgiveness. Lin Kele felt numb. Chen Yu had spent 160 million to purchase the Zunj branch and Amp, Oppos, as prized Koenigsegg. He had successfully made the payment and even prompted headquarters and Amp, Oppos, Director Luo to personally attend to him. The facts spoke for themselves. She could no longer harbor any doubts. Her only bewilderment stemmed from how Chen Yu had suddenly become so wealthy. Chen Yu. So you were a hidden scion of wealth? I apologize for my actions. When I spoke of ending our relationship, it was merely a test of your devotion. In truth, my love for you remains profound. As she spoke, she attempted to draw closer, but Chen Yu disdainfully pushed her away. With a cold smile, he remarked, Thanks to your fortune, I have indeed been struck by the luxurious system. The devoted will surely rise again. Isn't it infuriating? What? Lin Kele exclaimed, momentarily stunned, before managing a faint smile. That system is merely a figment of fiction. There are not so many fortunate souls, like the handsome readers, who would be favored in such a manner. Has Chen Yu become so dismissive even of his own self-deception? Nearby, Pang Dehai observed Lin Kele groveling at Chen Yu's feet. Wary of uttering a word, he eagerly hoped that this troublesome burden would soon be claimed by Chen Yu. As long as the great Buddha of Chen Yu remained calm, he would consider himself blessed. Chapter 6. Pocket Money in the Trillions? This is Ancestor. Beside him, Lin Erga trembled. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I spoke out of turn and shouldn't have angered you today. In my heart, you have always been a good brother-in-law to me. You and my sister are truly a match made in heaven. Seeing Chen Yu's icy expression remained unyielding, Luo De stepped forward and bowed. Brother Chen Yu, these three are, after all, my subordinates from the dealership. My failure to discipline them makes me equally responsible. How do you wish to handle this matter? I will defer to your judgment. Chen Yu shook his head dismissively. This has nothing to do with you. These three scoundrels should slap each other. Luo Da's eyes brightened. Did you hear that? Brother Chen Yu has spoken. You three, hurry up and stand together to slap each other. Make sure to use some strength so that it satisfies Brother Chen Yu. The three, now terrified, stood facing one another. Slap. Luo Da and Oppos' voice boomed. Smack. Fat Dahu was the first to act, delivering a blow to Lin Ergu and Oppos' face. You little brat, you led me into this pit. If I had known earlier that Chen Yu was a wealthy man, I wouldn't have waded into this mess. With a swollen face, Lin Erga turned to his sister. Bitterness filled his heart as he thought, I never imagined I had such a foolish sister. I can't believe I let you lead me astray. You forsook the wealthy Chen Yu for Fat Da's bed. How utterly foolish. Smack. Lin Erga thought. If I had just kept my mouth shut, I could have been the invisible wealthy brother-in-law instead. Compared to Chen Yu, Fat Dahu was nothing. Lin Kele stumbled, rubbing her reddened cheeks as she glared at Fat Dahu. Smack. Smack. You seduced me, you fat pig. If it weren't for you showering me with gifts to lure me into bed, I could have been with the wealthy Chen Yu. I could have driven a Koenigsegg and enjoyed a life of luxury. Now I see you're just a measly car salesman. How much could you possibly have? A Koenigsegg? You'll never afford one in this lifetime. Smack. 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 Finally, all three were left with swollen faces akin to pigs. Lin Ergu could take it no longer. He tilted his head towards Chen Yu. Brother-in-law, is that enough? Are you no longer angry? If this continues, my sister will be badly hurt. And who will bear your children in the future? Chen Yu let out a cold snort. Very well. Everyone else sees. Lin Ergu, if I recall correctly, you still have a wager to fulfill, don't you? In an instant, Lin Ergu and Oppos' face changed drastically. He had boasted that Chen Yu could buy a wheel from the dealership, and now he found that Chen Yu was still holding on to that. Oh, Lin Ergu. A bet is a bet. Since you said it, you must follow through. Please. Luo Da gestured toward the door with his left hand while his right hand rested on his back. Just turn left and then right, and you'll find a public restroom. Lin Ergu was on the verge of tears. Regret flooded him. How could he have spoken so carelessly? If only he had recognized Chen Yu's wealthy background sooner. Suddenly, he thought, if I endure this humiliation, perhaps Chen Yu will forgive me and allow me to remain his brother-in-law. Thus, Lin Ergu stepped forward with renewed determination, forcing a cheerful smile as he walked out. This scene left everyone nearby dumbfounded. The rapid series of events had left the sales staff in a state of disbelief. It was astounding. Though Chen Yu seemed merely a delivery boy, his actions were decisive and fierce. He truly possessed the demeanor of a true emperor. From the very beginning, I sensed Chen Yu was no ordinary individual. He must be one of the hidden elite in the metropolis. How astute of me. Chen Yu, handsome and charming. was the embodiment of my dreams. Oh, how blissful it would be to serve as his loyal admirer in this lifetime. The attitude of the staff towards Chen Yu underwent a dramatic transformation. However, Chen Yu remained indifferent. At that moment, Luo De noticed Chen Yu and Apos' expression had softened slightly, and he quickly approached, presenting his golden business card. Brother Chen Yu, I will expedite the subsequent procedures for the Koenigsegg 1 this afternoon. Today's events have caused you inconvenience. Ultimately, it is the dealership and Apos' fault. To make amends, please keep this card. Should you wish to purchase a vehicle in the future, simply present it, and the staff will gladly offer you a discount of at least 20. Chen Yu smiled faintly, refusing the card. No need. Why go through the dealership? It's too cumbersome. I see that your vehicles are quite appealing. I'll simply purchase this dealership. From now on, if someone wishes to buy a car, they may do so, and if no one does, I shall drive the cars myself. Consider it a garage. What? Luo Da's pupils widened in shock. Even he, well-versed in the world, found it hard to conceal his astonishment. Mr. Chen Yu, did you just say you wish to buy our dealership, including all the exotic cars within? Chen Yu nodded with a smile. You may discuss this immediately with the headquarters. Regardless of their asking price, I will add an extra billion to the original offer. Don't ask why, simply because I feel like it. Luo Da was utterly stunned. Is this a joke? Being able to buy a 160 million supercar is already impressive enough. Now, he nonchalantly wishes to buy the entire dealership? Simply because he finds purchasing a car through the dealership cumbersome? Bear in mind, the dealership and its inventory are worth at least 5 billion. This is a true magnate. His expression suggests he is not jesting. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo De quickly moved aside to contact the headquarters. With someone willing to pay such a sum without haggling, there was no reason for the headquarters to refuse. Mr. Chen Yu, everything sounds good, but according to protocol, I must see proof of your funds. Of course, all your assets can be included, as you know. Chen Yu raised a hand to interrupt him. No need for further discussion, I understand. Let me show you my pocket change. With that, Chen Yu opened his Alipay app. Today, he astonished everyone. Even the sales staff who had never encountered someone so formidable. Not only had he purchased a 160 million flagship vehicle, but he also intended to acquire the dealership. Everyone was drawn to his display of wealth, craning their necks to get a better look. When they saw the number in Chen Yu's Alipay balance, one followed by an overwhelming number of zeros, their gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the room. Goodness, how much is that? How many billions is it? I counted it. Oh my, I must be seeing things. Approximately 100 trillion. Is this real? This asset must rival those of the world's wealthiest. And this is merely pocket money? It seems there is no one in the metropolis who can even come close to this. All the so-called young elite must step aside. The moment Luo De glimpsed Chen Yu and Apos' Alipay balance, the shock within him reached an unimaginable height. He was certain this was no fabricated screenshot. It was indeed the balance of a verified Alipay account. In this day and age, if someone's pocket change amounts to nearly 100 trillion, just imagine the magnitude of their actual wealth. Realizing this, cold sweat trickled down Luo Da's spine. This was no ordinary person. He was nothing less than a grand ancestor. Chapter 7. Quickly, keep up with the young tycoon. Ancestral spirits, Mr. Chen Yu. Your assets are more than sufficient to purchase our esteemed branch. Is there anything else you require of me? Luo De bowed even lower. Previously, this car dealership belonged to a subordinate organization, but now Chen Yu has purchased it outright, relegating them to mere suppliers. Hence, he dared not overstep his bounds. At that moment, Lin Erge returned, wiping his mouth. The crowd recoiled in disdain, as if he were a repugnant creature. Chen Yu let out a cold laugh, stating, I have one final demand. Dismiss Lin Kele, that rotund fellow, and this gluttonous individual. Upon hearing this, Lin Kele and the portly Hai collapsed in dismay, while Lin Erge wailed, No, Chen Yu, I truly understand my mistakes. From now on, I will heed your every word. I will wash your clothes and cook for you. And when you are not home, I will dutifully wear iron shorts. For eternity, I shall serve you like a beast of burden. Lin Kele crawled towards Chen Yu and Apos' feet, tears streaming down his face. Get away. What are you doing crawling at my feet? Chen Yu instinctively kicked her aside. Woman, I regarded you as precious. Yet you choose to demean yourself. With the return of the king, what do you amount to? My good brother-in-law, did you not say I would be forgiven if I fulfilled the wager? What is this? Chen Yu replied coldly. You are mistaken. I never promised forgiveness. Remove them from my sight. Consequently, the three weeping individuals were forcibly taken away. It is certain that for the remainder of their lives, they would feel profound shame and regret for their foolishness and arrogance today, with a sense of finality. Chen Yu turned to leave and suddenly spotted the gentle and composed intern, Chu Yan. By the way, I will be busy and may not have time to come by. Let Chu Yan manage in my stead. Everyone should heed her. Am I to be promoted to manager? Chu Yan felt as though she had been unexpectedly blessed. Yet she feared her lack of experience. No buts, it's settled. I value your integrity, Chu Yan, and you all must support her. Oh, and from this day forth, everyone's salary will triple and commissions will increase by 2 points. Upon hearing this, the sales staff erupted in excitement. I knew Mr. Chen was a wise and powerful leader. I can't believe it. I never imagined I would encounter such a great boss in my lifetime. What sins have I committed to not meet you sooner? At this moment, Chen Yu warned them. However, there is one thing. Do not let me catch any of you neglecting an ordinary person. Even if they do not buy a car, greet them with a smile. Rest assured, boss, we will perform our duties well and treat every customer like royalty. They responded in unison. These individuals were primarily motivated by profit, and naturally, they would heed Chen Yu's words. Most importantly, Chen Yu's appearance today in a casual delivery outfit provided them a profound lesson. Never underestimate an ordinary person. If they failed to learn from this experience, what future would they have? Luo De regarded Chen Yu with admiration, astonished by his exceptional management skills and decisiveness. He became increasingly intrigued by this invisible super-rich individual who had suddenly emerged from the bustling metropolis. Chu Yan drove a Koenigsegg to the entrance of the dealership and respectfully stood to the side. Mr. Chen, you may now enter the vehicle. As Chen Yu settled into the exquisitely luxurious interior, he was momentarily blinded by its splendor. Chu Yan, too, gazed curiously at the interior. This girl was unassuming, graceful, and possessed an innate beauty, primarily characterized by her lack of materialism and her kind heart. With this thought, Chen Yu felt a stirring in his heart. Chu Yan, would you like to join me for a drive? We can discuss the future direction of our dealership. Chen Yu's charm undeniably captivated Chu Yan. Remembering the 2 million yuan tip he had given her, along with the managerial position, she climbed into the passenger seat with a grateful heart. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and half-teasingly remarked, "You are the first woman to occupy the passenger seat of this car." "Oh, I and Oppos. Am so sorry, boss." Chu Yan, caught off guard, flustered as she settled in. Seeing her startled expression, Chen Yu chuckled and quickly clarified it was a joke. Chu Yan's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. The onlookers within the dealership watched in envy. How fortunate for Chu Yan. I regret not treating Mr. Chen better earlier. Perhaps I could have sat in the passenger seat instead. Mr. Chen must have an interest in Chu Yan. She is truly fortunate. They mused, unable to fathom the bliss of having such a handsome and wealthy partner. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mysterious gift by spending money, a reward of 51 shares in the Royal City Hotel. The share certificate has been placed in your car and Oppos' trunk. As Chen Yu sat in the Koenigsegg, the system's notification rang in his mind. Did I just receive a gift for spending money? 51 shares? Does this mean I am now a major stakeholder in the Royal City Hotel? The Royal City Hotel, located in the bustling heart of the metropolis, sprawled over thousands of square meters and boasted over 30 floors. It was an 8-star establishment, a hub for dining and entertainment, frequented by countless dignitaries. Chen Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. However, after a moment's thought, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. I say, system, this is rather inconsiderate. I've been buying a car for ages. Why did you only trigger the reward now? My apologies. This system tends to follow rules. Otherwise, everything would descend into chaos. The reward is triggered only upon actual spending. It's either eat first and pay later or spend before taking the car. Only then does the reward truly trigger. But I must say, I was impressed by your commanding presence at the dealership. Keep up the good work. Understanding now. Chen Yu's lips curled into a charming smile. With a beastly roar, he drove the Koenigsegg onto the main road. The stylish and extravagant Koenigsegg instantly captured the attention of everyone on the street. Passers-by rubbed their eyes, trying to comprehend the sight before them. Soon, Chu Yan relaxed, reveling in the luxurious comfort of the car, a dream experience that few could even imagine. Chun, no, Mr. Chun, this car accelerates in the blink of an eye. The exhilarating push against my back and the expansive view. This is simply amazing. Chen Yu smiled and replied, from now on, just call me Chen Yu. I can go even faster, so hold on tight. With a powerful roar, The engine reverberated through the streets, causing every vehicle, regardless of price, to yield. Wow, is that not a Koenigsegg 11? There are only a few in the world, worth over 100 million. I can't believe one is in the city. This car is simply stunning. Slow down, keep your distance. If we bump into it, selling our $200 million luxury car wouldn't even cover a single wheel of his. What kind of tycoon drives this car? My goodness, spending over 100 million on such a limited edition supercar. He must have countless others in his garage. His wealth is truly terrifying. Drivers along the road gasped in awe, momentarily bewildered at the sight. Behind the Koenigsegg was a Bugatti Veyron worth over 30 million. Occupied by none other than the notoriously wealthy second-generation heir, Song Xiao. Am I not mistaken? I can recount the affluent individuals of the magical city with great familiarity. The number of those capable of purchasing a hypercar worth over 100 million is indeed scarce, especially considering that this particular vehicle is globally limited in availability. To my knowledge, there is no avenue for acquisition within the country. Even with ample wealth, it remains unattainable. Keeping pace with it. Following in the footsteps of that young billionaire, I yearn for an acquaintance. The young master spoke with his eyes reflecting profound admiration. For automobile enthusiasts, Koenigsegg is an undeniable benchmark. He had previously sought assistance in various circles, yet none could procure this car. It is evident how deep his admiration and curiosity towards Chen Yu run. Chapter 8. I do not wish to repeat myself. Chen Yu, after all this bustling about. You must be hungry, right? Allow me to treat you to a meal. After all, you gave me a 2 million tip and promoted me to acting store manager. It would be remiss of me not to invite you. Shu Yan's voice was melodious, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Chen Yu thought it might be nice to enjoy the rare experience of being treated by a girl, especially after having spent so much on her previously. As luck would have it, they passed by the Royal City Hotel, and Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Ah, our own establishment. This is the place, Chu Yin. I suppose you've never dined here, have you? I hear it's quite upscale. No, Chu Yin replied, gazing anxiously at the opulent facade of the hotel. Coming from humble beginnings, she could hardly envision herself frequenting such luxurious venues. Rumor had it that the dishes here started at 4 figures. She had only heard tales of the extravagant prices. And like many girls, she yearned for exquisite culinary experiences. Countless times she had dreamed of dining here, but without Chen Yu's 2 million. She would never have dared to invite him. They soon entered the central dining room, where the clientele consisted entirely of the elite, faces familiar from television and the offspring of the affluent. Among them were stunning women, clearly there to attract attention. A few patrons, noticing Chen Yu in his delivery outfit, displayed contempt. Chen Yu, however, was unfazed. He had grown accustomed to the disdain of the privileged. Chu Yin felt somewhat shy, following Chen Yu like a timid spouse. To dine here beautifully would surely cost a fortune. Perhaps even 2 million would fall short, she mused. Chen Yu deliberately observed her reaction, noting her nervousness and the flush on her cheeks. Fear not, silly girl. Save your 2 million for enhancing your life and your family's. Tonight, I shall treat you. His words brooked no argument, and Chu Yin merely smiled, choosing not to contest. At that moment, 2 wealthy bachelors, each accompanied by a glamorous woman, approached. One of the women, spotting Chu Yin, mockingly taunted, "Oh, who do we have here, trying to latch onto a rich man? A country bumpkin like you in such a posh place? How absurd." Chen Yu recognized that the insult was clearly directed at Chu Yin, and it was evident that they were acquainted. Anger surged within him. He thought, where does this vile woman get off? Speak another word, and I shall silence you. The flamboyant woman, clinging to her balding companion, retorted with arrogance, "Ah, so the bumpkin is with you, a mere delivery boy. How comical. What business do you have wearing that uniform here? A match made in heaven, indeed. You both should leave. You clearly Dawn and Amp, Oppos, T belong." The balding man, with a smug grin, inspected Chen Yu with disdain. "Come, darling, let us ignore this lowly delivery man," the woman declared loudly. Chen Yu, feeling the sting of their words, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the insolent woman. However, he was restrained by Chu Yin, who urged, "No, Chen Yu. We've come here once. Let us not ruin our mood by engaging with them. It and Oppos, that's not worth it. This woman, Qian Qing, has always been envious of my abilities at work. Now that she has been dismissed for her misconduct, she resorts to demeaning me because of my background," Chu Yin explained. Chen Yu, understanding her perspective, chose to suppress his anger for the moment. He led Chu Yin to a private room and ordered with flair in front of the waiter. 2 servings of Italian white truffle, 2 Australian lobsters, 4 king crabs, 2 Kobe beefsteaks, and 2 black truffle golden pizzas. "Oh, and 2 bottles of 28-year-old Lafite. Let us start with this. We can order more if needed. And please bring 999 freshly picked pink roses for my companion. As Chen Yu began placing his order, Chu Yin and Appos' eyes remained fixed on the menu. The Australian lobster was priced at 888 each, while the Italian white truffle cost an astonishing 200,000 per serving. The black truffle golden pizza was even more staggering at 600,000 apiece, and the 28-year-old Lafite was clearly labeled at 2 million a bottle. Overwhelmed, Chu Yin gasped in astonishment. This was extravagance beyond her comprehension. Moreover, the sheer number of roses, 999, was staggering. Her cheeks flushed as she realized Chen Yu was not only handsome and wealthy, but also remarkably thoughtful, knowing to order such a lavish bouquet for a girl. For a fleeting moment, she genuinely wondered if they were on a romantic date. The waiter hesitated upon hearing the request for freshly picked roses. Sir, would it be acceptable if they weren't freshly picked? Chen Yu flashed a confident smile. I do not wish to repeat myself. $1,000 per rose. I want them freshly picked. If not, I shall take my leave. The waiter's eyes widened in realization. No, esteemed customer. We can arrange that. He hurriedly left to fulfill the request. Chu Yin was utterly astonished. Chen Yu was willing to pay 1,000 for a single rose, for 999. That amounted to nearly 1 million. Was his wealth truly so effortless? Even the most privileged offspring would not exhibit such extravagance. Who exactly was Chen Yu? Just today, he had acquired a 160 million sports car and casually purchased a car dealership worth billions, all while tipping her 2 million. Now, he was ordering the most expensive dishes at this 8-star hotel and requesting a floral arrangement valued at 1 million. Yet, Chen Yu appeared entirely nonchalant. As if this were merely a part of his daily expenditure. How much wealth did he truly possess? Chu Yin could scarcely fathom it. Sitting beside him, captivated by his charming smile, everything felt dreamlike. Suddenly, her stomach growled audibly, reminding her of the exquisite dishes Chen Yu had ordered, and she swallowed hard, yearning to savor the flavors. Just then, the door swung open with a bang, and to her surprise, Qian Qing reappeared. You won't believe what I just saw. This delivery boy ordered only the finest ingredients, Australian lobster, white truffles, and more. Does he really think he's in the right place? Chu Yin, as a colleague, I'm warning you. Don't try to mimic others by clinging to the wealthy. It could backfire spectacularly. If you're wise, you'll leave now before he can't even afford the bill and leaves you stranded. Honestly, I wouldn't want to be implicated in your folly. Chapter 9. The Secret Techniques of Wing Chun, 36 Forms, Distribution in Progress. Chen Yu pretended to stand up. Upon seeing this, Che Qingqing realized that Chen Yu was indeed about to strike at her. With no support in sight, she snorted at Chen Yu and swiftly fled the scene. Chen Yu could only smile wryly as he sat back down, wondering if this woman was mentally unstable. I had already stated that her jealousy was particularly intense, which likely stemmed from an unconscious fear of dating someone who was truly a wealthy heir, hence her attempts to disrupt things. Oh, afraid of dating a true wealthy heir? Chu Yin, are we in a relationship? Chen Yu leaned in slightly, releasing a wave of his potent hormones. Chu Yin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to have let slip such a thought. Her large eyes darted around, her little head racing to devise a strategy to alleviate the awkwardness. Especially with the blush adorning her cheeks, an indescribably charming sight. Ha ha ha, just teasing you and you're blushing, he laughed. All right, the dishes are here, do try them. I'm starving. The waiter entered, presenting an array of luxurious dishes that filled the table to the brim. The golden table surface, illuminated by golden light, paired with dishes sprinkled with gold leaf, created an extraordinary feast. Even a bouquet of 999 freshly picked pink roses was delivered by the waitstaff. Amidst the soothing music, a strikingly beautiful woman remarked, the Kobe beefsteak you're savoring is sourced from New Zealand and Appos' naturally raised heifers, who are treated to music and massages daily. The 28-year-old Lafite you are enjoying hails from the Bordeaux region of France. The exquisite flavors of the fine cuisine, combined with attentive service, provided an utterly delightful experience. After their meal, as they exited, they overheard the conversation of the waitstaff in the corridor. Let me tell you, today we have a super wealthy patron. Did you see that sleek sports car parked outside? It belongs to him. That car is simply stunning. ISNT that a Koenigsegg one? I've only seen it in pictures. Just as Che Qingqing stepped out, she Kuden and Appos' helped but glance outside, her eyes lighting up in an instant. Waitstaff, do you know who owns that sports car? The nearby staff assessed Che Qingqing, noting her heavy makeup and the air of frivolity around her, and they shook their heads, smirking. We have no idea, but even if we did, he wouldn't be interested in you. A person who can afford such a luxury car surely seeks a woman of elegance, cleanliness, and intellect. Che Qingqing discerned the mockery in their words, her face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling guilty, she mumbled under her breath, "You and Appos, real insane." Just then, she spotted Chen Yu and Chu Yan. Quickly, they finished eating. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them skip out on the bill, she shouted deliberately. The nearby waitstaff tensed up. After all, this was an 8-star hotel in the Magic City, where a meal could cost anywhere from hundreds of thousands to even millions. If someone were to skip out on the bill, it would be catastrophic for them. The waitstaff, bound by duty, began to approach. But Chen Yu paid them no mind as he led Chu Yan straight to the front desk. Che Qingqing trailed behind like a shadow. Let us see how they embarrass themselves, she thought. At the front desk, the cashier stated, "Sir, here is your bill. Please take a look. Your total is 19.03 million, but we'll waive 30, so you only need to pay 19 million. Chen Yu calmly pulled out his phone and scanned the restaurant and Appos' Alipay code. Ding. 20 million has been credited to your account. With a nonchalant smile, he added, "No need to waive anything. The service here is excellent." So the extra 1 million is a tip for all the waitstaff. Upon hearing the amount, everyone was left in stunned silence. Did he really just spend 20 million? While the clientele here often consisted of the affluent, such extravagant spending was indeed rare. Moreover, this man was merely a delivery person. He casually tipped the establishment 1 million. It would take a lifetime for someone in that line of work to amass such wealth. He must be a super rich heir, experiencing the life of an ordinary person. The wealthy ladies and young women in the vicinity focused their attention on Chen Yu. What a strikingly handsome face. He was simply captivating. Standing over 6 feet tall with a sun-kissed physique, he was utterly mesmerizing. Some women felt their breath quickening, their cheeks flushing crimson. Others were so overwhelmed that they felt their legs weakening, as if they might collapse at any moment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mysterious gift pack by spending money. The secret techniques of Wing Chun, 36 forms, gift pack distribution in progress. Ding. Gift pack distribution complete. Chen Yu suddenly felt a surge of intelligence. After a brief hitch, everything returned to normal, but he had indeed become a master of Wing Chun. Following the principle of utilizing what might come in handy later, he graciously accepted the gift and expressed his gratitude to the system mentally. Che Qingqing, who had initially been waiting to watch the show, was utterly petrified upon hearing the successful transaction of 20 million. How could this be? He was just a delivery person. Where could he possibly have acquired such wealth? Who spends that much on a meal? This must be a scam. It couldn't be real. With that thought, Che Qingqing attempted to jump behind the counter to investigate the computer records. However, she was stopped by the front desk staff. Are you out of your mind? This is the cashier and Appos' area. Are you trying to rob us? Be careful or we will call the police. At that moment, her companions, the bald-headed wealthy bachelor and his friends, arrived. Che Qingqing quickly grasped the bald man's arm. Darling, you came just in time. My former colleague's partner just claimed he spent 20 million on a meal. How could that possibly be true? He even said he tipped the waitstaff 1 million. Darling, didn't you mention that your father is the manager here at the Royal City Hotel? Could you please have him come over and verify the system? We mustn't let them deceive us. The bald man's gaze shifted as he considered the 20 million meal claim. Yet, he saw Chen Yu merely clad in a delivery uniform, which didn't resemble that of a wealthy individual. He began to suspect there was something amiss. Darling, say something. Isn't your father the manager? Call him over right now to check the system thoroughly. The staff listening to Che Qingqing's unreasonable outburst rolled their eyes in exasperation, particularly the two at the counter. Please, madam, stop being unreasonable. If such a significant sum had not been received, wouldn't we be aware and verify it? Most of the attendees understood the situation. This heavily made-up lady was likely not in her right mind. Yet, she persisted, clutching the bald man's arm. Darling, please say something. Call your father. The bald man hesitated before pulling out his phone, only to hear the rapid beeping tone of a call that wouldn't connect. He then forced a sheepish smile. Oh no, my father has actually blocked me. Chapter 10. Is delivering takeout really so profitable nowadays? What? Your father, the manager of this royal hotel, has blocked you? How could that possibly be, my dear? Try again. Did you perhaps dial the wrong number? Is this the right phone? Che Qingqing snatched the phone from Baldy Wu, skeptically dialing once more. Beep, beep, beep. Indeed, she had been blocked. How could this happen? Che Qingqing's expression darkened considerably. Noticing the escalating situation, the receptionist pushed the calculator forward and addressed the bald gentleman. Sir, your table's bill amounts to 138 million. May I ask who will settle the account? Che Qingqing, nervously craning her neck to face Baldy Wu, urged, Darling, let us pay for the meal first. We can verify the delivery later. If he dares to pull any tricks, we'll send him straight to the police. Baldy Wu rummaged through his pockets and scrolled through his phone, revealing a mere few thousand yuan in balance, his face falling in despair. He cautiously spoke to the receptionist. Could you possibly note down the bill? I've been here before. Have you forgotten? My father is manager Wang Zhengjuan of this establishment. I'll settle it once I ask him for some pocket money. Apologies, young Master Wang, but Manager Wang specifically instructed us to inform you that if you return, no credit will be extended. You must settle the bill in person, or we will have no choice but to call the authorities. A seasoned female clerk remarked with a knowing look. Hearing this, both Che Qingqing and Baldy Wu panicked. Chen Yu had also grasped the situation. Clearly, Baldy Wu had been cast out by his father. He merely crossed his arms, continuing to watch the unfolding drama. What shall we do now? Che Qingqing's gaze fell upon Chu Yan, her eyes lighting up as she approached. Extending her hand, she implored, Chu Yan, isn't this man you found quite impressive? Surely he can cover our bill of 138 million. Chu Yan, caught between laughter and tears, retorted, Che Qingqing, have you lost your mind? Regardless of whether Chen Yu has money, why should we pay your bill? What do we owe you? Che Qingqing, stung by the rebuttal, lost a significant portion of her assertiveness. Glancing around helplessly, she noted Baldy was still fiddling with his phone, attempting to call his father. Clearly, he was of no help. She had to turn to Chu Yan, the only acquaintance she had. Lowering her tone, Che Qingqing pleaded, We've been colleagues before. If your man is truly wealthy and can assist us, I promise not to trouble you in the future. All right, remember your words. Chen Yu interjected, striding confidently towards the front desk. The reception staff had already witnessed Chen Yu and Appo's extravagant spending, having seen him spend 20 million on a meal without batting an eye. They quickly responded with respect. 138 million, sir. How would you like us to round it off? The receptionists and Appo's demeanor towards Chen Yu starkly contrasted with their treatment of Baldy Wu. Although Baldy Wu was the son of Manager Wang, the staff regarded him as a spoiled brat, someone irredeemable. They held a silent contempt for individuals like him. Naturally, Che Qingqing, relying on men, was no exception. None of the receptionists paid her any mind. After all, the staff earned their living through hard work, while Che Qingqing, to put it bluntly, was merely someone who sold herself for a living. With a grand gesture, Chen Yu dismissed the need to round off the bill, stating, no need to adjust, let it be the full amount. He then promptly scanned the payment again. Beep. Alipay received 138 million in full. The sound of the transaction resonated pleasantly. Now, you must cease your incessant targeting of Chu Yan, otherwise, I shall not hesitate to confront you every time we meet. Chen Yu declared sternly. The receptionist seized the opportunity to mock Che Qingqing. Madam, weren't you just questioning whether this gentleman was up to something? Do you still doubt him? Even Che Qingqing, despite her usual obstinacy, could not maintain her skepticism. After all, the money had been rightfully theirs to pay, and questioning it could yield two outcomes. Either they had paid or they had not. If they truly hadn't paid, they would continue to endure humiliation here. She was not foolish enough to pursue that path. As she regarded Chen Yu contemplatively, a thought crossed her mind. Is it truly profitable to be a delivery worker these days? If all of this were genuine, then Chu Yan had indeed stumbled upon extraordinary luck. Most importantly, Chen Yu was undeniably handsome, possessing an allure that was irresistible to women, making anyone who saw him want to succumb. In stark contrast, her own choice, Baldy Wu, was a balding man with a protruding belly. Despite being in his 30s or 40s, he appeared to be in his 60s. Had it not been for his claim of having a father who managed a royal hotel, she would never have so easily succumbed to him. Yet, today she learned that his father had blocked him, cutting off his access to funds. In that moment, Che Qingqing felt as if a lead weight had settled upon her heart, heavy and suffocating. Che Qingqing, Chen Yu has already covered so much for you. Shouldn't you at least express some gratitude? Chu Yan, exasperated, could no longer bear to watch. However, Chen Yu waved dismissively. No need for insincere thanks. It's as welcome as a dog's bark, and I've no desire to hear it. Che Qingqing, I never claimed I would help you without expectation. You will owe me this money, and I shall require interest on top of that. Chen Yu remarked coldly to Che Qingqing. Both Che Qingqing and Baldy Wu seethed internally. unable to refute him. Was this young man not acting out of kindness but rather to toy with him? Baldy Wu felt as if his dignity had been trampled into the ground, leaving him uncomfortable. Is my useless son here? Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall, and Manager Wang entered, followed by several junior managers from various departments, each looking anxious. Dressed in formal attire, Manager Wang's usually genial face bore a serious expression. Father, you finally arrived. Upon seeing his father, Baldy Wu rushed forward, relieved at his arrival after the embarrassment of not being able to pay the bill. Although they often clashed, at least his father would stand by him now. Future father-in-law, your presence is most welcome. Che Qingqing suddenly became deferential, bowing at a perfect 90 degrees to greet Manager Wang. One might think she had already become his daughter-in-law. Manager Wang stood before the group, his discerning gaze sweeping over them. When it landed on Chen Yu, he was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with astonishment. My dear, your father is here. You must clarify things with him. Have you forgotten how humiliated we were just now? Che Qingqing began to incite Baldy Wu once more. This woman attributed all her embarrassment and discomfort to Chen Yu and Chu Yan. Previously, she had been forced to comply. Now, she was laying all her cards on the table, no longer pretending. Even if Chen Yu were genuinely wealthy, as a manager, her future father-in-law could easily dismiss them and ban them from returning. Baldy Wu regained his confidence. Dad, you rushed over because this delivery guy is trying to pull a fast one, right? You must investigate thoroughly and have him taken away. Slap. Manager Wang delivered a stinging slap to his son, rebuking him fiercely. You fool, get out of my sight. I will deal with you later. Baldy Wu was left utterly bewildered. He watched as his father turned to Chen Yu, his face now filled with admiration and respect, even bowing at a 90-degree angle, resembling a devoted servant. What on earth was happening? His father was the manager of this prestigious 8-star hotel, while Chen Yu was merely a delivery worker. Even if he could afford this meal, there was no need for his father to demean himself in such a manner. At this moment, everyone present held their breath, and the waitstaff and Appos' gaze was firmly fixed upon Mr. Chen Yu. Good day, may I inquire if you're the newly appointed chairman of the Royal City Grand Hotel, Mr. Chen Yu? Chapter 11. The Delivery Man, shareholder of the 500 billion Royal Hotel? Manager Wang inquired cautiously, bending lower in deference. The hotel staff gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixated on Chen Yu. Truly, as the manager of an 8-star hotel, his discernment was exceptional. Indeed, I am he. Manager Wang hastily retreated a couple of steps, bowing deeply once more, and then gestured towards the top executives of the Royal Hotel behind him. Greetings, Chairman. Greetings, Chairman. Greetings, Chairman. The hotel executives spoke with a tone of earnest respect. Beside Chen Yu, Chu Yan felt her mind racing in confusion. Chen Yu is the chairman of this 8-star hotel? My heavens, what other identities does he possess? Her gaze towards him gradually transformed, imbued with admiration. The recent turn of events left both Che Qingqing and Bald Old Five utterly dumbfounded. This delivery man was actually the newly appointed chairman of the Royal Hotel. How could that be possible? He was so young, and one must remember that the Royal Hotel was an 8-star establishment, with daily revenues exceeding tens of millions. How could Chen Yu possibly be qualified for such a prestigious position? Dad, could it be that you and Appos' made a mistake? Perhaps it and Appos' a case of mistaken identity? This delivery man might have some money, but in terms of age and experience, he doesn't even come close to you. After all these years, you've only reached the position of a department manager. What qualifies him? Bald Old Five was utterly incredulous. Indeed, future father-in-law, you must have been mistaken. Otherwise, let him present something that can verify his identity as chairman of the Royal Hotel. Che Qingqing interjected, her expression revealing a mercantile shrewdness. Her words prompted Bald Old Five to firmly grasp his father's arm and say earnestly, Che Qingqing's suggestion is indeed sound. As the chairman of such a large hotel, his identity must be verified thoroughly. There are many people with the same name in this world. It would be prudent to ask him for proof. Observing the scornful expressions of the couple, Chen Yu thought to himself, I just treated you to a meal, and it seems I fed it to the dogs. Alas, it appears dogs cannot change their nature. With that realization, he decided there was no longer a need for courtesy. At that moment, Manager Wang stepped forward, straightening his back. Mr. Chen Yu, I have been instructed to fetch the chairman, but I was only provided with a name and minimal information. This matter is of great significance, and I fear any misstep could be disastrous. Therefore, could you kindly present your identification as the newly appointed chairman? I apologize for the inconvenience. All eyes turned once again to Chen Yu, questioning whether he possessed any proof of his claim or if he was merely an imposter. Not a problem. But I need to step outside for a moment, Chen Yu replied calmly. However, Bald Old Five burst into laughter. Dad, did you see that? I told you this guy is just a fraud, a charlatan. You asked him for proof of his chairmanship, and not only does he lack it, but he intends to flee. Che Qingqing chimed in. Yes, Chen Yu is indeed a phony. We cannot let him escape. He must clarify his position. The expressions of the hotel executives behind Manager Wang turned grave, exchanging anxious glances. Could it be? Manager Wang, having navigated the business realm for years, prided himself on his keen perception. Could he have misjudged this situation? Dad, why are you wasting your breath? Just call the police and have him taken away. No. He has deceived us all so badly. Let the security handle him first. Mr. Chen Yu. As Manager Wang and Appo's complexion soured, Chen Yu let out a cold snort. When did I ever say I was going to run? The share certificate of the Royal Hotel is in my car. Why would I step outside to fetch it for you? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Could it be that he was serious? Chen Yu mused for a moment before turning to Chu Yan. The share certificate is in my trunk. Could you kindly retrieve it for me? If I go out, some may become uneasy. Soon, a hefty stack of documents, sufficient to prove Chen Yu as the largest shareholder of the Royal Hotel, was brought forth. With a swift motion, Chen Yu flung the documents onto Manager Wang's face. The executives behind him turned pale in an instant. Manager Wang's fingers trembled, cold sweat trickling down his neck. This was a disaster. I should not have listened to this foolish son of mine. Had I remained composed, I would not have provoked Chairman Chen Yu. Gazing at the scattered documents, he saw Chen Yu's name glaring back at him, alongside his photograph and pertinent information, all formatted with the Royal Hotel's unique codes. This share certificate was undoubtedly authentic. One executive promptly crouched down to gather the documents, rising with a quivering demeanor. Is this real? Dad, is this truly the share certificate? Don and Appo's, be fooled. Take a good look. Bald Old Five, still in disbelief, exclaimed bang. He was abruptly slapped to the ground by Manager Wang. Bald Old Five clutched his face. Dad, what was that for? Why not strike an outsider instead? I and Appo's, am your own son. Bang, bang, bang. I am hitting you, you fool. You and Appo's, VE caused me so much trouble. Had I known you were this dim-witted, I should have tossed you into the sewer long ago. Hurry up and bow down, apologizing to Chairman Chen Yu. If not now, then when? Manager Wang was livid. Bald Old Five, still confused, retorted defiantly. Come on, Dad. I see you've become more timid. This delivery man exudes a lowly aura. He merely possesses a few pieces of paper and has frightened you to this extent? Where has your former bravado gone? Bang, 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 bang. Manager Wang, uninterested in further debate, unleashed a flurry of slaps. Bald Old Five was nearly disoriented by the onslaught. You fool. Even now? You do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Standing before you is not an ordinary delivery worker. Chen Yu is the largest shareholder of the 500 billion Royal Hotel and its newly appointed chairman. I am begging for scraps from his table. If he wishes to punish us, it would take but a mere flick of his finger to send us to the depths of despair. If you value your life, kneel and apologize at once. Bald Old Five, stunned into silence, finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. He suddenly fell to his knees at Chen Yu and Appo's feet. Brother Chen. No, Chairman Chen Yu. I was blind and disrespectful. I have offended you, the great Buddha. Please forgive me this once. Thud, thud, thud. In a matter of moments, his forehead was bloodied from repeatedly bowing. Bald Old Five was genuinely terrified. Chen Yu, however, merely smiled nonchalantly. I may consider your plea for mercy, but how about this? Since you look down upon delivery workers, you shall deliver takeout for half a year, working tirelessly from dawn until dusk. You may not slack off, nor may you allow anyone to substitute for you. If you comply, I shall let you go. Chapter 12. Boom. The mysterious master of Koenigsegg. Upon hearing this, the bald man dared not utter a single word of dissent. Instead, the previously silent Che Qingqing, standing beside him, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. It's all your fault. You wretched woman. Why provoke Chairman Chen's woman? He fumed, directing all his fury towards Che Qingqing. With a flurry of blows, he reduced her to tears, causing her to wail. I swear I will never trouble Chu Yin again. I was wrong. If I ever disturb her again, may the heavens strike me down. Please. Stop hitting me. I feel like I and Appo's am dying. By the time he ceased his assault, Che Qingqing resembled a disheveled mess, her lips bruised, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her hair a chaotic tangle. The onlooking waitstaff struggled to suppress their laughter, thinking it served her right for attempting to ingratiate herself with the wealthy. They understood that the bald man's actions were merely an attempt to curry favor with Chairman Chen, showcasing his formidable prowess without a fight. This was the true essence of Chen Yu's strength, his remarkable composure and cunning at such a young age, deserving of the highest accolades. Chairman Chen, what about me? Manager Wang, having observed the recent events, recognized that the new chairman was indeed a person of considerable authority. Thus, he stepped forward to express his contrition. Chen Yu remained silent, his icy gaze assessing Wang, causing the seasoned manager to feel increasingly unsettled. From his experience, it was evident that someone so young could ascend to lead a prestigious hotel valued at 500 billion was indicative of a profoundly mysterious background. He had heard rumors of Chen Yu spending 20 million on a single meal without batting an eye. As anxiety coursed through him, he prepared to accept whatever fate awaited him. Manager Wang, you certainly have made your share of missteps. Initially, I considered dismissing you outright. But given your management of the hotel, I shall grant you a reprieve for the time being. Your son has proven to be a disappointment for the next 6 months. You are to oversee his delivery work. Should I witness any further signs of his debauchery, you are well aware of my methods. A commanding order emanated from Chen Yu, nearly overwhelming Manager Wang, who nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I will ensure it is done. Thank you for your mercy, Chairman. The matter was swiftly put to rest. And Chen Yu, accompanied by Chu Yan, was surrounded by executives as they reached the entrance of the Royal City Hotel. To his surprise, the entrance was crowded with onlookers, all drawn to his Koenigsegg 1. This luxurious vehicle was already a global rarity, and even those with the means to afford it faced challenges in acquiring one. Consequently, when people discovered this magnificent car on the streets of Shanghai, they became utterly captivated. Soon, several young live streamers arrived, one of whom, with dyed green hair, began enthusiastically broadcasting. Hey folks, check out this dream car. This is my brother's brand new Koenigsegg 1, a genuine global limited edition worth over 100 million. Look at this beauty. It boasts a power-to-weight ratio of 1. Do you know what that means? Normally, 1 horsepower can move an 80-kilogram object 1 meter, but here, 1 horsepower is used to move just 1 kilogram. Isn't that astounding? It's also the only supercar with road rights. I know you're all eager to find out its current global price, right? Let me tell you, it's at least 150 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in awe. The thought of spending 150 million on a car was unfathomable. The world of the wealthy is truly beyond imagination. If I could just ride in such a car once in my life, I would die without regrets. The admiration of the crowd drew the attention of everyone at the entrance of the Royal City Hotel. Previously, some waitstaff had been curious about the owner of the luxury vehicle, and now their curiosity was piqued once more. Even Manager Wang couldn't help but crane his neck, captivated by the sleek, technologically advanced Koenigsegg. Chen Yu, should I ask them to leave? Chu Yan whispered to him. Not at all, Chen Yu replied. They're merely observing. Much like I once did. Besides, the car is parked here, which can help enhance the buzz around their live stream. That green-haired chap could use the exposure. Why not let them enjoy it? Chu Yan was taken aback by Chen Yu's broad-mindedness and smiled, nodding in agreement. Let me tell you, this car, despite its price tag of at least 150 million, is but a trifling amount for my brother. I can touch it whenever I wish, drive it whenever I desire, and step on it if I choose. Come on, let us ignite the excitement. If you guys send 10 rockets, just 10. I'll jump on the car and stream from there. As the green-haired youth grew increasingly animated, he stepped onto the car's hood. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, displeased. Excuse me, young man with green hair. While it's one thing to stream from the car, stepping on it is a bit excessive, don't you think? The green-haired youth surveyed Chen Yu with disdain. Who are you, a mere delivery boy, to meddle in matters that don't concern you? You think you can bask in the spotlight? Dream on. This is my brother's car. Without my permission, you're not even worthy to touch it. His words elicited laughter from his entourage, and nearby onlookers turned their gaze toward Chen Yu, dismissing him as just another delivery worker. Sighing, Chen Yu reflected on the pitiable state of modern society, so quick to judge based on appearances. He then produced the sleek black and gold key to the Koenigsegg 1. With a single press, the car responded with a melodic beep, followed by a deep, resonant roar of the engine, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling display of lights. Momentarily blinding the crowd, gasps echoed through the air as people instinctively stepped back, wary of getting too close to the luxury vehicle. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. searching for the mysterious owner of the Koenigsegg. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, clad in his delivery attire, pushed through the throng once more. Make way. I'm driving home. Chapter 13. A 30 million Bugatti Veyron? A brother indeed. You are the owner of a Koenigsegg? Goodness, this delivery person is the owner of a Koenigsegg. And the key is in his hand. Is this car truly his? A hypercar worth over 100 million belongs to someone delivering takeout? My word. Are you telling me that delivering food is now so lucrative? Chen Yu smiled calmly. Indeed, I am the owner of this Koenigsegg. Surprised, aren't you? Delivering food has become quite profitable. Facing the astonished green-haired lad and his companions, he questioned, this green-haired fellow, I recall someone just claimed this car belonged to his brother. Do I resemble your brother in any way? And no, not at all. The green-haired one suddenly remembered that his dog leg was still draped over the engine hood and hastily removed it. At that moment, his legs trembled, nearly causing him to lose control. I was joking, big brother, you can get in the car. The green-haired one forced out a smile that was more pitiful than tears. He then retreated several steps, accidentally stepping on his companion's foot in his panic. The companion, too, remained silent, eyes wide with admiration for Chen Yu. Chen Yu scoffed. As a mere delivery person, do you think I could bask in the glory of this car? Not in this lifetime. The green-haired one panicked, and no, big brother, His legs gave way, and he knelt before Chen Yu. I was wrong. I'll never dare again. I shouldn't and amp, Oppos, to have looked down on you. I just stepped on your car. It's all my fault. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What a turn of events. Having stepped on the car and humiliated this delivery man. Who would have thought he was the owner of this Koenigsegg? It seemed the green-haired one could never repay this debt, not even if he sold himself. Let alone his entire family. He had truly crossed paths with the wrong person. Reflecting on his earlier arrogance, the green-haired one wished he could slap himself several times. Big brother, how about this? I have no money to compensate you. I just started my live stream a week ago. I'll clean your car with my tongue. I'm truly sorry, big brother. I'll never underestimate anyone again, nor will I act arrogantly by stepping on others' cars. He then obediently set about licking the footprints clean. At this moment, his live stream room erupted. Wow, the host turned out to be a pretentious fool. That car belongs to your brother. You better lick it clean. In this day and age, every kind of streamer exists. What a waste of my time here. I'm unfollowing. Soon, tens of thousands of followers dwindled to fewer than 10. Those who remained were merely alternate accounts of his team. Chairman Chen, this car is actually yours? Manager Wang and a group of hotel staff approached upon hearing the commotion. Manager Wang had witnessed everything unfold, and upon seeing Chen Yu nod calmly, his respect and admiration deepened. My word. So young yet parachuted into the 8-star Grand Hotel as the largest shareholder, spending 20 million on dinner without a care. And now revealed to be the owner of a hypercar valued over 150 million. For Chen Yu, a few billion was nothing remarkable. The essence lay in the fact that such a hypercar could not simply be purchased with wealth. One could only imagine the formidable connections and channels he must possess. As the hotel manager, Manager Wang instantly grasped the implications. Chairman Chen, I didn't realize the Koenigsegg was yours. Had I known, I would have instructed the security to park it in our hotel's exclusive garage. Chen Yu, unfazed, merely waved his hand dismissively and entered the car with Chu Yan. Manager Wang maintained an attitude of utmost humility and respect throughout. The scene left all onlookers utterly astounded. Wasn't he that Manager Wang from the 8-star Grand Hotel? He referred to this delivery man as Oppos, Chairman Oppos? We certainly didn't miss here. The delivery person was indeed addressed as Oppos, Chairman Wang Oppos. Goodness. The delivery boy is playing the part of a genius in disguise. The script of the wealthy has come to life. A commotion arose among the crowd. First, a limited edition hypercar worth hundreds of millions appeared on the streets of Magic City, followed by the revelation that its owner was a mere delivery boy. Now, this delivery boy Oppos' identity was unveiled as the behind-the-scenes chairman of the 8-star Grand Hotel. The crowd felt a shiver run down their spines. Some could no longer restrain themselves, pinching their thighs to ascertain whether they were dreaming. But the truth was undeniable. This was no dream. In a corner of the hotel stood a disheveled figure. Hunched and looking like a crazed woman, it was Che Qingqing. She had just witnessed the entire spectacle, and her worldview shattered. Moments ago, she had inquired of the staff about the identity of the Koenigsegg Oppos' mysterious owner. The riddle was now fully revealed. It was Chen Yu, the man brought by Chu Yan. The irony was that she had been opposing him alongside bald old Five today. How blind was she? Had she known Chen Yu's true identity earlier? Even with 800 times the courage, she wouldn't he have dared to act boastfully. What was bald old Five? Could he even afford a single wheel of that hypercar? He could not. What was she? She had dared to act recklessly beside Chu Yin. That she was still alive was a testament to Chu Yin and Amp, Apos, S. mercy. With such a capable man, she realized it was wise to prioritize her own safety and avoid crossing paths with Chu Yin in the future. Then, that disheveled figure vanished into the night. Manager Wang, is there anything else? Chen Yu inquired. Manager Wang hastily replied, No, nothing at all. Though his eyes gleamed with greed as they wandered over the luxurious interior. Just a glance left him feeling immensely satisfied. Chen Yu smiled faintly, starting the hypercar, which erupted with a wild roar that resonated through the air. Everyone instinctively stepped back, even parting to clear a path for Chen Yu's Koenigsegg to depart. All vehicles within a 30-meter radius hurriedly moved aside, fearing their own cars might obstruct the departing Koenigsegg. From beginning to end, Chen Yu did not cast another glance at the green-haired one. To him, the green-haired fellow was nothing more than an inconsequential ant, insignificant and lowly. Indeed, if Chen Yu were to pursue compensation, a mere word from him could demand a sum that would render the green-haired one and Apos' earnings from live streaming utterly trivial, perhaps not even enough to purchase a single screw from the hypercar. Reality can be cruel. As Chen Yu and Apos' car gradually pulled away, the green-haired one felt his heart sink back into his stomach. At that moment, he realized his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Everyone present held their breath in unison, watching as this divine vehicle departed. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A Bugatti Veyron suddenly darted into the path of the Koenigsegg. What in the world? How dare it block our Koenigsegg? That car was also a luxury vehicle, costing 30 to 40 million. My goodness, are luxury cars gathering tonight? To be honest, had I seen this Bugatti Veyron before, I would have been ecstatic. But now, in comparison to the Koenigsegg, this 30 to 40 million hypercar seemed rather underwhelming. The crowd craned their necks once more, moving closer to the scene. As the Bugatti Veyron slowly came to a stop, a young man dressed in designer casual wear stepped out. It was none other than the renowned wealthy heir of Magic City and even the entire nation, Song Xiao. Chapter 14, Inner Circle Bar, a distinguished guest. Lo and behold. Is that truly the illustrious young Master Song? How has he come to grace this establishment? The renowned scion of wealth, young Master Song, is said to spend upwards of 1 million in a single night at a bar without so much as a flutter of his eyelid. Chen Yu recognized him as well. The owner of that Bugatti Veyron parked across the way is none other than young Master Song, an esteemed figure in Shanghai, and indeed, throughout the nation. It is nearly impossible to find someone unfamiliar with young Master Kong. His family, the Yongda Group, boasts substantial wealth and ventures across various industries, including retail, real estate, and film, all while maintaining a dominant position. His fortune is simply unfathomable. In person, young Master Song appears even more striking and suave than one might envision. Greetings to all, he said with an affable tone. I am known as young Master Kong. Please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of hindering your vehicle. I have long heard tales of your Koenigsegg one, yet I lacked the means to procure one. Today, my friend has truly opened my eyes. I merely wish to wait for my companion to emerge so that I may extend my hand in friendship. Those surrounding him were left in astonishment. Could it be? Young Master Song, who typically holds himself aloof, is seeking to befriend someone? This esteemed individual, who rarely condescends to acknowledge even his father and Amp, Apos, as acquaintances, is now extending such courtesy to a mere delivery worker? Chen Yu nodded nonchalantly. Ah, so you are young Master Kong. A pleasure to meet you. I am Chen Yu. May I inquire, my friend, did this vehicle truly cost over 100 million? How long have you owned it? I have not seen it in Shanghai prior to today. Young Master Song's curiosity regarding Chen Yu's identity was piqued. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. To be precise, it was 160 million, which is not excessive. I happened upon a dealership today and made a spontaneous purchase. After all, delivering takeout can sometimes lead to delays, so acquiring a supercar can save time. Young Master Song burst into laughter. What? Did I hear correctly? This fellow, dressed in delivery attire, purchased a 160 million supercar merely to expedite his delivery? One who invests such a sum in a vehicle surely possesses an impressive collection of luxury cars. His family and Apos' true strength may be even more formidable than I imagined. Moreover, I do not recognize him. It seems he is quite low-key and possesses remarkable depth. The more unassuming a person, the greater the likelihood of an extraordinary background. For the first time, young Master Song felt a sense of intellectual inferiority. He immediately resolved to befriend Chen Yu. My friend Chen Yu, fate has brought us together. If you are not preoccupied, might I invite you for a drink at the bar? Today marks my 30th birthday, and I had planned a celebration at the illustrious Kinner Circle. I chanced upon your Koenigsegg and decided to wait by the roadside. Eager to meet you and extend my greetings. Young Master Song gazed at Chen Yu with anticipation, awaiting his response. Very well, young Master Khan. Chen Yu considered that it would be impolite to refuse, and the opportunity to befriend someone of young Master Song's stature was indeed enticing. He, too, was a man of considerable wealth and influence and recognized the value of mingling with the elite. Thank you, Brother Chen Yu, for your gracious acceptance. Young Master Song and Amp, Appos, S face lit up with joy as he led the way in his Bugatti. The two supercars departed in succession, leaving onlookers in a state of disbelief. What an extraordinary turn of events. The wealthy young Master Song has extended an invitation to a delivery worker to join him at a bar? It is truly unfathomable. The world of the affluent is beyond our comprehension. As young Master Song and Chen Yu arrived at the entrance of the Kinner Circle, excitement surged. This establishment boasts unparalleled lighting, ambience, and music, making it a favored haunt for the elite. Young Master Song frequents this venue several times a month. Brother Chen Yu, I have invited a few friends tonight. Allow me to introduce you to them. Young Master Song graciously opened the car door for Chen Yu. Certainly, my friend. Young Master Song's presence instantly stirred a commotion at the bar entrance, while Chen Yu's Koenigsegg garnered its fair share of attention. Witnessing the proud young Master Song opening the door for Chen Yu left many utterly bewildered. Am I imagining things? No, I am not. This delivery worker must possess a truly remarkable hidden identity. As the night unfolded, the vibrant lights illuminated the scene. The perfect moment for Shanghai and Amp, Appos, S wealthy elite to indulge in revelry. Chen Yu admired the resplendent Kinner Circle sign, a sight he had encountered before while delivering tea to a customer. He was aware that the bar enforced a minimum expenditure policy, with patrons required to spend at least 10,000 to gain entry. Previously, Chen Yu had never envisioned enjoying the luxuries of such a venue, but now, he was a guest of young Master Kong accompanied by Chu Yan. He followed young Master Song to a lavish private room. Along the way, the stunning Chu Yan drew the attention of many wealthy young men, while others cast disdainful glances at Chen Yu and Appos, S delivery attire, perplexed by the situation. Young Master Song's reserved private room was far from ordinary. It was as spacious as two conference rooms and adorned with top-tier furnishings, dazzling lighting, and state-of-the-art entertainment equipment, leaving Chen Yu in awe. Everyone, allow me to introduce Chen Yu, an inconspicuous scion of wealth. That Koenigsegg parked outside is his. Do not be misled by his delivery attire. He is merely in costume, huh? The young heirs and heiresses in the room could not help but express their astonishment. They soon surrounded Chen Yu, with some offering cigarettes and drinks, eagerly calling him brother. As Chen Yu mingled, he recognized several faces he had only seen in the headlines of Shanghai's news, a gathering of the offspring of the city's commercial titans. Greetings, everyone. I am Chen Yu. It brings me great joy to celebrate young Master Song and Appos' birthday with you all, and I wish him a very happy birthday. The room erupted in cheers and laughter, and soon the clinking of glasses filled the air as they commenced their celebration. Young Master Song sat attentively beside Chen Yu. Given that Chen Yu was so young yet able to afford a Koenigsegg, one could only assume he hailed from a distinguished and affluent family. Young Master Song was immensely curious about Chen Yu and Appos' background. However, Chen Yu merely took a light sip of tequila, maintaining an air of nonchalance. No, not at all. My household registration is originally from a rural village. Young Master Song was taken aback, nearly sputtering the Armai Martin he had just consumed. Chapter 15. I shall strike 10. Wing Chun Chen Yu. Ha. My brother truly possesses a sense of humor, thought the young master, Sang, shaking his head with a wry smile. He had not anticipated that this invisible tycoon was not only youthful but also remarkably seasoned. Sung found himself increasingly admiring. Unlike himself, who often received admonitions from his father, Sing, I am most vexed by your loose tongue. You are too frank, which may lead to offending others in the future. At that moment, the head waiter opened the door, and a row of young ladies entered. This was precisely what Sung desired. It was widely known that he had a penchant for internet celebrities and youthful models, changing girlfriends almost every few days. Today, as he exited his vehicle, a petite internet star had followed closely behind him. Contrary to his usual behavior, he pointed at Chen Yu and instructed the head waiter, Come, let our brother Chen Yu choose first. With a wink directed at Chen Yu, his gaze inadvertently lingered on the visage of Chu Yan. After all, we are merely here for fun. I trust your girlfriend wouldn't mind, he added. At that remark, Chu Yan's fair face flushed a deep crimson. Most astonishingly, she realized that she had no inclination to clarify her relationship status. Rather, she found herself enjoying the misunderstanding regarding her connection with Chen Yu. Chen Yu observed Chu Yan, concluding that she likely harbored some feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she refrain from dispelling the ambiguity? Do you mind, Chu Yan? If not, I shall. Chen Yu, since it is rare for young Master Tseng to invite you, enjoy yourself as you please, Chu Yan interjected, feeling that the topic had shifted to her, and not addressing it would seem inconsiderate. Now was not the opportune moment to clarify that she was not Chen Yu and Appo's girlfriend. Singh slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I knew it. Look at our brother Chen Yu. Not only is he young and accomplished, but his girlfriend is also remarkably considerate and beautiful, a true winner in life. Laughter erupted throughout the room, filling it with a jovial atmosphere. Chen Yu was taken aback by how Chu Yan had chosen to elevate his reputation, though he merely shook his head at the array of young women before him. A gentleman does not covet another's beloved, young Master Tseng. I shall abstain from choosing tonight. Singh was momentarily stunned before his eyes brightened, giving Chen Yu a thumbs up. Young, wealthy, and yet not frivolous. Brother Chen Yu, you are indeed a role model for our generation, he praised. Come, let us raise our glasses in celebration. It is a delight to encounter you tonight. Sung lifted his glass high, and the affluent young heirs and heiresses present honored Chen Yu with toasts. Chen Yu, I need to visit the restroom. Chu Yan tugged at Chen Yu's arm. Chen Yu leaned closer, his voice low and gentle. Would you like me to accompany you? No need. I will return shortly, she replied, her cheeks blooming with color once more. Chen Yu understood that she was not accustomed to such an environment. Thus, he permitted her to step out for some air. Reflecting on his former life, where he earned little as a delivery person and rarely frequented bars, Chen Yu endeavored to adapt to this new lifestyle. He swallowed a generous gulp of Remy Martin, a sip likely worth thousands. Just as he set the glass down, another wealthy heir offered him a glass of Louis XIII, valued at 38,888. As he prepared to indulge, a cacophony of heated arguments erupted outside. Get lost if you know what and amp. Oppos, that's good for you. Don and amp. Oppos, tea disturbed my enjoyment. Followed by the sound of a violent scuffle. Such brawls in bars, often fueled by jealousy over women, were commonplace. However, Chen Yu and amp. Oppos, brow furrowed in concern. Chu Yan was still outside and must not be drawn into danger. To spare the others of the commotion, he pushed the door open and stepped out. In the corridor stood a burly man adorned with gold chains and watches, his bald head gleaming, gripping a woman and Oppos, hair in one hand while threatening a green-haired man with the other. Behind him trailed at least 7 or 8 young thugs, all covered in tattoos and exuding an air of arrogance. Brother Lai, I know you run with a rough crowd, but let me be clear. You will not take this girl without stepping over my dead body, the green-haired man declared passionately, drawing laughter from Lai and his entourage. With a wave of his hand, Lai commanded his followers to charge at the green-haired man, who was swiftly overwhelmed and beaten to the ground. Despite blood trickling from his mouth, the green-haired man gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out in pain. You think you can act tough today, green-haired man? What? Do you fancy this woman? Everyone knows your sordid nature. Lai mocked. What? Still staring at me? Fine. I'll show you how I enjoy myself right in front of you. With that, Lai reached out to grasp the woman's hair. Please, no. She cried out, her struggles appearing futile and desperate. Chen Yu's heart raced at the familiar voice. Upon closer inspection, amidst the chaos, he recognized the woman. It was Chu Yan. Rage surged within him. He dashed forward like a panther. Before anyone could react, Lai fell to the ground. His teeth shattered, blood spilling from his mouth. Who dare strike me? He bellowed. Chen Yu swiftly shielded Chu Yan, whispering, Do not fear. I am here. That solid back provided her with a profound sense of safety, and she clung tightly to his waist, trembling. Lai's eyes narrowed menacingly. Who is this little pretty boy? Just after taking down the green-haired man, now another one appears. Why is this woman so troublesome? The green-haired man, having risen, stepped in front of Chen Yu. Brother Chen Yu, allow me to assist you. As Chen Yu drew closer, he recognized the green-haired man as the one who had live-streamed his car being stepped on in front of the Royal City Hotel. Bloodied yet resolute, the green-haired man addressed Chen Yu. I am grateful you did not demand compensation for the damages to your car. I could not stand by and watch Lai bully your woman. Chen Yu felt a surge of gratitude. Had it not been for the green-haired man, Chu Yan might have faced humiliation at Lai and Appo's hands. Your kindness is noted, But you two are injured. Stay back. I can handle this scum. With a glance at Chu Yin, he readied himself. The Wing Chun techniques previously imparted by the system surged within him. I shall strike 10. Chen Yu roared, bending his legs and extending his arms in a classic Wing Chun stance. Wing Chun Chen Yu. Chapter 16. Wing Chun and Amp. Oppos. S36 Techniques. Lightning 5 Whips. I want to take on 10. Chen Yu declared, transforming his palms into fists. Whoosh. 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 His fist shot forward along the central line of his heart, creating a fierce wind that blew the dust off the delivery uniform. The onlookers were dazzled, almost unable to open their eyes. Whoosh. Whoosh. Simultaneously, Chen Yu's punches were complemented by his footwork, dodging and maneuvering with kicks, jabs, sweeps, and stomps. While seemingly unremarkable, each move concealed profound intricacies. The crowd's understanding of Wing Chun was limited to what they had seen in films. They remembered the last time traditional martial arts were discredited, when a Wing Chun master lost a tooth in a public spectacle. Who could have imagined that, in this elite inner circle bar of the magical city, a mere delivery man would dare to flaunt traditional martial arts? The absurdity of it all made them think they were witnessing a ridiculous drama unfold. Some spectators could hardly contain their excitement, readying their phones to capture Chen Yu and Oppos' imminent downfall. After all, even if this delivery guy possessed some skills, how could he possibly contend against 8 or 9 seasoned fighters, each with blood on their hands? No one believed Chen Yu stood a chance. Having warmed up, Chen Yu felt invigorated, as if every joint had been unlocked. Indeed, the Wing Chun techniques rewarded by the system were exceptionally potent, instilling in him the presence of a master. His gaze rose, filled with intimidation. I shall say this one last time. I want to take on 10. Are you not going to make a move? The bald man rubbed his gleaming head, glancing back at his subordinates. Turning to Chen Yu, he spat. Are you blind? We have only 9. 9. That is still fine. Come on over and meet your demise. I will show you what Wing Chun truly is. Chen Yu struck again, the sound of his punches slicing through the air like a serpent's hiss. His hands, eager for action, were ready to engage. Everyone, you see this fool pretending to be a master of traditional martial arts? He is simply courting death. One of the thugs shouted. Brothers, let us take him down. Anyone who can kill him will be rewarded with 100,000. Instantly, a few of the thugs lunged at Chen Yu like ravenous dogs. The nearest one, a scarred face, charged forward. In the beginning of man, bam! Chen Yu's punch landed squarely below the thug's navel, striking the dantian point, known as the gateway to vitality. A hit there could mean death or severe injury. With that blow, the thug collapsed like a lifeless dog. Chen Yu, recalling only the names of the Wing Chun techniques, decided to embellish them with some clever phrases. In the beginning of man. Not bad, but still far from enough. The bald man roared in frustration. Get him. Kill him. Anyone who can take him down will be rewarded. Thus, a flurry of fists and feet rained down upon Chen Yu. Whoosh. Whoosh. His movements were ethereal as he danced among them, striking with precision at every opening. Zhao Qian suddenly hit. Zhou Wu Zheng Wang hit. Surround way to save Zhao, cut off the firewood at the root. Hit. Hit. Immortal hanging a painting. Dispelling evil sword spectrum, monkey stealing peaches, 18 dragon subduing palms, return my soaring fists. Invincible fire wheel. Lightning 5 whips, all hits. With a final flourish, Chen Yu stood firm, executing a classic stance with closed eyes and an open chest, elevating his aura to its zenith. As he surveyed the scene, several young delinquents lay sprawled on the ground, some twitching uncontrollably. The bald man stared in disbelief. The onlookers were equally astonished. What did I just witness? A live-action Wing Chun performance? This delivery guy ISN and Oppos, T just flailing about. He is genuinely a master of traditional Wing Chun. My goodness. He single-handedly brought down 7 or 8 thugs. Master, please accept my bow. Several wealthy heirs dropped to their knees, eager to pay their respects. Green-haired Zhang gaped, his mind momentarily malfunctioning. Chu Yin gazed at Chen Yu with wide, astonished eyes. Is it possible? Chen Yu not only possesses a mysterious wealthy background, with car dealerships and an 8-star hotel worth thousands of billions, but he is also a master of traditional martial arts? Oh my. Why is my face so flushed and warm? What is happening to me? This delivery guy is so handsome. Not only does he look good, but he is also a martial arts expert. Being with him feels incredibly safe. I want to marry him and have his children. The wealthy young ladies in attendance shed their pretensions, some even contemplating more intimate gestures toward Chen Yu. How could it be? You truly know Wing Chun? The bald man retreated in fear. You wait, I'll call my brother Dao over. He scrambled up the stairs in a panic. Go ahead and call him. Let us see what he can do. Chen Yu chuckled coldly. Where's my brother Chen Yu? He has been gone for a while, drinking. At that moment, Song Xiao stumbled through the private room door, his eyes widening at the sight of bodies sprawled in the corridor and the crowd of spectators. A shock of clarity hit him. Did a fierce fight just occur here? Was it two groups clashing? The destruction is astounding. Spotting Chen Yu, he rushed over. Concern etched on his face. Brother Chen Yu, what happened here? You weren't caught in the crossfire, were you? All of this was my doing. What? You did this all by yourself? Song Xiao stood frozen, his expression akin to this. After a moment, he put the pieces together, assuming Chen Yu was merely exaggerating. Regardless, Chen Yu was his honored guest, and with a surge of anger, he shouted down the corridor, "Whoever messes with my brother Chen Yu will face my wrath. Let us continue drinking, brother." After sitting down, he raised his glass to Chen Yu, seeking to ease the tension. Chen Yu pondered for a moment before asking, "Brother Song, who is this Dao?" Dao? He is nothing in our presence. He is insignificant. Song Xiao suddenly realized something and looked at Chen Yu with grave concern. Did Dao's crew provoke you, brother? Don't worry, I'll handle this. The surrounding wealthy heirs were left trembling in fear, fully aware of Dao's notorious reputation. However, hearing someone so casually dismiss Dao and Appo's significance was a first for them. Song Xiao truly lived up to his name, demonstrating his ability to navigate these treacherous waters. On the third floor, in a dimly lit private room, sat the notorious figure who had instilled fear in the underworld for years, Dao. Once a small-time player, he had clawed his way to the top through ruthless ambition. It was said that he had once followed a fishmonger who studied the art of war and, after gaining insight, ascended to the pinnacle of the underground trade in the magical city. Just then, the bald man burst through the door, breathless. Dao, you must take charge. There's a delivery kid downstairs who has taken down our brothers. Chapter 17. Brother Dao is nothing to fear. When he arrives, kneeling is inevitable. What? Brother Dao exclaimed in fury, striking the table with a resounding slam. The sturdy quartz surface shattered into countless fragments. The young man, feeling the weight of Brother Dao's wrath, shrank back, suddenly silenced. Is that delivery guy truly so audacious? He stammered. What did he say? Speak up. Brother Dao demanded, his voice thunderous. The young man hesitated, his legs trembling, before finally relaying. He said that even if you were to confront him, he wouldn't be afraid, claiming you are nothing, and that if you showed up, he and Appo's, make you bow 3 times before him. Brother Dao and Appo's anger surged. The audacity of this younger generation is beyond comprehension. When I was carving my path in the world, these children were still oblivious to their surroundings. In my lifetime, only Changgu has the right to belittle me. No one else dares. Gazing upwards at the ceiling light with a sense of melancholy, he lamented, Changgu, ever since you washed your hands of this world, it seems to have slipped from our grasp. Even delivery boys now dare to look down on me. With a decisive wave of his hand, he declared, it is time for Brother Dao to make his return. The underbelly of the Magic City should prepare for a storm of blood and chaos. Within 10 minutes, an army of 2,000 subordinates surged towards the Kuner Circle Bar from every corner of the city. They typically operated in casinos and nightclubs, and at Brother Dao's command, they would brave any perilous path. Soon, the bar was encircled tightly, causing traffic to come to a standstill. The street vendors, who had never witnessed such a scene, panicked and abandoned their stalls, scattering in all directions. I want to see which insolent brat dared to insult me and injure my men, Brother Dao bellowed, kicking the door of Chen Yu and Xiaozong's private room, splintering it to pieces. Come out if you have the guts. Which coward dares to challenge me? Today, unless I turn you into minced meat for the dogs, I won and Appo's, bear the surname Dao, standing at the entrance. Brother Dao and Appo's gaze pierced through the air like a deity of death. Behind him, his subordinates filled the corridor. Outside the bar, frightened revelers were paralyzed with fear. Many attempted to escape through the windows, some injuring themselves in their haste. Why are you making such a ruckus here? Xiaozong grumbled, holding a bottle of Martell as he stepped outside. Xiaozong, is that really you? Upon recognizing the affluent air, Brother Dao instinctively recoiled, taking a couple of steps back. Xiaozong, you're here? And Wang Xiao from the aristocratic family, as well as Sun Xiao from Zhou's family? And Bai Xiao from Su's family. You're all present? The wealthy young men emerged from the private room, their expressions displeased. Brother Dao and Appo's heart sank. Damn it, why didn't Appo's, that delivery guy clarify? How did that courier manage to get entangled with this group of rich heirs? He realized he had overstepped today. These were not individuals he could afford to offend. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he felt trapped. Seeing Brother Dao's hesitation, the young man thought he had a chance to shine. He stepped forward, confronting Sun Xiao from Zhou and Appo's family. With a resounding slap, he struck Sun Xiao and Appo's face, leaving 5 crimson marks. Damn it. I'm going to take you all on one by one. So, you're from Zhou's family, huh? You have long legs. Go fetch that delivery guy. Let us see if he dares to disrespect our boss again. Today, I'll show him who truly holds power. But Brother Dao swiftly turned, delivering a decisive blow to the young man and Appo's face, sending him crashing to the floor. Are you out of your mind? Who told you to act on your own? Did you not hear me say he is from Zhou and Appo's family? After much effort, the young man managed to rise, clutching his face in a pitiful manner. Brother Dao? I must have misheard. I thought you said he was from Zhou's family. So what if his father is Zhou? If he angers us, I'll take care of him and his father too. That name is easy to handle. Brother Dao was left speechless, grabbing the young man by the collar. He struck him again. Have you never heard of Zhou and Appo's jewelry? In the Magic City, they are the leaders in the gold and diamond industry, renowned nationwide. Do you think we can afford to offend their son? Bring me my knife. He soon wielded a large blade, severing the young man and Appo's right hand with a swift motion. The young man screamed in agony and fell unconscious. Trembling, Brother Dao approached Sun Xiao from Zhou and Appo's family, kneeling before him. Sun Xiao, I failed to discipline my subordinates. Please tell me if this is sufficient to ease your anger. Sun Xiao rubbed his face, stating matter-of-factly, let us not dwell on that. Today is Xiao Tsong and Appo's birthday, and you barged in and destroyed the door. You'll need to explain yourself to him. Brother Dao, ever the astute individual, quickly knelt before Xiao Tsong. I apologize. I had no idea you were celebrating your birthday here. I sincerely regret my intrusion and am prepared to accept the consequences. As he spoke, he slapped himself repeatedly, his former authority evaporating. Despite being a local kingpin, today he faced a gathering of young heirs with connections and wealth capable of crushing him. I know why you are here, Brother Dao, Xiao Tsong remarked, pulling forth Chen Yu, who had just arrived. That young man disrespected my brother, Chen Yu. Do you see? Chen Yu is a good friend of mine. If anyone dares to utter a word against him again, they should be prepared to face dire consequences. Chen Yu is also my good friend, Sun Xiao declared. If anyone provokes him, my family will ensure they see no light of day tomorrow. I stand with you. Chen Yu, by Xiao from Su's family added. If you offend Chen Yu, you'll have to reckon with the Su family. And I, Lin Xiao from the Hailon family, stand with you too, another voice chimed in. Brother Dao's heart sank further. Each individual present hailed from prestigious families, fiercely defending this delivery man, treating him as a brother. Who exactly is this Chen Yu? He knelt once more before Chen Yu, respectfully stating, Brother Chen Yu, all the blame lies with me. I failed to manage my subordinate, and today I am at your mercy. Please, let me know how you wish to proceed. I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit. Chen Yu scoffed. Your subordinate, that young man, attempted to assault my woman and boasted about it. He struck Sun Xiao, so he deserves to lose a hand. But what about the humiliation directed at my woman? Chu Yin stood behind Chen Yu, her heart fluttering at his declaration. Could it be that Chen Yu truly views her as his girlfriend? It felt surreal, especially with Brother Dao kneeling before him. Feeling a sense of security in his presence, she thought, he is so manly. Brother Dao glanced at the young man, now missing an arm, and gritted his teeth. If that young man cannot control his urges, then let us sever that part of him and dispose of it. From now on, anyone who cannot control themselves will meet the same fate. In a daze, the young man, upon hearing that his member was to be severed, jolted awake in shock. Please. No, Brother Dao, I understand my mistake. I shall never dare to do so again. I have already lost one arm. I cannot afford to lose my other limb as well. I was wrong. Woe is me. Chapter 18. The Jianghu is not merely about violence, but rather about social nuances. Regardless of the lamentations of the disheveled man, his fate is already sealed. He screamed in despair as he was dragged out by the henchmen of Brother Dao. With a decisive chop, they severed the hand of the second in command. Chen Yu, with an air of indifference, addressed Brother Dao, stating, Brother Dao, the Jianghu is not about fighting and killing. It is about human relationships and social intricacies. Times have changed, and I hope that starting today, all members of your gang will disband immediately. What? This. Brother Dao was taken aback. He hesitated. Realizing that achieving his current status as the leader had been no small feat, Brother Dao, I present you with two options. First, disband on the spot. Clean up today, mess yourself, and we can remain good friends. The second option is that if you refuse to comply, I will place a bounty of 100 trillion on your head and issue a kill order against you in the Jianghu. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. What? Did I hear that correctly? He actually possesses 100 trillion? And Oppos, that's just pocket change? It was no wonder that even elite second-generation wealthy youths like Xiao Tsong treated this delivery man with such deference. He was, in fact, an invisible tycoon, wielding power far beyond theirs. Though Brother Dao held a prominent position in the Jianghu, still reigning as the emperor of the underground forces in Magic City, a bounty of 100 trillion could attract any assassin. What life could not be purchased? When the kill order was issued, it was likely that the first to turn against him would be his closest confidants. At that moment, the several second-generation wealthy youths exchanged glances, genuinely impressed. They realized they had made the right choice in inviting Chen Yu. He possessed an astounding fortune even in pocket change. Xiao Tsong chimed in, Brother Dao, I hope you take Brother Chen Yu and Oppos' word seriously. There is a saying in your gang, and Oppos, those who know the times are the true heroes, and Oppos, finally. Brother Dao fell to his knees before Chen Yu, proclaiming, Brother Chen Yu, I will heed your advice. Our gang will disband from this day forth, and I shall pursue a righteous path henceforth. Since Brother Dao is now enlightened, let him serve as the head of security at your Yida shopping mall. Chen Yu suggested to Xiao Kong. Xiao Tsong nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in utilizing talents effectively. Brother Dao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the gang was disbanded and he lost his status and support, he had officially forged connections with these wealthy youths, ensuring he would not be left destitute. Those he had offended in the Jianghu would likely think twice before causing him trouble in the future. He then had a sudden idea and respectfully addressed Chen Yu and the others. Brother Chen Yu and Xiao Tsong, and my fellow brothers, I apologize for the disturbance today. In order to express my regret, I shall cover all expenses for this private room tonight. Additionally, how about I treat everyone to another round of drinks? Chen Yu waved his hand. Brother Dao, I appreciate your sentiment, but I insist on covering all expenses myself. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chen Yu and Oppos' generosity was astounding. Brother Dao felt a twinge of discomfort. Brother Chen Yu, it was my fault. I wanted to apologize. How about I cover the drinks? And you take care of the rest? Chen Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Enough of this back and forth. I said I would pay, so I shall. Save your money for your retirement, as you will no longer be collecting protection fees. This was merely a jest, for Chen Yu was a figure of immense wealth with 100 trillion at his disposal, and he intended to spend lavishly. He harbored a simple desire to indulge in extravagant expenditures, perhaps even triggering a super mysterious gift package that evening. After all, he was quite satisfied with the day's events. Ding! The God of Wealth sign-in system has detected that the host and Oppos' spending today is insufficient. A reminder, you must spend at least half of the 100 trillion within one day, or the sign-in opportunity will be automatically canceled tomorrow. Please, host, spend lavishly. Being stingy is unbecoming. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. So, this is what you were waiting for? He realized that he had to spend half of the 100 trillion, 50 trillion, within the remaining hours of the day. 50 trillion equates to 50 billion, 5,000 10 billion, or 500 100 billion. Up to this point, his spending amounted to only 1/5000th of his target for the day. He thought, oh, heavens. Is this how it feels to be burdened by wealth? He resolved to accelerate his spending immediately. I will upgrade to the largest presidential suite and order the finest and most expensive drinks available. Tonight, I shall not settle for the best. I will only purchase the most extravagant. With a grand flourish, he commanded. Instantly, the wealthy youths erupted in excitement. Such opulence! Soon, the manager ushered them into the largest presidential suite, where countless stunningly beautiful women surrounded them. The waitresses quickly began to serve an array of exquisite drinks. Air Island Whiskey, limited edition, adorned with 100 diamonds, priced at 3 million per bottle. Dragon and Oppos' vodka, one of the world, and Oppos' 10 most luxurious spirits. With a 50-carat yellow diamond embedded in the bottle, selling for 2.5 million. Billionaire vodka, crafted from the finest Arctic wheat and distilled 5 times. With a total price of 3,600,000. Lay 925 tequila, once ranked as the world's most expensive spirit, embellished with platinum and diamonds, costing 8 million. Bottles of top-shelf liquor continued to be placed upon the table, leaving even the most seasoned wealthy youths in awe. Mr. Chen Yu, the total for your selected drinks amounts to 280 million. Upon hearing the total, the waitstaff were stunned. Including Xiaotsong, all the wealthy youths held their breath. While they often frequented bars and spent $1 million or $2 on drinks, Chen Yu had shattered records, raising the bar to 2 or 300 million. Is he even human? What kind of terrifying tycoon is this? Among the wealthy youths present, it was doubtful any could muster 200 million in cash, as their businesses did not typically maintain such liquid assets. Even the extravagantly wealthy among them felt a pang of discomfort. However, Chen Yu remained unfazed as he pulled out his phone. Please provide me with your Alipay QR code. I will settle the bill now. Chapter 19. The hidden opportunity. An hour later, Yida Holdings would be available for a frenzied purchase. The room erupted with excitement as I proposed a toast to express our gratitude to Brother Chen Yu for his hospitality. A true hero, a remarkable figure. He epitomizes the affluent second generation of Shanghai. Is it appropriate to still call him Brother Chen? He should be addressed as Young Master Chen. Indeed. Young Master Chen is unparalleled, the pinnacle of the wealthy elite in Shanghai, or perhaps even across the nation. The beautiful ladies in the private room danced joyfully, elevating the atmosphere to a euphoric peak. Sitting beside Chen Yu, Chu Yan's gaze was unwavering, captivated by his every move. This was merely her first day of acquaintance with Chen Yu, and yet she was overwhelmed by a series of astonishing revelations. Surely, such extravagance surpasses anything in novels featuring wealthy protagonists. At that moment, the clever young Master Song took notice of Chu Yan. Brother Chen Yu, do not neglect your girlfriend. Here, let me pour her a glass of the 28-year-old Lafite. Or perhaps she would prefer juice, alcohol isn't suitable for her. Chen Yu attempted to decline, but to his surprise, Chu Yan snatched the wine glass away. Who told you I don and amp, oppos, tea drink? This is a 28-year-old Lafite. I will drink it, just to spite you. Don and amp, oppos, tea think you know me so well. Chu Yan playfully stuck out her tongue at Chen Yu. Her naturally delicate features, combined with such a playful expression, made Chen Yu's heart skip a beat. It is said that a girl only displays such playful affection in the presence of a man she admires. Chen Yu leaned in closer, teasingly saying, you can drink, but if you indulge too much, I cannot guarantee where I might carry you. Are you afraid? Before Chu Yan could respond, the other wealthy young men began to tease them. You two are too flirtatious. Of course, you'll be staying at young Master Song's Yida Hotel. Chu Yan's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, pinching Chen Yu's arm playfully. Ouch! That is quite the pinch. Chen Yu and Amp, Oppos, carefree demeanor elicited laughter from both Chu Yan and the surrounding wealthy young men. The Yida Hotel, owned by young Master Song and Amp, Oppos' family, has branches nationwide, with 2 located in Shanghai, offering rooms that range from several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan. Rumor has it that they recently introduced ultra-luxurious suites costing over 100,000 yuan per night. It is said that a single building of the Yida Hotel is worth 20 billion yuan. Just as Chen Yu tucked his phone away after settling the bill, a delightful mechanical sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations, the host has made a modest expenditure tonight, triggering a mysterious gift package. The host has obtained a hidden opportunity. Would you like to open it now? Wow, the system is becoming increasingly elaborate, Chen Yu mused. All right, let us open it. Ding! Hidden opportunity, business secret, in 1 hour. Young Master Song's family will be liquidating their shares. Host, you know what to do. Chen Yu was taken aback. The urgency of the share liquidation from such a colossal family enterprise could only indicate one thing, a financial shortfall. At such a moment, powerful investors would rush in, and those who act swiftly would secure the most shares. Acquiring shares equates to significant power, and with his current stake of 51 in the 8-star Royal Hotel, Chen Yu was in a position to command influence. If he were to aggressively purchase shares in young Master Song's Yida Group, it would undoubtedly place him in a position of authority, as Chen Yu considered this exciting prospect. The nearly 2 billion yuan spent on drinks seemed like mere pocket change to him. With a staggering 50 trillion yuan to expend, the clock was ticking, and only hours remained. In the hour that followed, Chen Yu appeared somewhat distracted. After bidding farewell to all the wealthy young men, he called out to young Master Song just as he was about to leave, with only 10 minutes left before the system's deadline. Brother Chen Yu, I am truly glad to have met you. You've opened my eyes today. Is there anything I can assist you with? Young Master Song spoke with utmost respect. Actually, I happen to have some idle funds and am interested in making an investment. You know many prominent figures in business. If you have suitable recommendations for me, I would appreciate it. Young Master Song chuckled. Brother, to be honest, I would love for you to invest in our Yida Group. However, we are currently thriving and do not require any investments. I will look into other family enterprises for you. Leave it to me. Observing young Master Tsong and Amp, Apos, confident demeanor, Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. My friend, you may not feel so assured in just a few minutes. The business world is indeed a battlefield, where circumstances can shift in an instant. Chen Yu glanced at his watch. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Just then, young Master Tsong and Apos' phone rang. He answered, Dad, why are you calling me? I and Amp, Apos, am out with friends. Young Master Tsong was clearly displeased with his father and Amp, Apos' sudden call. You rascal, all you do is squander your time. From now on, keep only your Bugatti Veyron. Sell the rest of your cars immediately. Young Master Tsong's eyes widened in protest. Dad, why are you being so controlling? Which wealthy young man doesn't he indulge in cars? I don't have that many, just over 100. I said sell them. I won't hide it from you anymore. We just held a meeting at the group, and we're facing some serious financial issues. I must find a way to survive this crisis. So, sell those cars for now. You can buy more later when things stabilize. Instantly, young Master Tsong's face drained of color. Witnessing this scene, a smirk crept onto Chen Yu's face. The system's hidden opportunity proved to be remarkably insightful. Approaching the despondent young Master Tsong, Chen Yu feigned concern. May I ask if that call was from your father? Has something happened? Young Master Tsong managed a strained smile. No, nothing's wrong. It appeared that young Master Tsong was more astute than he seemed. After all, he was a well-known wealthy heir and had previously ventured into entrepreneurship. Well then, we shall take our leave, Chen Yu said, preparing to take Chu Yin to his Koenigsegg 1. Young Master Tsong suddenly snapped to attention upon seeing the Koenigsegg. Here stood an individual of considerable means. Wait a moment. Did Chen Yu not mention wanting to invest and having some spare funds? A glimmer of hope ignited within him. Hold on, brother, don't rush off. You just mentioned having some idle cash and wanting to invest. Well, a project has just come up. So, how much would you like to invest? Chapter 20 Chen Yu. I do not wish to return home tonight. Song Xiao gazed at Chen Yu with eager anticipation. Suddenly, Chen Yu revealed a mysterious smile, saying, Song Xiao, I have changed my mind. I will not be investing. This left Song Xiao utterly bewildered. He felt deflated and inquired, why the sudden change, my friend? Because I seek something more intriguing. I overheard your phone call with your father. From my analysis, that you need not concern yourself with how I came to this conclusion. This crisis cannot be resolved even by selling your collection of over 100 sports cars. It would merely be a drop in the ocean. Call your father and tell him that only I can assist him, but I require equity in return. If he is unwilling, let it be. Equity? Song Xiao and Amp, Apos' eyes widened in astonishment, but he quickly retrieved his phone. Dad, there and Amp, Apos', no need to sell the cars. I have found a hidden, formidable benefactor willing to help you through this crisis, but he wants to acquire our equity. There was a lengthy silence on the other end, lasting 20 seconds, before his father sighed deeply. If he truly possesses such wealth, I am willing to relinquish a portion of our equity. Once the call ended, Song Xiao whispered to Chen Yu, my father has agreed to cede equity. He needs 10 trillion to navigate this crisis. As Song Xiao spoke, his voice grew softer, revealing his lack of confidence as never before. No problem. I will transfer the funds now. Chen Yu's casual response filled Song Xiao with elation. Meanwhile, sitting in the passenger seat, Chu Yin felt dazed. Was Chen Yu's wealth simply a gust of wind? It was a staggering 100 trillion, not merely 100. She had witnessed numerous miracles through this man and found herself still slow to react. However, she could not deny the thrill of being beside Chen Yu. Akin to participating in an exhilarating saga of a hidden magnate. Yet, the only difference was that they had yet to establish a romantic relationship. This thought caused her cheeks to flush a vibrant red, as if she had resolved to make a certain decision. Soon, Chen Yu transferred 100 trillion. Song Xiao's father said he would hasten to have the lawyer draft the contract, and all that would be required was Chen Yu's signature to secure the corresponding shares. Song Xiao's heart finally settled, expressing endless gratitude to Chen Yu. He mentioned that his father insisted on inviting him over to express his thanks. There's no rush, Song Xiao. That was merely for purchasing equity. Now, I am prepared to invest. What? Song Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What game are you playing? I noticed your family and Amp, Apos' hotel chain. It's impressive, with locations in first, second, and third-tier cities across the nation. You can calculate how much I would need to invest in upgrading all the hotels. Song Xiao seemed to finally grasp Chen Yu's intention. He began to admire Chen Yu's audacity. It made sense, with pocket money in the hundreds of trillions. He could invest as much as he desired. He promptly called his father, who marveled at Chen Yu's exceptional vision and business acumen. This kid has seized my moment of crisis. Yet, with his investment, our hotels will shine brighter than ever. I had numerous ideas but lacked sufficient funds to execute them. His father quickly provided a figure. They would also need 10 trillion. Isn't that a bit low? Chen Yu murmured, but Song Xiao heard him and was astonished. Brother, that's not little. That's in trillions, not mere hundreds. I will transfer this second 10 trillion now. With that, Chen Yu effortlessly sent the funds. The contract could also be signed at Chen Yu and Oppo's convenience. Chen Yu, my father said you will hold the majority management rights over all our hotels. Chen Yu nodded, yet his mind remained troubled. Having already spent 100 billion, coupled with the 200 trillion given to Song Xiao's family, he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the 500 trillion mark. Sighing, Chen Yu suggested, Song Xiao, could you ask your father if he needs more funds? If not, inquire whether your wealthy friends require investments. I can assist them as well. Song Xiao's jaw dropped in shock, unable to articulate a response. Brother, your approach is somewhat nerve-wracking. It seems you won't cease until your pocket money is fully expended. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded. Song Xiao incessantly dialed his affluent friends in the magical city, asking if their families needed funds or investments. In this day and age, who would turn down extra money? Smaller families aspired to accumulate wealth, while larger families sought additional capital to maintain their dominance in business. Soon, the figures of those in need of funds came flooding in. Song Xiao used his phone's calculator for a rough estimate, 200 trillion. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. We're getting closer to our goal of 500 trillion. He swiftly transferred the 200 trillion to the various families, with contracts ready to be signed at his convenience. Song Xiao added Chen Yu to a group of elite heirs, appointing him as the group leader. Have you all received the funds? From now on, regardless of age, you must all address Chen Yu as and Oppos, brother and Oppos. What he says goes. Whatever he wishes, you must comply unconditionally. Understood? Song Xiao issued this warning to each wealthy heir, who all readily agreed, and their respective boards were willing to cede some authority to Chen Yu. Chen Yu thought it wise. After all, he was not truly engaged in the business world. Rather than assuming all management responsibilities and becoming overwhelmed, it was preferable to remain a behind-the-scenes powerhouse among the families. Having spent over 400 trillion already, Chen Yu snapped his fingers at Song Xiao. Finally, I intend to allocate another 10 trillion to the Yida Group. This sum cannot be touched. It will serve as a special emergency fund for the group. Having acquired part of the equity, I must consider this. This fund can only be accessed in the event of a crisis. What do you think? Song Xiao, upon hearing this, gave Chen Yu a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Brother Chen Yu, your foresight is remarkable. This essentially ensures our family will never again face a crisis like today. Song Xiao promptly relayed this good news to his father, who, despite his extensive experience, could not help but admire Chen Yu's formidable capabilities and strategies. All right, Song Xiao, we shall meet again. Chen Yu concluded, and the Koenigsegg one roared to life, its beastly growl echoing down the street. All other vehicles made way, with drivers turning their heads in admiration. The Koenigsegg undoubtedly stood out as the most dazzling vehicle on the road. Once the Koenigsegg had driven far away, the top heir of the magical city, Song Xiao, slowly regained his composure. I once thought I was the pinnacle of the wealthy elite in the magical city and even the nation, but today I encountered a hidden powerhouse, Chen Yu, whose strength is utterly terrifying and remarkably discreet. I will no longer claim to be wealthy, for in comparison to Chen Yu, I am unworthy of even holding his shoes. At that moment, a notification chimed in Chen Yu's ear. Ding! Congratulations to the charming host for meeting today and Oppo's spending criteria. You may continue to check in tomorrow. A smirk played on Chen Yu's lips. Indeed, this 50 trillion is not so easily spent. Chen Yu, I don't wish to return home tonight. Suddenly, a shy whisper emerged from the passenger seat, spoken by Chu Yan. Chapter 21. How did you manage to treat my words as nonsense? Wherever you go tonight, I shall follow, said Chu Yan, resembling a budded daisy, a sight that stirred Chen Yu's heart profoundly. Wasn't the implication clear enough? It appeared that the aura of dominance radiating from him had successfully captivated the young lady's heart. Having frequently delivered takeout in this area, he was well acquainted with the surroundings. Just ahead at the corner lay the Yida Hotel, now their own establishment. Let us lodge there tonight, he proposed. Chu Yan replied shyly. Chen Yu wished to avoid drawing attention, so he parked the car beneath the cover of trees and, hand in hand with Chu Yan, strolled towards the Yida Hotel. Upon arrival at the entrance, Chen Yu was met with disdainful glances from the security personnel, yet he chose not to engage with them. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by opulent decor, the flooring crafted from the same exquisite wood as that favored by French royalty. The reception hall was vast, akin to a football field in size. On the opposite side, 11 shelves were densely populated with an array of expensive spirits. Armai Martin XO, Martell, tequila, brandy, and vodka were all present. Traditional Chinese liquors were also featured prominently, including rare and specially sourced varieties. Additionally, there was an impressive selection of red wines and fruit wines. As Chen Yu marveled at the lavishness, he suddenly heard, "Oh, if it isn't the diligent delivery man, Chen Yu." It was Hao Chumei, a close friend of his ex-girlfriend Lin Keilei. She was clad in her uniform, surprisingly working here. Chen Yu, still delivering takeout after all this time? TSK, how pitiful. My friend Lin Keilei must feel she has hit rock bottom being with you. With a cold snort, Chen Yu realized Lin Keilei had likely not informed Hao Chumei about their breakup. Naturally, after their recent separation, he had purchased the prized possession of her car dealership. A matter too embarrassing for Lin Keilei to share with anyone, especially with the gossip-loving Hao Chunmei. When Chen Yu ignored her, Hao Chunmei huffed and turned her gaze to the stunning Chu Yin beside him. "Who is this? Are you delivering takeout to her?" She sneered. "I advise you to steer clear of such a lowly deliverer man, lest you bring misfortune upon yourself. Just take your food and leave." However, Chu Yin boldly linked her arm with Chen Yu's, declaring, "I and Oppos, am sorry, but Chen Yu is my boyfriend, and I am his girlfriend. Moreover, do not belittle my boyfriend in my presence. Being a deliverer man is a respectable profession. Besides, my boyfriend is an undisclosed wealthy individual capable of tossing money around like confetti." This proclamation granted Chen Yu immense satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, you really crack me up. Clearly, you're just a pretty face without substance. I want to bother engaging further. Chen Yu, I never held a favorable view of you and Lin Keilei together. Now that you've strayed, I should call her," Hao Chunmei threatened. "Save your breath. Lin Keilei and I have long parted ways. I have seen through her materialistic nature. Hasn't she mentioned it to you?" "Oh, I suppose she feels embarrassed." Hao Chunmei was momentarily taken aback. "Fine, I want to mention your affairs, but I demand you to leave our esteemed Yida Hotel's reception area immediately. Do not dirty our floors." She pointed disdainfully towards the exit. "Security, where are you? Hurry and escort this deliver man out." Hao Chunmei barked at the security personnel. But just then, a man resembling a manager approached swiftly. It was manager Wang Dechuan. "What is going on? What trouble has Hao encountered?" he inquired. Hao Chunmei pointed at Chen Yu and Oppos' face, exclaiming, "This filthy deliver man refuses to leave. His presence here is a desecration to our esteemed Yida Hotel." Wang Dechuan's gaze locked onto Chen Yu. Despite his ordinary delivery attire, the young man exuded a remarkable spirit and was quite handsome. Unable to resist, Wang Dechuan stole a few more glances. Suddenly, realization struck him. He turned sharply and, with a resounding slap, struck Hao Chunmei across the face. "Fool, this is our Yida Hotel's new shareholder, Mr. Chen Yu. I just held a meeting reminding everyone to keep their eyes open. The new chairman will be arriving soon. How did you manage to treat my words as nonsense?" Wang Dechuan was so incensed he nearly directed his ire towards Chu Yin as well. "Wang manager, how can this be? Chen Yu is merely a deliverer man." Hao Chunmei gasped in disbelief, glancing between Wang Dechuan and Chen Yu. "Idiot! How dare you?" Wang Dechuan's fury caused all the reception staff to freeze in shock. Yet, in an instant, he transformed like a performer in a Sichuan opera. Bowing deeply to Chen Yu, "Mr. Chen, I am Wang Dechuan, manager of this branch of the Yida Hotel. Just 5 minutes ago, our young master Song informed me of your shareholding and your recent appointment. I apologize for my tardiness and any inconvenience caused." The staff were dumbfounded. Those who had initially ignored Chen Yu were now trembling. Such youth, yet he is the new chairman of the Yida Hotel? This is astonishing. Hao Chunmei stood bewildered, her mind racing. Wang Dechuan, unable to lift his gaze, was drenched in cold sweat. Chen Yu smirked coldly, then "Please dismiss this Hao Chunmei from her position." Wang Dechuan's eyes lit up. What a relief. I cannot overlook this mistake. He swiftly turned and slapped Hao Chunmei again, commanding, "Get your things and leave immediately. How dare you look down on a deliver man? This is our National Yida Hotel's majority shareholder. He could easily crush you with his wealth." The realization struck Hao Chunmei. The sheer magnitude of Chen Yu's wealth was unfathomable. When did the world change so drastically without me being informed? "Leave at once." Wang Dechuan's fury ignited. Fearing for his managerial position, with no choice, how Chun Mei covered her face and departed in disgrace. In that brief moment, she realized her folly. If only she and T displayed disdain for Chen Yu, perhaps they could have remained friends, possibly even sharing in his fortune. Determined not to miss any opportunity to connect with Chen Yu, she dialed Lin Kele and Amp, Oppo's number. Hello, Kele? Have you truly broken up with Chen Yu? I must tell you. He is an undisclosed wealthy individual. He has been pretending to be poor. He is the largest shareholder of the National Yida Hotel. And even our manager addresses him as Mr. Chen. He just brought a woman into my workplace. Hurry over and see if you can win him back. We could all benefit. How Chun Mei's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with an insatiable yearning for wealth. Chapter 22. The Golden Room, a Night of Thrills. Welcome, Mr. Chun. Welcome, Mr. Chun. Welcome, Mr. Chun. In the grand reception area of the Yida Hotel, the manager and a cadre of staff members bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, respectfully greeting Chen Yu. Subsequently, the waitstaff swiftly unfurled a red carpet throughout the corridors. Meanwhile, the exquisite Golden Room, previously reserved for the esteemed young Master Tsong, was meticulously prepared for the arrival of Chen Yu and Chu Yan. The Golden Room boasted expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view of the bustling heart of the city below. In the distance, the gentle flow of the river could be seen. The suite comprised 8 rooms and 3 lounges, sprawling over 1,000 square meters. The well-stocked wine cabinet displayed an impressive array of beverages. And the room was adorned with a piano, violin, guzheng, and pipa, among other musical instruments. Another room was filled with an assortment of antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, including a genuine masterpiece by the renowned Chinese painter, Daqian, and a painting of shrimp by the esteemed Bai Shi. Each bedroom was interconnected by a corridor, covered in luxurious New Zealand cashmere carpets, ensuring excellent sound insulation. Finally, Chen Yu led Chu Yin to the largest bedroom, where silk draped elegantly, and the air was infused with a captivating fragrance. On the jade table beside them, red candles flickered, alongside a bottle of 28-year-old Lafite and several exquisite foreign wines that even Chen Yu had never encountered before. The central waterbed was remarkably spacious, capable of withstanding even the most vigorous of movements without risk of falling off. Upon seeing the somewhat provocative waterbed, Chu Yin and Amp, Oppo's face flushed crimson. I need to take a shower first, she stammered, practically fleeing to the adjacent bathroom. However, she soon discovered that the walls of the bathroom were crafted entirely from transparent crystal glass. Upon shedding her clothing, her privacy would be entirely exposed. Chen Yu chuckled from behind the glass, and, with a gentle press of a remote control, a sheer curtain descended, obscuring the view. After her shower, Chu Yin found several tall cabinets in the hotel bathroom. Opening them revealed a collection of immaculate garments, from which she selected a delicate, almost transparent silk dress. Standing before Chen Yu, her cheeks were flushed, as if crimson droplets were about to fall. Chen Yu inhaled deeply. Ah, the fragrance is delightful. Truly, you are a feast for the eyes. The ancient term for beauty is indeed apartment. He pulled Chu Yin into his embrace, their breaths mingling. Embarrassed yet captivated, Chu Yin averted her gaze towards the grand bed, wishing for a way to disappear. However, Chen Yu leaned closer, whispering in her ear, Chu Yin, from the moment I first saw you at the car dealership, I felt a connection. You are kind and beautiful. From now on, consider yourself my girlfriend, shall we? His words dissipated all her embarrassment, and she melted into his arms. The opulent hotel decor, the romantic ambience, and the handsome visage so close to her made her heart race. Could this be the scene she had dreamed of countless times, of a prince on a white horse? Chu Yin slowly closed her eyes, anticipating Chen Yu's kiss. That night was undeniably exhilarating. A poem serves as testament. Red silk curtains let spring light in. In fierce combat with black shields and guns, phoenixes twirled thrice in the air. As roosters crowed, the night was still young. The next morning, Chu Yin awoke, rubbing her body, which felt utterly exhausted. Chen Yu remained lost in slumber, sunlight cascading like gold across his flawless profile. Unable to resist, she leaned in closer. Suddenly, Chen Yu jolted awake, their lips meeting unexpectedly. Their eyes locked, and Chen Yu burst into laughter. Ah, you sly deceiver. You were pretending to be asleep. Chu Yin covered her face, mortified. Chen Yu admired her enchanting expression, reminiscing about the previous night. He pulled her back into the blankets once more. 2 hours later, they emerged from the Golden Room, both satisfied. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Good morning, Mrs. Chen. As they walked through the hotel, staff members bowed deeply, causing Chu Yan's cheeks to flush once more. She was now unequivocally Chen Yu's girlfriend and rightfully bore the title of chairman's wife. Mr. Chen, late last night, a woman named Lin Kulu came looking for you, but we turned her away, manager Wang Dechuan informed them. Oh, did she leave? Chen Yu asked. Wang Dechuan gestured towards the entrance. She's still outside. When Chen Yu stepped outside, he was taken aback to find Lin Kulu kneeling on the cement ground, accompanied by her close friend, Hao Chunmei. Upon seeing Chen Yu, the two instantly regained their composure. Chen Yu, I'm here on behalf of my friend Lin Kulu. She truly understands her mistake and pleads for another chance, Hao Chunmei implored. Chen Yu, I've realized my errors. Let's get back together, Lin Kulu cried, throwing herself at his feet. Chen Yu scoffed. Didn't I tell you at the dealership that we were done? Besides, you were the one who initiated the breakup, claiming I was poor and ineffectual, seeking wealth elsewhere. Go ahead, if that and Oppos, that's what you desire. Your actions only disgust me. Ugh. Tears streamed down Lin Kulu and Oppos' face. Please. I was wrong. After all this time together, do you really feel no nostalgia for our past? Lin Kulu began to play the emotional card. Fully aware of Chen Yu and Oppos' substantial wealth, she would shed any semblance of dignity to reclaim his affection. She had knelt there all night. Undeterred by the disdainful looks of passers-by, Chen Yu dismissed her with a laugh. Lin Kulu, we are truly beyond repair. You still have some pride left. You're attractive. If all else fails, find an affluent old man. Someone will surely want you. And let me tell you, I have a girlfriend I truly adore now. He cast a gentle glance at Chu Yin, causing Lin Kulu to crumble, collapsing onto the ground. She never imagined Chen Yu would move on so swiftly, especially to someone whose beauty surpassed her own by leaps and bounds. At that moment, she understood that she had no chance left. And you, Hao Chunmei, don't think I'm unaware of your role in bringing Lin Kulu here. I see through your little schemes. Had I not revealed my true worth, you would still be mocking me as a mere delivery boy, disgusted by my presence. Manager Wang Dechuan, I leave this to you. After speaking, Chen Yu took Chu Yin and Oppos' hand and led her to his Koenigsegg sports car. Seeing Chen Yu about to leave, Hao Chunmei and Lin Kulu rushed after them. Wang Dechuan immediately summoned several hotel security personnel, who dragged the two shameless women to the side of the road. Take a good look at yourselves. With your gold digging, shameless ways, you aren't even worthy to shine Mr. Chen's shoes. Don't dare to pursue him again, or you'll regret it. Chapter 23. The world will bully the honest at this moment. Two women wept inconsolably, filled with regret. The embarrassment was palpable. Chen Yu escorted Chu Yin back to the Zunj car dealership and reminded her to call him for a ride after work. Once she alighted from the vehicle, she was inevitably surrounded by a group of female sales associates who expressed their envy. Inside the car, an electronic notification chimed, and the system's voice resonated in Chen Yu's ears. Congratulations, host, for embracing the beauty last night. May I inquire if the handsome host wishes to sign in today? Huh. How gossipy. I'll sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received today's sign-in reward of 100 trillion. It has been credited to your Alpay balance. Please check. Wow, what a windfall. Yesterday it was 100 trillion, and today another 100 trillion. Such an inexhaustible wealth. Chen Yu gazed at the distant skyscrapers, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. Once, he was merely an inconsequential ant in this bustling metropolis, yet now he was a super-rich individual with a staggering balance. Indeed, the difference between wealth and poverty transforms one's perspective entirely. As he surveyed the opulence around him, his thoughts were consumed by how to spend half of that 100 trillion. Alas, how should I spend this money? Chen Yu mused, never imagining that a delivery worker like himself would one day ponder such absurd existential questions. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his female colleague, Xiao Yu, from the delivery service. Chen Yu, where were you yesterday? You didn't ask for leave from Go Liang, did you? He was just in a meeting, furious. He said if he sees you again, you'll be in trouble. Hurry back. Xiao Yu had only been delivering for 2 days, and Chen Yu was her mentor. She was petite and innocent, always kind to him, which left a good impression on Chen Yu. Go Liang, the boss they worked for, was akin to a foreman in their delivery area, often exerting his authority over Chen Yu and finding ways to create trouble for him. While Chen Yu usually endured the mistreatment, the thought of his 100 trillion balance now emboldened him. A smirk, more difficult to suppress than a sly grin, crept onto his face. Deliberately, Chen Yu switched vehicles, riding his usual electric scooter to Yida Mall, where their delivery headquarters was located. Finally, you're here. Be cautious. Go Liang might have something up his sleeve for you, Xiao Yu warned, pulling him aside. But you should bear with it. After all, We rely on him for our livelihood. Feeling warmth in his heart, Chen Yu smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll handle it. By the way, Xiaoyue, why haven't you gone out to make deliveries yet?" he inquired, sensing something amiss and fearing the worst, that she might have run afoul of Go Liang. With a bitter smile, Xiaoyue explained, "During the morning meeting, Go Liang said some harsh things about you in your absence. Since you mentored me, I couldn't stand it and said a few words back. He then grounded me for 3 days. Enraged, Chen Yu replied, "Don't worry. I'll seek justice for you. I'm going to confront Go Liang right now." Xiaoyue and Amp, Apos, eyes glistened with tears as she pleaded, "Chen Yu, I'm grateful for your support, but please don't confront Go Liang on my behalf. Although he is despicable, he is still our superior. And this job is hard to come by. I fear that if you provoke him, you might lose your job too. We still need to make a living." Sighing internally, Chen Yu lamented, "The world will always bully the honest." He resolved to ensure that Go Liang returned all that he owed to everyone. "Just leave it to me." Xiaoyue, Go Liang does not treat his subordinates as human beings. Enough is enough. Wow, Chen Yu, you've really outdone yourself. I just heard you bad-mouthing our illustrious leader, taunted Xiao Qinshi, Go Liang's sycophant. Xiao Qinshi, cunning and unscrupulous, was a mere extension of Go Liang's maliciousness. He had frequently reported Chen Yu to Go Liang, driven by jealousy of both Chen Yu and Apos' work ethic and Xiaoyue's kindness towards him. "Don't think I'm unaware of your feelings for your little apprentice, Xiaoyue. You claim to defend her. But isn't it just a pretense to win her affection? Enough chit-chat. I have evidence, and I'm going to report you to the boss." Fists clenched, Chen Yu seethed, "Xiao Qinshi, you're a loathsome creature. What achievements do you have beyond being a snitch? Your work is a disaster. Just the other day, you delivered an order incorrectly and got us complaints. At least I'm better off than you. The boss never scolds me and assigns me good routes. I'll let you in on a secret. The boss despises you because I've fed him lies about you several times. But don't be too upset. Think about how you'll face the manager later. Be careful. You might just lose your job. Without income, how will you win over any women? You shameless scoundrel. Delete that recording." Xiaoyue exclaimed, grabbing Xiao Qinshi by the collar in desperation. "Oh, what a lovely pair. Xiaoyue, you've clearly been charmed by Chen Yu. Otherwise, why would you defend him so fervently? Aren't you afraid of losing your job?" Xiaoyue trembled with anger, realizing how utterly shameless Xiao Qinshi was. Faced with such a person, she felt powerless. Overwhelmed, she ran to her workstation and buried her head in her arms, weeping. "What's wrong? What is happening here?" Entered Go Liang, observing Chen Yu. "You little rascal. How do you show your face? I've reported your absence yesterday, and you can expect a hefty deduction from your salary this month," he snarled, jabbing his finger into Chen Yu's forehead. Upon hearing that his salary would be docked, Xiaoyue, who had just been crying, abruptly ceased her tears. She stood up, wiped her eyes, and confronted Go Liang. "Boss, that's not fair. Although Chen Yu didn't request leave, don't we get 3 days off each month? Why not just treat his absence as a day off instead of docking his pay?" Standing defiantly before Go Liang, her petite frame seemed to exude immense strength. Chen Yu watched, his heart swelling with warmth. How could this girl be so protective of him? She had always treated him with exceptional kindness. And now she risked her own standing for his sake. "Xiaoyue, you're defending this rascal, are you? Do you not wish to work here anymore?" Chapter 24. A film concluded by merely 2 or 3 individuals. Xiaoyue was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Go Liang and Apos' veiled threat. Chen Yu was diligent and exceptionally capable. Why did he persistently trouble him? All she had done was voice her discontent in support of Chen Yu. Yet it seemed intolerable to him. This was simply incomprehensible. Go Liang, sensing the impact of his words, stood there with his arms crossed. Beside him, Xiao Qinshi revealed his obnoxious demeanor, taunting, "What now? Feeling a bit subdued, are we? Ha ha ha, you 2 little pests dare to challenge our illustrious boss. What are you going to do about it? Come on, hit me. I dare you." Unexpectedly, with a resounding thud, Chen Yu landed a punch squarely on Xiao Qinshi's nose. In an instant, blood gushed forth, transforming Xiao Qinshi and Apos' face into a grotesque spectacle. Clutching his nose in disbelief, he cursed, "What the hell? You resort to violence just because you can't argue back? Go boss, look at what he has done. Not only do they sing in unison, but now they're attacking me." Xiao Qinshi swiftly pulled out his phone to record. "Go boss, as a colleague, I really didn't want to expose him, but look, he's backstabbing you. He said you're a scoundrel who doesn't treat your subordinates as human beings, and he claimed he can't endure the way you treat him as an uncle." Upon hearing this, Go Liang was incensed. The recording showed Chen Yu vehemently cursing him. His fury ignited, he slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yu. Chen Yu, have you lost your mind? Working under me. You'll regret it unless you leave immediately. Xiao Yuer panicked at the sight of Go Liang's wrath and hastily tugged at Chen Yu's shirt. Chen Yu gently patted her shoulder in reassurance, then pointed at Go Liang. Am I wrong? A leader as incompetent as you is utterly disgraceful. You blindly trust Xiao Qinshu and Amp, Oppos, slanderous tales, creating a toxic environment in our industry. You have no real ability. You simply delegate tasks haphazardly before retreating to your office to watch your little films. Don't think I'm unaware of your antics. Several onlookers, hearing Chen Yu's impassioned denunciation of Go Liang, felt a surge of satisfaction and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Go Liang was taken aback, realizing that this audacious individual was aware of his little secrets. Such a person, he mused, could not be allowed to remain. You. Fine. Chen Yu, from this moment on. You are hereby terminated. Moreover, I will report your blatant insubordination and insults to higher-ups, and your salary and deposit will be forfeited. Indeed, Manager Go, your wisdom is unparalleled. A despicable subordinate like Chen Yu should have been dismissed long ago, Xiao Qinshu chimed in, stoking the flames. However, the anticipated look of panic from Chen Yu did not materialize. He threw off his delivery uniform onto the ground. Allow me to clarify. I came here today intending to resign. I have no desire to remain in this wretched place. Go Liang, your incompetence is evident. You neglect your duties and allow your subordinates to report on each other, creating chaos. People like you are bound to be ousted soon. Go Liang scoffed, dismissing Chen Yu's threats as inconsequential. He had dismissed countless employees, many of whom had spoken arrogantly. Yet, once they left, they found it challenging to secure new employment. Some even returned, begging for another chance at a delivery job, as the profession offered considerable freedom and decent pay. Chen Yu, get out. Enough with the chatter. Go Liang barked. Xiao Qinshu eagerly joined in the mockery. I'm leaving too, Xiao Yuer exclaimed, tossing her delivery uniform onto the floor. Go Liang, if Chen Yu goes, then I will too. I can hardly endure a day in a place like this. Let us go, Chen Yu. Let us see how long they can bask in their triumph, Xiao Yuer declared, grasping Chen Yu's hand as they left. Watching their retreating figures, Go Liang merely scoffed. These beggars complain about stale food. It's truly laughable. I've long been displeased with them. He turned to the remaining delivery workers, instructing, pay attention. If you want to deliver, do it properly under my supervision. Speak less and work more, or you'll share the same fate as those two. The delivery workers exchanged glances, fearful of losing their jobs, yet they internally cursed Go Liang and even Xiao Qinshu's lineage. They silently hoped for a change in leadership, wishing for a more competent manager. Meanwhile, outside in the sunlight, Xiao Yuer realized she was still holding Chen Yu and Appo's hand and quickly released it, her cheeks flushing. I didn't mean to, Chen Yu. I was just caught up in the moment. Chen Yu simply smiled, placing his hands on her shoulders. It's all right. We're good friends, after all. He failed to notice the fleeting disappointment in Xiao Yuer's eyes. By the way, Yuer, I must say you were rather impulsive just now. I'm resigning, sure, but why did you also quit? You were about to receive your salary this month. Now you and Amp, Oppos, VE work for nothing. Xiao Yuer pouted, yes. Now my rent, utilities, and food expenses are a complete mess. But Chen Yu, aren't you in the same boat? I don't regret it. Working under such a leader is unbearable. You were so satisfying when you confronted them. I admire you greatly. Her sparkling eyes were filled with admiration for Chen Yu. Hikuden and Oppos, T helped but chuckle wryly. Ah, what a carefree girl, risking everything for the sake of loyalty. Chen Yu had anticipated that being a delivery worker would earn him a little admire. He almost revealed that his boldness stemmed from a rather substantial bank balance. Looking at her eager expression, he thought to himself, silly girl, don't worry. I won't let your support go unrewarded. Your good days are about to begin. What should we do next? Do you have any ideas, Chen Yu? Xiao Yuer inquired eagerly. Shall we continue applying elsewhere? Hold on. I need to devise a plan to deal with those two scoundrels, Chen Yu replied, glancing at the towering Edamal. Xiao Yuer's eyes widened in surprise. What? Are you serious, Chen Yu? That's the owner of the delivery service. Just then, Chen Yu's phone rang. Chapter 25. A harmonious duet. Quite splendid. Chen Yu. Where on earth are you headed? Xiao Yuer urged breathlessly as she trotted alongside him. Chen Yu offered no reply and soon arrived at the door of the property manager's office at Yidamal. With a creak, he pushed the door open and strode in, only to be confronted by a familiar face he loathed, Go Liang. Recognizing Chen Yu, Go Liang sneered, oh, it and Amp, Oppos, SU. The pathetic one. Wherein and Amp, Oppos. To you dismissed? What brings you here? I am here to meet the property manager of Yida Mall. Is that a problem? You are no longer my superior, so mind your tone. You are the real pathetic one, Chen Yu retorted sharply. Go Liang and Amp, Oppos, S face flushed crimson. His words caught in his throat as he settled back onto the sofa. He had come to discuss the lease renewal for the Meituan delivery service with the property manager, Zhou Tianming. After a brief exchange, Zhou took a call and excused himself, mentioning he was off to meet the new chairman of Yida Mall. Some people just don't know their place. You should leave while you can. Zhou Tianming is not as accommodating as I am. He will be here shortly to welcome the chairman. Stick around, and you might regret it, Go Liang warned, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Yu. Who knows who might regret it today, Go Liang. Be careful with your words. It could very well be your last day here, Chen Yu replied with a smirk. What did you say? What nonsense is that? Go Liang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Ready to argue, just as the door swung open to reveal Zhou Tianming, the property manager. Manager Zhou, you arrived just in time. This Chen Yu is merely a delivery worker under my supervision. I dismissed him, yet he has somehow wandered in here, polluting the air, Go Liang complained, nearly poking Chen Yu in the nose with his finger. Which delivery worker? What are you doing here? Zhou Tianming began. But his expression shifted dramatically as he recognized Chen Yu. Chairman Chen, is it really you? I apologize for my oversight. He immediately bowed deeply, displaying utmost respect. Xiao Yuer watched in astonishment. Chen Yu was not just an ordinary delivery worker. He was, in fact, the chairman of Yida Mall. This revelation was nothing short of shocking. And Go Liang and Oppos' disbelief was palpable. How could this be? He is just a delivery worker we dismissed. Go Liang stammered, but no one paid him any heed. Chen Yu smiled nonchalantly. It was Major General Tsong who shared my photograph and details with you, wasn't it, Amp, Oppos, Tiet? You just want to greet me, correct? Zhou Tianming, unable to meet Chen Yu and Oppos' gaze, replied respectfully, Indeed, I found your information among the tenant records and was surprised to discover you were in the mall. However, Zhou and Amp, Oppos' sharp gaze turned towards Go Liang. Zhou Tianming, the property manager, was well aware that the Meituan delivery service was merely a tenant here. The reason for their presence in such a prime location was obvious. The foot traffic was unparalleled. Go Liang felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the impending doom. Zhou continued, but when I inquired at the delivery company, they informed me that you had just been dismissed. Go Liang's heart sank. That was a direct reference to him. Manager Zhou, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. I'll come back another day to discuss the lease renewal. No rush, he stammered, attempting to exit. Hold on, Go Liang. Are you really leaving? Did you not say the lease renewal was urgent? Chen Yu interjected. If you go, I'm quite busy myself. If we don't meet for 10 days or half a month, your Meituan delivery service will be forced to vacate Yida Mall. Do you understand the implications of that? Go Liang felt a tightening in his chest. He understood all too well. Such a prime location was vital for their business, and moving out would spell disaster. He glanced at Chen Yu, puzzled. This young man had worked under him for some time, and he had never heard of any wealth or influence in his family. How could he possibly be the chairman of Yida Mall? Go Liang decided to test the waters. All right, I want to leave. Manager Zhou, Chen Yu has always been just a poor delivery worker. How could he suddenly transform into the chairman of Yida Mall? Perhaps you should confirm this with your superiors? Our chairman is someone I would recognize, Zhou Tianming asserted with authority. From now on, do not refer to our chairman Chen as a mere delivery worker. He should be addressed as Chairman Chen. Is that understood? Yes, Chairman Chen, Go Liang stammered, realizing the gravity of the situation. Xiao Yuer stifled a laugh, giving Chen Yu a thumbs up, impressed by how easily he had terrified Go Liang. Yet, Chen Yu remained unfazed, seemingly enjoying the unfolding drama. With a calm demeanor, he leaned back in the expansive manager's chair and addressed Zhou Tianming. Manager Zhou, how many tenants do we have in total? In response to Chairman Chen, we have a total of 878 tenants occupying 100,000 square meters across 4 major zones, including dining, entertainment, film, and fashion. We collect rent biannually, with total rent typically stabilizing around 50 million. Upon hearing the figure of 50 million, Chen Yu maintained his composure. Zhou Tianming attempted to continue, but Chen Yu raised a hand. Manager Zhou, please provide me with the number of tenants nearing the end of their lease. Without needing to consult any notes, Zhou replied, there are 3 tenants needing renewal today, with Meituan being one of them. As the two conversed in harmony, Go Liang and Amp, Apo's legs trembled beneath him, nearly giving way. Chen Yu, Chairman Chen, truly. I apologize for my earlier actions regarding your dismissal, he implored, his complexion pale. The thought of Chen Yu denying the lease renewal filled him with dread. A catastrophic blow to both Meituan and his own career. Suddenly, Xiao Yuer burst into laughter, clearly entertained by the unfolding scene. Chen Yu, however, was not yet finished. He gently tapped his knee, closing his eyes momentarily. Manager Zhou, could you check the rent Meituan has paid over the past 6 months? Also, please provide their current operational status. Sometimes, it is not simply about whether they can pay the rent. If a business is poorly managed, we must reconsider our partnership. Chapter 26. Acquisition of Meituan Takeaway. Do you understand? In response to Chairman Chen's words, within our Yida Mall in the eastern district of Magic City, Meituan Takeaway's performance over the past 6 months has been a mere 10 million. This marks a significant decline of 40% compared to last year. And the downward trend persists. Next to him, Zhou Tianming recounted the details with familiarity. Go Liang, upon hearing this, felt beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Due to his poor management, Meituan Takeaway and Apo's performance in recent months has indeed been abysmal. Chen Yu scoffed. Go Liang, is this the company you manage? Utter nonsense. And yet you still boast daily. Yes, Chairman Chen, your reprimands are duly noted. I shall strive to amend my ways. Go Liang nodded vigorously. Go Liang, what thoughts do you have regarding today and Apo's lease renewal? Chen Yu donned a friendly smile, which led Go Liang to mistakenly believe that Chen Yu was no longer holding him accountable. His eyes darted as he replied, in response to Chairman Chen. Our rent for the next 6 months is 2,400,000. Might we consider paying a reduced amount initially and then settling the remainder in installments monthly? Oh, a distinguished boss such as yourself cannot afford 2,400,000? Very well. What amount were you thinking of paying initially? Chen Yu approached him with a smile, patiently adjusting his tie, which caused Go Liang to beam with delight. It seemed that even with his ascendance, Chen Yu remained unrefined. Go Liang was confident that Chen Yu's straightforward nature had not changed, making him easy to manipulate. Feigning trepidation, Go Liang suggested, perhaps we could start with 400,000, and I would pay 40,000 monthly thereafter. That would allow us to settle the total in 5 months. What do you think, Chairman Chen? Do not be hasty. Asking for a one-time payment of 400,000 is rather excessive, considering you were once my superior. In these trying times, I wouldn't want to appear unsympathetic. Please, continue. Chen Yu said, his tone encouraging. Go Liang's eyes brightened at this, thinking it a fortunate turn of events. Then what about 20,000? He ventured. Chen Yu shook his head, maintaining a gentle smile. How about just 10,000, Chairman Chen? Go Liang pressed, but Chen Yu shook his head once more. At this point, Go Liang felt utterly bewildered. Surely I must pay at least a few thousand, right? Chairman Chen, I could offer 5,000, and the rest could be paid in installments. I truly appreciate your kindness. Hold on, do not rush to express gratitude. My intention is for you to pay not a single cent in rent, and in addition, I will be giving you money. What? Go Liang was utterly flabbergasted. I must have misheard, Chairman Chen. Are you truly saying that I need not pay any rent, and that you will give me money? Do I appear to be jesting? Chen Yu replied, his demeanor unwavering. Go Liang and Apo's heart soared with unexpected joy. However, Chen Yu suddenly shifted the conversation. The valuation of Meituan Takeaway was no less than 300 million just 2 years ago. Yet, under your and Apo's brilliant and Apo's management, it appears you may struggle to even reach 100 million now. Therefore, I am considering acquiring Meituan Takeaway for 50 million. This is why I mentioned that I would be giving you money. Upon hearing this, a resounding echo filled Go Liang and Apo's mind. Indeed, this fellow has been waiting for me, fully aware of my company and Apo's dismal state, ready to seize it. This is the epitome of capitalizing on another and Apo's misfortune. I refuse to sell, Go Liang thought, convinced that no one could impose such terms. Very well, Zhou Tianming, inform all the prominent shopping centers and real estate developers to cease leasing to Go Liang's Meituan Takeaway, and let them know it was my directive. Zhou Tianming complied immediately, making calls without delay. As Go Liang listened to the eager responses from the major property moguls, his heart sank. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. Please, Brother Chen, no. You cannot blacklist us. If we cannot secure a location, Meituan Takeaway will be doomed. I still owe over 10 million to various suppliers. Does that imply you consent to the sale? Yes, I agree to sell, Go Liang conceded, realizing that any sum was better than nothing. However, Chen Yu raised 3 fingers. I and Apos, V changed my mind. I can now only offer 30 million. If you do not accept this, consider our negotiation null. What? In such a short time, the offer has dropped by 20 million, now only 30 million? Go Liang felt tears welling up. Go Liang. Chairman Chen is acting in your best interest. Since you are unable to manage properly, it is best to leave it to Yida Group, Zhou Tianming interjected opportunely. He had not anticipated that Chen Yu, despite his youth, possessed such astute insight and commercial acumen. In the ruthless arena of commerce, failure to excel often leads to being devoured by competitors. Moreover, Chen Yu's acquisition price continued to plummet. Should you refuse to sell, I will ensure your downfall, leaving you with nothing. Under this dual pressure, Go Liang found himself with no option but to acquiesce. What brutality! Observing the scene, Xiao Yuer, a brilliant graduate, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. She gazed at Chen Yu, genuinely impressed. Previously, she had only recognized his charm and kindness, but she now saw his keen business intellect. All right, I shall sell at 30 million. Go Liang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he made his decision. 30 million will be divided among partners and suppliers. Moreover, I have taken on numerous advertisements over the years, which will incur penalties. All things considered, if I end up with a couple of steel coins in hand, I will consider it fortunate. It is worth noting that his initial investment with partners had exceeded 20 to 30 million, leading to an immense loss over the years. After Chen Yu acquires Meituan Takeaway, he likely will not have any further involvement, and the prospect of retaining any position was utterly out of the question. This is a ruthless tactic. It is simply astonishing. Go Liang reflected. Go Liang, do you recall what I said when I resigned today? Chen Yu's voice was laced with cold amusement. Go Liang pondered for a moment before replying, you mentioned that if I continued on this path, I would not be far from being ousted. Sighing, he added, at the time, I thought you were merely threatening me, but now it seems you truly possess the capability. Then gather your belongings and leave. Zhou Tianming will coordinate the contract with you. By the way, the current staff structure of Meituan Takeaway will remain unchanged. But you and Xiao Qingshou are to vacate immediately to avoid further annoyance. What more could Go Liang say? He could only depart. Not far from the exit, he struck himself twice across the face. Had he treated Chen Yu with more respect, or at the very least refrained from harsh words that forced him to resign, he would not be in this predicament. Chen Yu, I originally thought I was the dog, yet you have proven to be the greater dog. Fool. I am such a fool. As Go Liang walked away, dejected, Xiao Yu and Apos, could no longer contain her laughter and rushed to Chen Yu, taking his hand. Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable. It seems you had no intention of letting him off the hook from the beginning. Indeed, did you not see how close Go Liang was to tears? Meituan Takeaway will now belong to you. Chen Yu smiled, resting his hand on Xiao Yuer's shoulder. I plan to entrust Meituan Takeaway to you to manage. How does that sound? Xiao Yu and Apos, was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Chen. You are so kind to me. With that, she leaped into Chen Yu and Apos' embrace. Soon, news spread among the delivery personnel that Meituan Takeaway had been acquired, and that Go Liang and Xiao Qingshou had been ousted. Brothers, have you heard? Our Meituan has been purchased by a mysterious tycoon. What a formidable figure. Go Liang and Xiao Qingshou have been dismissed. Ha ha ha. Exclaimed one. Ah. Brother Chen Yu, it seems your words have come true today. Indeed, Go Liang's departure is imminent. The colleagues at Meituan Takeaway swiftly agreed to celebrate the removal of Go Liang and Xiao Qingshou with a dinner at Qingyan Tower that evening. They also tagged Chen Yu, inviting him to join. Chapter 27. His blabbering mouth leaks hot air. At that moment, a call came in from the illustrious young heir of the metropolis, Song Xiao. Brother Chen Yu, are you busy tonight? I've arranged to meet with Qin Xiao, Su Xiao, and Yi Xiao, along with several other friends, to go to the bar. Do you have time? Song Xiao's tone was unusually respectful and humble, a rarity in his life. After all, Chen Yu had once effortlessly saved his family's Yida Group with a blink of an eye. An act of such extravagant generosity that it left an indelible impression on him. If he were to learn that Chen Yu received a staggering reward of millions upon his daily check-ins, his worldview would shatter even further. This was merely an opportunity for Song Xiao to curry favor with Chen Yu, and Chen Yu was well aware of this. Apologies, Song Xiao, but I have prior commitments with my colleagues. Perhaps we can meet another day? Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. Ah, of course, no problem at all. I wish you and your colleagues a delightful evening. Do let me know if you need anything, Song Xiao said before hanging up. At that moment, Xiao Yuer, sitting beside him, grabbed Chen Yu's arm, her eyes sparkling. That was Song Xiao, right? The young master of the immeasurably wealthy Yida group in the metropolis? Chen Yu nodded calmly with a smile. Oh my goodness. She was nearly speechless, her excitement barely contained. Chen Yu, you are simply incredible. The wealthy heirs of the metropolis treat you with such deference and even invite you to the bar. The most astonishing part is that you actually turn them down? Well, considering you are now one of the shareholders of Yida Group, Song Xiao and Amp, Oppo's family still relies on you. She continued, her admiration evident. You've truly kept your cards close to your chest. As she spoke passionately, she intertwined her arm with Chen Yu's. To be honest, I'm still trying to process the sheer shock you brought me today. I no longer doubt that you are a hidden tycoon. Oh my gosh. I have a wealthy friend. This is amazing. Chen Yu affectionately brushed her nose, treating her like a beloved sister. So, hold tightly to your wealthy big brother and Oppo's leg. Remember my promise? After tonight, the entire Meituan delivery business will be under your control. You will be the boss. After tonight? Suddenly, Xiao Yuer's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively squeezed her legs together. That's a bit fast, isn't it? But, if that's what you truly desire, I suppose it wouldn't be impossible. Xiao Yuer lowered her head, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Chen Yu chuckled. What are you thinking about? I meant that since the workday is over, your official duties can only commence after tonight. We'll start fresh tomorrow. Ah? So that was your meaning? Xiao Yuer replied, her cheeks still rosy. I thought you meant something else. What did you think? Chen Yu leaned closer, his handsome visage rendering Xiao Yuer breathless. I'm not talking to you anymore. With a playful punch, Xiao Yuer lightly hit Chen Yu's sturdy chest, turning away with a faint pout. Resembling an adorable little Peppa Pig, onlookers might mistake them for an actual couple. Shall we go, Xiao Yuet? The others are waiting for dinner. Aren't you hungry? Hand in hand, they made their way to the Korean barbecue located in Area B of Yida Mall. The barbecue restaurant specialized in a fusion of Western cuisine and grilled meats, with dishes categorized by price and type into low, mid, and high-end options. The lower tier was typically seated in the main dining hall, while the mid and high-end options had their own private rooms, where it was rumored that one could easily spend millions in a single evening. At the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, Chen Yu and his delivery colleagues were met by a figure blocking their entrance. This is a high-end restaurant. Patrons who cannot afford to dine here should not enter. The person sneered. To their surprise, it was none other than Xiao Qinshu, who had recently been dismissed from Meituan delivery. It was shocking to see him working as a waiter, yet he had the audacity to look down on his former colleagues. Xiao Qinshu, what gives you the right to act superior? You're just a server now, without your precious Guo Liang to back you up. You've been kicked to the curb. Yet you still lack self-awareness? A colleague scoffed. Xiao Qinshu merely smirked. Deo, you truly are clueless. Do you have any idea what caliber this barbecue restaurant is in the metropolis? I'm not just some ordinary server. My current salary is 20,000 a month. Not including tips. Impressive, right? Meanwhile, you poor souls are still trudging along delivering food, barely scraping together 1,000 a month. Upon hearing Xiao Qinshu and Oppo's salary, the delivery colleagues were momentarily rendered speechless. 20,000? That's nothing compared to my brother Chen Yu. You're just a speck in comparison. My brother Chen Yu is now. Xiao Yuer began, but was abruptly interrupted by the arrogant Xiao Qinshu. Oh, look who it is. Chen Yu's little girlfriend. Xiao Yuer, calling him brother so affectionately. Still unemployed after your dismissal, I presume? You must be starving. What are you pretending for? What? Are you going to tell me Chen Yu is now a millionaire or a billionaire? Don't tell me he activated some ridiculous system that gives him billions. Haha, I'll tell you, it's all a bunch of lies. His blabbering mouth leaks hot air. Xiao Yuer, if you regret it. It's not too late to come to me, he said with a lewd grin, brazenly placing his hand on Xiao Yuer and Oppo's shoulder. Get lost. In an instant. Chen Yu kicked Xiao Qinshu, sending him sprawling. We're here to eat, not to listen to your barking. Since you're a waiter, get us a table and bring out the dishes. I'm starving, and if you don't hurry, I might just throw you into the pot. Rubbing his backside. Xiao Qinshu wanted to retaliate, but noticed that his friends were all standing with Chen Yu. Reluctantly, he led them into the dining hall. Chen Yu's actions made Xiao Yuer feel a surge of affection and security. Ah, brother Chen Yu really does see me as his girlfriend. He just kicked that lecher out for me. I'm so happy. Giddy with joy, Xiao Yuer linked her arm with Chen Yu and Oppo's once more. Leaning her petite form against him, her eyes sparkling with adoration. Chapter 28. Is that private room accessible to people like you? With a hint of mockery, Xiao Qinshu gestured towards a location. After speaking, he himself couldn't help but chuckle, prompting laughter from the other servers nearby, who stifled their amusement. Chen Yu and his companions exchanged glances, their thoughts echoing a collective exclamation of disbelief. Xiao Qingshuo had indeed seated them in the main hall. But the location he had chosen was alarmingly close to the restroom, just a table away. "Excuse me, coming through." The constant stream of patrons heading to relieve themselves brushed past Chen Yu and his friends, causing discomfort and frowns. "Let me clarify," Xiao Qingshuo continued. "I'm not taking personal vengeance here. The truth is, there are hardly any vacant tables left, and the few that are unoccupied have already been reserved. Hence, you are left with this so-called auspicious spot." Dao couldn't restrain his curiosity. "What about the upstairs? I know this barbecue place has more than one level. Aren't there private rooms up there?" Xiao Qingshuo burst into laughter. "Do you really think you people can access those private rooms? The second floor has medium-sized rooms, while the third floor boasts the premium ones. Let us talk about the second floor. The most affordable private room has a reservation fee of 10,000 yuan, not to mention the cost of the meal." "Dao, would you still like to go?" Dao immediately shrank back, while the others began to sit down quietly. "Then let us be accommodated in a private room. I want the most prestigious one with the highest reservation fee. What's its name?" Chen Yu demanded, pointing at the table. Xiao Qingshuo was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Chen Yu, you've been fired, yet here you are, attempting to flaunt your bravado. The priciest room is the Supreme Room, with a reservation fee exceeding 300,000 yuan, and the total expenditure cannot be less than 3 million. Can you afford that? I assure you, you cannot. Besides, even if you could, that room is already booked by none other than Zhou Tianming, the property manager of Yida Mall. You know how influential he is. All tenants must heed his authority. So, you might as well sit by the restroom or leave." Chen Yu regarded Xiao Qingshuo's smug countenance with a cold smile. "Put away that petty demeanor. Allow me to make a phone call first." He proceeded to dial a number and whispered a few instructions before closing his eyes and settling in. "Is this it? Is this all?" As Chen Yu finished his call and remained seated by the restroom, Xiao Qingshuo couldn't help but laugh. Look at him, pretending to be impressive while obediently sitting there. "Isn't it amusing?" "He merely a joke." "Fine. In consideration of your understanding, I'll speak to the hall manager and secure a 10% discount for your table. Since we're old colleagues." Despite Xiao Qingshuo's mockery, Chen Yu remained remarkably composed. "Don't bark. Whether I'm pretending or not, you'll soon find out." "All right. Pretentious individuals are born pretentious. I'll fetch the menu. If you can't afford any dishes, you're nothing but a fool," Xiao Qingshuo scoffed before departing. Dao and his colleagues exchanged complex expressions. "Chen Yu, should we change locations? Who knows what tricks Xiao Qingshuo might pull next? We don't have much money to spare." "Don't worry, dinner is on me tonight," Chen Yu replied, still with his eyes closed. "Please, let us just go Dutch. You've just been fired. And we all know your financial situation," Dao urged. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuer couldn't help but stifle her laughter at their obliviousness. "You really don't know my brother Chen Yu's true identity, do you? Once you find out, your jaws will drop. Not to mention how wealthy he is. He practically runs the entire Yida Mall. You should have seen Zhou Tianming's humble demeanor in front of him earlier." Xiao Yuer seemed to recall whom Chen Yu had called, realizing that an intriguing turn of events was imminent. At that moment, a well-dressed man approached Chen Yu and bowed deeply. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Yu?" Upon receiving a nod, he continued respectfully. "I am the owner of the barbecue restaurant. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for the oversight in accommodating you. Please, allow me to escort you to our most esteemed Supreme Room. We will serve you the finest and rarest ingredients. And all your expenses will be covered by our establishment today." "What on earth?" Dao and the others were left dumbfounded. The man, claiming to be the barbecue restaurant and Oppo's owner, had just addressed Chen Yu as Mr. Chen. Just then, Xiao Qingshuo returned with a menu, noticing the barbecue owner, Feng Yijuan, and quickly greeted him. He then pointed at Chen Yu and said, "Boss, this is just a bunch of delivery boys. If you think they can't afford to eat here or are beneath you, I can have them leave right now." As he spoke, he grabbed Chen Yu by the collar, attempting to pull him away. "Chen Yu, you should leave. Angering our boss will not end well for you." "Enough." Before Chen Yu could respond, Feng Yijuan delivered a swift slap to Xiao Qingshuo's face. "Who told you to speak out of turn? This is Mr. Chen. Do you understand? The new executive of Yida Mall. I just received special instructions from the property manager, and I rushed here immediately. Did you just disrespect him? And there are so many empty tables in the hall. Why on earth would you seat him next to the restroom?" Xiao Qingshuo stood there, bewildered, clutching his face. "I must have misunderstood. This Chen Yu is just a delivery boy. Did he really just boast to you? Slap, slap, slap. Feng Yijuan. Fearing that Xiao Qingshuo would anger Chen Yu further, unleashed a series of slaps that left Xiao Qingshuo dazed. Get out of my sight. Your internship is over. I have no use for fools like you. With a final kick, he sent Xiao Qingshuo sprawling aside, then turned back to Chen Yu with utmost respect. Mr. Chen, please forgive his ignorance. I will take you to our most prestigious supreme room right away. As the group disappeared up the stairs, Xiao Qingshuo finally regained his wits. Did I just get fired? Is the boss truly that foolish? Could Chen Yu really be a shareholder of Yida Mall? If he were, would he still be delivering food and getting fired? No, I must expose this pretentious fraud. Xiao Qingshuo seethed, seeing the situation unfold. The other servers knew they had to avoid offending the esteemed guest. I told you not to judge by appearances. Now you're in trouble. You should leave. We're off to befriend our wealthy brother. Who knows, he might reward us with generous tips. Didn't you notice? The wealthy young man is not only low-key but also quite handsome. I'm going to pursue him and be his devoted admirer. In the supreme room of the barbecue restaurant, the group settled in, and soon an array of luxurious delicacies was presented before them. There exists a delectable array of delicacies, including secret recipe roasted turkey rolls, exquisite filet mignon, and succulent Iberian acorn-fed pork slices. Additionally, there are delightful dishes such as creamy baked frog fish and French-style baked escargot. The second wave introduced lavish offerings of French foie gras, wild black truffles, and caviar. Finally, a stunningly beautiful team of servers presented an impressive selection of fine wines, including renowned brands like Flying Dragon Mount and exquisite champagne, among others. This scene left their delivery colleagues utterly astonished. Is this a dream? The sheer value of such lavish food and drink must be astronomical. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we uncork the wines? A short-haired waitress, clad in a uniform mini-skirt and white stockings, graced everyone with an angelic smile. Chapter 29. The entire venue is treated by Chen, choosing the most expensive. Open, open. The lively crowd cheered with great enthusiasm. With a series of delightful sounds as expensive wine corks were popped, the aroma of fine liquor filled the private room. 7 or 8 beautiful waitresses donned in black and white maid outfits poured wine for everyone. Ah, this wine is exquisite. Goodness, this is Lafayette worth thousands per sip. My bottle of Hennessy champagne must be at least 10,000 a sip. I can hardly bear to drink it. Amidst the unrestrained excitement of the crowd, Xiao Yu appeared somewhat reserved, her gaze fixed on Chen Yu. Brother Chen, let me serve you some dishes. This one is delicious. Open your mouth. I'll feed you a spoonful of caviar. At first, Chen Yu felt uncomfortable, but he feared that rejecting her might hurt Xiao Yu's feelings. Such delectable delicacies and an atmosphere so perfectly suited, he couldn't let his own awkwardness spoil it. In moments of joy, Chen Yu noticed that despite Xiao Yu and Oppo's bare face, under the dazzling lights, her cheeks were flushed. Perhaps it was the single glass of Roman Icani red wine that caused her blush, for she appeared enchanting as spring, her eyes shimmering with autumnal charm. Clearing his throat, Chen Yu deliberately distanced himself, fearing that if they lingered, they might succumb to the temptation of a kiss. After all, he considered himself to be in a relationship. Speaking of which, Chu Yin had been bombarding him with messages today, sending numerous sweet nothings expressing how much she missed him. However, Chen Yu had been too occupied to respond. Just as he was about to pull out his phone to reply, the door to the private room swung open, revealing the owner of the barbecue restaurant, Feng Yijuan, followed by several waitstaff from the main hall. Mr. Chen, I just gave my staff a stern talking to. Since you are here today, these folks have been negligent. Everyone bears responsibility, so I've brought them up to serve you drinks. Chen Yu merely nodded with a smile, and the waitstaff eagerly greeted him as Mr. Chen, pouring drinks with utmost respect. Feeling exhilarated from the wine, Chen Yu waved his hand grandly. Feng Yijuan, it's rare to see your staff so bright-eyed. Let them cease their tasks, and you too should open 2 more private rooms. Bring only the finest food and drink for them. Rest assured, I'll cover the bill for everyone today. No need for you to offer anything in return. What? Did I hear that correctly? The waitstaff were utterly astonished. Chen Yu was actually treating them to a meal? The waitstaff, who usually tread carefully in their service, were taken aback. Though their salaries were decent, they could only watch longingly as sumptuous dishes and exquisite wines worth tens of thousands adorned the tables, never daring to indulge themselves. Mr. Chen, are you really saying you will pay? That seems inappropriate. It was agreed that the establishment would host. Feng Yijuan attempted to decline, but Chen Yu waved dismissively. Enough with the pleasantries. I'm spending my money for my own enjoyment. Chen Yu thought to himself. Yesterday I received a reward of 100 trillion, and I've barely spent half. Now another 100 trillion has come my way. I haven't even touched a cent yet. Isn't this hindering my ability to spend and claim the mysterious grand prize? What might the mysterious gift triggered by my expenditure be today? Never mind, let us focus on what lies ahead. I'll need to spend at least 50 trillion today. Oh dear, the headache of how to spend it. Haha. In truth, this was a sweet burden. There was no such thing as money that could not be spent. At worst, he could find someone to donate it or invest it in a company. However, Chen Yu felt that would lack meaning, since he had acquired this wealth. It should be spent thoughtfully and purposefully, honoring the system that had given him such a second chance, akin to a rebirth by his parents. Ding. Thank you, host, for acknowledging this system. You understand me. So indulge in good food and drink, and spend freely. We're counting on you. The playful voice of the system flitted through Chen Yu's mind, and a faint smile graced his lips. Soon, every private room on this floor was opened, filled with staff, all enjoying the same lavish dishes and drinks as Chen Yu. The waitstaff could hardly contain their excitement, their mouths watering at the sight. What are you waiting for? Mr. Chen is treating you. Hurry and enjoy while it's hot. With Feng Yijuan's commanding voice, the barbecue restaurant staff began to feast heartily, relishing the wine. Feng Yijuan couldn't resist licking his lips as he joined the employees in their revelry. Everyone was enjoying themselves immensely. As the saying goes, one's mouth softens when fed, and one's hand shortens when receiving gifts. At that moment, Feng Yijuan's admiration for Chen Yu surged like an unending river. The other employees felt similarly. Mr. Chen is truly extraordinary for his age. He seems about our age, yet possesses such wealth and audacity. In this era, many are wealthy, but few are willing to bestow kindness upon the less fortunate, treating them as equals. Mr. Chen undoubtedly ranked at the top. Ah, Mr. Chen is so handsome, even his girlfriend seems a bit unworthy of him. One employee mused. Did you see how Mr. Chen glanced at me? Could he possibly have an interest in me? Should I confess my feelings to him today? A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, causing someone to inadvertently spit out a mouthful of expensive caviar worth thousands. Just then, a timid figure slipped into the room where the employees were seated. He reached for a large Australian lobster but was halted by a strong hand. Xiao Qinshu, didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still here? You've been fired. Are you here to freeload? The owner of the hand was Feng Yijuan, who yanked the lobster from Xiao Qinshu's grasp and pushed him toward the exit. Please, Manager Feng, I've worked here before. Didn't Mr. Chen just say he is treating everyone? Besides, I used to be Mr. Chan's colleague. He wouldn't be so cruel, would he? It's just one meal. Feng Yijuan's thick brows furrowed in anger. You think I don't know who you are? Given how you treated your former colleagues? I can only imagine your true character. You've always bullied others, and now that Mr. Chen is treating us, you dare to sneak in here to eat? Do you have no shame? No dignity? As he spoke, Feng Yijuan slapped Xiao Qinshu's face lightly, akin to chastising a pet. The barbecue staff set down their food, expressing their disdain for Xiao Qinshu. Leave, Xiao Qinshu. We won't allow someone who looks down on Mr. Chen to be here. Your presence pollutes the air. If only you had known better, why act so high and mighty? We refuse to associate with someone like you. Yes, hurry and leave. If you linger, you won't find a place at this table. Chapter 30, why don't you hurry up and crawl out here to sever your own hands? Get out quickly, Xiao Qinshu. I do not wish for you to jeopardize my barbecue restaurant. Feng Yijuan stood up abruptly, his fists clenched tightly. It is crucial to understand that Chairman Chen and Apos' background is indeed unfathomable. So far, we only know that he is the owner of Yida Mall. If he were to ignite in fury, I might very well have to relocate my barbecue establishment. Xiao Qinshu felt a chill run down his spine. Observing the respect with which others regarded Chen Yu, and witnessing the extravagant manner in which he flung around millions, he found himself at a loss for words. Which dog is barking? Suddenly, Chen Yu and Apos' voice drifted in from the next room. Xiao Qinshu and Apos' eyes lit up, and with a gleeful shout, he responded, It and Apos' me, this dog. He scampered into Chen Yu's opulent private room. Upon encountering his former colleagues, he did not forget to greet them enthusiastically, then squatted before Chen Yu like a loyal pup. He hoped that such demeanor would earn Chen Yu and Apos' forgiveness, allowing him to cling to this powerful figure. It is critical to note that Chen Yu and Apos' status has significantly risen. Even the remnants of his past self are beyond Xiao Qinshu and Apos' grasp. Chairman Chen, I was blind before. Please forgive my petty behavior. I am but a small man. No. A small dog. May I inquire if you have any commands for me? Gazing at his shameless demeanor, Chen Yu smirked coldly. Is that so? You admit you are a small dog. Then why don't you bark for me? Wong, Wong Wong. As Xiao Qingshou barked, he stuck out his tongue, grinning foolishly. Chairman, do I sound like a dog? His canine imitation elicited raucous laughter from those in the private room. What a wretched dog indeed. Born to be a sycophant, now that Chairman Chen is thriving, he returns to play the lackey. With a flick of his wrist, Da Zhang tossed over the shell of a leftover Australian lobster to Xiao Qingshou. Without hesitation, he caught it and pretended to lick it, eliciting another wave of laughter. Good dog. Good dog. The atmosphere was filled with merriment. Chen Yu was acutely aware of Xiao Qingshou's desperate attempts to curry favor and, after a moment's thought, tapped the table. Xiao Qingshou, since you've eaten dog food, you may return now, awaiting my orders. Perhaps there will come a time when I require your services. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingshou's heart soared with joy. Thank you, Chairman Chen. Your generosity knows no bounds, and I am grateful for your reminder. Thank you, thank you. With that, he crawled away like a dog. Brother Chen, is this a bit harsh on him? Little Yuer beside him could not help but tug at Chen Yu's sleeve. Chen Yu turned, displaying a kind smile. You are too kind, little Yuer. You must understand that some individuals are ungrateful for kindness. I have never wronged him. Yet he has always sought to make things difficult for me. For such people, you must wield the stick daily to keep them in line. Do you know what he would think if I had treated him well today? He would consider me a fool, thinking that wealth and power can be easily manipulated. Who knows, he might even dare to stab me in the back someday. Look at him now, filled with anticipation for my approval. Even if I make him bark like a dog, he will not resent me. Little Yuer listened, genuinely impressed, giving Chen Yu a thumbs up. However, Chen Yu had already made up his mind. When Zhou Tianming arrives later, he could simply inquire where security is needed and send Xiao Qingshou there. The group indulged in their meal at the restaurant for over an hour before finally taking their leave. As Chen Yu headed downstairs to settle the bill, he noticed a throng of wealthy heirs and heiresses eagerly awaiting. Is he coming down? Surely not. He looks too young to be the owner of Yida Mall. The owner must be old, even if in his 60s. Achieving such success is remarkable. Yida Mall, what a joke. Have you heard? The expenses upstairs were entirely covered by that old owner. Caviar, foie gras, Lafite. This must have cost a fortune. As they discussed, they became annoyed when Chen Yu stood in their path. Move aside. Don't obstruct our chance to meet the big shot. One older gentleman even shoved Chen Yu aside, continuing to gaze longingly at the staircase. Seeing this, Chen Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Who said that an old owner must be elderly? These superficial people, these wealthy heirs, collectively, could not even match Chen Yu's shoelaces, so he dismissed their presence. He walked directly to the front desk. Hello? How much was the total for the supreme room upstairs in the adjacent leisure room? Good evening, sir. Your bill is here. Tonight, you have spent a total of 23 million. Our boss has kindly instructed me to waive the cents, so we will only charge you 30 million. At this revelation, the entire hall fell into stunned silence. The wealthy heirs and heiresses who had been crowding the staircase turned their gazes toward him. 30 million for a single meal? Could this dashing young man truly be the illustrious owner of Yida Mall? The front desk clerks gasped in disbelief at such an astonishing figure. Yet, Chen Yu remained unfazed as he pulled out his phone. I'll pay through Alipay. My change is all there. Change. Shouldn't you have some black card or something? That's how they write it in novels. All eyes focused on Chen Yu with suspicion. Beep. Alipay received 30 million. Boom. The entire hall erupted into chaos. The wealthy heirs and heiresses stared, eyes ablaze with astonishment. 30 million for a meal, and he actually paid it without hesitation? How much does he truly have? This mere 30 million was not something they could casually afford. Now everyone was convinced this young man was indeed the newly appointed owner of Yida Mall. He was not some elderly figure, but a strikingly handsome young man. How charming he is. When he scanned at 30 million, he resembled my dream prince. Goodness. How young and privileged. I want to have his children and be his loyal follower. Those wealthy daughters and even socialites gazed at Chen Yu with eyes filled with insatiable desire. Some even rushed to ask for his WeChat, only to be ignored by him one after another. Usually, they were pampered little princesses, relishing the attention of men, never imagining they would be so blatantly disregarded. Yet, they found themselves unable to be offended. His family background overshadowed theirs by miles. Even if they managed to win his favor, it would be a monumental achievement. At that moment, a discordant voice broke through. Wasn't he there someone just now who shoved Chairman Chen's head aside? Hurry up and come out about a Chairman Chen, or sever your own hands. Chapter 31. The Ceramics Tycoon Family? Scram. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths for disrespecting you. The young heir, known for his wealth, slid to his knees before Chen Yu, tears streaming down his face, visibly trembling. It's worth noting that this affluent individual hailed from a prestigious ceramics family, renowned in the bustling metropolis. Yet, in Chen Yu and Appo's presence, he felt as insignificant as an ant, terrified that his careless words might bring trouble upon his family, thus becoming a historical sinner. He even envisioned the dire fate of severing his own hands or enduring public humiliation at Chen Yu and Appo's hands, prepared to greet any scorn with a forced smile. However, none of his imagined scenarios materialized. Chen Yu merely offered a nonchalant smile, his gaze drifting away, leaving him in silence. The relief he felt was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of defeat. What could be more disheartening than realizing that he was inconsequential in the eyes of others? Despite being a prominent wealthy heir, he was reduced to nothing. A mere additional word from Chen Yu felt like a precious waste of expression. At that moment, the guests from the private room upstairs began to descend. Upon hearing that a meal had cost 30 million, and that Chen Yu had paid without flinching, they were left astounded. Yet, they had no inkling that this was merely the beginning. Manager Zhou, the general manager of Yida Mall, arrived. After the doorman announced his presence, even Feng Yijuan sprang into action, rushing out to greet him. "Where is Mr. Chen?" "Feng, I trust you have properly entertained Mr. Chen?" Zhou Tianming inquired directly. Feng Yijuan wiped the sweat from his brow. No. Mr. Chen's visit is an honor for us. He enjoyed his meal immensely." Zhou Tianming nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, he spotted Chen Yu stepping out and immediately approached, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Mr. Chen. My sincerest apologies. Had I not been occupied with rent collection, I would have personally attended to you." His every gesture radiated profound respect for Chen Yu, leaving onlookers utterly stunned. Although some were already aware that the young man before them was the newly appointed head of Yida Mall, witnessing the seasoned and silver-haired manager bowing deeply to him was indeed striking. Prior to Chen Yu's arrival, Zhou Tianming had been the undisputed authority in this domain, commanding both respect and fear. Merchants, regardless of their fame or fortune, would bow to him. Now, witnessing Zhou Tianming bending at a 90-degree angle was nothing short of shocking. Yet even more astonishing was Chen Yu's calm reply, "It's nothing." The two approached a fleet of 4 luxurious black SUVs. With a rustling sound, the doors opened to reveal a dazzling array of red cash, each vehicle brimming with soft currency. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd. Many had never seen such a sum of money. Even the wealthiest heirs struggled to produce substantial cash on the spot. All eyes were fixated, unable to tear away. "Mr. Chen, this is the rent collected from all tenants over the past 6 months, totaling 50 million. Please have a look." Chen Yu smirked slightly. "I trust your handling." "Manager Zhou. Now, go deposit it in the bank." Zhou Tianming, as if receiving a royal edict, swiftly led the team to their vehicles. As the 4 SUVs, laden with cash, departed, the surrounding crowd remained in awe. So much money. I had no idea 50 million could look like this. Chen Yu turned to Dayo and the others, smiling. "What's the matter? Dumbfounded? By the way, I've acquired Meituan, starting tomorrow. Xiaoyu will be the boss outside your Meituan. As long as you all work diligently, financial concerns will be a mere formality." Dayo and the others were utterly astonished. So extravagant, truly extravagant. Chen Yu continued to surprise them, exuding an air of magnificence. They hoisted him into the air, catching him as they cheered joyously. Witnessing this affectionate scene, those nearby were envious. "Oh, how I wish I could have such a harmonious relationship with a remarkable young man like him." Once Dayo and the others departed, Xiaoyu approached, linking her arm with Chen Yu's. "Thank you for treating everyone to dinner today, and for inviting me too. You've become incredibly impressive. It feels like a dream." Chen Yu remained silent, smiling as he ruffled her hair. Unexpectedly, the spirited girl pulled his hand to her soft cheek, pouting as she gazed at him. "Chen Yu, you've never had a girlfriend, right? What if?" Suddenly, Chen Yu's phone rang, interrupting her. To his surprise, it was a call from Chu Yan. "Ahem, I have something to attend to. Perhaps I should head back now," he said awkwardly, avoiding her gaze. In an instant, Xiaoyu seemed to grasp the situation. "Then you should go. I'll see you tomorrow, Chen Yu." As he rode away on his electric scooter, Xiaoyu couldn't help but reflect. Chen Yu is so charming and wealthy. He must have no shortage of admirers. But he is the one I've set my sights on. I will win his heart. Her gaze hardened with determination. "Ding. Congratulations, handsome host. You have completed your spending tonight, triggering a mysterious gift package. Would you like to open it?" Chen Yu hastily set aside his scooter. surprised that the gift had finally arrived. He had grown accustomed to this mischievous system, which seemed to be more of a spectator. Open it. Congratulations, host. You have received a black gold supreme card, a symbol of the highest status worldwide. With it, the upper echelons of society and important institutions will be inclined to offer you deference. Additionally, congratulations on receiving a confession from a young admirer. Though the timing was slightly off, at least you remained quite charming. Chen Yu smiled wryly, slipping his hand into his pocket and feeling the supreme card. It bore a dragon totem, an item that would undoubtedly prove useful in time. He then recalled that he hadn't yet returned Chu Yin's call. Upon connecting, he was met with Chu Yin's anxious voice. Chen Yu, where are you? Can you come pick me up from the car dealership? My mother is ill and at the city hospital. Chen Yu quickly reassured Chu Yin over the phone before switching to his Koenigsegg supercar. He sped to the dealership, effortlessly attracting attention along the way. Upon arriving, Chu Yin emerged, ready to embrace him warmly after a day apart. Suddenly, a large bouquet of flowers obstructed their path. Chu Yin, would you join me for a passionate romance? As the flowers were moved aside, a smug man in an Armani suit appeared. Chapter 32. Jesus came but could not stay, I tell you. Chu Yin, with your beauty and my wealth, we are indeed a match made in heaven. So let us embark on a romantic journey together. The wealthy second-generation heir raised a large bouquet of roses high and knelt on one knee. Chen Yu could not help but smile bitterly. It is quite astonishing that as a rich heir, your courtship skills are so lacking. Why do some fools insist on moving themselves in love? Indeed, Chu Yin, with a look of disdain, replied, De Chuan, how many times must I tell you? We are simply not suited for each other. Please do not waste my time. De Chuan, confused, retorted, what do you mean, Chu Yin? Although you are the owner of a car dealership, my family is quite affluent as well. You can inquire around in Magic City. The Toilet King is part of my family. The toilets we sell are of exceptional quality, never clogging, and have received rave reviews. The number of toilets we sold in a year could easily circle the globe. That is genuine money. Seeing Chen Yu with his arms crossed, as if watching a spectacle, Chu Yin had an idea. She cleared her throat and said to De Chuan, oh really? A year and amp. Oppo's worth of sales could circle the globe? That must mean a substantial fortune. How much does your family actually have? If I were to date you, I must warn you, I have a penchant for spending. I wouldn't want your family to go bankrupt. De Chuan's eyebrows shot up at her words. This could be promising. He grinned, I dare not boast. But I estimate that my family and amp, Oppo's savings and assets could total around 1 billion. Impressive, right? Chu Yin burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. De Chuan, perplexed, asked, why are you laughing? You don't believe me? 1 billion is no small amount. If you stacked cash, a person could easily get lost in it. Indeed. I believe 1 billion is quite remarkable, Chu Yin exclaimed, extending her hand toward Chen Yu. Darling, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take my hand, or I might just be swept away. At that moment, De Chuan turned around and noticed a bystander lingering nearby. He scrutinized Chen Yu from head to toe, realizing that the young man, though dressed modestly, was rather handsome, standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, with a well-defined physique and a strikingly attractive face. He rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat inferior in that regard. But then again, he had money, 1 billion, no less. Ah. He understood now. Chu Yin had consistently rejected his advances because of this fellow. What was he? Just a pretty boy. What did looks matter against his wealth? Noticing Chu Yin's lingering gaze on Chen Yu, he approached and pushed against Chen Yu's chest. So, being handsome makes you special? Listen here, you poor boy. I suggest you leave before you become a nuisance. My family possesses 1 billion and is a prominent name in the toilet business of Magic City. He attempted to continue, but Chen Yu slowly pulled out his phone and waved his Alipay balance into Chuan's face. What the hell? De Chuan gasped. Had he misread the screen? Grabbing Chen Yu and Oppo's wrist, he began to count the digits, his expression turning blank. Is this real? ISNT it just edited? Is that around 150 trillion? Take a good look. This is not edited. It is my disposable income. How does it feel to be the real poor boy? Chen Yu replied. De Chuan collapsed onto the ground, his expression one of despair. He had imagined himself as the protagonist of a story. A wealthy heir destined to win the heart of a beauty, only to find himself reduced to a mere stepping stone and a minor antagonist. Shamefaced. De Chuan lowered his head and wiped away tears. Do not be disheartened. I only possess 150 trillion. If your family manages their business well, perhaps in 300 to 500 years, you might catch up to my current balance. Chen Yu patted De Chuan's shoulder, appearing to offer encouragement, yet the sarcasm was palpable. Dechuan's heart sank to the depths of despair. 300 to 500 years to match his balance? By then, who knew if his family business would even exist? Let alone have descendants to carry on the legacy? The gap was stark. He finally comprehended the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished. He was nothing more than a beggar at this moment. How unfair. You two are merely putting on a show, Dechuan lamented as he walked away, discarding the bouquet into a trash bin. Indeed, they shared a certain understanding. Thank you, Chen Yu, for playing along with me in this charade. Once Dechuan left, Chu Yin threw herself into Chen Yu's embrace, her laughter radiant. Chen Yu savored the warmth of her delicate form and inhaled her natural fragrance, which intoxicated him. Suddenly, Chu Yin's phone rang. Answering it, a panicked voice came through. Dear daughter, when will you arrive? If you don't pay soon, I will be thrown out. The sound of crying followed, and Chu Yin, furrowing her brow, comforted her mother before hanging up. Chen Yu understood everything without needing further clarification. The two climbed into a Koenigsegg and sped towards the First People's Hospital in Magic City. Meanwhile, at the hospital, a doctor pointed an accusing finger at Chu Yan's father, coldly stating, "Why are you so stubborn? If you cannot pay, you ought to leave the ward immediately. This is a hospital. We need to make money." Chu Yan and Appo's father, with a face lined with wrinkles, forced a smile. "Doctor, I apologize. My child is on the way with the money. Please wait a moment." The words ignited the doctor and Appo's fury. "Wait a moment? Do you take me for a child? If the money does not arrive soon, we will take drastic measures and move your spouse to the basement." The color drained from Chu Yan's father's face. The basement was not just any basement. It was the storage for deceased patients. Those who could not be treated were placed there temporarily. The doctor, with an icy glare, rebuked Chu Yin and Appo's father. "There are always patients like you coming without funds, creating chaos. It affects my performance and reduces my commission. If everyone brought cash, we could proceed with treatments. And I might even secure a permanent position by the end of next year." "Father, I'm here." Chu Yan's voice echoed in the corridor. "Doctor, we will pay right away. Please do not make things difficult for my parents." The doctor shot Chu Yin a sideways glance. "Young lady, you speak rather harshly. What do you mean by making things difficult for your parents? Have you brought the money? If so, go pay it right now. Don't let today be your last chance." Chen Yu stepped protectively in front of Chu Yin, assessing the doctor, whose name tag read, Mei Liangxin. "Ah, no conscience. Your name certainly fits," Chen Yu remarked. "I will remember you. One day you will pay dearly for your arrogance, not just today, but for your long-standing lack of conscience and morality. From now on, you will no longer be a doctor. Even Jesus could not save you. Mark my words." After Chen Yu declared his intention to secure a VIP suite, he proceeded directly to the payment counter. Having settled the outstanding balance of 500,000, he inquired about the availability of VIP suites, expressing his desire to accommodate the patient in the most luxurious and advanced facilities. The attending nurse, after scrutinizing Chen Yu, curtly directed him to the hospital director. As fate would have it, a distinguished middle-aged man with graying temples, clad in a pristine white coat, approached them. He exuded an aura of authority and promptly engaged Chen Yu, assessing him with a discerning gaze. He mused internally, questioning the young man and Appo's audacity in seeking a VIP suite. Surely, this lad must be daft, he thought. "Young man," the director began, "a VIP suite is no ordinary ward. Beyond the cutting-edge medical equipment, the dedicated medical staff comprises eminent experts providing round-the-clock care and unparalleled medical attention." Chen Yu, impatient with the director and Appo's verbose explanation, interjected, "Spare me the details and proceed directly to the cost. Is it calculated daily or monthly?" Caught off guard by Chen Yu's abruptness, the director's face flushed crimson. "It's 500,000 per day. Does that dissuade you?" Onlookers gasped audibly upon hearing the exorbitant daily rate. While some could afford the initial sum, the prospect of sustaining such expenses for an extended period was beyond their means. Is a mere life truly worth such a fortune? They pondered. Chen Yu, however, remained unfazed. Only 500,000 per day? A mere 15 million per month. Insignificant. A collective murmur swept through the crowd. Am I dreaming? Or did this fellow just dismiss 15 million as insignificant? The director, his composure wavering, questioned, "Are you certain you can afford such an extravagance?" Perhaps he had misjudged the young man. "Let's secure it for 2 months, a round sum of 30 million. I shall effect the transfer via Alipay." As Chen Yu retrieved his mobile phone, a black, exquisitely crafted card slipped from his grasp. Initially indifferent, The director's gaze was arrested by the dragon insignia emblazoned upon the card. His breath hitched in his throat. Could it be? He muttered. If my eyes do not deceive me, this is the Dragon Totem Black Gold Supreme card, a symbol of unparalleled global status. His hands trembled imperceptibly as he recalled a conversation with Professor Smith, his mentor abroad. The Dragon Totem Black Gold Supreme card, he had learned, was limited to a mere 3 copies worldwide. These select individuals possess the authority to bequeath the card to their successors. In essence, the cardholders wielded such influence that even a sneeze could impact the fortunes of nations. Professor Smith had once witnessed AU's president produce such a card. And within a week, a minor oil-producing nation had been overthrown. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom also harbors such a supreme individual? He wondered, awestruck. In a dramatic shift of demeanor, the director prostrated himself before Chen Yu. This humble servant's vision was clouded. Failing to recognize the esteemed holder of the Dragon Totem Supreme card, I am deserving of death. The attending nurses were bewildered by the director's sudden obeisance. Director, what is the meaning of this? Silence, he rebuked. Hasten to pay homage to the Supreme Master. A wave of nurses and doctors followed suit, kneeling before Chen Yu. Their minds reeling. How could they defy their director's command? Chen Yu, clutching the unassuming card, mused, could it truly be this extraordinary? The system has not deceived me. A smile played upon his lips. Very well. You must maintain utmost discretion. My purpose here is to assess the management and medical proficiency of this esteemed hospital. Expedite the arrangements for my patient and Oppo's admission to the VIP suite. I shall proceed with the transfer of 30 million. There is no need for payment, esteemed master. The director stammered. Your presence graces our hospital with immeasurable honor. The VIP suite is prepared, and no expense shall be incurred. Your aunt may reside here indefinitely. No. I meant to say, may she recover swiftly and have no need for our services. Beads of perspiration cascaded down the director's forehead as he spoke with utmost humility and reverence. Swiftly, Chu's mother was transferred to the VIP suite, with the director himself attending to her needs. What is the meaning of this? Chu Yin exclaimed, bewildered. Why the sudden transfer to a VIP suite? How much does this cost, brother Chen Yu? Fear not, Chu Yin, Chen Yu reassured her. You need not concern yourself. Your mother shall make a complete recovery. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder as she embraced him, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, a jarring figure in a white coat intruded upon the scene. It was none other than Mei Liangxin. Brother Chen Yu, no. The director has informed me that you are the supreme cardholder. Master, I was mistaken. My words were ill-advised. Mei Liangxin punctuated his apology with self-inflicted slaps. He had only just learned of Chen Yu's status. While he did not fully comprehend its implications, the director's abject fear spoke volumes. Furthermore, he had recently subjected Chen Yu to verbal abuse. I am deserving of death, he pleaded. Spare my life. Chen Yu and Oppo's gaze grew frigid. Human life is paramount, yet you, a mere physician, are consumed by avarice. Do you recall my warning? Mei Liangxin stammered. I do. You said that I would be dismissed. That even Jesus could not save me. I now believe you implicitly. He knelt before Chen Yu, begging for mercy. He had toiled relentlessly to attain his current position, investing the better part of his life in this hospital. Dismissal would leave him destitute, unable to meet his monthly mortgage payments. As fate would have it, the director emerged from the VIP suite. Mei Liangxin seized his trouser leg, imploring, Director, I uttered a few careless words to the supreme cardholder, and he seeks my dismissal. Intercede on my behalf. What? The director roared. You dare speak carelessly to the supreme cardholder? I have long been aware of your exploitative practices. Your extortion of patients under the guise of gratuities. I should have held you accountable long ago. Begone from my sight, you pernicious influence. We have no need for your kind. The director stamped his foot in fury, fearing that Mei Liangxin's actions would jeopardize his own position. Chen Yu and Oppo's casual offer of 30 million, coupled with the Dragon Totem Supreme card, left no doubt as to his power. Mei Liangxin and Oppo's heart sank. He rose unsteadily, pleading, Director, I have dedicated my life to this hospital, serving diligently for years. We have been partners in this endeavor. He then turned to Chen Yu, his tone regaining a measure of defiance. In truth, your girlfriend and Oppo's mother suffers from a cardiac ailment, and I am the only physician in this hospital capable of treating her. Chapter 34. The Royal Family of the Eagle Kingdom, delivering someone within 2 hours. Rest assured, even if you leave, I can find someone with superior medical skills. Upon hearing this from Chen Yu, Mei Liangxin was utterly stunned. The last remnants of his hope were completely shattered. He cried out in despair, "Dawn and Amp, Amp, Oppos, T, please Dawn and Amp, Amp, Oppos, T." Amidst his regretful wails, Mei Liangxin was dragged away and thrown onto the street. "Director, are there any doctors capable of treating Madame Chu's heart condition?" "I and Oppos am referring to the top-tier specialists," Chen Yu inquired of the director. The director, looking troubled, replied, "There is still a Sai Huatua, but he is currently attending to the royal family of the Eagle Kingdom." Chen Yu promptly produced his supreme black gold card and informed the Eagle Kingdom's royal family. "I am Chen Yu. Ensure that Sai Huatua boards a private jet back here within 2 hours." With the supreme card in hand, who could rival him? Just moments ago, the director had been filled with trepidation, but now he felt as though he had received a royal decree. He hastily contacted the royal family via video call. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Great Britain, a long-distance video call was received. The members of the Eagle Kingdom's royal family were utterly astonished to learn that a youth wielding a supreme black gold card had emerged from the mysterious East. The last time they encountered such a card was when the President of the United States had wielded it, leading to a swift, united effort that overthrew the regime of a small, oil-rich nation overnight. The fact that such a young individual possessed a black gold card in Huagua and Oppos, Esmoda Hospital raised numerous questions, but the implications of his background were undoubtedly formidable. Even the royal family felt compelled to show him respect. Thus, the Queen of the Eagle Kingdom immediately ordered the swiftest and safest military aircraft to transport Sai Huatua back to Modu. Sai Huatua appeared before Chen Yu precisely 2 hours later, not a second more, not a second less. Behind him, hundreds of royal guards from the Eagle Kingdom wiped the beads of cold sweat from their brows. What a close call. Prior to their departure, the Queen had issued a strict order to ensure the individual arrived in Modu within 2 hours, as he was someone far beyond the royal family's reach. Sai Huatua swiftly entered the VIP patient room. The entire affair resembled a scene from a grand drama, with the sole difference being that Chen Yu requested the director to maintain complete confidentiality throughout the process. It was not until the royal guards withdrew from the central hospital of Modu that the patients and their families were finally released, each one bewildered. What had they just witnessed through the glass of the room? They had seen dozens of foreign soldiers clad in British royal attire visiting the hospital. Had a head of state from some country come to visit? Some immediately dialed their relatives. "Andy, guess what I saw while visiting the hospital? I saw the British Royal Guards." "Yes, absolutely, it must be some foreign dignitary. The whole hospital is under lockdown." "Mommy." It seems someone in Modu's Central Hospital can actually summon the British Royal Guards. There were hundreds of them, I swear. "Daddy, I can't believe I'm in the same hospital as such an influential figure. I'm so excited. Your son has made it." Outside the VIP room, Chen Yu and Chu Yin embraced on a bench. "Thank you, Chen Yu. If it weren't for you, my mother might not have survived this illness." Chu Yin gazed up at Chen Yu with her lovely face. "What are you saying? From now on, your mother is my mother too. It's only right," he replied. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the corridor. "Don't block me, you bunch of gatekeepers. This is Modu's Central Hospital. What are you making a fuss about? You must register before visiting patients, understand?" However, the hospital security was unable to hold them back, and they were shoved aside, causing a hat to tumble to the ground. As several individuals appeared in the corridor, Chu Yin sighed in exasperation. "Here come those relatives who look down on my family." Sure enough, her second aunt pointed at Chu Yin with a sharp tongue. "Isn't this my niece Chu Yin? How's your mother? Is she dead yet? If she's not, you better hurry and pay back the money you owe my family, or what will happen if she kicks the bucket later?" "Niece, don't blame your second aunt for being blunt. It's a practical matter. You see, my son is getting married soon and is short on funds." Even her second uncle chimed in with a tight-lipped expression, advising Chu Yin. The others included her third aunt, third uncle, and a pair of twin cousins from the third uncle and Oppos' family. The third uncle crossed his arms and interjected, "Chu Yin, last year your mother borrowed 80,000 yuan from me while she was ill, and you've been dragging your feet ever since. Now that she's sick again, I feel it's dire. Why not just remove the oxygen tube? Save that money to pay us back." "What? Is this something a normal person would say? Is this humanity? How grotesque." Gazing at the ugly faces of her relatives, Chu Yin felt tears welling up. Chen Yu shielded Chu Yin behind him. "You want to collect debts, do you? Fine. Here you go." Chen Yu turned over the paper bag in his hand. With a rustle, stacks of cash cascaded to the floor like rain. This was the several hundred thousand in change he had exchanged earlier for emergencies. The relatives' eyes brightened at once. "Wow, so much money. Chu Yin, Is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome and wealthy. They exclaimed, their words quick, but their hands even quicker, eagerly squatting down to gather the money. The two strapping sons of the third and even bumped into each other while scrambling for cash. Just as it seemed they would come to blows. A single glare from the third and sent them retreating. Take the money and get lost. Don't ever claim to be Chu Yan's relatives again. Chen Yu coldly addressed the group before pulling Chu Yan into the patient room. At that moment, the relatives finally came to their senses, exchanging bewildered glances. This child. He speaks, quite assertively, doesn't he? Look how impressive our niece is. She's got herself a wealthy man. Should we cling to his coattails? Let's stay here and see if her family needs assistance or if Madame Chu needs help. However, soon enough, at least 17 to 18 hospital security personnel arrived and cleared the obnoxious crowd away. Inside the patient room, Chu Yin and Apos, S father looked at Chen Yu with a worried expression. Thank you, young man. I heard the commotion outside. My daughter and I will repay you for this money. Don't worry about that, sir, Chu Yin said, grasping her father's rough hand. You just focus on staying by my mother's side. I will repay Chen Yu. As for those relatives who looked down on them, she resolved never to associate with them again. After witnessing all this, she had come to understand their true nature. Chapter 35. For luxurious residences, 4. 6 billion. Is this purchase really happening? Dinner was personally delivered by the dean. After finishing the meal, Chen Yu and Chu Yin set out to find accommodations for her father. As the future son-in-law, perhaps I should just stay at this modest inn for 100 yuan a night. My mother is currently hospitalized, and expenses are piling up. Chu's father said apologetically to Chen Yu. Observing the demeanor of his future father-in-law, Chen Yu felt a surge of joy and waved his hand grandly. Dad. There is a nearby Tan Palace, and the houses there are quite decent. I will buy a unit for you and my mother right away. What? Chen Yu. You want to purchase a Tan Palace? Chu Yin exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. The Tan Palace is the most prestigious real estate in the city, comprising 18 villas, each priced at around 1 billion yuan. No, Chen Yu. I'll just take my dad to rent a place. We're not buying a house, she insisted. However, even as she spoke, Chen Yu had already led them to the Tan Palace sales office. Upon entering, Chen Yu couldn't help but marvel at the opulence. True to its reputation as the city's premier luxury residence, the sales office spanned nearly 1,000 square meters, with soaring ceilings adorned with intricate carvings and golden embellishments. Chu's father, too, found himself captivated, particularly by the model display, and approached it with curiosity. Hey, don't touch that. Who was this old man? Are you sweeping the streets nearby? This model alone costs 3 million. Can you afford to pay if you break it? A slender saleswoman in a uniform admonished Chu's father. His face reddened with embarrassment, especially after being roughly pushed aside by the saleswoman. Don't you dare touch my father. Chu Yin rushed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of him. The sight of her father's humiliation pierced her heart. Her father had always been honest and hardworking, raising her with great effort, and they had never enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Since entering the prestigious university in the city, she had rarely returned home, and before meeting Chen Yu, she hadn't saved any money to treat her parents to something nice. Are you merely a saleswoman? Show some respect. Just because we may not have the means to buy doesn't mean we can't look. Chu Yin shouted at the saleswoman. The latter scrutinized her from head to toe, noting her respectable attire but deducing they likely couldn't afford anything. You should leave. You don't belong here. She replied dismissively. Who says we can't buy? We are indeed here to purchase a villa at Tan Palace. Chen Yu interjected coolly with a smirk. The saleswoman nearly laughed out loud. Really? A family of 3? The older man appears shabby, and while the young man is somewhat handsome, he dresses too plainly, likely just bargain bin attire. To think they'd come here to buy a villa at Tan Palace is quite the joke. Bring your manager, Chen Yu said, irritation creeping into his voice. The saleswoman arrogantly replied, well, it's quite fortunate, but the manager isn't here today. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit approached. What is going on? Is there trouble? Are these just some onlookers? Seeing the manager, the saleswoman rushed over. Manager Chui. These 3 are causing a stir, claiming they want to buy a villa here at Tan Palace and are touching our display. Manager Chui assessed the trio. His discerning eyes noting the older man's rough hands and tattered clothing, instantly deeming him impoverished. The young woman, though well-dressed, did not appear to be in possession of any luxury items, and the young man, while handsome, seemed to fit the mold of a worker trying to impress his girlfriend. Good day, sir. I understand you wish to purchase a villa at Tan Palace. May I inquire if you have any prior knowledge of our property? Manager Chui inquired, maintaining a professional demeanor. Chen Yu smiled nonchalantly. 10 Palace, the foremost luxury residence in the city, priced at approximately 1 billion each. Who wouldn't he know that? Manager Chui was taken aback, impressed by the young man and Appo's confidence. Since you are knowledgeable, I assume you are prepared. However, we have certain protocols. We need to verify your account balance first. As you can imagine, viewing such elite properties comes with prerequisites. Chen Yu, undeterred, replied, that's simple enough. May I ask how much is required for viewing? You need a balance of at least 2 million, the saleswoman chimed in, and that's liquid assets, excluding properties or loans. If you're here just to waste time, you might find yourself embarrassed later. Seeing Chen Yu's calm demeanor, Manager Chui pressed further, Sir, I believe I've been clear enough. May I kindly request to see your account balance? Chu's father tugged at his daughter's arm. Perhaps we should let your future son-in-law handle this. Is 2 million really necessary? That seems excessive. Dad, don't worry. Your future son-in-law has plenty of money. Just watch how these two get embarrassed, Chen assured him with a confident smile. Her father felt a sense of relief wash over him. Chen Yu pondered. My balance is a mere 150 million. Should I show them or not? Revealing it would surely cause a stir and unnecessary complications. But fine. If they are so eager to see, I shall give them an eyeful. As he prepared to reveal his balance, the saleswoman interrupted, Don't bother, security. Remove them. However, before she could finish, Chen Yu swiftly opened his Alipay app. All right, take a look, but don't be too shocked. He flashed a charming smile. Yet Manager Chui and the saleswoman were left dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The app continued to spin, refusing to display his balance. Oh dear. My phone must be out of credit. Let me top it up for a moment, he said, a hint of frustration in his voice. At that moment, the saleswoman piped up, Manager Chui, do you really want to be played by this guy? He can't even pay his phone bill. How could he possibly have 2 million? The beautiful saleswoman warned, Be careful, don't let this guy deceive you. Security, where are you? Chapter 36, The Fierce Mother Tiger Climbs the Tree. Oh, you. Chen Yu commands her like a dog. As the security guard positioned himself behind him, he successfully completed the payment. With a swift motion, his phone connected to the internet. Upon glancing at Chen Yu and Appo's Alipay balance, Manager Chui was instantly rendered speechless. Frozen in disbelief. What on earth am I seeing? How can there be so many zeros? Is this amount in the billions? Manager Chui, what did you see? Is it that his Alipay shows no balance at all? I knew it. He is just here to show off, remarked saleswoman Xiao Lu, who had slowly approached. With a sudden clatter, she accidentally dropped her folder onto the floor. This cannot be real. It must be a dream. How could someone so young possibly possess over 150 trillion? Hiss. The two security guards behind them gasped audibly. 150 trillion. They had never even dreamed of such wealth. If such an amount were to fall upon someone, it would surely be excruciating. Then, in synchronized retreat, the two guards cautiously stepped back 10 meters. Sir, please make yourself at home. We were merely hoping to admire your charming aura of wealth from a closer distance. You carry on. With that, the two guards scurried away, tails between their legs. At that moment, even the usually composed Manager Chui felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. Good heavens, this young man is astonishingly domineering. I can confirm that the balance is genuine, but how on earth did he acquire such wealth? Could it be through some dubious dealings? But that doesn't add up. Even if he were involved in something illicit, it's improbable he could amass such a fortune, equivalent to the GDP of several small nations. Why then is he not listed in the Forbes rankings? Ah, I see, he must be an invisible tycoon. Truly, there are always greater powers beyond our comprehension. Sometimes one can trust their eyes, yet at other times, what is seen may not reflect reality. Fortunately, I maintained my composure and did not show overt disdain for him. Otherwise, I might not have known how my career might have ended. Thus, Manager Chui promptly adopted an overly cordial demeanor. Young master, sir, please follow me to the VIP room for a more leisurely discussion. Xiao Hong, Xiao Zi, Xiao Lu, Xiao Huang, bring me my finest to Hong Pao immediately. Furthermore, our VIP reception office will no longer be open to the public today. No one is allowed in, not even the bank president, who will have to wait outside, as I must first attend to our esteemed and immensely valued client. Inside the VIP office, Manager Chui began to elaborate on the exquisite model. Chen Yu, however, impatiently interrupted him. Manager Chui, I find the one in the middle quite appealing. How much does it cost? Chui choked momentarily, his eyes widening. Sir, you truly have a discerning eye. This is the crown jewel of our estate. It is situated at the very heart of the estate, facing south, towering above other villas, exuding an aura of sovereignty. The garden is designed in traditional Chinese style, complemented by modern features such as an outdoor swimming pool and sandy beach, covering an area of 2,000 square meters. Hence, it is the most expensive property here, currently listed at 1.6 billion. After finishing, Chui dared not take a breath, eagerly awaiting Chen Yu and Oppo's response. All right, I'll take this one, Chen Yu replied calmly. Additionally, I'll purchase the 3 nearby villas as well. What? Manager Chui and Oppo's pupils trembled in shock. Did I hear you correctly? You wish to buy this 1.6 billion villa, along with the 3 adjacent villas, each valued at 1 billion? Are you saying you wish to purchase all 4 for a total of 4.6 billion? Yes, you heard correctly. I intend to buy all 4. Manager Chui nearly lost his composure. Good heavens, did I truly not mishear? This tycoon is casually purchasing 4 villas totaling 4.6 billion. Truly, we cannot fathom the world of the ultra-wealthy. In this, the most luxurious estate, purchasing property seems as simple as buying cabbage, bundled without negotiation. Roughly calculating, my commission would amount to at least 60 million. Goodness, I too would suddenly be wealthy. Esteemed master, may I refer to you as such? I am utterly thrilled. Are you considering an installment plan, as it would be more manageable? Chen Yu scoffed. No, I'll pay in full. I prefer not to complicate matters, especially for just a few billion. Is this even humanly possible? Just a few billion, merely? Manager Chui was left utterly flabbergasted, nearly fainting from disbelief. Just then, Xiao Lu entered with the Da Hong Pao, her expression a mix of shock and indignation upon hearing their conversation. Is this true, sir? I also attended to you earlier. You could at least grant me a share of the commission from the sales list. With such a commission, she believed she could secure her future. Surely, she could not let Manager Chui take all the credit. Even a small fraction would ensure her financial stability for life. Manager Chui's eyes flared with anger. Xiao Lu, you are truly a fierce mother tiger climbing a tree. Manager, what do you mean? Xiao Lu asked, confused. How dare you attempt to rob me of my rightful earnings? Just moments ago, whose lips were moving, disparaging our esteemed young billionaire? If I hadn't intervened, you would have had security escort him away. I closed this deal, and now you shamelessly come to claim a share? Do you want to perish? With a swift kick, Manager Chui sent her sprawling out of the room. Security, expel this ungrateful woman immediately. She is permanently dismissed. Turning back, Manager Chui reassembled his polite FAAD. Mr. Chen Yu, I apologize for the lack of discipline among my staff, which led to her repeated offenses. I have dealt with her. Are you feeling relieved now? Chen Yu merely smiled lightly. You handle your matters as you see fit. Do not delay my business. Shouldn't we proceed with the payment? Certainly, certainly. Manager Chui was taken aback by the urgency to finalize such a monumental transaction. In no time, the transfer was made, and the contract was signed. Chen Yu's father, trembling as he wrote his name, turned to his daughter cautiously. Dear, I've heard it clearly. Your boyfriend is extraordinarily wealthy, casually spending billions and purchasing 4 properties. I can't help but feel a bit uneasy. He wouldn't be involved in anything illicit, would he? Such dealings are frowned upon. Chapter 37. The wealthy individual is not an oyster? It turns out to be brother Chen Yu. Upon hearing the revelation, Chen Yu offered an explanation, reassuring his father. Do not worry, Dad. Under my name, I own a grand hotel, an automobile dealership, a takeout service, and a nationally renowned commercial group. I assure you, I am not involved in any illicit activities. We are financially secure, so you can rest comfortably in these residences. With a gentle pat on Chu Yan's shoulder, he continued softly, we have 4 apartments. Your parents will occupy one, and we shall reside in another. When we have a little baby, we can use the 3rd, and the 4th can be reserved for entertaining guests. A soft chuckle escaped Chu Yan's lips. You are quite considerate. Just a moment ago, she had nearly stopped Chen Yu, thinking he was getting a bit carried away with his property purchases. To her surprise, he was indeed very meticulous and thoughtful. If money were an issue, there would be nothing to say, but considering Chen Yu was a billionaire, she decided to trust his judgment. Manager Chui personally guided the family to view the pinnacle of Tiangua's luxury residences. The courtyard was deep and serene, with eaves gracefully arching. There were rugged artificial hills, vibrant bamboo and chrysanthemums, pools and sandy beaches, outdoor courts, and fitness equipment. All amenities were splendidly provided. As Manager Chui had described, the Tiangua Villa was a perfect embodiment of East meets West design. Mr. Chen, there is no property management here. Each household has a dedicated private housekeeper responsible for both indoor and outdoor cleaning. You will only need to call upon her when necessary. Additionally, we have thoughtfully placed surveillance cameras in nearly every visible area. They observe what is required, while ensuring your privacy remains intact, he added with a mischievous smile. Chen Yu leaned in to whisper to Chu Yan, "Did you hear that? These cameras are quite considerate. There's no need to worry about privacy invasion." Enough of that. Chu Yan playfully swatted Chen Yu's hand away. "You're becoming increasingly unrefined." After settling Chu Yan and her father, Chen Yu made a phone call to the hospital director to relay some instructions before departing. He then received a call from Xiaoyu, "Brother Chen Yu, I have revamped our Mate 1 takeaway service, and everyone is now brimming with enthusiasm. I've even added a live streaming project to our takeaway shop. At 9 p.m., you can search for my WeChat name. Be sure to watch the live stream." Chen Yu felt a surge of joy. The girl was indeed sharp-witted. In this 21st century, the live streaming industry was flourishing, and her idea of merging takeaway with live streaming was brilliant. Wouldn't it allow viewers to order food in real time during the broadcast? This would undoubtedly expand the business. Admittedly, he was not well versed in Douyin, so he downloaded the app and began to scroll through the content. Quickly captivated by what he saw, rocket, rocket, let it fly. Carnival, my friends, 666. Family, family, the last 10 seconds of the countdown. Protect the tower, protect the tower. Instantly, Chen Yu was drawn into the thrill of the live streamers' competitive games. Wow, this is impressive. Gifts cost money, ranging from a few dollars to thousands, or even more. With this, I need not worry about spending my goal of 50 trillion today. He decided that even if Xiaoyu did not engage in a competition, he would encourage her to do so and generously reward her. After all, it would be money going into his own pocket. At 9 p.m., Chen Yu entered Xiaoyu and Oppo's live stream. Family, welcome to Xiaoyu and Oppo's live stream. Once you arrive, don't leave. Let me take you on a tour of our Mate 1 takeaway headquarters located in the East District of Modu's Yida Mall. Everyone has had takeaway before. But do you know what the headquarters looks like? Follow my lead. After her introduction, a prominent streamer named Cho Pai Chong requested to connect. Xiaoyu instinctively frowned, but realized she could not entirely refuse the opportunity. Once connected, the male streamer appeared quite arrogant. "Beauty, you've only been streaming for 2 days, right? Your style is lacking. Would you like me to teach you how to quickly gain followers? Look, I have 2 million followers." Seeing his impressive follower count and the 100,000 viewers in his stream, Xiaoyu felt a tad embarrassed as her own audience numbered only a few hundred. "How can I gain followers?" she inquired, eager to learn. "Simply battle me in a PK. The traffic will surge. Don't worry, I won't bully you. I'll tell my supporters to hold back. It will just be a simple PK between us. If you lose, you must unconditionally listen to me for an hour. If I lose, I'll bow to you live and call you my aunt. What do you think?" As Xiaoyu hesitated, many viewers in her stream advised against engaging with the streamer. "Xiaoyu, do not battle this guy. Cho Pai Chong is a notorious lecher. He often bullies female streamers with fewer followers, demanding they do humiliating things if they lose." The comments continued. Just last night, a young female streamer lost and was forced to buy a revealing bikini and dance for an hour. He is a disgrace. Xiaoyu's face darkened. This Cho Pai Chong was truly despicable. Despite her desire to boost her follower count and elevate the Mate 1 takeaway's reputation, she could not compromise her integrity by engaging with someone so vile. Moreover, she doubted her ability to win against him, given his wealthy supporters. Just as she was about to decline, a level 1 account sent her a message. "Agree to Cho Pai Chong's PK. I will assist you." Upon checking the username, she chuckled at the whimsical name. The wealthy individual is not an oyster. This person seemed amusing, yet she thought no one could compare to her brother Chen Yu. Forget it. Who would spend money to help a newcomer like me? She pondered, ready to close the conversation, when the account sent another message. "Agree to it. I am your brother Chen Yu. Tonight's PK is entirely up to me." Ah, brother Chen Yu is here. The realization that this amusing account belonged to him filled her with joy. With wealthy brother Chen Yu supporting me, it would be a piece of cake to crush Cho Pai Chong. With that thought, Xiaoyu's smile was brighter than honey. "What are you doing? Do you dare to accept the challenge? With that cowardice, how can you call yourself a streamer? The online world is treacherous. You should cling to an older man for support," Cho Pai Chong taunted. Xiaoyu's nails dug into her skin. "Fine, I'll challenge you in a PK. Whoever reneges will be a scoundrel." Chapter 38. The God of Wealth Descends. All perspective PK spectating. Ah, the little sister is quite ambitious. On the other side of the internet, That pompous brat is showing off with arrogance. Pompous brat, take that little sister down. My brothers want to see her do a striptease. The little sister, unaware of the depths of the online waters, seems to be truly out of her depth. Observing the barrage of comments doubting her, Chen Yu remains unfazed. The pompous brat is merely a minor internet jester. It matters not if he boasts 2 million fans, even if he had 5 or 8 million. He would still struggle to achieve a modest goal. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and Oppo's spare change amounts to over 100 trillion. Silently, he transfers 200 billion to his alternate account, instantly elevating his level to a staggering 80. 80 is the highest attainable level, requiring at least 10 million soft sister coins for official elevation. Upon Chen Yu's appearance in the Little Sisters live stream, the online community erupted with excitement. God of Wealth, look at that level 80, the highest threshold online. At least 10 million soft sister coins are needed for an upgrade. God of Wealth, which side are you on? One questioned. Why is this top-tier figure appearing in the live stream of a small host like the Little Sister? Can't you tell? He is probably just here to check on the pompous brat. However, Little Sister remains composed. Such blind fools. That is my brother Chen Yu. He has spare change worth hundreds of trillions. She chuckles, anticipating her brother Chen Yu's imminent display of prowess. Simultaneously, in the back office of Douyin, a commotion ensues. Supervisor. Big news. A technical inspector bursts into the supervisor and Oppo's office. The portly supervisor, engrossed in watching a beautiful host, nearly drops his computer in shock. You better be delivering good news, or you can forget about your salary for the next 6 months. His enthusiasm dampened. The fallen screen still showcases the alluring dance of the host. The technician swallows nervously, hastily shutting the screen. He then rushes around the desk, seizing the supervisor's arm. Supervisor. It's truly good news. I just detected a recharge in the back end. A recharge? Wang, is this your first day at Douyin? Without recharges, gifts, and viewers, we might as well close shop. The supervisor rolls up his sleeves, ready to explode. Wait. This isn't just anyone. Do you know how much he recharged? 200 billion. What? The supervisor leaps up, astonished. You're saying 200 billion? You mean money? The technician nods vigorously, his face flushed with excitement. I just contacted the finance department. Indeed, 200 billion soft sister coins have been transferred to the designated bank. That's 200 billion. The supervisor's face reddens with excitement as he instructs, quickly, notify the department to grant this God of Wealth all necessary permissions. Congratulations, God of Wealth. You have unlocked relevant high-tier permissions. Permissions include 1. Access to higher-tier gift spending. 2. All prospective PK viewing experience. Chen Yu soon notices the permissions granted by the official platform. Standard gifts on Douyin range from $3 to several $1,000s. However, once he gains access to luxurious gifts, the stakes escalate. The minimum is $10,000, soaring to an astonishing $50,000. The best part is that these gifts can be infinitely gifted. Moreover, the names of these gifts are incredibly impressive, and their effects are likely astounding, far beyond what most ordinary viewers have ever witnessed. For instance, the treasure pot, priced at 10,000. Above that is the money tree, costing 20,000. Chen Yu continues to explore, discovering the most valuable gift, dragon in the sky, priced at 50,000. The lifelike dragon design makes him eagerly anticipate the spectacular effects that will grace the screen upon gifting. Additionally, with the all-perspective PK viewing privilege, the experience becomes even more intriguing. Typically, during a PK between 2 live streams, one must remain in the designated room. However, now, like a deity, he can view both hosts' audience numbers and visuals on his screen simultaneously. This is not merely impressive. Chen Yu also notices 2 rooms with personnel flowing in and out, alongside monitoring data for each waveband. Furthermore, under the directive of Douyin and Oppo's supervisor, a dedicated assistant is assigned to assist Chen Yu with gifting and PK activities. Upon seeing a series of badges appear above Chen Yu and Oppo's avatar, those knowledgeable online are left in awe. Wow, this God of Wealth is truly remarkable. Look. Douyin has specially granted him advanced permissions. I see it too. He can gift items we've never seen before. Oh my, I think I've hit the jackpot tonight. Do you think this God of Wealth recharged 1 million? There have been those who recharged 1 million before, though they are rare. And the platform doesn't grant such high-level permissions to them. Could it be that the God of Wealth recharged more than 1 million? Perhaps 2 million, 5 million? Or could it be? No way. To watch a PK, would he really spend tens of millions, or even over 100 million? Observing the foolish remarks from naive viewers, Chen Yu scoffs. Why can't one spend a billion just to watch a PK? If I told you I recharged 200 billion and still have hundreds of trillions in spare change waiting, you'd be shocked. Contemplating, Chen Yu decides to remain low-key, refraining from further engagement online. As the live PK has yet to commence, the viewers are divided, igniting a fervent discussion. Your god of wealth likely only recharged a few million. Our pompous brat's backers have assets totaling at least 1 billion. Have you heard? 1 billion. Forget about the god of wealth helping anyone. Even if he assists that little girl, can he afford to cast 1 billion? Exactly. The pompous brat's family runs a chain supermarket. Pulling out 30 billion is no issue. Some viewers, unable to tolerate the supporters of the pompous brat, retort, "You truly have no idea of the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Have you never considered who the god of wealth is in reality? He is none other than the recent sensation in the Magic City, highly regarded by the likes of young Master Chen and all the wealthy second-generation heirs. The top-tier figure among them, Chen Yu." Oh, now that you mention it, I'm wide awake. I know Chen Yu. He casually purchased a Koenigsegg one worth 1.6 billion. He spends 2 million on a meal without batting an eye. Just the other day, he dined with young Master Chen and a group of rich heirs, casually tossing around nearly 2 billion. Wow, that is astonishing. Chen Yu is indeed a remarkable individual. Tonight promises to be entertaining. Chapter 39. Prepare to embrace the tempest of 300 million. The crowd was filled with eager anticipation, with many tagging Chen Yu to express their utmost respect. Young Master Chen, shower us with gifts. Young Master Chen, I would gladly be your loyal dog. Are you still in need of a girlfriend? My daughter just started kindergarten. I can reserve her for you. Chen Yu was left utterly speechless by the absurd comments. Soon, the clock struck 9, and the mischievous bug confirmed with Xiao Yuer. Little sister, do not accuse me of bullying. If we agree to a wager, we must establish rules. As previously stated, if you lose, you must comply with my demands for an hour. If I lose, I shall kneel and ask you to call me Andy. Indeed, it is settled. Xiao Yuer declared with righteous fervor. Thus, both parties muted their microphones and began to persuade their respective supporters to prepare gifts. Brothers, family, let us gather some gifts. Let us ensure this little girl loses convincingly. The mischievous bug rallied his loyal followers with confidence. However, his usually supportive family seemed somewhat hesitant today. Brother Bug, I have something to attend to, so I must leave. Brother Bug, look, that wealthy guy has teeth shown up. It seems he is on Xiao Yuer's side. My brothers are already losing their nerve. That man was a high-level player. Not only was he at max level, but he was also known as Young Master Chen of Shanghai. Even the likes of Young Master Tsong and Young Master Qin regarded him as a distinguished guest, casually tossing 200 million during a night out at a bar. We can and amp, Oppos, T compete with that. Watching these cowardly remarks, the mischievous bug called upon his management team. Get rid of these fence-sitters. What nonsense is this? To be honest, when someone suggested that the wealthy guy was indeed the extravagant young Master Chen, the mischievous bug had dismissed it entirely. How could a man known for throwing around hundreds of millions on a single night out possibly waste time pursuing a modest, low-profile streamer who had only just begun her broadcast and had fewer than 200 followers? Stay calm. We can win. Come on, brothers, let us send gifts. The opponent is merely a small-time tycoon. There's no need to fear. If we win this round, I'll reward our team. The mischievous bug's family fortune was in the billions, and this news had circulated long ago. Gradually, gifts began to flow from the opposing side. Chen Yu strolled through Xiao Yu and Oppos, live stream, observing through his backhand the modest crowd of around 100 fans, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness. The wealthiest among them is merely at level 20. If I don't step in tonight, Xiao Yu and Amp, Oppos, or wouldn't he even have a chance? With a snap of his fingers, he began to send gifts. The wealthy guy sends a carnival as Chen Yu's fingers danced across the screen. The live stream erupted with a cascade of carnivals, each worth 3,000 soft currency coins, bursting forth like fireworks. The dazzling effects of the carnivals flooded the screen, momentarily obscuring Xiao Yuer's stream. Wow, they've begun. Brothers, let us go. Our team must triumph. The mischievous bug, unwilling to be outdone, rallied his own supporters. He still had a few diehard fans, so the carnivals began to flow from his side as well. Come on, brothers, stay strong. The PK lasts only 10 minutes. We must endure. The mischievous bug even stood on a chair, stripping to the waist, shaking his hips and waving his arms, exuding enthusiasm. However, after the first wave of gifts, he was left dumbfounded. Chen Yu had sent a staggering 10,000 carnivals, totaling 30 million soft currency coins, while his side could only muster a mere 1,000. worth 3 million. The disparity was tenfold. The mischievous bug had never faced such humiliation. Silently, he logged into his secondary account. Wealthy guy? You think you're impressive? No one dares to provoke me, the mischievous bug. Today, I shall show you what embarrassment truly means. However, just as he positioned his fingers over the keyboard, the opposing live stream erupted in a dazzling display of colors that momentarily blinded him. The wealthy guy sends a treasure pot worth 10,000 coins. This treasure pot, valued at 10,000 soft currency coins, was a gift exclusive to high-tier Douyin members. The mischievous bug's jaw dropped wider. The treasure pot appeared at the center of the screen, gradually expanding, accompanied by the joyous sound of coins clinking as they cascaded down like a rain of golden glory. One after another, they poured forth without end. Wow, the treasure pot! The legendary gift worth 10,000. The wealthy guy must have sent hundreds of them to Chen Yu by now. That's already several million soft currency coins spent. The audience was in an uproar, but the effects of the treasure pot showed no signs of stopping. The bug's loyal followers, just like him, stared with widened eyes and mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yu's performance had only just begun. After sending a few thousand treasure pots, he then unleashed a flurry of gifts worth 20,000 coins each, the money tree. The effects were even more magnificent, with vibrant colors dancing across the screen, showering down soft currency coins, pounds, and dollars as if they were free. This flurry amounted to several thousand more gifts, totaling tens of millions in soft currency coins. The mischievous bug watched in shock, calculating in his mind. The wealthy guy had initially sent 30 million in carnivals, then several thousand treasure pots worth around 20 million. And now, with the money trees, at least 50 million had been spent. In less than 10 minutes, over 100 million had been lavished. This wealthy guy certainly knew how to make a grand gesture. It was clear he was fervently supporting Chen Yu and Oppos, who, despite her humble appearance and lack of exceptional talents, had somehow captivated him. The mischievous bug, however, could not dwell on that thought. He noticed that his loyal supporters were already exiting the room. These useless fellows. No, I cannot lose. It's time for me to go big as well. Management, contact Douyin to grant me access to high-tier gifts. After coordinating with his management, the mischievous bug flexed his fingers, rolled his neck, and prepared to activate his secondary account, which contained a staggering 300 million soft currency coins. Think you're something special, wealthy guy? I won't hold back today. Get ready to face the tempest of 300 million. Chapter 40. The gift soars like a dragon in the sky, recklessly spinning over 15 billion. The pestilent bug rested his hands on the keyboard, closing his eyes for a fleeting moment. Although he had yet to send out any gifts, he could almost hear the applause and cheers echoing in his ears. His imagination conjured the scene where the entire internet hailed him as the illustrious god of wealth. Slowly, he opened his ostentatious eyes, only to find them widening in disbelief. What on earth was happening? In the online livestream, something even more astonishing unfolded. A new special effect gift appeared on Chen Yu's side, one that even the worldly pestilent bug had never encountered before. A magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon dazzled the screen, its scales shimmering like gold, commanding attention as it majestically roamed back and forth. Simultaneously, a deep, ancient roar reverberated from the speakers, shaking the very core of those who listened. With each echoing roar, the computer screen flickered mesmerizingly. At that moment, the pestilent bug felt as though his breath had been stolen away. His eyes and mind struggled to connect. The 5-clawed golden dragon was awe-inspiring, instilling a deep-seated reverence that compelled one to bow down in submission. Not just the pestilent bug, but all the viewers huddled in the live stream bore witness to this extraordinary spectacle. Flying dragon in the sky. This was a gift effect worth 500,000 yuan. What is flying dragon in the sky? A viewer excitedly typed. I used to work as a customer service representative on Douyin, and I was fortunate enough to see this impressively extravagant gift developed by the tech department. However, I have never seen it online because it costs 500,000 each. Just one gesture could translate to several million, and in the realm of gift-giving, even billions would fall short. Even the wealthiest individuals would have to think twice before indulging. A wave of goosebumps rippled through the viewers as the flying dragon in the sky effect continued to appear, the dragon and Oppos' roars echoing in their ears. This was the true aura of a genuine god of wealth. They had lost count of how many flying dragon in the sky effects had manifested. At least 1,000 had appeared in mere moments. My heavens, at 500,000 each. If 1,000 had been sent, how much does that amount to? A staggering 5 billion. Boom. Everyone's mind short-circuited. What an astonishing display of wealth. What remarkable audacity. In just one PK battle, billions were spent in minutes, and it showed no signs of stopping. How many flying dragons in the sky would Xiao Yu's top supporter, the god of wealth, send? Chen Yu clicked away in the background, his fingers weary from the relentless clicking, momentarily pausing. It was at this moment that the entire internet began to react, sparking fervent discussions. He must have sent around 10,000 of those 500,000 yuan gifts. Can someone calculate how much that amounts to? No need to calculate. I previously worked in finance. It totals around 15 billion. What? The god of wealth sent out 15 billion worth of flying dragons in the sky? Is that even possible? The pestilent bug was utterly flabbergasted. It was a shudder that resonated from the depths of his soul. After all, this was merely a trivial PK battle. The stakes were not life or death. Yet, here was the god of wealth, effortlessly waving his hand to send forth 15 billion in gift effects. And he felt that the god of wealth was merely warming up. The true extent of his wealth was unimaginable. He had no chance of winning whatsoever. His fingers trembled. The 300 million he had prepared to spend now seemed utterly unnecessary. He had never felt more regretful than at this moment. Perhaps to the god of wealth, that 300 million was worth less than a mere 3 cents, making it embarrassing to spend when defeat was already apparent. Meanwhile, the comments in Xiao Yu's live stream exploded. God of wealth, I need a father. Will you take me in? The god of wealth strikes, ruling supreme. Incredible! The dazzling and extravagant gift effects had also left Xiao Yu in shock. She finally thought to check the number of viewers in the live stream, and her astonishment deepened. Her followers had skyrocketed from a mere 200 to an astonishing 8 million. The current online viewer count had reached an astonishing 240 million. This meant that nearly 1/6 of the nation was watching her live stream tonight. She had instantly ascended to the top of Douyin and Apple's live stream rankings. God of wealth, with your generosity, you must be determined to win over Xiao Yu. Brothers, do we really need to say more? Who else can match a top supporter who spent over 15 billion in one night just to support Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu's share of the gifts alone would amount to several billion. Alas, if only I were a woman. If someone showered me with tens of billions in gifts in one night, I would crawl just to find the god of wealth. Reading the comments, Xiao Yu felt both shy and timid. Chen Yu truly had feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't spend so much. But didn't Chen Yu have a girlfriend? Thinking this, her fingers froze in midair, unsure of how to interpret Chen Yu's intentions. The online comments continued to evolve. I believe it. This must be the legendary Chen Xiao from the Magic City. Only he could wield such power. Some newcomers were bewildered, bombarding the chat with question marks. Others reminded them to search for information about Chen Xiao and Apple's impressive reputation. Are you kidding me? He and Apple's, as the young, godlike wealthy individual even revered by the likes of Song Xiao? He owns cars worth 200 million and has several known businesses, not to mention being the controlling shareholder of Yida. A chorus of admiration and envy filled the online space. Seeing all this, the pestilent bug, who had just regained his composure, couldn't and Apple's help but shed tears of shame. He turned the camera to himself and, with a sudden thud, knelt down before the viewers. Chen Xiao, you truly are Chen Xiao. I was wrong. I never intended to offend. I just wanted to play around with Xiao Yu, thinking a simple PK would suffice. Even if she lost, I had no intention of taking advantage of her. Chen Xiao, you sent so many gifts tonight. It was all my fault. Please, spare me. The pestilent bug was genuinely terrified. What a joke it would be. To engage in a PK battle that resulted in over 15 billion spent was as easy as sneezing for someone like him. Chapter 41. The Arrival of the Little Lamb. Gifts in motion. This illustrates the disparity between individuals. The arrogant pest conceded defeat outright. He deliberately refrained from making any movements in the live stream, gazing at the screen in hopes that Chen Yu would show him mercy. After a few minutes, Chen Yu finally spoke up, reminding him that he should fulfill his wager with Xiao Yu and Apple's. Oh. Yes. All right. Esteemed benefactor, I shall honor my commitment. Upon uttering these words, the arrogant pest bowed his head repeatedly before the camera, exclaiming, Xiao Yu, I was wrong. I accept my defeat. I had no idea you had such a powerful backing. Had I known, I would not have foolishly flaunted before you. My wealth pales in comparison to yours. At that moment, a devoted fan of the arrogant pest happened to enter his live stream. The fan had arrived late, and typically, he believed that his idol would easily win the PK. However, witnessing the pest bowing repeatedly left him bewildered. Brother, don't do that. Are you drunk or something? Why are you bowing to a small streamer? When has our team ever acted so disgracefully? As soon as the fan finished speaking, he was immediately besieged by others in the live stream. Are you blind? Get away from our brother. His bowing is an opportunity to show respect to the benefactor. This is a rare occasion. If you keep yapping, the benefactor might get angry, and you might regret it. Not just you, but all of us could be implicated. You fool, you're truly foolish. Our team has no place for someone like you. Your mind is clearly not functioning. The fan was berated mercilessly, finally paying attention to the so-called small female streamer on the other side. Upon glancing at her, he was taken aback, for her level and fan count far exceeded anything he had ever anticipated. How can she be ranked first on the Douyin PK leaderboard? This can end AMP, Oppos, TB real. Realizing this, he concluded that the arrogant pest and AMP, Oppos, loss was entirely justified. As he opened the list of gifts she had received, his jaw dropped in disbelief. Wait, did I just wake up from a daze, or has my head been caught in a door? She received over 15 billion in gifts. That's real money. Within a second, the once dedicated fan of the arrogant pest immediately switched to his own live stream, kneeling before the camera. I was wrong, esteemed benefactor. I was wrong, Chen Yu and Oppos. I truly misspoke. I shouldn't have belittled you. From now on, I sever ties with the arrogant pest. His wealth is nothing compared to yours. I am unfollowing him right now and starting to follow the beautiful Chen Yu and Oppos. With this declaration, the original fans of the arrogant pest seemed to be inspired, one after another unfollowing him. Waves of former followers flooded into Chen Yu's live stream, causing her fan count to surge by over 300,000 in mere minutes, with no signs of slowing down. The arrogant pest was blindsided, never expecting that his act of kneeling would backfire. With his fans gone, how would he continue to profit? Yet, he remained oblivious to what awaited him. The small female streamers whom he had previously looked down upon heard about the PK and witnessed the pest kneeling and calling another brother. They began to voice their grievances. Weren't you so boastful, arrogant pest? You once humiliated us, claiming we had no fans when we started streaming. Now your fan count is even less than ours. This is what they call karma. Come on, let us have a PK. My fans may not be many, but they outnumber yours. Are you scared now? Ha ha ha. Who told you to be so despicable? Meanwhile, Chen Yu had little interest in the situation surrounding the arrogant pest. She was now basking in the glory of having millions of fans. Why would she bother with such a trivial character? She began to check her back end, her eyes gleaming over the gifts worth over 15 billion, unable to contain her excitement. At that moment, she received a mysterious connection request, marked with 2 sheep icons. 2 sheep? That seems familiar. Isn't there a company named 2 Sheep that has been gaining traction lately? The other party persistently sent requests, and Chen Yu had no choice but to accept. Little Lamb has arrived. Little Lamb sent a carnival, 30 units. Little Lamb sent a carnival, 60 units. Little Lamb sent a carnival, 100 units. To her astonishment, it was none other than the Little Lamb from the rapidly rising 2 Sheep company, renowned for their impressive sales on Douyin. Without hesitation, he began showering her with gifts. Wow, I can't believe I'm seeing the Little Lamb. He must have come here for a reason. Look at him sending 300,000 yuan worth of gifts at once. Does he wish to PK with Chen Yu and Oppos? Or what? Haha. Although he has earned quite a bit, he should think twice, as the benefactor is formidable. When the Little Lamb sent 100 carnivals, Chen Yu and Oppos furrowed her brow. What is he up to? Then, the Little Lamb spoke, expressing his delight in meeting her and offering a small gesture of 30 carnivals as a token of respect. The big sheep then chimed in. Chen Yu, your ability to attract fans is exceptional. We are truly impressed. Let us discuss potential collaboration in the future, rest assured. We will ensure you do not suffer any losses. Chen Yu had never encountered such an opportunity and had to consult Chen Yu in the back end. She informed him that they could discuss it another day. Chen Yu believed it necessary to conduct an on-site investigation before discussing collaboration. Fully aware of the intentions behind the Little Lamb's visit, Chen Yu communicated this, and they agreed to it, after which the Little Lamb exited her live stream. Thus, her PK session concluded successfully. However, the fans who had been eagerly anticipating this event were far from satisfied. Their animated discussions continued well into the early hours of the morning. Thank you, brother Chen Yu. Chen Yu and Oppos blew him a kiss. Chen Yu chuckled, silly girl. It's no trouble. Just be happy and rest early. Yet, sleep eluded Chen Yu. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She speculated that brother Chen Yu must have broken up with his girlfriend and surely had feelings for her. I must find more opportunities to get closer to brother Chen Yu. As long as he doesn't show any resistance, I'll offer myself to him. Blushing and rolling around in bed, her emotions remained in turmoil. Chen Yu, why are you being so unreserved? She giggled to herself. Chapter 42. Injustice and the Resurgence of the Father-in-Law. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the spending task and triggering a mysterious reward package. Would you like to open it now? Oh. After spending over 10 billion on live streaming gifts, the system triggered a reward? Let us see what it is. Congratulations, host, you have acquired helicopter piloting skills. The license has been issued and is now in your pocket. What? Helicopter piloting skills? This is rather absurd. I can afford a helicopter now, but what use is a piloting license? Chen Yu took out the helicopter license from his pocket and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems the system has had one too many today. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Chu Yan. Chen Yu. The specialist has cured my mother's illness. She says she wants to be discharged tomorrow, and my dad would like to return to our hometown for a while. Can you take us to the station tomorrow? Chen Yu understood that this was an opportunity for Chu Yan to showcase herself. However, after a moment's thought, an idea struck him. Chu Yan, tell them not to rush to leave. Let us enjoy a couple more days here. It's not every day they come to the city. I have nothing planned for tomorrow. I'll take them around the magic city. To his surprise, Chu Yan sounded quite pleased and readily agreed. As Chen Yu prepared to head back, he received a mysterious message. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from the Douyin official account. Following the link in the message, he connected via video. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Yu? It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a supervisor from the Douyin backend. We have been closely monitoring your generous gifting and recharging activity tonight. The representative was polite, and Chen Yu listened intently to his subsequent proposal. Mr. Chen, your expenditure in this PK indicates your exceptional prowess. Would you be interested in joining our Douyin family? Please don't misunderstand. I'm not suggesting you work under me. Douyin is planning to expand into overseas markets and develop an international version of Douyin. If you are willing to invest, we can offer you corresponding shares and even a degree of decision-making power. Would you consider this? Ah, I see. This fellow is eyeing my investment. Currently, Douyin has matured in the domestic market, with people frequently using the app, indicating its widespread popularity. However, the overseas version seems to be underdeveloped. Chen Yu recalled that he had only spent over 200 billion today, which was still far from the goal of 500 trillion. Without further ado, he directly conveyed his stance to the Douyin supervisor. If you want me to invest, I have two conditions. First, I want to hold decision-making power for the overseas version. Second, the overseas version must consistently promote our country and its positive values. Anyone registering for the overseas Douyin version must adhere to our regulations and recognize Taiwan as an inseparable part of our nation. Chen Yu and Appo's voice resonated powerfully. The Douyin supervisor was taken aback, immediately applauding. Mr. Chen, you are truly deserving of your affluent status. Your vision aligns perfectly with ours. The overseas version of Douyin can indeed serve as a platform for promoting our country's positive image. Wonderful. I completely agree. How much are you willing to invest? If I may ask. Without hesitation, Chen Yu replied, I wish to invest 500 trillion. What? Did I hear you correctly? The Douyin supervisor was utterly flabbergasted. Despite having encountered vast sums of money in his dealings with wealthy businessmen, he never expected someone as young as Chen Yu to propose an investment of 500 trillion. His lips trembled. Brother, did you say 500 trillion? I just want to confirm. Chen Yu reiterated, and the supervisor, now ecstatic, exclaimed, all right. I will immediately contact our leadership. We can sign a contract soon. The overseas version will be entirely at your discretion. You will be the major shareholder, while we will take on the minor role. After ending the video call, Chen Yu smirked. Money must be spent wisely. Today's spending task has finally concluded. Congratulations, host, on completing today's minimum spending requirement of 500 trillion. You have earned the qualification for tomorrow's luxurious sign-in. We look forward to seeing you continue to excel in spending, young man. Go forth and conquer. Chen Yu returned to the Tang Palace, resting for the night. And the night passed without incident. The next morning, he drove to the first hospital in the Magic City to pick up Chu Yan's parents. Good son-in-law. I had initially discussed with Chu Yan's mother about not wanting to trouble you further. After all, you spent so much on my wife's hospitalization and even bought us a house. We feel quite guilty and wish to return to the countryside for a while without imposing on you any longer. Chu Yan's mother couldn't help but express her gratitude. I heard from her father that you bought us another luxurious home. We now hesitate to move in. Good son-in-law. You must treat us for a couple more days and show us around, despite the expense. Chen Yu waved his hand. We are family. There is no need for such formalities. Soon, Chen Yu brought the three of them to the Fongyuan building, located at the northernmost end of Luyezue. At the top of the building, there was an extravagant helicopter, designated for tourism. Typically, only the affluent would frequent such a place. And it was said that a single visit could cost 100,000 yuan. This was an impulsive idea that struck Chen Yu that morning. After all, he now possessed helicopter piloting skills. Upon arrival, however, they found a long queue at the front desk. Just then, a foreigner stumbled in, carelessly knocking down the first person in line and banged on the front desk. Let me go first, let me go first. This man had evidently spent a considerable amount of time in the country, as his Mandarin was quite decent. His arrogant demeanor immediately provoked discontent among those in line. Yet, confronted with the imposing figure of the muscular foreigner, they all shrank back. The reception staff displayed no resistance towards the foreigner. Upon seeing him, they suddenly brightened up, promptly standing and bowing at a 90-degree angle. Sir, welcome to Fongyuan Building and Oppo's helicopter sightseeing tour. We are delighted to assist you. Witnessing the receptionist and Oppo's excessive flattery, the onlookers couldn't help but furrow their brows. Why should he, a foreigner, cut in line? And as a receptionist, instead of stopping him, you're practically bowing to him. Can't you see we've all been waiting here? Shu Yan's father, a man of strong principles, could no longer contain his frustration. He marched up to the reception desk and addressed them directly. I must ask, is this how you conduct yourself? Is it easy for us to stand in line for so long? Your dismissive attitude while serving a foreigner is quite evident. Why do you behave this way when he arrives? The two receptionists were taken aback, their faces turning crimson. The older of the two finally regained her composure and said to Chu Yan's father, Sir, our company policy is to treat foreign guests with extra courtesy and politeness. Please mind your own business. Chapter 43. A helicopter's view over the wealthy of Magic City. What is going on? What is happening? A manager approached. Manager, you're just in time. This old man is wasting everyone's time here. We want to prioritize assisting this foreign guest, but he keeps causing disruptions. The older receptionist retorted to the manager. The onlookers, predominantly locals, fixed their gazes upon the manager, eagerly awaiting his reprimand of the receptionist. To their surprise, the manager assessed Mr. Chu before hastily bowing before the black man, lowering his head even further until his body formed a right angle. Welcome to Huaghua. I sincerely apologize for the oversight. I will attend to this matter immediately. He then turned and forcefully grasped Mr. Chu by the collar, attempting to drag him out. Get out! Get out! He scolded while pulling, leaving Mr. Chu, an elderly man, struggling to breathe, his face flushed. Stand still. What are you doing? Chen Yu swiftly intervened, knocking the manager and Oppo's hand away. You are the manager, betraying your own people while fawning over foreigners like a sycophant. Your time in this position is over. With that, Chen Yu produced a supreme card from his pocket and slapped it onto the reception desk. Call your general manager here. The manager frowned, glancing down at the card, which resembled a bank card. Its only notable feature was the vividly depicted dragon. Otherwise, it was unremarkable. Are you trying to show off? Do you think you're a character from a wealthy novel, waving around some black or white card? Every year there are madmen, but today seems particularly abundant. However, at that moment, an elderly man in line suddenly exclaimed in admiration that the Supreme Dragon card. My goodness, it's actually here in Huaghua. The crowd turned to look at him as he approached, lifting the card high above his head. Indeed, it is the Dragon card. This signifies one of the highest status individuals. To everyone's astonishment, he knelt before Chen Yu. Meanwhile, the general manager of the Fongyuan building had been monitoring the situation through surveillance and immediately shouted, I am the general manager of Fongyuan building. Do not neglect the esteemed guest. Why are you not kneeling? His voice was filled with dread, as if fearing that any delay might cost him dearly. In an instant, a throng of people knelt, including the manager, who had no choice but to follow suit, though confusion remained etched across his face. Soon, the general manager descended, chastising his subordinates for allowing such disrespect. He promptly dismissed the two receptionists and the manager as requested by Chen Yu, and expelled the arrogant black man from the building, while solemnly pledging to treat all individuals, both domestic and foreign, equally in the future. This must be young Master Chen Yu, the mysterious and powerful figure making waves in Magic City. I have heard much about you. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you in person, the general manager said with deep respect. Chen Yu nodded, his expression finally softening. It is truly an honor for us at Fongyuan Building to host you today. I shall take you to the rooftop helipad. Not so fast. I need to address a small matter first. The general manager was perplexed, wondering if there was someone else he intended to punish. The helicopter tour at Fongyuan building is excellent, providing a panoramic view of the entire Magic City. What price are you considering? Instantly, the general manager's expression soured, his lips trembling. What? Young master, you wish to purchase this? Chen Yu merely nodded. Indeed. I am interested in this location and this project. If I buy it, you may continue in your role as general manager. Discuss with your superiors how much it will cost. By the way, regardless of the price, I will add an additional billion to your asking price. Don't inquire why. It is simply because it pleases me. At this, Jian could no longer contain her laughter. Chen Yu appeared so bold and charismatic at that moment, and she felt her heart melt at the sight of her impressive man. When Chen Yu awakened that morning, he had already signed in on the system to receive a staggering 100 trillion. Was he purchasing Fongyuan building a trivial matter? Regardless of the number of billions, it was merely a side task for him. The general manager hastily contacted his superiors, and upon learning that the buyer was none other than the renowned Chen Yu, who possessed the esteemed Supreme Dragon card, they promptly agreed to a deal of 300 billion. Chen Yu pulled out his phone. I keep my funds in Alipay. Please provide me with your payment code. With a beep, the transfer of 300 billion was confirmed. As this resounding announcement echoed throughout the lobby, the queued crowd, including the general manager, was left in stunned silence. How extravagant! Truly remarkable! This is a world only understood by the wealthy, they murmured among themselves. However, Chen Yu remained remarkably composed. After exchanging pleasantries with the general manager, he led Chu Yin and his parents to the rooftop on the 66th floor. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear as they stood on the helipad, gazing down upon the splendidly vibrant Magic City, a sight akin to a dream. Wow, what a bustling metropolis! It's truly magnificent to see from such a height, Mr. Chu exclaimed, holding his wife's hand in admiration. Let us board the helicopter. I'll show you the wonders of Magic City, Chen Yu declared, opening the helicopter's door. Chen Yu, you can pilot a helicopter? Chu Yin asked in astonishment. Chen Yu produced his pilot's license, revealing that he had acquired it while learning to drive. The realization prompted laughter from Chu Yin and her parents. It sounded almost absurd if one were to overhear. Yet, upon closer inspection, the authenticity of the national seal on the license confirmed its validity. My goodness! How many hidden talents does Chen Yu possess? She thought, marveling at his excellence. I truly have an exceptional partner. One who is well-connected and caring towards me and my family. Soon, the four boarded the helicopter. As it soared over the city, they admired the bustling streets below and the scenic bund. Witnessing her parents' joy filled Chu Yin with a sense of comfort and satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. It was the first time her mother had smiled since recovering from her illness. At that moment, her gaze towards Chen Yu was imbued with even deeper affection. Chapter 44. Chen Yu, you rascal. I'll make you spend lavishly. That evening, Chen Yu once again treated his family to an exquisite dinner. Subsequently, as parents, filled with gratitude, departed for the villa Chen Yu had purchased for them. Emboldened by the alcohol, Chen Yu and engaged in. Readers are invited to use their imagination here. 0. In the morning, as Chen Yu embraced his beloved, he signed in, eliciting a sigh of contentment. Ah, another windfall of 100 trillion. With inexhaustible wealth and a beautiful girlfriend, life is truly divine. Swish. The covers were abruptly pulled back as awoke. Recalling the previous night's passionate escapades, she feigned annoyance and playfully rebuked him. Humph. Now is the time for you to fulfill your boyfriendly duties. Accompany me on a shopping spree. I intend to make you spend lavishly. Chen Yu instinctively wore a bitter expression. It wasn't the prospect of spending money that daunted him, but rather the realization that a woman's stamina during a shopping excursion knew no bounds. They could browse endlessly without fatigue. Yet, in the next instant, his eyes lit up. Accompanying on a shopping spree would expedite the depletion of his 50 trillion daily allowance. Let's go then, my darling. Whatever your heart desires today, I shall procure for you. He leaped out of bed with alacrity, completed a swift ablution, and escorted to the most upscale financial shopping district on the bund. S intention wasn't necessarily to acquire anything specific, but rather to relish the joy of strolling alongside Chen Yu. She clung to his arm like an exuberant child, her gaze flitting from one storefront to another. She even purchased a cotton candy from a roadside vendor, devouring it with childlike glee. Observing her crimson lips delicately nibbling at the cotton candy, Chen Yu felt an irresistible urge stirring within him. He leaned in close to Appo's ear, whispering suggestively, when we return tonight, Could you perhaps treat me in the same manner as you were treating that cotton candy? He. Perish the thought. With so many people watching. Have you no shame? S face flushed crimson at his words, leaving her uncertain whether to continue eating the cotton candy or not. She cast a reproachful glance at Chen Yu. Upon arriving at a high-end boutique, S gaze became fixated on a white, diamond-encrusted dress. She held it aloft, admiring it for an extended period, reluctant to relinquish it. A saleswoman, standing nearby, effusively chimed in. Miss, you have an exceptional eye. This dress is a limited edition. Queen Audrey herself wore this very design during her visit. Was utterly captivated, but her expression wavered upon glimpsing the price tag. She murmured softly, I adore this dress, but the price is rather exorbitant. Alas, she wasn't oppose, T1 to indulge in extravagance. The saleswoman, initially taken aback, gradually lost her smile. Her expression turned scornful, and she straightened her posture. Aware of the awkwardness, was about to reluctantly return the dress when a couple entered the boutique. The man was an oily, middle-aged fellow, while the woman was youthful and radiant, adorned in flamboyant attire. Upon spotting, the woman waved and exclaimed, Oh, what a surprise to encounter you here. Sister, are you also shopping? It's been ages since we last met. Responded with composure. Chen Yu had been poised to settle the bill, but the woman's sudden appearance had stayed his hand. He leaned in close to his ear and inquired, Is that your cousin? Why is she clinging to that old man? Offered a wry smile and turned to address, Cousin. This is my boyfriend, Chen Yu. Allow me to introduce you. Though inwardly disapproving, Chen Yu wore a faint smile as he greeted them. Greetings, sister. I am Chen Yu's boyfriend. However, ignored Chen Yu's salutation, instead wearing a smug expression. I noticed you haggling with the saleswoman as soon as I entered. What's the matter? Can't even afford clothes now? Cousin, why must you be this way? Looked at her in disbelief, realizing she wasn't jesting. And her eyes welled up with tears. Scoffed. What's wrong with me? You're not a child anymore. Stop thinking only of indulgence. Look at the circle I associate with. Discussing finance and real estate, while you found yourself a penniless young man. Oh, don't be so harsh. The greasy uncle pinched her buttocks and chuckled. Your cousin simply hasn't had the opportunity. She only knows these poor young men, which is understandable. If she had met someone like me sooner, her status would have risen long ago. How about I give you a chance? The greasy uncle leered. If you are willing to serve me like your cousin, I'll gift you that dress. And not only that, I'll give you plenty of money every month. How does that sound? Trembled with anger. Before she could speak, Chen Yu interjected with a cold expression. Who do you think you are, trying to seduce my girlfriend in front of me? Your meager coins are nothing before me. Chen Yu wasn't lying. Others spend money and see it diminish, but his wealth only increased. He truly wasn't afraid of anyone flaunting their wealth before him. However, his candid declaration infuriated. And just who do you think you are? Scrutinized Chen Yu with disdain, saying, You look like a poor student. Your clothes are all cheap brands. Take a good look at what we and Oppos re-wearing. One piece would cover your living expenses for months. Oh, putting on a few international brands and thinking you and Oppos superior? Chen Yu retorted, It's not like I don't have designer clothes, but they make me uncomfortable. Comfort is what matters most. As the tension between the two escalated, the saleswoman approached and said, Sir, please take your companion and leave. Do not disturb our esteemed guests. What? They're esteemed guests, but we're not. Chen Yu looked at the saleswoman indignantly, but she nodded resolutely, which made Chen Yu laugh in exasperation. Hey, don't argue. It ain't amp, oppos. It's not good for young people to be so hot-tempered. The greasy uncle interjected, reality is cruel. It's hard for a young man to accept when his pride is hurt. I understand. Now, you can leave. Stay? I'll buy you some expensive clothes, As he spoke, he reached out with his greasy hand to embrace. Swish. Chen Yu blocked him, yelling, Get your hands off her. Then he slapped him across the face. The greasy uncle and Oppos, S.I. spun. What the hell? You dare hit me? My lawyer will find you. The saleswoman also approached and said to Chen Yu, You lowly commoner, you can't afford to buy anything and you're causing trouble. Get out of our esteemed store. Her expression was extremely mean. Chen Yu sighed and said, Fine. You asked for it. Then he took out his phone, said a few words, and waited with his arms crossed. A few minutes later, a tall, beautiful woman with a cold expression walked in, surrounded by attendants. Chapter 45. A sudden change of ownership on Financial Street. Some weep, while others rejoice. A beautiful woman approached Chen Yu, scrutinizing him intently. With a respectful smile, she remarked, Mr. Chen, you are indeed impressive. In the Magic City, There are hardly any whom young Master Song would take notice of. Yet he shows such keen interest in your affairs, it truly broadens my horizons. Chen Yu merely offered a faint smile. The mysterious call he had just received was made to young Master Kong, having previously interacted with this affluent heir. It was now time to play this trump card. He had requested Song's assistance in contacting the current head of Financial Street. You are the current head of Financial Street. But who holds the real ownership behind the scenes, and what is it worth? She inquired. Huang Tian, a wealthy magnate, aged 68, owns it entirely. The current valuation stands at 20 billion. The woman cast a penetrating gaze at Chen Yu before continuing. Young Master Song instructed me to convey that if you genuinely wish to acquire it, he will persuade Huang Tian to concede, and it can be settled for 2 billion. Their brief exchange left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. Young Master Song? 2 billion? To purchase Financial Street? The crowd struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the situation. Chen Yu, however, waved his hand dismissively, stating, it and amp. Oppos. S merely 2 billion. Contact Huang Tian and send over the QR code. The woman was taken aback. Really? To intercede. 2 billion is the absolute minimum, and he seems unfazed by it? The young man before her appeared anything but ordinary. Did this imply that 2 billion was inconsequential to him? In that moment, she finally understood why young Master Song had been so anxious, insisting she meet the esteemed Mr. Chen in person. Shortly thereafter, they received Huang Tian's payment code. Once the funds were transferred, the ownership of Financial Shopping Street was swiftly finalized. Everything transpired so rapidly that the onlookers could hardly process it. In the blink of an eye, the most prestigious financial street in the Magic City had changed hands. What just happened? How could Chen Yu maintain his composure while spending 2 billion to acquire ownership? This fellow appeared to be an ordinary person. Where could he possibly amass such wealth? Was he an invisible heir of a fortune? As the woman collected the documents, she remarked with a light laugh, Mr. Chen. You are indeed magnanimous. Alas, I may have to seek new employment from this day forth. You are Secretary Dong, correct? Chen Yu had learned her name when signing the documents. Although I have acquired this street, I shall not involve myself in its daily operations. You may continue in your role as head. I will simply provide you with dividends annually. Moreover, kindly refrain from calling me young Master Chen. Just address me as Chen Yu. Ah, is that so? Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. Secretary Dong covered her mouth, smiling brightly, thoroughly pleased with the outcome. She had initially believed Huang Tian had offended Chen Yu, resulting in this abrupt acquisition, and thus presumed she would be dismissed. To her astonishment, not only was she retained, but she could also continue her work. The server who had previously attempted to expel Chen Yu trembled in fear, while a perspiring man beside her, the store manager, glared at her with anger, then turned to Chen Yu with a sycophantic expression. Sir, landlord. Chen Yu had now become their landlord. And the manager was seething with resentment towards his server, who had caused such a significant blunder in his absence. If he failed to appease this esteemed guest, he could very well find himself out of a job. Chen Yu scoffed and said, Do not be so courteous. I cannot accept such flattery. The fact that you have employed such a disdainful server reflects poorly on your management. From this day forth, your clothing store is to vacate my Financial Street. The manager, upon hearing this, panicked and immediately pleaded for leniency. He not only begged on his own behalf, but also began to berate the server beside him. Having never encountered such a scenario, the young server was paralyzed with terror. After hearing that Chen Yu had casually spent 2 billion to purchase Financial Street, she felt as though her heart might shatter from fear, realizing she had offended a veritable deity of wealth. Yet, Chen Yu offered them no opportunities for redemption. Security swiftly sealed their store. Chen Yu turned to Fei Fei and the oily middle-aged man. Mr. Chen? Fei Fei was on the verge of tears, aghast at how well her cousin Chu Yin had maintained her secrecy, leaving her completely oblivious. Fei Fei, this street is now mine. Do you understand? You no longer doubt my ability to afford the attire here, do you? And no, I do not doubt it. Ah, Mr. Chen, I was wrong, truly wrong. Fei Fei began to sob uncontrollably. Chen Yu smirked coldly, uninterested in her plight. And you, the greasy uncle, were you not boasting of your wealth earlier? I just spent 2 billion. If you can produce 2 billion now, I will readily sell you this street. What do you say? The crowd erupted in murmurs. 2 billion to acquire it, and he was willing to flip it for merely 2 billion? It was evident that Chen Yu was certain the oily man could not muster that sum. Chen Yu and Amp, Oppos, S demeanor remained unchanged, as if tossing away a mere $20. Was his acquisition merely a means to humiliate this middle-aged man? The oily man's face, previously flushed with indignation, now turned ashen upon hearing Chen Yu's words. He dared not dwell on the previous humiliation, instead forcing a bitter smile as he replied, "Mr. Chen, please do not mock me. I do not possess such wealth. I cannot even afford to rent a single shop along this street." His words incited laughter among the bystanders. The commotion had drawn a crowd of nearby merchants and tourists, gathering in increasing numbers. I witnessed everything from the beginning. That oily man was so arrogant earlier. What happened to him now? Indeed, 2 billion. How could he refuse such an easy fortune? Still pretending to be affluent? Are they even a couple? Given their ages, she likely is just a kept woman. Fei Fei, overhearing the crowd and Appo's comments, nearly fainted from anger, though she wished to retort. She knew the truth of her own circumstances. If this escalated and the oily man and Appo's legitimate wife became involved, it could lead to a public scene of embarrassment. She had initially envied Chu Yan, thinking she had climbed the social ladder, only to find herself humiliated. "Mr. Chen, ignore them. Come visit my shop. I have the finest attire suited for you and your girlfriend. Consider it my congratulatory gift. I also have exquisite jewelry for your girlfriend to choose from." A throng of nearby merchants began to flock around Chen Yu, showering him with flattery. Chapter 46. In ancient times, there was King Yu of Zhou. In modern times, there is young Master Chen. Fei Fei gazed at the triumphant Chen Yu and then at the greasy uncle who had fled in haste, her legs giving way as she sank to her knees. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she crawled over to embrace Chu Yin and Appo's thigh. "Yin Yin, I was just joking with you earlier. Please don't take it to heart. I promise I won't do it again." Chu Yin, who had previously had a falling out with Fei Fei due to her jealousy, had hoped that Fei Fei would have changed after all these years. However, she was sorely mistaken. Coldly, Chu Yin replied, "We are no longer related, Fei Fei." Fei Fei was taken aback, her self-assuredness shattered by the harsh reality. Observing her current pitiful state, the onlookers erupted in laughter. Secretary Dong, noticing Fei Fei's intent to cling to Chen Yu, waved her hand dismissively. "Security, escort her out of Financial Street. We do not welcome such contemptible individuals here. Do not let her tarnish our reputation." As Chen Yu's subordinate, she felt compelled to protect her boss's interests. If Chen Yu were to be entangled by Fei Fei's antics, it could have dire repercussions for her as well. Newcomers among the crowd, after hearing others recount the events, began to scorn Fei Fei. While seeking a materialistic lifestyle is not inherently wrong, becoming someone's mistress and then turning around to insult one's own cousin, all while feeling superior, is utterly despicable. "No, please don't," Fei Fei wailed, tears streaming down her face, as 2 burly security guards forcibly escorted her away. Chen Yu, unfazed by the commotion, gently patted Chu Yin on the shoulder. "All right, the bothersome elements have been dealt with. Now you can shop in peace, my dear. On this street, take whatever you desire. And don't worry about the expenses. We will settle it later by deducting it from their rent." Chu Yin was delighted by his generosity. "Ah, young Master Chen is indeed magnanimous." In ancient times, King Yu of Zhou staged a playful farce for the sake of a smile. Today, young Master Chen, in a fit of anger for a lady's sake, buys up Financial Street. This is the mark of a true gentleman, my idol. Young Master Chen, please accept my admiration. How wonderful it would be to have such a domineering boyfriend. Wake up. Just look at the gap between you two. A group of merchants joined in the raucous laughter, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Many young women cast envious glances at Chu Yin, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Chen Yu and Chu Yin strolled through various shops, receiving the warmest welcomes at each establishment. Some female customers, puzzled by the excitement, pinched their boyfriends upon hearing the news. Look at them. They buy entire streets on a whim. When will you ever have such audacity? I and Appo's am working hard for it. You must believe in me. One day. One day what? That's 22 billion. You couldn't earn that even if you labored from the Stone Age. A group of disgruntled men looked at Chen Yu with frustration, lamenting their decision to leave home without consulting the almanac. The adult world is often starkly realistic. The wealthy inhabit a different realm from the impoverished. After purchasing a plethora of items, they finally returned to Chen Yu's luxurious home, unable to carry any more. Upon entering, Chu Yin embraced Chen Yu tightly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Chen Yu, I owe you so much today. Without you, I wouldn't have known how to face my cousin's humiliation, and you spent so much money. It's nothing. You have entrusted yourself to me. What is mine is yours. However, I have fulfilled my duties as your boyfriend, so now it's your turn to fulfill your responsibilities as my girlfriend. What? Chu Yan's face flushed a deep crimson. She shyly shot Chen Yu a glance before retreating to her bedroom. Moments later, she emerged wearing black stockings and a white nurse and Appo's outfit. Dear patient, Do you require a checkup from your sister? Chu Yan teased, swaying her body playfully. Chen Yu, unable to resist the allure of her smooth, shapely legs, swallowed hard and replied, Indeed, and I need a shot too. In an instant, the living room transformed into their battlefield. When they finally opened their eyes again, it was already the next day. Chu Yan absent-mindedly checked her phone, discovering several missed calls from the materialistic Fei Fei. After the departure of the greasy rich uncle, Fei Fei returned to her old workplace, the Grand Joy Private Club. However, after witnessing Chu Yan's wealthy boyfriend, she found it hard to concentrate on her work. She yearned to infiltrate high society and meet a genuine wealthy heir. Sitting in the lounge, she gazed into the mirror, sighing, yet soon appeared resolute. Fei Fei, look what I brought you. The door swung open, revealing the rotund manager, grinning broadly. His entrance silenced the previously lively room. Several waitstaff exchanged glances, slowly rising to greet him before discreetly exiting and closing the door behind them. This is a special gift I painstakingly selected for you, the manager said, placing a bag in front of Fei Fei with a lecherous grin. Try it on. Don't let your brother's efforts go to waste. Fei Fei glanced at the contents, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. The bag contained an assortment of lace lingerie and several pairs of black stockings. Previously, under the manager's encouragement, she had flirted with some wealthy individuals, which led to his frequent visits to her. These men were merely wealthy fools, and relying on them would never lead to her true liberation. Therefore, she stood up decisively and addressed the manager. You arrived just in time. I was about to find you. I intend to resign. I can't do this job anymore. My family has other plans for me. The manager paused, his expression cooling as he regarded Fei Fei. You must think this through, Fei Fei. Didn't you mention your paralyzed father and your brother who constantly asks for money? Are you not afraid they will starve if you quit? That is not your concern. Fei Fei replied through gritted teeth, controlling her rising anger. As long as I have food, they will not go hungry. Ah, so you've climbed the social ladder. Haven't you? This is no longer the time for flattery and servitude, the manager scoffed, tearing away his facade. Chapter 47. Cease your pretense of innocence, you vile woman. Would I be doing justice to the money I and Amp, Oppos, VE lavished upon you if I simply let you depart, bringing you into our upscale establishment? I've already arranged with the higher-ups for you to perform as a server while receiving a technician's wages. Surely, you don't believe I operate a charity here? If you wish to leave, produce the 100,000 yuan for breach of contract, and I'll release you immediately. His gaze leered over her curvaceous form, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. Or, you could continue to entertain your corpulent benefactor for another month. Once I've sated my desires, I'll grant you your freedom. Fifi was consumed by humiliation and helplessness. She had unwittingly dug this pit for herself, and now, escaping proved to be an arduous task. The obese man before her was both lecherous and depraved, hence the exorbitant salary he offered. Initially, she believed she could endure it for the sake of the money. However, extricating herself from this place as soon as possible was paramount. Otherwise, she might find herself irrevocably ruined. Lost in thought, she was jolted back to reality as the corpulent boss seized her arm with his pudgy hand. Enough with the feigned innocence. You're well aware of the nature of this establishment. Now that you're here, even if you quit, no one would believe you're not selling yourself. In that case, why not stay and allow your generous benefactor to revel in your company? Ignoring her struggles, he forcefully shoved her towards the vanity. His bulky frame crowded in, and he began to paw at her. Ah, help! Fifi shrieked, hoping to attract the attention of other employees outside the door. However, the passing staff, upon hearing the commotion and glimpsing the boss through the window, recoiled as if electrocuted. Despair washed over Fifi. The corpulent boss was the owner and Amp, Oppos' brother-in-law, a position that held considerable sway within the establishment. As the boss and Oppos' escaping maw descended upon her, she desperately grabbed a small fish tank from the vanity. With a resounding crash, she slammed it against the boss's head and, struggling, fled towards the exit. Spit, spit, damn it, you wretched harlot. Stop her, don't let her escape. The boss spat out bits of water plants and bellowed towards the door before pursuing Fifi. He was consumed by a desperate desire, even if the heavens intervened. He would have Fifi tonight. Then he would sell her far away to continue her servitude, knowing she couldn't outrun him. Fifi frantically darted into a guest room and bolted the door. It was a temporary measure. In desperation, she retrieved her phone and sent a plea for help to Chu Yan. Chu Yan initially hesitated, but upon seeing the word help, she immediately showed the message to Chen Yu. Your cousin. Chen Yu sighed. Never mind, I'll handle it. It's too dangerous for you to go. Chen Yu rose, dressed, and prepared to follow Fifi's location. Regardless, Fifi was Chu Yan's cousin. She had already paid the price for her materialism and harshness. Now, with a life potentially at stake, there was no time to delay. Any normal man would be well aware of the true nature of private leisure clubs. A woman of Fifi's beauty working there was like a lamb among wolves. Even if nothing happened now, it was only a matter of time before something did. Sometimes, even if you don't seek trouble, it finds you. He drove to the club's entrance and strode inside. Though his face remained calm, a volcano of rage simmered within him. "Sir, what can I assist you with?" A staff member greeted him with a bow. Chen Yu surveyed the surroundings, picked up an empty bottle from the bar, and said indifferently, "I need you to get out of my sight." "Security, someone's causing trouble." The staff member barely managed to utter those words into the walkie-talkie before Chen Yu smashed the bottle against his face. The staff member spun in the air before collapsing to the ground. Ignoring him, Chen Yu marched deeper into the club. He had nothing to fear, possessing the Wing Chun skills granted by the system long ago. "It and Appos. It's been a while since I and Appos VE practiced. My hands are itching." As for Fifi and Appos, as hiding place, Chen Yu quickly disowned it. He followed the gazes of the whispering staff to a door. Upon opening it, he saw the corpulent boss pinning Fifi down, leering and groping her. Fifi was struggling and screaming incessantly. Seeing this, Chen Yu clenched his fists. Although Fifi was vain and materialistic and had previously caused him trouble, she was still his girlfriend's cousin. He couldn't allow someone to bully her in front of him. It would be a slap in his face. He strode forward and seized the boss by the nape of his neck as if he were a cat or dog. "Damn it, who is it?" the boss cursed, turning his head. Before he could make out who it was, a resounding slap landed on his face, causing him to see stars. He tumbled off Fifi. Not content with that, Chen Yu grabbed an empty bottle and smashed it over the boss's head. Blood mingled with shattered glass streamed down. Then, Chen Yu kicked him in the groin, silencing the scream that had been forming in the boss's throat. He gaped, curling up like a shrimp. "Chen Yu, you're here," Fifi exclaimed. "Great, beat this scoundrel to death. He's awful." Unmindful of her disheveled state, she threw herself into Chen Yu's arms, sobbing softly like Lin Daiyu. Chen Yu frowned slightly and subconsciously pushed her away. He didn't know if the woman was doing this deliberately or seeking comfort due to extreme fear. Either way, he couldn't allow himself to be drawn into any ambiguous behavior with her. Otherwise, Chen Yu believed she would seize the opportunity, ultimately affecting his relationship with Chu Yan. Regaining his breath, the boss realized the intimacy between the two, and jealousy consumed him. Ignoring his injuries, he crawled towards the door like a maggot and screamed, "Help! Someone and Appos as committing murder." Chapter 48. Within 10 minutes, kneel before me and admit your wrongdoing. The security personnel outside hurried over. Upon seeing the pitiful state of the corpulent manager, many gasped in shock. Two individuals rushed to support him, while others brandished their batons and charged at Chen Yu. Chen Yu swiftly pushed Fei Fei aside. "Ouch, Chen Yu. What are you?" Fei Fei, still dissatisfied, attempted to act coy. However, upon witnessing the seriousness of the security's intentions, she quickly shrank back, rolling away. With a swift motion, Chen Yu evaded a baton swinging towards him, landing a punch squarely on the assailant's face. Following that, he sidestepped and delivered a powerful side kick, sending another individual crashing against the wall. In an instant, the room was filled with shouts, the sounds of combat, and the shattering of bottles. It took a while for the chaos to settle. Chen Yu wiped the blood from his hands with a towel and looked up at the corpulent manager, revealing a gleaming, menacing grin. The manager shuddered at the sight of Chen Yu's smile. My goodness, why does this kid's smile seem so ominous? And he is so formidable. Who is he truly? The manager felt that he hadn't punished Chen Yu enough, thus tremblingly exclaimed, "You're finished, you know that? You dare to come here and cause trouble, unaware of who stands behind me? If you have the guts, stay right here. Let us see if you can still smile." Chen Yu chuckled and casually sank into the sofa, pouring himself a glass of red wine. As he swirled the glass, he replied nonchalantly, "Oh, well, I won't be leaving today. I'm eager to see whom you can summon. Our accounts are far from settled, and no one can stop me." Seeing Chen Yu and Appos' audacious demeanor, Fei Fei and Appos' gaze transformed into one of admiration. "Ah, Chen Yu, I'm so scared," she pouted, feigning vulnerability as she leaned towards him. Chen Yu furrowed his brow slightly and subtly shifted away, maintaining distance. Could this woman be scheming to get closer to him? The corpulent manager noticed their subtle exchanges and felt his fury rise. Trembling, he hastily retrieved his phone and made a call. "Brother-in-law, come quickly. A serious situation has arisen. Some wild kid has barged into our establishment, wreaking havoc." My second-in-command is incapacitated due to this brat's kick. He is insulting you, claiming you're nothing in his eyes and threatening to cut off your... Listening to the manager's frantic words nearly made Chen Yu spit out his drink. This foolish man was so frightened he was incoherent. It was unclear who had given him the audacity to act so brazenly. Chen Yu didn't dwell on this for long. Less than half an hour later, a cacophony of footsteps echoed at the entrance. A large group of thugs, adorned with tattoos and wielding weapons, blocked the doorway, shouting aggressively. Then, parting the crowd, a burly bald man strode in. Upon seeing him, the corpulent manager rushed forward as if he had encountered a long-lost parent, disregarding his injuries. Brother-in-law, you've finally arrived. I had a girl lined up for you to enjoy, but that wretched harlot paramour appeared and broke many things, injuring several people. He even insulted you, saying you're nothing but a dog in his eyes and that he would cut off your... Hearing his brother-in-law and Appo's words, the bald man, Li Tianglong, was instantly consumed by rage. Who the hell is so audacious? He turned to Chen Yu. You little brat. You're finished. Do you have any idea who my brother-in-law is, Li Tianglong? The commotion had already attracted the attention of numerous other guests, but seeing the threatening figures, they merely observed from a distance. However, upon hearing the manager and Appo's words, the crowd erupted in whispers. That kid is in for it now. How did he provoke Li Tianglong? Indeed, the Long Gang is the largest faction in the city, and their leader is an underground king. During the day, the city belongs to the police. At night, it belongs to Tianglong. The audience's morbid curiosity reached the room, and Fei, who had been teasing Chen Yu, now trembled in fear. Chen Yu, we're doomed. It's Li Tianglong coming. Do you have any connections? Hurry and call someone. Otherwise, you're finished, and I might be subjected to their whims too. Chen Yu leisurely sipped his wine, finding amusement in Fei and Appo's panic. You're my girlfriend and Appo's cousin. As long as I'm here, you'll be safe. So don't worry. He then sent a message to young Master Kong. Upon receiving it, young Master Tsong's eyes lit up. Quick, connect me to Li Tianglong. I need to have a serious talk with him. How dare he bully my good friend, Chen Yu, the controlling shareholder of Yida Group. Though the Long Gang was a rising force, facing the affluent young Master Song was a different matter entirely. They would not dare to act arrogantly. Meanwhile, Fei remained skeptical of Chen Yu's earlier assurances, internally scoffing at his naivety. Despite his wealth, she believed he would face dire consequences at the hands of Li Tianglong. How unfortunate for her, having just escaped from an older man. She was now likely to be toyed with by a group of ruffians. Alas, her aspirations of ascending to high society and securing a wealthy partner seemed increasingly distant. Once young Master Song arranged everything, he personally provided Chen Yu with Li Tianglong's phone number. 138, Brother Chen Yu, here is that scoundrel's number. Feel free to give him a piece of your mind. Handle him however you wish. Upon receiving the message, Chen Yu smiled faintly. When he dialed the number, a simple statement left everyone in shock. Is this Li Longzi? You certainly have quite the reputation. No wonder your corpulent brother-in-law dares to bark at me. I'll give you 10 minutes. Be here within 10 minutes to kneel before me and confess your mistakes. This is your only chance. Chapter 49, On the Brink of Death. Yet still posturing, Chen Yu spoke with an extraordinary calmness. For a fleeting moment, the private room fell into an eerie silence, the atmosphere thickening with tension, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. The corpulent boss, upon witnessing this, exclaimed in disbelief, "What a performance! You little brat, stop pretending to be the big shot. On the brink of death, yet still putting on airs?" He began to curse vigorously, seemingly invigorated, as if his injuries had become inconsequential. "Ah, brother-in-law," came Li Tianlong's voice from the other end of the phone. "Hey, we're family, why so formal? Just call me little fatty. I wouldn't dare call you boss fat. My sister might take offense." Li Tianlong's tone turned ominous. "Stay put. Don't move." Yes, brother-in-law, I'm right here. I'm not afraid of that little brat." The corpulent boss remained oblivious to the underlying tension. After hanging up, he resumed his provocative antics, though he dared not approach Chen Yu. Watching his antics, Chen Yu could hardly contain his amusement. Li Tianlong was nearby, hastening to arrive. Upon merely catching a glimpse of Chen Yu, he nearly fainted. For a brief moment, he contemplated feigning ignorance of his presence. Li Tianlong felt an overwhelming urge to throttle his brother-in-law. Had he known this fool was so incompetent and prone to attracting trouble, he would never have brought him here. He had assumed that managing his family's establishment would be trivial, yet today, he had inadvertently provoked a formidable figure in Chen Yu. With a resounding slap, he stormed in and struck the corpulent boss across the face, shattering two of his front teeth and causing blood to spill from his lips. Subsequently, Li Tianlong knelt before Chen Yu, uttering, "Young Master Chen, I failed to supervise my brother-in-law. It is my fault." He began to rain blows upon his own face, the sharp sounds echoing throughout the room, resonating like a drumbeat. "Is this for real? The boss is actually kneeling?" murmured onlookers in disbelief. The man known as Young Master Chen was indeed someone not to be trifled with. In an instant, a weapon slipped from someone's grasp and clattered to the ground. Following suit, a small thug crumpled to his knees, witnessing their leader humiliating himself. The other once aggressive thugs soon followed, a sea of black kneeling before Chen Yu, slapping their own faces in contrition. The hallway and room were filled with the rhythmic sounds of slapping, creating an almost musical quality. Meanwhile, the corpulent boss lay sprawled on the floor, his body quivering like waves, his expression pale and devoid of the earlier bravado. "Young Master Chen, please, have mercy and do not hold my past transgressions against me," Li Tianlong implored, his own self-inflicted wounds drawing blood from his lips. The suddenness of these events left the spectators in stunned silence, their gazes drawn curiously towards the room. Who was this deity that could reduce the leader of the largest gang to such a state with mere words? Li Tianlong, notorious for his ferocity, was not someone to be trifled with. Yet, Chen Yu remained unfazed, leisurely setting down his glass and remarking, "Xiaolongzi, your words suggest that I am the cause of all this." He cast a disdainful glance at the corpulent boss and turned away. Unbeknownst to anyone, the cowardly fat man had even urinated in fear. "Your demeanor is commendable, but your brother-in-law's behavior leaves much to be desired," Chen Yu remarked, folding his arms with a cold smile. "Having a good attitude is insufficient. I desire to witness tangible actions. If you satisfy me, we may let today's event slide." The corpulent boss looked pitifully at Li Tianlong, brother-in-law. Before he could finish, another slap from Li Tianlong silenced him, followed by a barrage of kicks. Li Tianlong was ready to end him. After several kicks, he beckoned a subordinate who promptly handed him a steel pipe. Li Tianlong, with a fierce glint in his eyes, approached the corpulent boss. The latter cried out, "Brother-in-law, wake up. It's me, little fatty, your brother-in-law. You filthy wretch dared to provoke young Master Chen today. I will see you dead." Li Tianlong spat, as his men restrained the corpulent boss. With a swift motion, Li Tianlong struck the boss's arm with the steel pipe, snapping it at an unnatural angle. "With a broken arm, how will you continue to stir up trouble?" He then directed his gaze towards the boss's groin. The steel pipe poised menacingly. "After I finish with this, I wonder how you will court young ladies again." "Ah, boss, I was wrong. I truly repent. I will never do it again." The corpulent boss, now a quivering ball of tears, began to kowtow before Chen Yu, his forehead bruising from repeated impacts. "Who do you think you are, expecting young Master Chen to spare you? I will end your miserable existence." Li Tianlong raised the steel pipe, ready to strike. At that moment, Chen Yu interjected calmly, "One should leave a line in life. Let him keep that." Thank you, young Master Chen." The corpulent boss exclaimed joyously, redoubling his bowing. Li Tianlong finally lowered the steel pipe, but he understood that the performance must continue. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates resumed their relentless assault on the corpulent boss. Fei Fei observed this spectacle, feeling her worldview shift. How could Chen Yu wield such power and respect? He was so young, yet why did everyone seem to fear him? As she pondered, her envy towards Chu Yin only deepened. "Young Master Chen, today was my oversight. Please allow me to host and make amends." Li Tianlong bowed and flattered Chen Yu, his demeanor far removed from that of a notorious gang leader. "Very well, let this be the end of it," Chen Yu said, rising to his feet. "But remember, there will be no next time. Should you cross my path again, prepare for a reckoning. And if there is a next time, you, Li Tianlong, shall bear the consequences." After Chen Yu departed, Li Tianlong realized his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 50. Better to find an ugly wealthy man. Chen Yu left with Fei Fei, and the crowd that had gathered to witness the commotion finally breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, they were merely curious onlookers. But as the events unfolded in increasingly outrageous fashion, they fell into an uneasy silence. After all, Chen Yu's audacity was rather intimidating. He had barged into someone else's club, wreaked havoc, and not only walked away unscathed, but also left the owner's brother-in-law in a dire state. This was no mere display of arrogance. The implications behind his actions were chillingly profound. Li Tianlong, however, did not feel humiliated. Instead, he wore an expression of someone who had survived a catastrophe. He realized that he could not afford to provoke the forces backing Chen Yu. He had an instinctive feeling that Chen Yu's connections were far more formidable than just a single wealthy heir. As soon as Fei Fei stepped outside, she pressed herself against Chen Yu and said sweetly, "Brother Chen Yu, I truly owe you one today. If it weren't for you, that fat man would have humiliated me. How should I express my gratitude?" Chen Yu shifted slightly and replied nonchalantly, "If you genuinely wish to thank me, it would be best to refrain from courting trouble in the future to spare Yin Yin from worrying about you." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Fei Fei bouncing on her toes, muttering something under her breath. Chen Yu could not be bothered to pay her any mind, though she was vain and materialistic. That was her lifestyle. As long as she didn't cling to him, he would let her be. The following day, Chen Yu had just awakened when he received a call from his former colleague and good friend, Li Ming. "Chen Yu, are you free this afternoon?" he asked, excitement evident in his voice. "I have to tell you, my buddies and I have invited a few girls from the performing arts school to play golf this afternoon. You can't miss it." Chen Yu found himself in a bemused state. Playing golf itself was not an issue, but the high cost of the venues and their operations made the tickets quite expensive. In recent years, golf had inexplicably become a favored pastime among the affluent, also serving as a prime venue for business negotiations. It was evident that Li Ming and his friends had invested quite a bit into this outing. Just thinking about it, the girls from the performing arts department would likely be as proud as swans. If they invited the girls to a street food stall, they would probably not give Li Ming and the others a second glance. Noticing Chen Yu's hesitation, Li Ming pressed on, "You know, the belle of the performing arts department, Lin Ku and Appos. Will be there too. Don and Appos. Do you want to catch a glimpse of her? Who knows, you might find an opportunity to get closer." Li Ming chuckled mischievously, his lewd tone prompting Chen Yu to laugh as well, leading him to acquiesce. After finishing lunch, Chen Yu wasted no time and headed to the agreed location. Upon parking his car and entering the venue, he was immediately dazzled by a group of long-legged, fair-skinned girls. A cluster of stunning young women in white mini-skirts gathered together, chatting and laughing, while Li Ming and his fellow homebodies had already adopted a look of desperate yearning, their eyes glued to the girls. Although Chen Yu found the scene enticing, he maintained his composure. After all, the women in his life were all extraordinary in their own right. While these girls were appealing, they paled in comparison. "Xiaoming, you all arrived quite early," Chen Yu greeted as he made his way toward his friends. Just then, a mocking voice called out, "Humph, I thought it was someone important. What a letdown. I expected a wealthy heir, but instead, we have a pauper. How disappointing." A heavily made-up girl sneered at Chen Yu, who was dressed simply. Her disappointment was palpable, and it was clear she had put considerable effort into her appearance, with her intentions unmistakable. "I think he's not so bad," a girl defended Chen Yu. "At the very least, he has a good physique and is quite handsome." But her words were quickly countered by the first girl, who retorted, "Wake up. What good is good looks? Do you expect to support a pretty boy? In this pragmatic society, it's better to choose a wealthy, unattractive man than a broke, handsome guy. Otherwise, you might end up with nothing." Chen Yu was taken aback to find himself an unintended target, portrayed as a cautionary example by the girl. He had no desire to argue with someone so young, but Li Ming and the others were not pleased. "Hey, Chen Yu is far superior to that pretty boy you speak of. So what?" The girl scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Li Ming. "You're just a sheltered canary in an ivory tower, untouched by reality. There are plenty of examples of people like you who will learn the hard way." As the verbal sparring continued between Li Ming and the girl, a striking figure approached, holding a golf club. "Chen Yu, would you like to take a shot?" Instantly, the previously lively hall fell into a hush. Li Ming and the others gaped in astonishment, their eyes darting between the two, green with envy. "Wow, it's Lin Ku. She actually approached Chen Yu." One of them exclaimed, "Goodness, I would be thrilled just to pick up balls for her." "Chen Yu, I hate you. You ended my first love." Another lamented, echoing the sentiments of many. Chen Yu flashed a smile at the girl who had previously mocked him, waved his hand dismissively, and said, "Look, there will always be someone with a discerning eye. You all carry on. I'll go join Lin Ku for a while." Though it was his first meeting with Lin Ku, he had heard her name before. Since she had extended the invitation, it would be foolish to show any sign of timidity. Lin Ku and Appos watched as Chen Yu moved closer, her body instinctively shrinking away. Yet, she did not exhibit any signs of annoyance. "Lin Ku and Appos, I owe you my gratitude for coming to my aid." "No problem, I simply dislike the materialistic mindset of some," she replied. They exchanged smiles, and, amidst the envious and jealous gazes of those around them, made their way to the designated area to play. Just then, A group of young people clad in luxurious designer attire entered through the doors of the golf club, unmistakably the wealthy heirs the materialistic girl had been pining for. Wow, it's quite lively today. Is there a new show or something? Hey, you, and you, come join us for a game. Chapter 51. How could one endure such arrogance? In the group, the leading young master grinned widely upon spotting a cluster of enchanting ladies. With an air of self-importance, he began to select among them, dismissing the other country bumpkins with disdain. His gaze fell upon Li Ming and his fellow male companions, and his expression shifted to one of contempt. This incited displeasure among the spirited boys. Who do you think you are? Why should we be forced out? One protested. Indeed. What an imbecile. Does he think this golf club belongs to him? Let us not bother with him. We're here to socialize, no need to engage in a quarrel. Faced with the collective indignation, the wealthy heir merely chuckled, raising his wrist to flaunt a dazzling Rolex, instantly rendering the crowd silent. Do you see this watch? It could sustain your entire lifetime of labor without food or drink. This place is not for you. It is essential to possess self-awareness, especially for you impoverished souls. The group of boys exchanged glances, momentarily silenced. There was a kernel of truth in his words. The disparity in their social standings was indeed vast. It was unwise to provoke a local rich heir, for the repercussions were beyond their means. Li Ming, let us just change venues. One boy tugged at Li Ming's sleeve before turning to the rich heir with a conciliatory tone. Hey, big brother, we'll leave now. We would want to disturb your enjoyment. Chen Yu sighed. Endure what? We're not leaving. We're here to have fun. He coldly addressed the young master. This should be a space for everyone, but you've made me quite displeased. Now, take your lackeys and leave immediately. Are you out of your mind, country bumpkin? Before the young master could respond, several girls jumped to defend him, for they were not merely here to mingle with the less fortunate. They sought encounters with the affluent. Who do you think you are to tell us to leave? You clearly have no grasp of the vast gulf separating you from the wealthy. With a mere flick of their finger, they could easily crush you. You should leave before you embarrass yourself further. The girl's words drew a cold smirk from Chen Yu. Although he was unaware of the man's background, he possessed a powerful system and extensive connections across the nation. The young master, noticing the girl's defection, raised his chin with pride. Get lost. Don't waste my time chatting with these beauties. Lin Ku'er could no longer hold her tongue. How can you be so unreasonable? We haven't bothered you at all. You're showing no sense of decency. Decency? Huh. The young master laughed heartily as if he had heard the greatest joke of all. Pointing to himself, he said to Lin Ku'er, in the city, I, Zhou de Xiao, embody decency, indeed, the highest form of it. Chen Yu had never encountered someone so arrogantly self-important. It ignited his ire. Seizing Lin Ku'er's golf club, he swung it with a smirk. Let us see just how grand your sense of decency truly is. With that, he struck the young master's thigh with a resounding thud. The young master howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, feeling that Chen Yu had acted without honor. He had intended to send his men to attack first. How had he been assaulted instead? Boys, get him. I'll take responsibility for any consequences. Break his limbs. Zhou Wei spat angrily. Chen Yu regarded the group of wealthy heirs with a cold stare. What was there to fear from a bunch of individuals consumed by indulgence? Stop. A powerful voice boomed from the entrance. A young man clad in an Armani suit approached, exuding an air of authority. He was Wang Xiaofei, known as Fei Xiao, who often associated with the elite. Zhou Wei, you truly live up to your name, wielding such power. Who do you intend to harm? Fei Xiao. He attacked me first, Zhou Wei retorted, still brimming with fury. We are all part of the same circle. You can't just bully a poor boy. Wang Xiaofei replied with a chilling smile. With the meager assets of your Zhou family, how dare you claim to be in my league? You can pretend in front of others, but not before me. You don't even measure up to a single hair on my leg. His words elicited quiet laughter from the onlookers, causing Zhou Wei's complexion to darken. Although he was furious, he dared not retort to Wang Xiaofei. His family was wealthy, but they were merely middle class compared to someone like Wang Xiaofei, one of the 4 great young masters of the city. Wang Xiaofei's companion, Hai Gu, crossed his arms and chimed in. Zhou Wei, do you even know why we're stopping you? The so-called poor boy before you drives a Koenigsegg one worth over 200 million. He frequents an 8-star hotel and casually acquires supercars. A single meal costs tens of millions without him batting an eye. Moreover, he is the majority shareholder of Yida Group, closely associated with the esteemed Song Xiao. The revelation struck like a bomb in a tranquil lake, creating waves of astonishment among the crowd. If it were anyone else speaking, it might be dismissed. But Hai Gu was the heir of a leading real estate family in the city, which lent credibility to his claims. The disparity was staggering. Zhou Wei was not worthy of even carrying the shoes of the affluent Chen Xiao. How terrifying it was. Tens of millions spent without a second thought. Just how wealthy could Chen Yu possibly be? Whispers filled the air as the crowd regarded Chen Yu with astonished eyes, akin to gazing upon an extraterrestrial being. The girls who had initially mocked Chen Yu now lowered their heads in embarrassment. Did I really just call Chen Xiao a poor wretch? If he is a poor wretch, then what does that make me? Oh, how I regret my words. Chapter 52. What an embarrassment. My brother is a disgrace. Upon learning about Chen Yu's background, everyone was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of envy. Ah, if only I possessed Chen Yu's worth, one individual murmured. However, another mocking voice soon interjected. If you had the same status as young Master Chen, you would certainly be flaunting it everywhere, making sure everyone knows. Just look at how low-key he is. Wang Xiaofei disregarded the whispers of the crowd and turned his gaze towards the bewildered Zhou Wei. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he regarded Zhou as if he were mere refuse. Bring a few people here and throw this fellow out. If he dares to cause trouble in my newly opened golf club, blacklist him and ban him from entry. Moments later, several security personnel approached and, as if dragging a lifeless dog, they pulled the dazed Zhou Wei out. This action left the murmuring crowd in a state of shock once more. It was entirely reasonable for Wang Xiaofei to own a golf club, given his status. Yet his willingness to take such a drastic measure for Chen Yu compelled others to reassess the nature of their relationship. It wasn't until Zhou Wei was nearly dragged out the door that he finally reacted, wailing, "Ah, young Master Fei, I was wrong. I shall never again look down on others." Yet, no one paid him any mind. Instead, Wang Xiaofei surveyed the crowd and smiled. "Since you are all old colleagues of young Master Chen, you are my esteemed guests. Today, all your expenses here will be charged to my account." Wang Xiaofei's declaration silenced any doubts, and the crowd erupted into cheers. They understood that indulging in such lavish pleasures at this venue was inherently costly. Many had merely come to play golf, bringing their own snacks, unaware of the additional expenses. Now, they not only enjoyed sumptuous food and entertainment, but could also potentially leave with a bounty of goodies. It was no surprise that anyone in their position would be unable to suppress their excitement. Fortunately, they had not lost their wits, realizing Wang Xiaofei's intentions. Thus, a chorus of gratitude erupted towards Chen Yu, making him feel somewhat impatient. Lin Kuo approached, smiling as she asked, "Chen Yu, shall we play together?" "Of course." "I have no interest in playing with other women," Chen Yu replied with a nod and a grin. His words left a group of eager women disheartened. Especially the one who had previously mocked him, now blushing with embarrassment as she sought to retreat into anonymity. Chen Yu observed the scene without a shred of sympathy. While everyone has the right to choose their way of life, he held no admiration for overly materialistic women. The crowd parted, allowing Chen Yu and Lin Kuo to proceed to the teeing area, where both men and women gazed upon them with envy and jealousy. The men envied Chen Yu for his close interaction with the stunning Lin Kuo and Oppos, while the women resented her for effortlessly ensnaring such a wealthy bachelor. Once distanced from the commotion, Chen Yu finally focused on Lin Kuo and Oppos, appreciating her beauty. It was undeniable that her widespread admiration stemmed from her remarkable attributes. Her curvaceous figure complemented by her pristine visage stirred within him a primal urge. "Hey, are you just going to stare? This is my first time playing golf. Do you have any tips?" Lin Kuo, unaware of Chen Yu's lingering gaze, waved her club and expressed her frustration. "Of course, allow me to teach you. This is my forte." Chen Yu eagerly dashed to her side, positioning himself closely behind her. He grasped her delicate hands, guiding her through the motions. The robust scent of masculinity enveloped Lin Kuo, causing her face to flush crimson. The solid warmth of his chest rendered her weak, and she leaned into him. At that moment, Chen Yu was lost in bliss. Though his words remained focused on teaching, his attention had shifted to her soft, alluring curves, igniting a fervent heat within him. "Ah, Yumf, I'm not talking to you anymore." Just as Chen Yu and Oppos, as thoughts wandered, Lin Kuo and Oppos, gasped, breaking free from his embrace. She covered her shapely backside, casting a few mortified glances at his lower region before turning and fleeing. Chen Yu stood there, stunned, and after a prolonged moment, he could only manage a wry smile. He had humiliated himself in an attempt to deepen their connection, only to have his own desires frighten her away. Feeling dejected, he returned to the lounge area, where Wang Xiaofei and several wealthy friends were engaged in lively banter. He plopped down beside them and took a drink, the atmosphere feeling heavy. "Looks like Chen Xiao has had a rough time today," Wang Xiaofei chuckled. "Come on, buddy, Let us drink one in your honor, just to lift your spirits. One of the wealthy heirs leaned in with a cheeky grin. Oh, that's simple. Just throw money at it. I spend hundreds of thousands a year on women. And I always succeed. Am I that shallow? Chen Yu coughed lightly, responding, I have always sought a deeper connection, a mutual attraction that transcends material wealth. Impressive, Chen Xiao. Truly impressive, Hai Gu said, giving him a thumbs up. To articulate such a perspective on casual encounters so poetically is a remarkable feat. Laughter erupted among the group. And Chen Yu joined in, though he felt a tinge of boredom. The offspring of affluent families had likely grown accustomed to using wealth and power to bend women to their will, making discussions of true love seem futile. Fortunately, he had no need to elaborate further. Despite the impressive backgrounds of those present, few truly registered on his radar. The gathering had taken a turn, and with the woman he favored having shyly retreated, any chance of intimacy seemed lost. Chen Yu decided to take his leave, bidding farewell to a few acquaintances before departing. With his connections in place, Wang Xiaofei would ensure his old colleagues enjoyed themselves, while he chose not to linger any longer. Upon exiting the golf club, he intended to drive home when suddenly, his second and call interrupted his thoughts. The unexpected call left Chen Yu feeling both surprised and somewhat vexed. Chapter 53. An expensive bride price? Even pork isn't this pricey. As soon as the call connected, the voice of his second aunt resonated through the phone. Xiaoyu, are you busy right now? She exclaimed. I have good news for you. The daughter of Uncle Lu from the neighboring village is in your city. Isn't that a coincidence? Chen Yu sighed softly and replied, Aunt, actually, I'm quite busy right now. What? His aunt didn't catch his words. Ignoring Chen Yu's response, she continued, I spoke to Uncle Lu for quite a while, and he finally agreed to let you meet. You must seize this opportunity. I have seen Lu Xiaoxiu before. She is truly a refined young lady. You're not getting any younger. So it's time for us elders to stop worrying and for you to give your mother a grandchild. Chen Yu moved the phone away from his ear and, waiting for a brief pause in her monologue, hurriedly said, And, can I just go? Now you're being obedient. I'll send you the location soon. As a gentleman, you should arrive early, his aunt replied, satisfied, and hung up. Rubbing his temples, Chen Yu felt as though he had just endured a lengthy sermon. His head spinning. Only after ending the call did he realize he had actually agreed to meet her. An exceptional man is often surrounded by beauty. And Chen Yu was no exception. He had no idea how to handle such a situation and had no intention of accepting his aunt's goodwill. However, having already acquiesced, he decided it was only polite to meet, given their shared hometown. He could disregard his own feelings. But he needed to consider the relationships between his family and the neighbors. With this in mind, he saw no reason to rush home, so he leisurely drove around. Once he received the location, he revved the engine and sped towards Wui Square. The square was bustling with people at this hour, and he found a prominent spot to patiently wait. After over an hour, there was still no sign of the woman he was supposed to meet. Growing increasingly impatient, he called her. The call connected, but all he heard was a cacophony of roaring engines and the laughter of a few people. Hey, why are you rushing? We'll be there soon. A clear female voice chimed in before the call abruptly ended. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yu thought, is this really a refined young lady? He distinctly heard the sound of motorcycles and men talking in the background. Just as he contemplated calling back, several heavy motorcycles roared into view. A group of flamboyantly dressed men and women dismounted and began frolicking without a care. One woman, clad in leather and possessing a striking figure, approached him, accompanied by a man with dyed blonde hair. The two were affectionately intertwined as they sauntered toward Chen Yu. Oh, you must be Chen Yu, right? Let us go to that CAF over there and chat, she said dismissively, glancing at him before turning to follow the blonde man. Silently, Chen Yu discarded the bouquet of flowers he had hidden behind him and followed. For a fleeting moment, he questioned whether his aunt had become senile, mistaking this Lu Xiaoxiu for a refined lady when she clearly resembled a rebellious youth. If he were to marry her, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Hey, what's with the delay? Lu Xiaoxiu tapped the table impatiently. You're a man. Isn't it normal for a girl to keep you waiting? You even called. Are you upset? Upset? Not at all, Chen Yu replied as he took a seat across from her, gesturing to the blonde man. But if we're just meeting, who is he to you? Oh, he is my best friend. Why are you asking so many questions? Lu Xiaoxiu leaned against the blonde's shoulder. Let us just discuss our own matters. We're not even together yet, and you're already trying to meddle in my life. Wow, Xiaoxiu. Your taste can't be this poor, can it? The blonde feigned shock. I thought you were meeting some wealthy scion, but it turns out he is just ordinary. He is not a country bumpkin, is he? It was just Chen Yu's pride that stiffened. his fist clenched in response to the blonde-'s taunts. Looking at the blonde-'s smug face, he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a few solid punches. This was arranged by my family. What can I do about it? Lu Xiaoxiao shrugged dismissively, turning to Chen Yu. I'm straightforward. Let us get to the point. As you can see, I enjoy a lively lifestyle. And once we're together, you cannot interfere with my friendships. Also, I have many male friends. They're accustomed to playing with me. So you mustn't create any conflict with them, understood? Chen Yu paused for a moment before numbly asking, what other conditions do you have? Just lay them all out. Straightforward. I like that in a person, Lu Xiaoxiao laughed, tapping the table. The betrothal gifts are essential, priced at no less than 100,000. A house of at least 100 square meters, a car worth no less than 300,000, and the bride price let's make it 60,000. Oh. Have you taken up selling pork? No, that is still not this outrageous. Chen Yu couldn't help but tease. What is the 5 essentials? Chen Yu had only heard of the 3 essentials before. This was his first encounter with 5. Truly a simpleton. Moving to the big city hasn't changed you at all, Lu Xiaoxiao scoffed. Rings, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and anklets. That is the 5 essentials. The bracelets and anklets symbolize binding or love. Get it? Chen Yu shivered involuntarily, casting a cold gaze at the woman before him. I understand that. Is there anything else? Oh, I didn't realize you were from a wealthy background, the blonde said lazily as he wrapped an arm around Lu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, you've struck gold. If you become wealthy, don't forget your poor friends. Is that even necessary to say? She shot him an annoyed glance before softly caressing her abdomen. Also, I need to find a father for my child. You must be honest and faithful, with no other women outside. I want my child to have a loving childhood. What? Xiaoxiao, when did you get pregnant? I can assure you, that child is not mine. Before Chen Yu could respond, the blonde panicked, hastily distancing himself from the situation. Why don't you ask Delu, Lao Zhou, and Xiao LV? It's probably one of theirs. Our timelines don't match. Chen Yu stared blankly at the pair before him, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. What on earth was happening? He couldn't suppress a laugh born from disbelief. Chapter 54. It seems you have missed a great tycoon. Chen Yu had encountered numerous peculiar individuals, but never had he met a woman as shameless and devoid of principles as the one before him. You deadbeat, I never said you were involved. Look at your cowardly demeanor, Lu Xiaoxiao said nonchalantly to the blonde man. I wish for our pure friendship to remain untainted by anything else. Oh, Xiaoxiao. You are so good to me, the blonde man exclaimed joyfully, planting a kiss on Lu Xiaoxiao's cheek before returning to his meal with gusto. Chen Yu could only twitch his lips at this display, already contemplating an exit. Lu Xiaoxiao caressed her belly and spoke. I've had a few abortions before. And the doctor said I can't have another. Therefore, I need to find a stable and reliable father for my child. You may not look very old, but you are decent enough. Get in touch with your family and prepare the bride price and other funds. I'll marry you when the time comes. As if recalling something, she added, and when I have my monthly cycle, you must serve me tea and attend to my needs. If you're too busy, send your parents over. Otherwise, I'll have to send them to a nursing home. If Chen Yu had been merely observing until now, he could no longer remain seated at the mention of his parents. Lu Xiaoxiao, I have no objections to your conditions, he said, sipping his coffee with a sardonic smile. But if I am to prepare all that, how much dowry does your family offer? Also, what is your current job? What is your monthly salary? Since we will be living together, we should both contribute. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at him in disbelief, as if she had heard the most absurd tale. You must be insane. I'm pregnant, so you should be the one supporting me and my entire family. It's already a privilege for you that I'm interested in you. Yet you still want a dowry? How deluded you are. Crossing his arms, Chen Yu replied, You're not here for a date. You're looking for an ATM. Aren't you? You'd be better off buying a lottery ticket. The odds might be in your favor. Lu Xiaoxiao shot him a glare. You little brat. Do you think my standards are too high given my looks and figure? Let me tell you, many have shown interest in me. If it weren't for my aunt's urging, do you think I would even consider you? Chen Yu retorted. Why should others sleep with you for free and let you have abortions while honest men like me must pay a fortune to marry you and serve you like a slave? And let us not even discuss raising someone else's child. Is your body encrusted with diamonds or something? What makes you so valuable? You filthy loser. Lu Xiaoxiao slammed the table in anger and stood up. Turning to the blonde man beside her, she said, Let us go. We won't bother with this country bumpkin anymore. I shouldn't have come here. The blonde man, who had initially wished for Lu Xiaoxiao to stay away to avoid losing his own opportunities, now stood up with a smirk of schadenfreude as the date fell apart. Chen Yu pulled out a stack of bank cards and car keys from his bag, placing them all on the table. His actions left Lu Xiaoxiao and her companion dumbfounded. Each card holds several million. Chen Yu scoffed. That's just my pocket change. I own a house, a manor, filled with top-tier supercars worth tens of millions. I'm even planning to install a helipad. Who knows, I might buy a few helicopters for fun one day. Do you think that's sufficient? Lu Xiaoxiao was utterly astonished, especially by the gleaming logo on the car keys. Even without much experience, she could recognize such luxury brands worth millions. A radiant smile spread across her face as she pushed the blonde man away. Brother Yu, I was merely testing you earlier, and you've passed. Look. Isn't this beautiful? Lu Xiaoxiao said, unzipping her leather jacket to reveal her fair skin. With a look of disdain, Chen Yu asked. What do you think you're doing? There are so many people watching. What does it matter? They can see but not touch. Lu Xiaoxiao winked at him. And you, brother Yu, can play however you like. Let us skip the Klitsch S and head to a hotel tonight, where I can properly attend to you. The blonde man's expression darkened. Xiaoxiao, you should be careful about your condition. Lu Xiaoxiao dismissed him. Oh please, I don't even know who the father is. Why would I want to have this burden? I want to have children for brother Yu. Isn't it simple to get pregnant when there's money involved? As she spoke, she leaned closer to Chen Yu, taking his hand and pressing it against her chest. With her experience in seducing wealthy young men, she knew how to ensnare him. If she could manage to get pregnant, he'd have to share his wealth. Even if she couldn't, getting him into bed would allow her to intimidate him later with her friends. If she could hold on to this diamond bachelor, her future would be secure. And she could live like a wealthy lady. However, her tactics might work on others, but with Chen Yu, it was clearly a futile endeavor. You're dreaming, Chen Yu said, gathering his belongings. I was merely flaunting my wealth. If you wish to be with me, you should take a good look in the mirror first. Time is precious, and I have several others waiting for me to show off. Lu Xiaoxiao's plans crumbled, and she felt a wave of frustration. You filthy loser. Coming here to show off? Don't think you can trick a young girl with this nonsense. Who knows if it's even real? Chen Yu stood up, responding coolly. Think whatever you like, but it would be wise to find the father of your child first. He had no desire to engage further with such a shameless woman. Pressing the button on his car key, the lights of a nearby sports car flashed, leaving Lu Xiaoxiao speechless. Oh Xiaoxiao, it seems you have missed a great tycoon. The blonde man chimed in with a look of regret. Lu Xiaoxiao fumed. Damn it. Do I need you to tell me that? I shouldn't have brought you along. This is all your fault. Chapter 55. No shame, only pride. After Lu Xiaoxiao vented her anger for a while, she gathered her belongings with a furious expression and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the waitress obstructed her path. Miss, your table has tea. Settled the bill yet? Lu Xiaoxiao pointed towards the departing Chen Yu and retorted, you should ask that person for the payment. He was here on a date with me. Naturally, he should foot the bill. Chen Yu had already slipped into his car and sped away, leaving the waitress and Lu Xiaoxiao exchanging glances of disbelief. Damn it. I should have checked the calendar before stepping out. She sighed, then asked, fine, how much is it? The waitress glanced at the bill and replied with a smile. Your table's total comes to 3,006. 3,006. Lu Xiaoxiao had ordered a lavish feast, even opting for custom ground coffee, anticipating to take advantage of a generous fool. To her surprise, Chen Yu had left so swiftly, leaving her to bear the burden. What are you looking at me for? Go find Lao Zhou and the others. I'm leaving first. Her gaze fell upon the blonde-haired man, who promptly jumped up and dashed away without a word. Left with no choice, Lu Xiaoxiao paid the bill, which only deepened her resentment towards Chen Yu. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yu was blissfully ignorant of the unfolding drama. Had he known, he might have applauded the situation. For the thought of paying for such a shameless woman was utterly preposterous. However, Lu Xiaoxiao's retaliation came swiftly. Merely a few minutes later, his second-hand phone rang once again. Xiaoyu, have you gone astray? Her tone was stern, leaving Chen Yu momentarily bewildered. What's wrong, Andy? What do you mean? What an oppos, wrong? That Xiaoxiao is such a lovely girl. How could you mistreat her? His aunt began to scold him. I know you don't have a girlfriend, but you can't be so reckless. How can you lay hands on a girl you just met? Did you even touch her chest? And you even mention supporting her? I don't know what to say about you. Chen Yu and Oppo's hand trembled, nearly causing him to steer his sports car off the road. This Lu Xiaoxiao was not only shameless, but now was turning the tables. Auntie, you've watched me grow up. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Chen Yu replied, exasperated, and that girl is truly out of my league. Ah. That and Oppo's. That's true, considering you're just a delivery guy. Chen Yu stroked his chin, realizing a crucial point. Despite his current success, his relatives back home were entirely oblivious, still believing he was merely delivering takeout in the city, living a rather unfortunate life. Yet, he felt powerless about it. He couldn't flaunt his modest achievements before his family. By the way, let us not discuss this anymore. His aunt continued, your cousin Zhang Chong is doing quite well. Isn't your third uncle's birthday coming up? He plans to organize a celebration and invite the relatives from back home to the capital. Since you're all in the city, make an effort to connect. Let your cousin help you out. Chen Yu rolled his eyes, responding nonchalantly, all right, I got it. I'll definitely be there. Once the call ended, he breathed a sigh of relief. Every conversation with his second aunt felt like a battle. His cousin Zhang Chong was also in the city, but they had never been close, so they seldom interacted. Initially, Chen Yu intended to decline, but the thought of his parents attending changed his mind. After all, he was all too aware of his relatives and Appo's true nature, each one lacking ambition, favoring the rich and disparaging the poor. If he chose not to attend, it might end up upsetting his parents, which would be seen as a breach of filial duty. Upon returning home, Chen Yu found the family group chat on his phone buzzing with activity. Every family had such a chat, often titled Loving Family, and his was no exception. However, this group included distant relatives who had little connection to him, so he typically ignored it. Today, having agreed to attend his uncle's birthday banquet, he opened it for the first time. Zhang Chong was particularly active today. His first message caught Chen Yu's attention. Dear uncles and cousins, the day after tomorrow is my father's birthday party. Please arrive early. I've arranged everything. As soon as his message was sent, a flurry of flattery followed. Oh, my third nephew is making strides at such a young age, organizing grand events. He is far superior to my own ungrateful child. Indeed, he is truly talented. If I were decades younger, I'd consider marrying him. The group was lively, quickly shifting the conversation to matters of marriage. However, once Zhang Chong revealed he had a girlfriend, the topic, perhaps guided by someone, shifted to Chen Yu. After all, he was the eldest son of the family, albeit without significant accomplishments. Oh dear, finding a partner must be difficult for him, considering he was a delivery guy. He is not getting any younger around here. He should be a father by now. Let us not even get into that. I heard he just finished a date where he was all over the girl, leaving her in tears. I've heard that too. It's about the daughter of old Lu from the neighboring village. What began as a conversation among elders soon drew in the younger cousins. Andy, I've heard about this. It's a disgrace to our Chen family. It's only natural for my brother to be a failure. I might as well have him return to the village to farm. They likely imagined him dreaming of wealth, oblivious to his true status. The older relatives, encouraged by the younger-s agreement, became increasingly harsh in their remarks. Compared to Zhang Chong, Chen Yu seemed utterly insignificant. What a pity for my brother's family. At this age, they still have to toil for him, raising such a useless child. They might as well have drowned him at birth. Zhang Chong couldn't help but send a message. It's normal for my brother to be useless. I might as well have my wife introduce him to a few girls. Just not sure if they would be interested, as being a delivery guy is quite embarrassing. Chen Yu gritted his teeth, staring at the messages on his phone, his veins popping, nearly crushing the device in his grip. Chapter 56. Indeed, poverty breeds insult. Chen Yu had never been fond of engaging with those relatives who despised the less fortunate. They would gather, excelling at elevating themselves while belittling others. It was not just him in the fray. His parents were also present. Though they remained silent, the news was not confidential, and they were undoubtedly aware of the remarks. Every parent cherishes their child, and to witness such disparagement would undoubtedly cause them great distress. The most troubling aspect was that this situation had persisted for quite some time. Whenever significant events occurred, he was invariably showcased as a negative example. Initially, his parents would argue fervently, but eventually, they became the subject of ridicule. Over time, they learned to ignore it, yet the bitterness they felt remained known only to them. Damn it, Zhang Chong, that scoundrel. I should have dealt with him more decisively before. And those so-called uncles and cousins, they all deserve a reckoning. In the past, I was indeed a failure, but who dares to label me as such now? If they relish the idea of looking down on the impoverished, let us see whether the Zhang Chong they speak of has truly succeeded or if it is I, the so-called failure, whom they cannot reach. As Chen Yu clenched his teeth in determination, the chatter in the group continued unabated, growing ever more animated. Zhang Chang and Appo's wife seized the moment to interject, sending a message that cut straight to the point. Chong, don't squander my dear friends. Does your cousin even deserve them? One of their handbags likely costs more than your cousin could afford without eating or drinking for 3 years. I don't want to be the subject of their mockery. Chen Yu, fueled by rage, found humor in the situation. He was not lacking in female companionship. Any one of them could easily be considered a goddess. Not to mention, he had just encountered Lu Xiuxiu, who had shown an interest in him. Zhang Chang also feigned regret, remarking, Xiao Yu, it's not that I'm lacking in brotherly support, but who told you to be so unambitious? I'll check with our company. We might have a security position for you, so you don't have to endure the sun and wind delivering takeout. Suppressing his fury, Chen Yu responded with a message. No worries, I'm doing well on my own. I will certainly be the first to arrive and congratulate my third uncle on his birthday. The group buzzed with excitement at the escalating conflict as many of Chen Yu's so-called cousins and sisters chimed in. Zhang Xiaoxue sided with Zhang Chang, mocking cousin. Don't put on a brave face. We're all relatives here. We know each other well enough. By the way, when you come to the birthday party, make sure to dress appropriately, not in your delivery uniform. After all, that Caesar restaurant is quite prestigious, frequented by many socialites. We wouldn't want to embarrass ourselves. Chen Yu retorted with a cold smile. You needn't worry about my attire. However, I have heard rumors regarding your escapades. How many boats are you straddling? And how many times have you been to the clinic for procedures? Just don't drag them along when you come, lest others think our Zhang family has lost its dignity. His words struck deep, exposing Zhang Xiaoxue's past and the men who had quarreled over her. Chen Yu's remarks tore open her wounds, effectively severing ties. Uncle, aunt, will you not rein in your worthless child? He lacks any talent and can't bear the truth. Is that why he's getting all worked up? Some relatives chimed in. Indeed, brother, sister-in-law. Is it appropriate for your child to speak of Xiaoxue in such a manner? Xiaoxue works at a large company, and it's normal to have admirers, unlike him, who is both poor and foul-mouthed. Chen Yu trembled with rage. When they spoke of him, they laughed, yet when the tables turned, they were displeased. Why could they speak freely while he was silenced? They were mere farmers, earning less than he did delivering food. Suddenly, the group fell silent, though the elders were furious. Chen Yu's words contained an undeniable truth. They could compare him to other younger relatives, mocking him without any hesitation. Yet, even if he fell short, he was still far better off than toiling in the fields back home. Enough of this. Let us keep it civil. It's a celebration for the third uncle's birthday. Let us not spoil it. An elder's voice broke through, the words belonging to Chen Yu's great aunt. Xiao Hao, it's best you remain silent. Several elders have not been unkind to you. You truly cannot compare with Zhang Chang and his cousins. We're merely teasing you, so don't argue back with your elders. The great aunt's bias was evident, and Chen Yu, weary of their banter, exited the group. Was wealth a license to act as one pleased, while poverty warranted scorn? He was eager to witness the faces of those relatives when he arrived at the birthday celebration. As Chen Yu left the group, his parents sat at home, sighing deeply. Those relatives' words were indeed harsh, and it was natural for Xiao Yu to be upset. His father murmured, but what was the point of arguing? They had done so before, only to suffer humiliation in return. Let us just pretend we know nothing. In the dimly lit room, the phone on the table vibrated incessantly, indicating the conversation continued. The elderly couple exchanged glances, unable to suppress their sighs, and eventually silenced the device. The lights went out, leaving two figures seated in stillness. Ultimately, the root of the issue lay with Chen Yu himself. Since he had become wealthy through the system, he had refrained from informing his parents right away, fearing they would not accept it. He intended to gradually reveal the truth, allowing them to adapt to the changes. This led them to believe he was still struggling and often borrowing money from relatives to support himself. This might explain why those relatives felt justified in mocking Chen Yu and his family. Clearly, Chen Yu had come to recognize this issue. He closed his phone and murmured to himself, Father, Mother, don't worry. This time I will show those relatives who the true failure is. I will ensure you live well, and they will come begging at your feet. Days passed swiftly, and Chen Yu harbored a fierce determination leading up to the birthday party. He refrained from driving his luxurious sports car, opting instead for a modest Volkswagen. Once the engine roared to life, his gaze sharpened with resolve. They had all been waiting for him to become a spectacle. Now that he had arrived, they could all brace themselves for the backlash. Chapter 57. This modified vehicle costs only a few million. Chen Yu arrived at the train station 20 minutes early. He began patiently waiting at the exit. Before long, Zhang Chang and his girlfriend arrived. Oh, cousin, it's been quite a while. Zhang Chang greeted him enthusiastically, casually adding, don't take yesterday's incident to heart. Indeed, we are family. Jesting and bickering is quite normal, isn't it? His girlfriend assessed Chen Yu with a smile and remarked, oh, it seems cousin has made quite an effort. That outfit looks rather impressive. Did you rent it last minute? This couple, so intent on flaunting their superiority wherever they went, irked Chen Yu. He merely nodded coldly, choosing to ignore them as he turned his gaze back to the exit and put on his headphones. His actions clearly signified his disregard for Zhang Chang and his girlfriend. Their smiles froze on their faces, and they fell silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. TCH, what is there to be proud of? P.S. Just a delivery boy, Zhang Chang's girlfriend muttered under her breath, pretending to be indifferent as she fiddled with her phone. It was evident to anyone that she was disparaging him in their group chat. Chen Yu scoffed inwardly, were it not for his parents visiting today. He wouldn't bother confronting this batch of relatives. Before long, a throng of people emerged from the station, including Chen Yu's relatives. Leading the group was his great-aunt, supported by someone. Behind her, Chen Yu silently counted. Nearly everyone who had mocked him the previous day was present. At the rear were his parents, clearly isolated by their relatives, appearing somewhat vulnerable. Nevertheless, Chen Yu felt a slight comfort knowing that his second aunt was accompanying them, providing some solace. The entire situation stemmed from Chen Yu himself. Had he not engaged in a heated exchange with them in the group chat the night before, things might not have been so awkward. At the very least, they could have maintained a semblance of harmony. This realization left Chen Yu feeling quite uncomfortable, as if he had burdened his parents. Brother Chang, we've arrived. A group of younger relatives chirped excitedly, greeting Zhang Chang from afar, while Zhang Chang himself was largely ignored. Oh, I feel so bad. Why did you come to pick us up? Yes, reimbursing our travel expenses is already too much. Brother Chang, you're my true big brother, far superior to some others. It was clear that some others referred to Chen Yu. The relatives surrounded Zhang Chang, showering him with praise as though he were the center of the universe. Chen Yu paid no heed to the raucous crowd, but rather strode over to take the luggage from his parents. Oh, Xiao Yu, it's been ages. You seem much more mature now, his second aunt teased. Seemingly unconcerned about the previous day's events, Chen Yu respected her greatly, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he led them toward the parking lot. The group split into two factions, Chen Yu and his parents on one side, and the relatives on the other. Chen Yu was rather pleased with this arrangement, for people would not be overcrowded. Had there been more, it would have been a headache. Upon reaching the parking lot, the relatives couldn't help but mock Chen Yu when they saw the Volkswagen he drove. What kind of car is this? Surely it's a Santana? Oh, are you just putting on a front? The relatives' words made Chen Yu's parents' faces flush with embarrassment, and they felt compelled to defend him. But Chen Yu stopped them. Those in the know understood the situation. Those who didn't would not comprehend, no matter how much was said. Zhang Chang strutted up to the Volkswagen, kicking the door lightly. Brother Yu, why are you pretending in front of my little brother? I prepared a minibus for you. Just follow along. Why go through all this trouble? Although the car was worth much, renting it would still cost several hundred a day. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, unwilling to engage in his cousin's antics. Yet it was evident that this cousin was getting a bit too cocky. I prefer to keep a low profile. After all, I'm here to pick up my elders, and being ostentatious isn't appropriate, Chen Yu explained coolly, which only made Zhang Chang more smug. Haha. You're still putting on an act. Clearly, you just couldn't afford to rent a decent car. Cousin, at least rent one comparable to my BMW. Chen Yu, tired of the back and forth, turned to usher his parents into the car. Yet, Zhang Chang wasn't ready to relent. He opened the door and climbed in. I'll join you for a ride in your car, cousin. It's been ages since I sat in such a low-end vehicle. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he was rendered speechless. The interior of the car dazzled him with its opulence, almost overwhelming his senses. Chen Yu's Volkswagen was extraordinarily spacious, measuring over 5 meters long, surpassing the length of most luxury vehicles. It featured sunshades and small tables, and astonishingly, the roof was adorned with a starry sky. Zhang Chang gulped. Typically, a starry sky ceiling consists of LED lights, but this one was embedded with diamonds. The vehicle was also equipped with a small LCD television, an upright refrigerator, and even space seats. Not only Zhang Chang, but also Chen Yu's second aunt and parents were taken aback, hesitant to enter the luxurious vehicle. Xiao Yu, whose car is this? Hurry up and return it. Yes, we should take the minibus. What if it gets damaged? Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This Fideon had been gathering dust in the garage. Were it not for his desire to remain low-key, he might have forgotten he even owned it. Not to worry, this is my own car. It's modified and bulletproof. A mere 8 million. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. Hurry up and get in. We're not outsiders. It wouldn't matter if it got damaged. Zhang Chang felt as though he had been slapped, his face burning. He hadn't expected his cousin to possess such capabilities, bringing forth such understated luxury. He had heard it said that one should not fear a Mercedes or a Land Rover, but rather a Volkswagen with a letter. Zhang Chang refused to believe his cousin truly owned such a lavish vehicle, convinced it was merely a ruse to embarrass him. The most disheartening aspect was that he had just kicked the door. If he were to be held accountable, it would be quite troublesome. Chapter 58. Are you jealous of your sister's accomplishments? Zhang Chang returned to his car, his demeanor dark and sullen, accompanied by several relatives as they made their way to Caesar Hotel. Throughout the journey, he wore a grim expression, leaving his relatives feeling uneasy and hesitant to speak. Zhang Chang could not comprehend how his cousin had managed to procure such an extravagant vehicle. Today it was supposed to be his moment of glory. Yet he found himself overshadowed by Chen Yu. In stark contrast to Zhang Chang's gloomy entourage, and heir and Chen Yu's parents were in high spirits. It was their first visit to the bustling metropolis, and they couldn't help but marvel at the towering skyscrapers. And heir, filled with curiosity, turned to Chen Yu and inquired, Xiao Yu, what exactly are you doing in the city now? Chen Yu and Appo's parents also looked on with intrigue, struggling to understand their son and Appo's current situation. Although these rural folks had limited exposure to the world, they were not naive. If Chen Yu were truly delivering takeout, it would be inconceivable for him to afford such a luxury car, let alone rent one. Scratching his head, Zhang Chang found himself at a loss for words. Would he really tell his parents that he had a system backing him, allowing him to spend money with reckless abandon? Previously, he had saved some money from delivering food and had since left that job to venture into a small business. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu finally spoke. My main business revolves around finance and real estate. Explaining it all would be rather complicated, but I'll share more details later. After all, claiming to operate in the financial district was not entirely unfounded. Oh, I knew you would make something of yourself, Xiao Yu, an heir exclaimed. Though it was unclear whether she truly grasped the situation. That Lu Xiaoxiu girl was spreading rumors about you, but I'm glad I didn't believe her. With your current status, she doesn't deserve you. We should find you a city girl. Aunt Heir's remarks brought forth an involuntary shiver at the thought of that absurd woman, while Chen Yu's parents beamed with pride at the compliment directed toward their son. As they continued to chat and laugh, they soon arrived at Caesar Hotel. A cluster of relatives had already gathered at the entrance, engrossed in lively conversation. Even when they noticed Chen Yu's arrival, they pretended not to see him. Although Chen Yu had come to pick up his parents, in their eyes, he was merely a delivery boy. This only solidified their belief that he was merely putting on a facade, prompting them to disregard him altogether. As time passed, more distant relatives began to trickle in. Among them was Zhang Xiaoxue, whom Chen Yu found particularly distasteful. She had deliberately parked her Mercedes at the entrance, approaching with an air of feigned modesty. Oh, Xiaoxue, you're looking more beautiful than ever. That car of yours, I've seen it on television. It's on par with Zhang Chang and Appo's. A group quickly surrounded Zhang Xiaoxue, showering her with compliments. Their familiarity surprising given they hadn't seen her in years. Zhang Xiaoxue beamed, and, pretending to downplay her success, remarked, This car isn't anything special. There are plenty of wealthy people in the city. As for my job, after working hard and a bit of luck, I now hold a managerial position in the financial district. The financial district? Just hearing that name sounds impressive. One relative exclaimed. I've heard that aside from luxury brand stores, it's filled with major corporations. If Xiaoxue is a manager there, she must wield significant power. Xiaoxue, do you think you could help my son find a job? They pressed, their envy palpable. Chen Yu couldn't and Appo's helped but shake his head at their naivety. Zhang Xiaoxue smiled sweetly and replied, My authority isn't that great, but when you all have time, you can come visit. Our department is actually short-staffed. And since we're family, I'll see what I can do about bringing a few of you in for internships. Chen Yu paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow in concern. He knew his relatives well. They were largely uneducated and troublesome. Bringing them into the financial district could cause chaos, jeopardizing its reputation. What authority did Zhang Xiaoxue possess to make such audacious claims about hiring people? Unable to contain himself, Chen Yu interjected, Hiring at the financial district follows a strict process, with multiple rounds of interviews. While there is an internal referral system, it requires approval from the HR department to schedule interviews. Are you certain you can just place people there at will? Zhang Xiaoxue, who had been basking in the flattery, now felt her mood sour as she sensed Chen Yu and Appo's challenge. Oh, who do you think you are? Looking all prim and proper. Cousin, have you finished your deliveries? Why are you meddling in my affairs? I know you've delivered food to the financial district, but don't assume you know it well. Believe me, I could easily make a call and ensure you wouldn't even be allowed to set foot in there. Chen Yu smirked, responding. And do you believe that I could make a call and not only prevent you from placing anyone, but also ensure you lose your own job? Zhang Xiaoxue and Amp, Oppos, eyes widened in disbelief, and fury ignited within her. Are you still half asleep? What do you think you're capable of? Just who do you think you are? With a nonchalant shrug, Chen Yu replied, the financial district belongs to me. What do you think I do? Though Chen Yu spoke the truth, the onlookers regarded him as a mere joke. Laughter erupted at his words, and their disdain for him grew. Chen Yu, are you looking for trouble? Just because your sister has achieved a little success, are you envious now? You were such a simple child, and now you've learned to boast. What has triggered this change? Chapter 59. Do not assume that borrowing a fine car makes you impressive. Zhang Chong had arranged everything at the restaurant, and as he pushed the door open, he was greeted by an unexpected scene. After inquiring about the situation, he could not help but burst into laughter. Oh, cousin, please stop teasing me. Just because you borrowed a fancy car doesn't mean you should take yourself seriously. I wonder how your uncle and aunt raised you to be so out of touch with reality. If you were the head of Financial Street, then I must be the general manager of this Caesar restaurant. Chen Yu's parents, who typically refrained from meddling in such matters, grew tense upon witnessing the escalating argument. Chen Yu, however, maintained a stoic expression, enduring the ridicule aimed at him while still holding onto a shred of dignity. Yet, invoking his parents to bolster his argument was a clear indication of his misplaced confidence. Zhang Xiaoxue glanced at the car parked beside Chen Yu and Kuden and Amp, Oppos, to suppress a giggle. Chen Yu, I hadn't noticed until now, where did you manage to get this shabby Volkswagen? Although it isn't expensive, it seems you need to work tirelessly for a year or two to afford it. Where did you get the money? You didn't resort to high-interest loans, did you? I must warn you, that path leads to financial ruin. Zhang Chan's eyes lit up, as if Zhang Xiaoxue's words had illuminated a truth for him. I knew it. You just startled me, Yuzi. This is not just a shabby Volkswagen. And Amp, Oppos, a multi-million Phaeton. Of course, it's not yours. It's rented through a loan. Ah. In your quest for pride, you might end up sacrificing your entire future, dragging your parents down with you. Although the relatives were unfamiliar with the Phaeton, upon hearing its multi-million value, they assumed it was merely a Fa Chen Yu had rented to save face, oblivious to the sacrifices he might have made. Chen Yu replied with a smirk, while this car may not be expensive, I doubt it's easy to rent. With all your capabilities, why don't you find an identical one to rent for me to see? His parents approached, wearing expressions of concern. Xiaoyu, loans are not to be trifled with. There is no need to act out of spite. If you need to return the car, do so, and pay off that loan quickly. I've heard the interest rates can be terrifying. Feeling somewhat helpless, Chen Yu scratched his head and replied with a wry smile. Don't worry, this car is mine. And I haven't taken out any loans. With his parents now involved, Chen Yu lost interest in debating with the group. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoxue and the others, mistaking his silence for embarrassment, grew even more smug. Under Zhang Chong's lead, they strode into the restaurant, leaving Chen Yu's family behind. It's fine if we don't attend this birthday party. I merely wanted to see the child, Chen Yu and Amp, Oppos, as father remarked with a smile. How about we skip it and grab something to eat at home instead? No way. We must go in. I absolutely need to stand my ground today, Chen Yu insisted, shaking his head as he pulled his parents along into the Caesar restaurant. Upon entering, they were met with a throng of restaurant staff, who warmly welcomed them. Welcome, young Master Chen, to Caesar restaurant. From behind the crowd, Wang Xiaofei emerged with a cheerful smile. Young Master Chen, I noticed you earlier. Is the reception I arranged today to your satisfaction? Chen Yu chuckled in response. Xiaofei, you certainly went all out. I was taken aback. Wang Xiaofei approached Chen Yu, throwing an arm around him and asked, Young Master Chen, what brings you here today? My uncle is celebrating his birthday, and I came with my parents to show face. Chen Yu replied, casting a surprised glance at him. And what about you, Xiaofei? What brings you here to greet me? Oh. I usually come here to recover after a night of revelry, Wang Xiaofei shrugged. But today, I barely dozed off before I was awakened. Someone down below recognized you. Their conversation unfolded with ease, leaving the onlookers stunned. It was known that Wang Xiaofei was one of the 4 young masters of the Magic City, and it was a privilege to even befriend him, let alone share such a casual camaraderie with Chen Yu. Some employees had an inkling of Chen Yu's true identity, and whispers quickly spread through the crowd. The behind-the-scenes mogul of Financial Street, possessing immeasurable assets, was someone even Wang Xiaofei sought to befriend. This revelation left many female employees captivated, their eyes gleaming with admiration for Chen Yu. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's parents felt a whirlwind of emotions, swinging from astonishment to numbness. First, they witnessed their son arrive in a lavish car, followed by the realization that he was now running a business. The respect shown by the restaurant staff and the affectionate demeanor of the mobile towards their son was overwhelming, leaving them teary-eyed. Though they were unaware of the full story, they could sense that their son had achieved remarkable success. The couple wore proud smiles, their postures unconsciously straighter. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiu entered, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Today, she looked nothing like the rebellious girl from days prior. Instead, she was adorned in elegant attire, resembling a wealthy heiress. As the birthday banquet was attended by local acquaintances, her family had been invited as well, although they lacked the VIP treatment Zhang Chang had provided, resulting in their late arrival, just in time to witness this astonishing scene. Zhang Chang had invited not only relatives from his hometown, but also numerous friends, and while he had entered a private room with them, the onlookers remained outside, staring at Chen Yu as if he were an extraterrestrial. Lu Xiaoxiu finally came to her senses, murmuring, "Chen Yu didn't he deceive me? He truly is wealthy." Her mother pinched her, scolding, "You foolish girl. Didn't you say that Chen Yu was a loser who took advantage of you? What is happening now? Have you ever seen a loser command such an impressive spectacle? You should have recognized his worth. Do you realize how much you've lost? If you had just acknowledged him during your date, we could have soared to new heights." Lu Xiaoxiu felt utterly dejected, her heart heavy with regret. Who could have predicted that Chen Yu was a wolf in sheep's clothing? She had already offended him during their date, and now, attempting to rectify her mistake seemed futile. Consumed by remorse, she wished she could tear her eyes out. Chapter 60. A display of absurdity, a meat bun thrown to the dog. Lu Xiaoxiu's family stood at the entrance, incessantly voicing their grievances, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Upon learning that Lu Xiaoxiu had previously dated Chen Yu and had spent a considerable time mocking him, they erupted in malicious laughter. After all, he was a friend of the illustrious Fei Xiao, and the implications of that connection were truly daunting. Regrettably for this gold-digging woman, she not only missed her chance with a wealthy bachelor, but also managed to provoke him. What a sight! I was just observing as several individuals at the entrance mocked Chen Xiao. Oh, and it seems that some of them were indeed relatives of Chen Xiao. This is about to get entertaining. Just wait. These relatives, who despise poverty and adore wealth, will not learn their lesson unless they are taught a proper lesson. Zhang Chang and Zhang Xiaoxue had already settled into the private room, engaged in lively conversation. However, Zhang Xiaoxue, with her keen ears, caught the commotion outside and couldn't and oppose. Help but speak up. Hey, did you hear that? It seems there's quite a ruckus outside. Many are talking about Chen Xiao. Are they referring to you, Changgu? Many other relatives overheard but did not associate the conversation with Chen Yu. Instead, they turned their attention to Zhang Chang. Eager to curry favor, they must be talking about Xiangzi. After all, he is the most accomplished among the Zhang family. The key point is his capability. Who else in their 20s can afford a BMW? Moreover, the Caesar restaurant is not an ordinary establishment. Not everyone is privileged enough to host banquets there. Zhang Chang was oblivious to the happenings outside. Yet, when his relatives showered him with compliments, he did not deny it but rather smiled modestly, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. Zhang Xiaoxue rolled her eyes. Although she didn't and oppose know Zhang Chang intimately, she understood well enough that they were not referring to him. Oh dear. I hope there is someone even more accomplished than Changgu. Zhang Xiaoxue twisted her body playfully, laughing. After all, I am still single. Perhaps I might have a delightful encounter. Her intentions were clear, and the group was well aware of her aspirations. Instead of mocking her, they all nodded in agreement. In this day and age, it is more acceptable to laugh at poverty than at promiscuity. Who wouldn't want to marry off their beautiful daughter to a wealthy family? Did I just hear Xiaoxue praising me? Does she have some thoughts about me? Chen Yu pushed the door open and entered, speaking up. But as for encounters, let us not go there. After all, we are relatives. It would be best to avoid giving anyone fodder for gossip. Zhang Xiaoxue and oppose. S expression darkened at Chen Yu and oppose. S teasing. Cousin, what does this have to do with you? Don't spout nonsense here, and certainly, don't harbor any improper thoughts about me. Chen Yu shrugged innocently. This isn't my doing. You were the one who just said it. I have no thoughts about you at all. With that tech-inspired physique and face, I'd be terrified of waking up in the middle of the night from shock. Zhang Xiaoxue's chest rose and fell with indignation. Her family knew her history. Despite her current beauty, she had once been an ugly duckling, transformed through various cosmetic enhancements since moving to the big city. However, given that her appearance was artificially crafted, it was clear that her features could not rival those of a natural beauty. Chen Yu had inadvertently exposed this fact, prompting Zhang Xiaoxue and Apos' family to glare at him, eager to reprimand him. "Chen Yu, do you even know what we are discussing?" Zhang Xiaoxue exclaimed with fury. "We were talking about some esteemed guest who has received such a warm welcome at the Caesar restaurant. Do you think you are that distinguished guest? Do you even deserve it?" Chen Yu pointed at himself, declaring, "I do. They were welcoming me just now. Haha, cousin, stop joking around. This Caesar restaurant belongs to Wang Xiaofei. What makes you think they would welcome you?" Zhang Cheng laughed heartily. "Oh, and didn't you claim that Financial Street was yours? I wonder what dishes could intoxicate you to such an extent. Why not claim that the entire capital is your property?" Rubbing his chin, Chen Yu nodded. "That is indeed my goal. I am currently striving towards it." Just keep dreaming." Zhang Chong spat back, uninterested in Chen Yu's antics. He even thought that Chen Yu must be feeling a bit unhinged. As they conversed, the day's protagonist, Chen Yu's uncle, arrived. He plopped down, not even bothering to greet the others before seizing Zhang Xiaoxue's hand. "Xiaoxue, I'm so glad to see you. Your aunt has been pestering me to discuss matters regarding her younger brother's son. This lad has been aimlessly wandering about. Could you arrange something for him? See if you have any openings?" "Oh dear, uncle, if we were not family, I wouldn't help at all." Zhang Xiaoxue feigned a troubled expression. "But this connection is rather convoluted, haha. Do you really think I would let you work for free?" Her uncle produced a thick red envelope and placed it in Zhang Xiaoxue's hand. "Here. This is just a little token of appreciation from your aunt." A smile crept onto Zhang Xiaoxue's face as she felt the envelope's weight, her grin growing ever more radiant. "Your aunt is far too generous. I must catch up with her later. As for this matter, leave it to me. I am a department manager, after all, and I do have some authority." The other relatives grew anxious upon witnessing this exchange. No matter how large Zhang Xiaoxue's department was, it could not accommodate all of them, creating a situation of limited resources. Moreover, her uncle had already made the first move, securing an opportunity for his own kin. "Xiaoxue, can you see what you can arrange for my son?" Another relative chimed in. "And what about my elder brother? He spends his days idly sunbathing at the village entrance. Can't he join as well?" There's also me observing the farcical display from the various families. Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "You might as well save your effort. Be wary of the meat bun thrown to the dog." Zhang Xiaoxue couldn't even manage to arrange a position for one person, so let us just watch and see. After all, he is the owner of Financial Street. Although he does not involve himself in daily operations, he cannot simply turn a blind eye to events unfolding right before him. "Oh dear cousin, please stop with the antics," Zhang Chong said, somewhat exasperated. "We get it. You're impressive. What is it to you? Do you really see yourself as the owner?" Chapter 61. "Indeed, I am the mastermind behind it all." Chen Yu chuckled softly and remarked nonchalantly, "I am indeed the owner of Financial Street. It is merely that you all refuse to believe it. However, it matters not. Zhang Xiaoxue is already struggling to secure her own livelihood. Let her attempt to arrange things." "Chen Yu, are you deliberately seeking trouble?" Zhang Xiaoxue shouted in anger, feeling that Chen Yu had become increasingly audacious, even threatening her. Zhang Cheng, too, banged his fist on the table, his face filled with rage. "Chen Yu, do not presume that your familial ties grant you the right to show off in my presence. Have I not been gracious enough? You are nothing but a worthless individual. Speak further, and I shall show you how I will deal with you." Initially, Zhang Chong had maintained a courteous demeanor, as it was his father's birthday celebration. Yet, Chen Yu's incessant provocation had pushed him to the brink. Chen Yu, unfazed, responded with a cold smile. "Zhang Chong, with your manner of speaking to me, you will undoubtedly regret it." A palpable tension filled the private room, as several individuals exchanged awkward glances. All right, we are all relatives here. Why the quarrel?" Wang Yulan, Chen Yu and Apos, distant aunt, stood to mediate, before taking a seat beside Zhang Xiaoxue. "Xiaoxue, you and Chong are both quite capable. My cousin has been yearning to open a storefront. Could you perhaps assist in finding a favorable location on Financial Street, ideally with more affordable rent?" Zhang Xiaoxue shot her an irritated glance and replied, "That is not an issue. But aunt, seeking favors does not work like this. Is it sufficient to merely exchange pleasantries? Others bring gifts and offerings. Do you think I am too accommodating?" Initially feigning politeness, Zhang Xiaoxue's avaricious nature was now fully exposed. After all, if her intentions were not financially motivated, why would she show such eagerness to assist her relatives? Wang Yulan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing her hands together. Xiao Shiwei. My cousin currently lacks funds, and I possess little capacity to assist. While she has saved some money, it is earmarked for rent and inventory. Would it not be wiser to secure a shop for her first, and she can thank you later? Zhang Xiaoxue sneered. What need is there to open a shop without money? Perhaps she should learn from our eldest cousin and deliver takeout instead. Will she be thanking me then? Such empty promises. If she fails to acknowledge them later, can I forcibly expel her? Wang Yulan's frustration flared. Xiaoxue, your family has borrowed money from me in the past. Now that you've gained some success, you turn your back? Even if you are unwilling to assist, a few kind words would suffice. Must you belittle your aunt so? Impatiently, Zhang Xiaoxue waved her hand dismissively. What is it? Are we digging up old grievances now? This was in the past, and I have repaid you. Must you cling to it for eternity? Aunt, if you seek assistance, you ought to adopt a more respectful demeanor. Your current attitude makes it seem as if I am the one begging you. It is truly laughable. Not all of Chen Yu's relatives were driven by greed. Wang Yulan's family had also provided support in the past. Witnessing Zhang Xiaoxue's arrogance, Chen Yu felt a surge of irritation. He realized that she thrived on bullying the more honest individuals. Others might seek her assistance, yet they did not witness her current arrogance. What troubled him most was that she was an employee at his company. Initially, Chen Yu hesitated, contemplating whether to dismiss Zhang Xiaoxue. Now, he felt no reservations. Keeping such a relative in the company would only lead to incessant troubles. It was best to remove her before she created further chaos. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxue's parents chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Yulan, as an elder, you ought to act like one. If you wish for our Xiaoxue to assist you, you must offer some incentive. Otherwise, do not harbor illusions. Wang Yulan sighed. But we are family. Even family has its degrees of closeness. Do not expect anything regarding the shop rental. Zhang Xiaoxue regarded Wang Yulan with disdain, waving her hand as if swatting away a fly. Chen Yu turned to Wang Yulan and said, Aunt, do not be disheartened. Even if you offer Zhang Xiaoxue gifts, she will remain unhelpful. Once today's events conclude, I shall ensure her dismissal. As for the shop, I will arrange one for you later. Ha ha ha, that and Appos. That's hilarious. Zhang Xiaoxue erupted into laughter, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. Aunt, you should approach him. He is the head of our company, far more persuasive than I. Did you not hear him? He intends to dismiss me. Oh dear, how frightful. Ha ha. Zhang Xiaoxue remained oblivious to the reality of her impending dismissal, continuing to provoke Chen Yu as if he were a mere performer to be ridiculed. Chen Yu remained composed, choosing not to engage further. After all, he was present to accompany his parents, and he needed to be mindful of their feelings. If he were to dismiss Zhang Xiaoxue on the spot, it would ruin the birthday celebration entirely. He resolved that once the festivities concluded, he would ensure that these troublesome individuals would face the consequences of their actions. Chen Yu's parents then entered the room, unaware of the preceding events, and sought a place to sit beside him. However, Zhang Chang, filled with pent-up anger, seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations upon the elderly couple. Move aside, do not block the way. You should find a corner without anyone and sit there. Your presence is unwelcome. With a loud bang, Chen Yu slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, fury etched across his face. Zhang Chang, how dare you speak to my parents like that? What is your problem? Were it not for my father's birthday, you would not even be seeing your own parents. Zhang Chang, equally defiant, retorted, and what of it? What if I speak to them this way? Can you retaliate against me? You, a mere delivery person. What can you do to me? Zhang Chang leaned closer to Chen Yu, a smirk plastered across his face. Are you not the capable one? Are you not the proud one? Go ahead, try to lay a finger on me. Before Zhang Chang could finish his taunt, Chen Yu narrowed his eyes and swiftly raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap. The force of the blow sent Zhang Chang tumbling to the ground, stunned. It took him a moment to regain his composure, clutching his face in disbelief as he stared at Chen Yu. Why you actually dared to hit me? Do it again if you have the courage. Chapter 62, an eye-opening experience. Very well, since this is your explicit desire, I shall oblige. Chen Yu, without hesitation, seized a stool and brought it down upon Zhang Chang. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, blow after blow landed, akin to a pile driver, causing a visceral reaction among the crowd. After only a few strikes, blood streamed down Zhang Chang's head. His earlier bravado evaporated as he curled up on the floor, shielding his head and emitting agonizing cries. The relatives who had previously mocked Chen Yu were now subdued, their voices hushed. They were taken aback by the transformation of the once quiet and unassuming Chen Yu into a figure of such ferocity. His swift and merciless actions shattered their preconceived notions. Chen Yu's parents, visibly shaken, hastily restrained him, bringing a collective sigh of relief from the others. Xiaoyu, what do you think you're doing? His mother exclaimed. What if you seriously injured Xiangzi? He and Apos, as your third uncle and Apos, S son. How can family treat each other this way? Stop at once. Chen Yu, still seething, tossed the stool aside and delivered a final kick to Zhang Chang. It seems I didn't and amp. Apos, T disciplined you enough when you were younger, which is why you dare to act so insolently in my presence. Today, with all the relatives gathered here, I and amp, Apos, LL refrained from further action. However, if you continue to be so ignorant, you can spend your birthday in a hospital bed. With those words, Chen Yu was pulled away by his parents, and they settled into a secluded corner. The elder couple proceeded to scold Chen Yu, their emotions a mixture of gratitude and distress at his defense of them. Zhang Chang and Apos, as parents, having noticed the commotion, rushed over to assist their son. Zhang Chang spat out a mouthful of blood and glared menacingly at Chen Yu and Apos, as family. He harbored the desire to retaliate then and there, but the memory of Chen Yu's earlier ferocity gave him pause. The great aunt, seated at the head of the table, rapped her cane on the floor and commanded with a stern voice, "Everyone, behave yourselves, or I and Apos, LL summoned the police." Although her words were directed at Chen Yu, he paid them no heed, instead engaging in a casual conversation with his parents. The old woman was incensed, nearly suffering an apoplectic fit. The birthday celebration commenced shortly thereafter. Despite the veneer of laughter and merriment, an undercurrent of unease pervaded the atmosphere, perhaps due to the conspicuous indifference of Chen Yu and his family in the corner. They skipped the customary toasts and formalities, not even bothering to rise from their seats, a decision orchestrated by Chen Yu. Zhang Chang and amp, Apos, S gaze remained fixed upon them. An idea sparked in his mind, and he beckoned a nearby waiter, whispering instructions. Moments later, the doors swung open, and a procession of servers entered, bearing steaming dishes. Within moments, the tables were laden with food. Chen Yu, observing the pickled vegetables and cucumber salad before him, contrasted with the delicacies adorning the other tables. Understood the situation immediately. He summoned a waiter. There must be some mistake. These dishes are not what we ordered. No, sir, the waiter replied with a polite bow. The dishes were originally intended to be identical, as part of a custom menu. However, at the behest of the host, a special selection was prepared for your table. He said that you are accustomed to steamed buns and pickled vegetables. The waiter trailed off, but Chen Yu understood the implication. All right, Yuzi. Don't cause any more trouble, Chen Yu's mother pleaded, tugging at his sleeve. His father nodded in agreement. They felt that the day had already been too eventful. The events of the day had surpassed anything they had experienced in a month back in the countryside. The elderly couple desired nothing more than to bring the day to a swift conclusion. As for the food, they were content with whatever was available. In their impoverished past, such fare had been their staple. Zhang Chang watched with a smug expression, infuriating Chen Yu. He was tempted to confront him again, but his parents held him back, leaving him frustrated. However, Zhang Chang's smile soon faded. The doors opened once again, and a fresh group of servers entered, carrying an entirely different set of dishes. Zhang Chang was stunned. His face paled as he surveyed the platters. You've entered the wrong room. These are not what we ordered. He was quick to clarify, as the newly arrived dishes were exceedingly expensive. Bluefin tuna, abalone, Australian lobster, and exquisite caviar were enough to cause palpitations. Should this standard be applied to each table, his finances would be unable to bear the burden. The thought of being detained for an unpaid bill was mortifying. Wang Xiaofei made his way through the crowd. Unaware of the earlier events, he smiled upon hearing Zhang Chang's protest and said, No, this is a complimentary offering from our restaurant, a token of our appreciation. His words ignited a wave of murmurs throughout the room, and eyes turned towards Zhang Xiaoxue and Zhang Chang. It was presumed that they alone possessed the influence to warrant such a generous gift from Caesar Restaurant. Zhang Xiaoxue straightened her posture, her face beaming. Oh, you're too kind. We're quite embarrassed. She did not recognize Wang Xiaofei, but she was captivated by his dashing appearance and refined attire. She cast a few coquettish glances in his direction. Zhang Chang, equally radiant, chimed in, Thank you. It's my father's birthday today. Please, join us. Zhang Chang rapped on the table, drawing everyone's attention. Then, with a sneer, he said, You too, keep quiet. Haven and Apos, you embarrassed yourselves enough today? Do you really think you and Apos are worthy of such a gift? Silence. I haven't settled accounts with you yet, the great aunt interjected. She had been observing the proceedings, unsure of Chen Yu's background. Now, seeing them meekly seated in the corner, she felt more confident. If you continue to make trouble, Don and Appos, T blame me for throwing you out. Server, bring the dishes to our table first. I and Amp, Appos, V never had lobster in my life, one relative exclaimed. I want that abalone. It looks delicious, another chimed in. Xiaoqiang and Xiaoxue are truly accomplished. Now I understand why they chose this place. They have connections, a third relative added. The relatives rose from their seats, clamoring for the servers and Appos' attention. They had witnessed something extraordinary and were eager to indulge in the lavish feast. Chapter 63. The Top Figures. One of the 4 young masters of the Magic City. Zhang Chong felt a surge of exhilaration, as if the humiliation he had just endured had been completely swept away. The sight of Wang Xiaofei's respectful demeanor only elevated his spirits further, to the point where even Zhang Xiaoxue seemed insignificant to him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority, as if everyone present was beneath him. Who were they to presume they deserved to have someone like him serve them? Ignoring his parents and Amp, Appos' protests, Chen Yu stood up and pointed at Wang Xiaofei. Do you even know who he is? With your meager status, you aren't even worthy to carry his shoes, and yet you dare to act so proud? Chen Yu, be quiet. He isn't offering this to us. It's not for you. Zhang Xiaoxue slammed her hand on the table, scolding him. This family is trying to enjoy a pleasant gathering, yet you keep making a scene. Leave this instant. Yes, leave. Take your parents with you, Zhang Chong echoed, adding, you and Appos, we're not welcome here, and you have no right to partake in this meal. Chen Yu turned to Wang Xiaofei and inquired, young Master Wang, is this meal meant for them? Wang Xiaofei, initially perplexed, soon grasped the situation. It was not as he had anticipated. He had intended to flatter Chen Yu, but now it seemed his words had become a weapon against him. His expression darkened as he retorted, this meal is for Chen Xiao. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to have someone like me serve you? His declaration plunged the room into a profound silence. Zhang Chong slumped back into his chair, his expression vacant as he turned to Chen Yu. Wang Xiaofei? He and Appos, one of the 4 young masters of the Magic City, the owner of the Caesar restaurant. What is going on here? Zhang Xiaoxue trembled, her mind racing. For someone of her status, news from the upper echelons was of utmost importance. She had certainly heard of Wang Xiaofei, one of the elite few in high society. This is disastrous, she thought, recalling her earlier humiliation of Chen Yu. Her face turned pale. Was everything he had said true? If so, her job was at risk. The other relatives exchanged awkward glances, confusion palpable among them. Some offered forced smiles to Chen Yu and his parents, attempting to mend fences, while others huddled together, shielding themselves from his gaze, fearful of attracting his ire. As calm returned, they began to reflect on the events of the day. Regret washing over them as they wished to slap themselves for their earlier foolishness. Chen Yu had not only made his status clear but had done so with an air of nonchalance. They had dismissed his words, mocking him instead, only to realize that they had become the true jesters in this scenario. Zhang Xiaoxue and Zhang Chong, having reveled in their minor accomplishments, were oblivious to the fact that in Chen Yu and Amp, Appos' presence, they were nothing. Chen Xiao, to try the new chef and Amp, Appos' cuisine, Wang Xiaofei said, ignoring the others as he turned to Chen Yu. Generally, the offspring of affluent families were not worthy of his attention, especially not those present, who would not have been in his company had it not been for their relation to Chen Yu. The staff member who had stood beside Chen Yu turned pale, casting a resentful glance at Zhang Chong. It was he who had insisted on changing the dishes for Chen Yu, not knowing the underlying tensions. Now, he realized he had dug his own grave. Zhang Chong was nothing less than insufferable. He approached Wang Xiaofei, whispering the details of the earlier incident. Wang Xiaofei and Amp, Appos' expression soured further. You feast on lavish dishes while my brother is left with mere scraps? Zhang Chong stammered, swallowing hard. I wasn't an Amp, Appos, aware. I'm used to eating this way at home. He attempted to explain, but words failed him. The disparity in treatment was evident to anyone with half a brain. Wang Xiaofei's expression grew even more severe as Zhang Xiaoxue drew near. She had retouched her makeup, swaying slightly as she feigned innocence. Young Master Wang, it was Zhang Chong and Amp, Appos' fault. I tried to stop him. We're family after all. And there was no need for such a scene. But he wouldn't listen, and now look what he has done. Zhang Xiaoxue's demeanor had transformed entirely. She smiled sweetly at Chen Yu's parents. He is my cousin. His parents are like my own. I had planned to order a new meal for you. But then you arrived. Yes, that's it. I couldn't bear it either. I was just about to speak up. Yugu is the elder in our generation. And Zhang Chong and Amp, Appos' behavior was unacceptable. I and Amp, Oppos, VE, been wanting to teach him a lesson. Others quickly joined in, and the atmosphere shifted into one of a public denouncement. Get a few people to replace this food, Wang Xiaofei commanded, addressing his entourage. Prepare dishes of the same standard as Chen Xiao's table. Pickled vegetables and stale buns are unacceptable. What are you all waiting for? Serve Chen Xiao the finest delicacies. Chen Yu chuckled, savoring his drink. Ah, this is quite the spectacle, even more riveting than a television drama. Young Master Wang, I apologize for the embarrassment today. Please don't spread this around. Zhang Chong dared not hold a grudge against Chen Yu any longer. He realized the gravity of his misstep, one that could not be rectified with mere words. Thus, he sidled up to Chen Yu's parents, feigning innocence. Uncle, Aunt, it was all my fault earlier. Please don't hold it against me. We're all family here, and if we're eating pickled vegetables, we'll be the laughingstock later. Chen Yu shook his head, his tone icy. From the bus station until now, how have you humiliated my family? Now you're suddenly concerned about appearances? Did you ever think about me before? I'll inform young Master Wang. Every restaurant in the Magic City will blacklist you. You'll have to rely on takeout from now on. Chapter 64. To show off. He spent a fortune. Zhang Chong was utterly taken aback by Chen Yu's words. He was uncertain whether Chen Yu truly possessed the power to command the entire city's dining industry to blacklist him. However, the mere possibility had already instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Although seemingly trivial at first glance, the ramifications were indeed substantial. In his pursuit of profit, he was bound to engage in numerous social gatherings. But if he couldn't and Oppos, to even step foot into a restaurant, how was he to socialize with others? It would be utterly inappropriate to invite acquaintances to his home for a meal. Moreover, how would others perceive him if they learned he had been blacklisted? As Zhang Chang pondered these unsettling thoughts, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. At that moment, Chen Yu's uncle approached, stating, Chong, we are paying customers here. Your friend is running a business. Surely, he cannot refuse service to guests. Chen Yu merely shook his head in silence, while Wang Xiaofei, standing nearby, scoffed derisively. You all come here to dine, yet you only order the most basic banquet. Our Caesar establishment does not lack patrons like you. A group dining here spends less than I do alone. As for your birthday feast, you may as well forget it. I cannot accommodate you without giving face to young Master Chen. Wang Xiaofei's words silenced those who had initially intended to advocate for Chen Yu. They may have relied on familial ties to speak about Chen Yu, but in Wang Xiaofei and Oppos' presence, none dared to utter a word. The table where Chen Yu sat in the previously secluded corner was lavishly adorned with exquisite dishes, a sight that made one's mouth water. In stark contrast, the tables of the other guests were filled with mere steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and fermented tofu. Relatives exchanged glances, each wearing a frown of disappointment. They had traveled far to the city with the expectation of a grand feast, each having prepared red envelopes. Now, they found their meal less appealing than what they could have enjoyed at home. The thought of their generous red envelopes stirred a wave of resentment within many. Chong, I just remembered that I have 3 acres of land at home that needs plowing. I must return, one relative suddenly blurted out. Strong brother. My girlfriend just appeared in my dreams, urging me to hurry back to her. I must leave as well. Finally, someone could no longer bear it, concocting an excuse and departing without concern for whether Zhang Chong and the others believed him. In no time, the private room grew sparse. The atmosphere turned desolate. Chen Yu and Oppos' uncle trembled with fury. He had hoped to flaunt his son and Oppos' success before the gathered relatives. But now, this birthday celebration had become an unforgettable embarrassment. Fodder for ridicule for years to come. Chong, come here, he bellowed. Huh? Dad, what is it? As he swung his hand, he struck Zhang Chong fiercely. You little wretch. I warned you not to look down on your cousin. Are you celebrating my birthday or wishing for my funeral? Your cousin is unaccomplished. You truly have no foresight. I ought to teach you a lesson. The scene erupted into chaos as the uncle brandished his belt, chasing Zhang Chong around the room. Chen Yu, you must not act so ruthlessly. This is your uncle. He is family. Look at what you've done. A relative who had not yet left could no longer watch in silence and scolded Chen Yu, inciting his irritation. Where were you just now? Now you choose to speak up. If you continue, I will have you all thrown out. Zhang Xiaoxue slapped her forehead in sudden realization, exclaiming, Chen Yu, I understand. You must have arranged this with Caesar in advance, even paying them to put on this act, all to show off. Chen Yu glanced up, incredulous, his expression betraying his disdain for his peculiar cousin. Zhang Xiaoxue, mistaking his disbelief for confirmation, became animated. You were eager for us to act because you feared being exposed, right? Chen Yu turned away, unwilling to engage with the foolishness of his cousin, concerned that his intellect might be dragged down to her level. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a graceful and stunning woman who entered, carrying several gifts. Boss, am I late? Chu Hong smiled at Chen Yu. It seems like the party is wrapping up. ISNT it? ISNT it time for dinner? Not at all, not at all. Come, sit and have something to eat. Chen Yu beckoned her over. A relative leaned closer to Zhang Xiaoxue, huffing. Humph, where did this vixen come from? Chen Yu has truly gone all out to show off. Zhang Xiaoxue trembled, wishing to hide herself away. Be quiet. That is Chu Hong, the general manager of Financial Street. She hissed, glaring at her relative. Burying her head in embarrassment, fervently hoping not to draw attention. Yet her hopes were in vain, as Chen Yu had no intention of sparing her. Ah, Manager Chu. Chen Yu pointed at Zhang Xiaoxue, saying, This is Zhang Xiaoxue. She has attended university but possesses no professional skills. How did she manage to infiltrate Financial Street and become a department manager? Moreover, she has considerable authority to arrange internships for others. Chu Hong shot a cold glance at Zhang Xiaoxue, rising to bow. Mr. Zhang, I was already aware of the situation before I came. There are ambiguous relationships between Zhang Xiaoxue and her direct superiors, and not just one. This oversight is on my part. I have initiated an internal investigation and will report findings promptly. Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Xiaoxue had always presented herself as a glamorous figure, exuding an air of superiority akin to a swan. She often boasted of her single status, seeking a wealthy heir to marry. Yet now, the revelation painted her as a woman of questionable virtue, so easily entangled with others. It was unclear from where she derived her confidence, fantasizing about climbing the social ladder to secure a match in high society. Chen Yu, oblivious to the underlying implications, felt a deep disdain rising within him. He turned to Chu Hong, stating, Manager Chu, your stewardship of Financial Street is a testament to the trust placed in you. However, you must not interpret my trust as an excuse for negligence. Upon your return, conduct an investigation into all personnel on duty. Those involved should be dismissed immediately. Chu Hong lowered her head, shamefaced, replying, I understand, boss. Chapter 65. Home is where the heart is. Oh, I thought that Zhang Xiaoxue was quite the character. Indeed. Who would have thought she was so dissolute? Such impropriety at such a tender age. If she were my daughter, I would have disciplined her severely. The few remaining relatives who had stayed behind began to murmur amongst themselves. They had been hesitant to believe Chen Yu and Appo's claim of being a financial district magnate. But the current situation left them no choice. You wretched girl, just wait until I get my hands on you. Zhang Xiaoxue's father, incensed, drew out his belt. Zhang Chang, already scurrying about like a startled chicken, found a perverse joy in Zhang Xiaoxue's predicament. He had been the sole object of ridicule, but with Zhang Xiaoxue sharing his disgrace, he felt a strange sense of relief. The room was cramped, and it didn't take long for the two of them to be cornered. Thwack! Yelp! Zhang Chang cried out in agony, turning to glare at Zhang Xiaoxue, who was hiding behind him. Xiaoxue, your father is beating you. Why did you push me in front? Before Zhang Xiaoxue could respond, the belt struck again, and she pushed Zhang Chang forward once more. Zhang Chang, not one to be trifled with, spun around and shielded himself with Zhang Xiaoxue. Two sharp cries pierced the air as two purple welts appeared on Zhang Xiaoxue and Appo's fair skin. The spectacle of the two of them at each other and Appo's throats filled Chen Yu with vindictive satisfaction. Neither of them was worth a damn. Some attempted to intervene, suggesting that things shouldn't and Appo's get so ugly, but Chen Yu coldly ignored them. When his family had been humiliated and mistreated, not a single one of them had spoken up in their defense. Now that the tables had turned, they were suddenly playing the role of peacemakers. Did they think he was a pushover? The birthday banquet had devolved into a farce, with the guest of honor venting his rage with a belt. Chen Yu turned to his parents and said, Dad, Mom, let's leave now that we've had our fill. Chen Yu's father glanced at the howling Zhang Chang, a hint of compassion in his eyes. Xiaoyu, isn't this a bit excessive? Yes, Xiaoyu, they are still our relatives. We'll have to see them again eventually. Chen Yu's mother added. Both of his parents were simple, honest people. No matter how much they were ridiculed or scorned, they never retaliated. Now that Chen Yu was merely exacting a small measure of retribution, they couldn't bear to watch. This has nothing to do with me. Ken and Appo's. You see their parents are disciplining them? Chen Yu chuckled. This is a family matter. We shouldn't and Appo's interfere. We and Appo's had our fill of food and drink. I and Appo's I'll take you to the city for a proper tour and a short stay. Chen Yu and Apos, as father shook his head, smiling. Seeing you succeed is enough to put my mind at ease. We don't need anything else. Don't waste your money. Your mother and I will head back in a bit. Chen Yu opened his mouth to protest, but his mother stopped him with a gentle touch. Xiao Yu, the city may be grand, but my heart is always uneasy there. Chen Yu and Apos, mother said earnestly. It and Apos, better in the village, where everything is familiar. Our biggest worry was always you, that you would suffer. Now we can finally relax. As the saying goes, there and Apos, no place like home. Our old house may be dilapidated, but we feel at peace there. Chen Yu shook his head with a wry smile. He knew what his parents meant, and further persuasion would be futile. All right, I'll arrange for someone to buy you some things and take you back. Chu Hong perked up. I knew Uncle and Aunt were coming, so I and Apos, prepared some things along the way. She sent a quick message, and a group of people entered, laden with gifts. Uncle, I've prepared some wild ginseng and Wui Mountain Dahong Pao tea for you. These liquors and cigarettes are nothing special. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought a little of everything. Auntie, this is for you. The relatives watched in stunned silence. Even the wailing Zhang Chong and Zhang Xiaoxue were captivated. Envy gnawed at them, making them oblivious to the pain of the belt. The liquors alone were premium Mutai and Wuliangya, and the cigarettes were Zhonghua and A-grade agarwood. A quick calculation revealed that even selling their Mercedes-Benz and BMWs wouldn't be enough to afford these gifts. This Chen Yu was truly unfathomable. Who said he was just a delivery boy? One of the relatives approached, eyes gleaming with avarice. Brother, sister-in-law, Xiao Yu has truly made something of himself. Chen Yu's parents beamed with pride. Yes, he certainly has. The farce had finally come to an end. Chen Yu led his parents out of the house, followed by a throng of people carrying gifts. After seeing his parents off at the station, Chen Yu finally relaxed, feeling exhausted. It wasn't the birthday party that had tired him, but the effort of trying to please his parents. The remaining relatives gathered around him, eager to say something. But Chen Yu turned abruptly, jumped into his car, and sped away, leaving them to choke on his exhaust fumes. On the way back, Chen Yu's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered on speakerphone. It was Lu Ziang, a former delivery colleague who had reportedly quit to start his own business. Hey, Lao Lu, what brings you here? Chen Yu asked with a smile. They had always been close, and their friendship remained strong despite the time apart. Xiao Yu, where are you? You and Apos, not hiding at home watching illicit content, are you? Screw you. You and Apos, the one watching illicit content. Chen Yu retorted, a few lines appearing on his forehead. I just dropped my parents off at the station. What and Apos, up. Spit it out. Haha, just kidding. Want to grab a drink tonight? Lu Ziang laughed heartily, clearly amused by Chen Yu's reaction. All right, send me the location, and I'll be there. Chen Yu hung up, and the message arrived shortly after. He looked at the location. It was the same spot where they used to set up their street stalls. Back when they were delivery boys, they would often come out to grill skewers and chat. They were both broke back then, scraping every last bit of food off the skewers. Looking back, it was a precious memory. Chapter 66. Primarily the first marriage, lacking experience. Upon returning home, Chen Yu took a brief respite before casually selecting a Bentley and heading out. Though a luxury vehicle, the Bentley was relatively unremarkable compared to sports cars, exuding a sense of understated elegance. After all, this car, though worth several million, was not particularly rare in the capital. It might attract attention, but it wouldn't inside a crowd. He certainly wished to avoid incessant interruptions. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Chen Yu parked the car haphazardly at the entrance. Lu Ziang, standing at the door, had been gazing enviously for quite some time. When he realized it was Chen Yu who had emerged, he was momentarily dumbfounded, his mouth agape in astonishment, akin to encountering an extraterrestrial being. Hey, what are you doing? Is your spirit leaving your body? Chen Yu approached him, playfully waving his hand in front of Lu Ziang's eyes. You're the one losing your mind. Get lost. Lu Ziang retorted sharply, then pointed at the car and inquired, Is this car yours? Not exactly, Chen Yu responded, causing Lu Ziang's heart to settle momentarily, only to rise again with curiosity. This car is under my company's name. I just took it for a spin. Chen Yu smiled. Lu Ziang had not attended the previous gathering, so he was unaware of Chen Yu's newfound success. Considering Lu Ziang a good friend, Chen Yu felt there was no need for concealment. Honesty was the best policy. This car looks expensive. Is it a BYD? Lu Ziang guided Chen Yu to a seat. Chuckling. I thought I was mistaken. I didn't expect you to be doing so well. How long has it been? You've already bought a car. How much did it cost? I might get one too, Lu Ziang exclaimed. Chen Yu shrugged nonchalantly. This car set me back over 4 million. Lu Ziang nearly choked on his tea, astounded. What? How much? What kind of BYD costs that much? 4 million. Who said this is a BYD? Chen Yu rolled his eyes, clarifying, take a good look at the emblem. This is a Bentley. Don't keep mentioning BYD. It feels like you're insulting me. Don't joke with me. Can you really afford a car that costs millions? Lu Ziang expressed disbelief, and Chen Yu refrained from further explanation, knowing that his current circumstances were not easily conveyed in mere words. I thought you were struggling, so I invited you out for drinks to lift your spirits. Now it seems I worried for nothing, Lu Ziang chuckled, asking, when did you start working at a repair shop? You're quite bold. If you scratch that car, you'll be paying for it for the rest of your life. Don't worry, my driving skills are excellent, Chen Yu grinned. The two of them randomly selected some food, sipping drinks while engaging in light-hearted conversation. You know, delivering takeout wasn't so bad. It was tough. But the earnings were decent, Lu Ziang mused. Did you switch to the repair shop to learn a new skill? Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. Wherever I work. I'm working. What is so strange about that? But what about you? How is your relationship going? I heard you're getting married soon. Lu Ziang savored a skewer and took a gulp of beer, replying, yeah, it's just a few days away. Chen Yu, initially asking casually, suddenly slapped the table. Really? And you didn't tell me? I thought we were friends. Are you afraid I'll outshine you as your best man? Lu Ziang clinked glasses with him and said, oh, it's just that it's my first marriage, and I have no experience. I thought it would be simple, but now I'm overwhelmed with countless issues. Given our friendship, I should invite you in person rather than over the phone. That would be too impolite. Chen Yu scoffed. Please. Your words are more melodious than a song. Just then, Lu Ziang's phone rang. He proudly waved it, indicating it was his girlfriend calling, and answered it. However, as the conversation progressed, the smile on his face visibly faded, replaced by a darkening expression. After hanging up, he sat in silence, the earlier confidence vanishing as he lit a cigarette and lowered his head to smoke. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, asking, Lao Lu, what is going on? Why the long face? Humph, it's all that damn Zhou. Lu Ziang cursed, frustration evident in his tone. I'm starting to regret this. Zhou? Chen Yu recalled Lu Ziang mentioning her before. She was his girlfriend's cousin and close friend. What did she do to upset you? Lu Ziang downed a large gulp of beer before exhaling deeply. That woman used a Rolls-Royce as the lead car in her wedding. I had previously discussed with Zhou Yun about using a few BMWs, but now she is not happy. When Zhou Yun came to help, she flaunted it for ages. And now Zhou Yun wants to change the car to a Rolls-Royce as well. With just a few days left, where am I supposed to find a Rolls-Royce? Chen Yu paused, then burst out laughing, causing Lu Ziang to momentarily forget his anger. Lao Lu, didn't you just say I work at a repair shop? Lu Ziang stared, quickly asking, can the cars from your repair shop be rented? What kind of cars do you have? Didn't you see them earlier? Chen Yu gestured outside. We only repair high-end vehicles. These are the kinds we deal with. Be Bentley? Lu Ziang stammered. Indeed, Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. After a long pause, Lu Ziang sighed despondently. That won't do, shall you? I appreciate your kindness, but I can't afford to rent that car, and I wouldn't want you to be liable for any damages. Chen Yu chuckled. We turn a blind eye to wedding car rentals. Just pay the fee. Given our relationship, renting to others would cost around 8,000 or 9,000 a day. For you, I'll make it 2,000 per vehicle. But I must warn you, there aren't many left. I can only reserve 12 for you. I'll even arrange a Lamborghini as the lead car. I'm doing my utmost here. What do you think? Chapter 67. Completely under control. Lu Ziang swallowed hard, smacked his thigh decisively, and declared, that's more than enough. Brother Yu, I owe you a personal favor. Chen Yu waved his hand, chuckling. All right, enough chit-chat. Hurry up and let your sister-in-law know. Lu Ziang took a deep breath for a while, then chuckled as he pulled out his phone. Once the call connected, he switched it to speaker mode. Just as he was about to boast, the voice on the other end rendered him speechless. Ziang, don't worry too much. I've thought it over thoroughly. The woman's voice on the line was laced with tenderness. We should just live our own lives. Why compare ourselves to others? Forget about the car fleet. Let us stick to what we originally planned. I don't want you to suffer in silence later. Lu Ziang was taken aback by his girlfriend's understanding. And he couldn't even think about boasting anymore. His eyes even glistened. Darling, don't worry. Everything has been resolved. He sniffled, fighting back tears, and softly said, though I may lack abilities, I reckon this will be our only marriage in this lifetime. I will never let you feel wronged. As for the wedding car, rest assured, I have it all sorted. That day, you will undoubtedly have a grand wedding. Wang Fong paused on the line, her tone suddenly turning anxious. Lu Ziyang, you need to clarify what's going on. I'm telling you, we still have a life to live. Don't do anything illegal just to prove a point. I haven't tea. Borrowing from loan sharks to rent a car is not an option. It's simply unacceptable. Lu Ziyang scratched his head in frustration and spoke softly. Don't worry, it will definitely be compliant and legal and absolutely a grand affair. You know Chen Yu, he is the one who helped me arrange it. Can you not trust him? Dozens of Bentleys as the fleet, with a Lamborghini as the lead car. That should be impressive enough, right? Silence enveloped the call, followed by her sobbing. How are we going to manage from here on? Just the fleet alone will cost several tens of thousands. Lu Ziyang exchanged a bemused glance with Chen Yu and began to explain in a hushed tone. He swore and promised not to squander money, finally hanging up the call. Old Lu, you're completely under her thumb. Chen Yu chuckled at him and remarked, I'm beginning to doubt how you'll manage your future. Lu Ziyang shot him a disdainful glance, huffing, what do you know? This is the essence of love. Ignoring Chen Yu, he continued to mumble to himself. Just you wait. All those onlookers, our friends and family, will surely be left agape. Especially that obnoxious Zhou Yun. I can hardly wait to see her sour face. Chen Yu raised his glass and clinked it with Lu Ziyang's. I too am eager to witness it. This undertaking will not falter. Hey, if others don't believe, how could I not trust you? The two resumed their revelry, and before long, Lu Ziyang had indulged a bit too much. Perhaps it was due to the weight lifted off his heart, allowing for this rare bout of indulgence. After Chen Yu helped him into a taxi, he scratched his head and dialed Chu Yan. Xin, if you're free, would you accompany me for a stroll? Chu Yan's puzzled voice emerged from the phone. Hey, where did the sun come from today? Didn't you always dislike shopping? Why the sudden enthusiasm? It's just that an old friend is getting married. And I need to dress a bit more formally. Chen Yu glanced at his watch and said, well, since there is still time, it's perfect for a stroll together. Though a bit shy, Chu Yan readily agreed, her heart fluttering with excitement. After all, the task of shopping for clothes typically falls upon girlfriends. And she certainly wouldn't foolishly refuse such an opportunity, letting it slip to another woman. About 20 minutes later, Chu Yan arrived, bouncing alongside Chen Yu as they headed towards a nearby large shopping center. Once in the stores, Chu Yan shed her usual shyness, transforming into a decisive warrior. Leading Chen Yu from shop to shop, Chen Yu inwardly lamented, somewhat regretting his decision. This woman was a different species when it came to shopping. But now, it was too late for any second thoughts. Just as Chu Yan tugged him towards the next store, their path was obstructed. A male streamer, currently broadcasting outdoors, had taken notice of them and rushed over. Not only he, but many shoppers had also turned their attention towards the pair, standing together. Chu Yan and Chen Yu were the very epitome of a handsome couple. With a couple of followers, they could easily be mistaken for celebrities. The outdoor streamer was equally captivated, aiming to feature them in his live feed. Everyone loves a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The moment these two appeared on camera, he could confidently guarantee that the viewership would skyrocket. Before Chen Yu could react, a small, square microphone was thrust towards him. Hello, sir. If I were to offer 50,000 to buy your girlfriend for one night, would you be willing? His audacious question drew a crowd, forming an instant circle around them. Street interviews typically pose tricky questions, thus attracting a larger audience. Chen Yu barely registered the man's colorful hair, let alone his features. When that audacious question was thrown at him, fury ignited within him, and he instinctively raised his hand to slap the man. However, his hand was firmly held back. Turning to look, he saw Chu Yan, her eyes filled with anger, yet gripping his hand tightly, preventing him from acting impulsively. It seemed she had come to understand his temper well, which made Chen Yu reflect with a sigh. His temperament was generally quite good. He just couldn't tolerate disrespect. Chen Yu had substantial cash flow at his disposal, along with an impressive background and connections, yet he had never bullied anyone for no reason. Seeing Chen Yu silent, the male streamer, with a cheeky grin, presented the microphone again. Sir, why the silence? Or let me rephrase, if I offered 100,000 for your girlfriend to accompany me for one night, would you agree? Chapter 68. The cunning streamer. The words spoken by the male streamer ignited a wave of indignation among the crowd that had gathered. It is likely that any man, upon hearing such remarks, would feel a surge of anger, and Chen Yu was no exception. Were it not for Chu Yan and Appos as presence, he might have been tempted to silence the man with force. This was, after all, the male streamer's signature style, provocative and incendiary. If someone truly lost their temper, It would only serve to ensnare them further in his trap. Each day, he sought out different couples, posing similar questions, essentially testing human nature with the lure of money. The ensuing conflicts sparked by these inquiries would incite heated debates among supporters in his stream, thereby generating immense popularity and profit. Typically, men accompanied by their girlfriends would refuse his unreasonable demands, allowing him to exploit the situation for substantial viewership. Occasionally, however, he encountered exceptionally bold men who would engage in bargaining. When questioned about their reasoning, these audacious men would defend their positions vehemently. After all, she and Appos, my girlfriend, not my wife. Even if she were my wife, divorce is always an option. With $1 million, what kind of girlfriend couldn't I acquire? Such individuals, when faced with the streamer's righteous rebuke and the scorn of the audience, would retreat in disgrace, yet the streamer would still bask in the glow of heightened fame. If a woman appeared swayed by his provocations, he employed similar tactics, discreetly acquiring her contact information. This dilemma was now thrust upon Chen Yu. The streamer eagerly anticipated the couple's fallout, and the audience seemed to relish the prospect of drama, as if their entertainment rested solely on the couple's discord. Sir, you have yet to disclose your answer, the streamer urged impatiently, almost thrusting the microphone into Chen Yu and Appos' face. It was only then that Chen Yu seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, dismissively pushing the microphone away before responding. I didn't quite catch that. How much did you say? The streamer paused momentarily before clarifying. I mentioned 1 million, the kind that can be transferred immediately. Oh, 1 million, Chen Yu replied, feigning pity. How truly unfortunate. With such a sum, one might struggle to get by. Can you even buy a restroom in the third ring? The streamer and Appos' lips twitched in surprise. He hadn't anticipated such a response, and the pity in Chen Yu and Appos' eyes seemed genuine. Damn it, you pathetic loser. Have you ever even seen 1 million? Do you know how substantial that is when piled up? The streamer raged internally, yet maintained a facade of composure. Well, if 1 million isn't sufficient, how about 5 million? What do you think of that figure? Chen Yu shook his head, still regarding the streamer with that same pitiful expression. Is there really a difference between 1 million and 5 million? A 7-figure sum is merely the first digit fluctuating a few times. Surely, you have encountered 5 million before? He gestured to himself, directing his words at the astonished streamer. Let me put it this way, just my presence here amounts to over 5 million. You ought to reconsider how you value such trivial sums. Chen Yu and Appos' words detonated like a bomb within the live stream, causing a flurry of comments to erupt. Most of the audience unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon him, hurling insults with abandon. The streamer, mouth agape, resembled someone witnessing an extraterrestrial, momentarily at a loss for words. While he was orchestrating an outdoor performance, it required the cooperation of his co-stars, and Chen Yu and Appos' abrupt retort left him bewildered. You and Appos, completely disregarding the script. The streamer thought, wishing to confront Chen Yu directly, to seize him by the collar and shout in his face. The stark contrast between Chu Yin and Appos' modest attire and the streamer and Appos' own garb only intensified his irritation. Who gave this man the audacity to belittle 5 million? As the heat of the live stream surged, a new idea sparked in the streamer's mind. Expose the fraud. Damn it, you little brat. Just wait and see how I expose you in front of thousands. He feigned curiosity, inquiring, Sir, may I ask what industry you work in? Chen Yu shrugged, spreading his hands as he replied, I dabble a bit in this field, a bit in that. It and Appos'. All about what strikes my fancy. How convenient for you to say and Appos'. Fancy and Appos'. You might as well admit you're unemployed. The streamer struggled to maintain his composure, his expression darkening. Kid, I thought I was a good actor, but you surpass me. With such a thick skin, you should be a streamer yourself. With a condescending smirk, he leaned closer to Chen Yu, pointing his phone's camera at him. Everyone, take a good look at this man. He claims that standing here, he is worth over 5 million. From now on, let us all adopt this attitude when we go out. After all, sometimes we might be worth more than that. Sometimes, just a shiver could equal billions. Chen Yu felt a surge of determination, not in the physical sense, but in the sense that his resolve had solidified. He had encountered troublemakers before, but none had been as insufferably irritating as this one. Had circumstances been different, he would have slapped the man across the face. However, under Chu Yan's influence, he reluctantly unclenched his fists. Let us not waste any more time here. Xian. Let us explore elsewhere, Chen Yu said, glancing at his watch before turning to Chu Yan, who nodded in agreement. Just as he pushed past the streamer to leave, he was halted by a voice calling out. Hey, wait a moment. Was this an attempt to test his patience? Chen Yu felt his temper flare uncontrollably as he turned to glare at the source of the interruption. A man clad in expensive attire had approached, drawn by a glimmer that caught his attention. "Bro, could I take a look at your watch?" he asked excitedly. Chapter 69. Dear family, do you truly believe this is real? Chen Yu furrowed his brow. His previously cheerful disposition was marred by a series of unexpected developments. Had it not been for Chu Yan and Apos, as presence by his side, he would have undoubtedly dealt with each individual involved. Chu Yan seemed to sense the fierce glint in Chen Yu and Apos' eyes and tugged at his sleeve. With a sigh, Chen Yu removed his wristwatch, thinking to himself that it was of little value anyway. The man before him cradled the watch as if it were a treasure, drawing puzzled glances from the onlookers. This man clearly did not appear to be an ordinary individual. What kind of valuable watch could evoke such excitement? As he meticulously examined Chen Yu's timepiece, his face gradually flushed crimson. Indeed, it was a limited edition Rolex. "Buddy, do you have any intention of parting with this watch? If you and Apos, willing, I won't take advantage of you. I'll offer 6 million. How does that sound?" His words detonated like a depth charge, creating a stir among the crowd, who were left utterly astonished. 6 million? For just a watch? Whispers and murmurs erupted among the spectators, while the outdoor broadcaster's live stream exploded with comments, as if the screen itself might shatter under the sheer volume of reactions. The male broadcaster gulped audibly, his eyes darting around before addressing the live stream. "Family, do you truly believe this? Let me tell you, this man has gone to great lengths, probably hired a stooge from who knows where. His motive is quite simple. All for the woman by his side." As he continued, his confidence swelled, and his rhetoric became increasingly fervent. Think for a moment. What kind of watch could be worth 6 million? 6 million. For instance, if I earned 3,000 a month, I would need to work nearly 200 years without eating or drinking to afford such a watch. Trust me, this is all a facade. Everyone must open their eyes and be wary of deception. The man who had been excitedly considering the watch now caught wind of the broadcaster and Apos as commentary. He turned his ear toward the noise, unable to suppress a derisive laugh as he waved toward the distance. With that simple gesture, several figures came rushing over. "My goodness! I just scanned that watch, and it's indeed priced at 5 million, not 6 million. Huh? And you say this isn't a scam? Are you blind? Look for yourself. There are no goods available. It's clearly stated that only 10 are released worldwide." The crowd began to bellow, their faces flushed with excitement. Many began to follow suit, scanning and taking pictures, leading to a cacophony of astonished exclamations, plunging the scene into chaos. "Scam! Fraud! Don't believe it." The broadcaster's voice quivered, his body shook with anxiety. Family, please, make way, everyone." A few security guards began to clear a path through the throng. The manager of the mall hurried in, bowing respectfully to the man interested in the watch. "Mr. Zhang, I thought I must have been mistaken. I can and Apos, believe it, and Apos. Truly you. Mr. Zhang was indeed the man interested in the timepiece. He responded coolly with a non-committal hum, gesturing toward the broadcaster. "Look at how you conduct yourselves. Any petty hooligan can just wander in? This is a high-end shopping mall. You're lowering our standards and affecting our customer shopping experience. Do you understand? Get him out of here." Idan and Apos, want him causing a scene. The manager, wiping sweat from his brow, nodded vigorously. "You and Apos, absolutely right. We will rectify this immediately." Turning to his staff, his demeanor shifted to one of authority. "What are you waiting for? Did you not hear Mr. Zhang? Get this hooligan out of here. And before you do, search him thoroughly to avoid losing any items. It would be difficult to track him down otherwise." The outdoor broadcaster was infuriated, his nose nearly crinkling in frustration. Despite his acerbic style, he was a well-known figure online, and now he was being treated like a thief. Yet, confronted with the watchful eyes of the guards, he chose to leave quietly, his pride shattered. These guards were not to be feared, but the man who could casually spend millions on a watch was another matter altogether. Even more intimidating was the man who might bestow such a valuable watch upon another. Either way, both were individuals whom he could not afford to offend. Retreating gracefully was his wisest course of action. Meanwhile, his live stream audience erupted in outrage. The male broadcaster, once so brazen, now faced a barrage of insults from viewers who felt humiliated. With every family, and believe me, he had become the butt of a joke, leaving his followers feeling embarrassed. Mr. Zhang turned to Chen Yu, a smile gracing his lips. "I haven't introduced myself. I am Zheng Qiming, the son of the owner of Huaming Supermarket." Another quintessential rich heir, It was no wonder he was willing to offer 6 million for a watch. Chen Yu nodded and replied, Chen Yu. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Qiming scratched his head, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he pulled out his phone and gestured toward Chen Yu, his expression shifting to one of delight. The owner of Financial Street, a major shareholder of a hotel worth hundreds of billions, Chen Yu? Not only that, but you have numerous enterprises? Wait, have we met before? Chen Yu looked at Zhang Qiming with surprise, confident in his memory, yet having no recollection of this individual. Zhang Qiming leaned in closer, grinning. I heard about you from Fei Ge Wang Xiaofei. I see. Chen Yu nodded in understanding. Seeing Chen Yu's lack of hostility, Zhang Qiming felt relieved. He had feared that Chen Yu might hold a grudge due to the earlier incident. After all, Wang Xiaofei had warned several affluent young men about the importance of not crossing Chen Yu, even sharing his photograph. However, this Chen Yu appeared quite approachable. Nowhere near the fierce persona Wang Xiaofei had portrayed. Unbeknownst to Zhang Qiming, had he known Chen Yu and Appos as true thoughts, he would have been inclined to confront Wang Xiaofei for exaggerating Chen Yu's temperament, painting him as a ruthless individual prone to acquisitions that led others into bankruptcy or prison. Zhang Qiming, eager not to waste Chen Yu and Appos' time, exchanged contact information and bid farewell. Chu Yin maintained a composed demeanor, earning Chen Yu and Appos' admiration and affection. She knew precisely what she desired, Chen Yu, rather than the wealth that accompanied him. Such women may seem naive, yet they often make choices that even the most astute women would struggle to comprehend. Look, there's a store over there. Let us go try on some clothes. Chu Yin exclaimed with excitement, pulling Chen Yu along once more. Chen Yu found himself torn between laughter and exasperation. Chapter 70. Is this martial arts school realistic in style? After escorting Chu Yin back to school, Chen Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and collapsed into his seat. Women are indeed peculiar creatures. They appear delicate and fragile in everyday life, yet transform into entirely different beings when shopping. After resting for a moment, he closed his eyes. Having been dragged around by Chu Yin, completely oblivious to the rewards bestowed by the system. Ding. Congratulations, master, you have received a shopping rebate. Reward. The essence of the martial art Jeet Kune Do. Chen Yu was bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. Although it sounded impressive, he wondered what practical use it had. The images of scaling roofs and wandering the martial world seemed confined to the realm of fiction. We live in an age governed by law. Mastering such skills would hardly permit him to engage in violence. Moreover, firearms are far more formidable than mere fists. Despite his internal monologue of skepticism, he recognized that this was a gift from the system, and he might as well accept it. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to embrace it. In the next instant, his brows knitted tightly as torrents of information surged into his mind. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though his head might burst. As he absorbed the information, the indifferent expression on his face gradually faded. Vivid scenes flooded his consciousness, formidable figures clashing with Western strongmen, blood spilling from their mouths, and others in a dojo. Valiantly taking on multiple opponents, brutally defeating a group of adversaries. Chen Yu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Once the information was fully absorbed, he sighed in relief. Wait a minute, why do these scenes seem so familiar? Could it be that I have absorbed the essence of Ip Man? He muttered to himself before heading straight home. Upon awakening the next day, recollections of the previous night's reward ignited a desire within him to test his newfound abilities. Conveniently, there was a martial arts school nearby where he could ascertain the true potency of this skill. He had often noticed the school while walking home. Yet no one seemed inclined to endure the rigorous training that traditional martial arts demanded. After all, the path is fraught with hardship, and results are often years in the making. Even upon mastering the art, a single misstep could lead to fatal consequences, resulting in imprisonment. Furthermore, social media is rife with various self-proclaimed masters, parading their martial arts heritage while deceiving the gullible. This has relegated traditional martial arts to the depths of disdain. Labeled as ineffective in real combat. Standing at the entrance of the martial arts school, Chen Yu gazed in bemusement at the dilapidated sign. Is this school truly realistic in style? It was no wonder he questioned it. The sign appeared excessively worn and precariously hanging. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts, reminding himself that he was merely here to gauge the power of his abilities. An event was underway at the school, with a crowd gathering to witness a demonstration. A man clad in a white training uniform executed a series of fluid punches, his agile form eliciting cheers from the onlookers. Other staff members mingled among the crowd, enticing interested individuals with promotions. Chen Yu cast a dismissive glance, turning away in disdain. After a night of absorption, he felt as though he had undergone a metamorphosis. Had it been any other time, he would have joined the crowd, but now he deemed such theatrics unnecessary. Without wasting time, he paid the fee and approached a nearby heavy bag. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful punch upon it, employing the techniques he had learned. With a sound akin to fabric tearing, the bag burst open, sand spilling forth. Chen Yu stared in astonishment at the aftermath. He had previously dismissed Jeet Kune Do as a somewhat effeminate art. Yet, he had not anticipated its remarkable power. A blend of softness and strength that sent chills down his spine. The instructor, who had been performing moments before, turned his head in shock, his body trembling at the sight. He noticed Chen Yu and had been informed by the staff that he was merely there to experience the training. The instructor had assumed that his own demonstration had captivated Chen Yu and Apos' interest and was planning to entice him to enroll. Little did he expect that Chen Yu would obliterate the heavy bag with a single punch. Could this man be here to challenge the school? Chen Yu, meanwhile, noticed the staff's astonished expressions and offered an awkward smile. Apologies, I may have exerted a bit too much force. How much is this bag? I'll cover the cost later. No problem, feel free. The staff member waved his hand, turning away quickly. The thought of a punch from such a man landing on his head was enough to silence any further objections. Chen Yu said little more, settling into a stance to practice Jeet Kune Do. Slowly, a crowd began to gather around him, blocking the way entirely. Those who had witnessed his impressive display included not only the school staff but also numerous visitors. Seeing that no one remained near him, the instructor sheepishly retreated, inching closer to Chen Yu. As Chen Yu practiced, executing punches and half-step collapsing strikes, one heavy bag after another exploded with each motion. Feeling unsatisfied, he turned to a wooden dummy and continued to demonstrate his skills. Upon concluding his practice, the instructor's brows twitched with anxiety. To an outsider, the scene might suggest that the school was undergoing demolition. Engrossed in his training, Chen Yu remained oblivious to the commotion around him, thoroughly pleased with his reward. At the very least, with such abilities, he felt invulnerable, provided he did not encounter firearms. More importantly, while Jeet Kune Do may be formidable, weaponry is even deadlier. As he turned around, he was startled by the throng of spectators, while the instructor looked at him with a mix of disbelief and despair. Sir. These facilities. Chen Yu waved dismissively, smiling as he said, "It's nothing. Just have someone procure a replacement. I'll cover the expenses. And do buy a few more. I intend to train here for the next few days." The instructor broke into a cold sweat. Although the man appeared harmless and amiable, his words nearly left him breathless. Chapter 71. Breaking a wooden board to become a master. During this period, should I come over to practice? The martial arts instructor contemplated whether his dojo required a renovation. However, despite his inner musings, he did not refuse Chen Yu's request. After all, this was a customer patronizing his dojo. Even if the individual displayed a bit more destructive capability, they were still willing to pay. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, within a few exchanges, the instructor's mind had already traversed countless thoughts. He had intended to leave, feeling as though he was an animal on display in a zoo under the scrutinizing gaze of onlookers. Yet, just as he stepped outside, an exceedingly arrogant voice emanated from the adjacent room. "Greetings. I am Taekwondo instructor Jean Das-han. As you all know, Taekwondo has a rich history, being one of the most formidable martial arts on this planet. Since its inception, its momentum has been unstoppable, giving rise to numerous masters of Taekwondo. As for those martial arts over there in the opposite dojo, they hardly qualify as combat. They can merely be described as fitness routines. By choosing Taekwondo, you have demonstrated your discerning taste, and here, you shall wield the most formidable power." Chen Yu curiously glanced over and observed a man clad in a Taekwondo uniform, fervently extolling the virtues of his art. This man adopted a haughty demeanor, his nostrils flaring as if Taekwondo were indeed invincible, rendering all others unworthy even to carry his shoes. The Taekwondo school was situated adjacent to the martial arts dojo, creating an intriguing rivalry. Amused, Chen Yu scrutinized the establishment. The Taekwondo dojo was modest in size, spanning a little over 300 square meters. Surrounding the man were a circle of children, gazing at him with admiration. After a lengthy monologue, Jean Das-han finally gestured for his assistant to raise a wooden board. "Behold, this is a genuine wooden board, not foam. Today, I shall demonstrate what true martial arts entails." His words ignited a flurry of whispers among the children, who grew increasingly excited. Many parents seated on nearby chairs also pulled out their phones, ready to record the spectacle. As Jean Das-han continued to stretch and speak, he declared, I know you have martial arts here and various films depicting them. However, I must inform you that Tai Chi, Bagua, and Jeet Kune Do are mere pretenses, utterly incapable of rivaling our Taekwondo. You must discard those dregs and earnestly study Taekwondo. With a dramatic shout, Jean Dasan executed a high kick, shattering the wooden board with a single blow. His movements appeared graceful and precise, eliciting cheers from the audience. Wow, that's truly impressive. That board must hurt to kick. You see, this is what martial arts is. The children buzzed with excitement, their parents beaming, convinced that their tuition fees were well spent. However, Chen Yu's expression gradually turned frosty. Had it been a day prior, he might have dismissed Jean Dasan's boasts with a laugh. But now, having acquired knowledge of Jeet Kune Do and absorbed its teachings, he felt a newfound sense of pride in the traditional martial arts. Now, this brash individual dared to insult traditional martial arts, even naming Jeet Kune Do directly. Was he not slapping Chen Yu in the face? It was always Chen Yu dishing out the insults. This was his first encounter with someone stepping on his toes. With a cold smirk, he pushed the door open and walked inside. What? Is he pretending to be a master just because he can break a synthetic board? You can pretend all you want, but what exactly is Taekwondo? Initially, Jean Das-han believed someone was there to register for classes, but upon hearing Chen Yu's words, his expression darkened. Sir, please retract your statement. Our Taekwondo is the greatest combat art. You must apologize. Otherwise, I shall take your words as a provocation. Before Jean Das-han could continue, his assistant jumped in, pointing accusatorily at Chen Yu. Provocation? Chen Yu scoffed. Wasn't it you who initiated the provocation? I heard you from afar. You claim Taekwondo is supreme, yet what gives you the right to belittle traditional martial arts? If you're so confident, why not let me swap those synthetic boards for some solid wood? A wave of uncertainty swept through the parents as they exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Jean Das-han, sensing the shift in atmosphere, felt his composure slipping. Their demonstrations typically utilize synthetic boards, the most fragile kind, if they were to switch to solid wood. A mere kick could shatter bones. However, the parents remained oblivious. What had begun as a benign demonstration was now turning sour, and Jean Das-han coldly huffed. Since you speak so boldly, why don't we have a little sparring match? He intended to get straight to the point, believing that once he subdued Chen Yu, no one would believe his earlier remarks. Coach Jean, show him a lesson, cheered a group of children, oblivious to the implications. They were confident in Jean Dashuan's abilities. As he was a bona fide practitioner with years of experience in Taekwondo, having received accolades in provincial competitions, and even breaking bones during a sparring match. With arms crossed, Chen Yu regarded Jean Das-han as he leaped onto the stage, coolly responding, "Isn't this rather unwise? I fear I may injure you. And then I would have to compensate you." Jean Das-han burst into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. "Injure me? If you're afraid, just admit it. No need to concoct excuses. If you do manage to injure me, I shall share your surname." With the challenge laid bare, Chen Yu felt no need for further discussion and promptly ascended the stage. Below, parents and students flocked around, each brandishing their phones, ready to capture the unfolding event. "You truly dare to step up?" Jean Das-han remarked coldly, glaring at Chen Yu. "Today, I will show you the might of Taekwondo." Ignoring him, Chen Yu assumed a relaxed stance, calmly declaring, "Jeet Kune Do, Chen Yu." Chapter 72. So boastful, yet felled by a single punch. Everyone, pay attention. Today, I shall demonstrate the practical application of Taekwondo, declared Jean Das-han, dismissively waving aside traditional martial arts like Jeet Kune Do as mere trifles. As he spoke to the audience, he extended his leg and executed several impressive kicks into the air. His graceful and charismatic movements immediately garnered applause from the crowd, who pointed and mocked Chen Yu and Appo's somewhat effeminate stance, their derision palpable. At that moment, the sound of a gong reverberated through the air, and Jean Das-han lunged towards Chen Yu like a tiger unleashed. Midway through his charge, he leaped and delivered a spinning kick aimed directly at Chen Yu's head, the force of which sliced through the air ominously. If the kick connected, it was likely that Chen Yu would be knocked unconscious on the spot. "Coach Jean is incredible. My son will finally learn something valuable. That arrogant boy was so cocky just moments ago, but now he dares not move an inch. He thought he could challenge us. But he has met his match," the spectators murmured, their taunts echoing in Chen Yu's ears, yet failing to disturb his composure. As the kick neared, a glimmer of focus shone in Chen Yu's eyes. He clenched his fist, executing a half-step explosive punch. The impact was thunderous. With a resounding crack, his fist connected solidly with Jean Das-han and Appo's foot, accompanied by the sickening sound of breaking bones. Jin Dasan and Apos' body plummeted to the ground, a chilling scream escaping his lips. Yet Chen Yu was not finished. He surged forward with another punch aimed at Jin and Apos' torso. This punch, devoid of any reliance on external force, cracked through the air with a menacing power, striking Jin Dahan with unrelenting ferocity. For a brief moment, Jin's body hung suspended in the air before he was sent flying off the stage as if struck by a freight truck. Upon crashing to the ground, he continued to roll for several meters before coming to rest, motionless like a lifeless body. The audience stood in stunned silence, their earlier lively chatter extinguished as if someone had seized their throats. The only sound that pierced the stillness was Jin Dashuan's agonized wails. "My foot. My stomach. Ah. It hurts. Help." He turned on his side, retching violently as a foul odor permeated the venue, overwhelming the air. After all that boasting, he was taken down by a single punch? "This must be a joke," exclaimed a parent as realization dawned. "Children, let us go. Refund our fees immediately." As the parents gathered their children, demanding refunds, the scene descended into chaos, entirely disregarding Jin Dasan, whose cries were drowned out. Just then, a slender man clad in designer attire entered the fray. What on earth happened? I stepped out for a moment, and it's turned into chaos. The staff rushed to him, reporting, "Boss, someone came to disrupt the place, and Coach Jin has been knocked out." The moment this man appeared, silence enveloped the room, and the parents hushed their complaints, retreating to the sidelines to observe. President Wang Yin has returned. Now, there will be a show worth watching. Everyone knows his formidable background. Should we still request refunds? Or perhaps wait a moment? Clearly, this man was well known, instilling a sense of trepidation among the onlookers, their gazes toward Chen Yu tinged with schadenfreude. Wang Yan's heart burned with indignation. He had merely opened this taekwondo studio for casual exercise, yet within days of its inception, someone had come to challenge him. A blatant affront to his dignity. He glared at the stage, and upon recognizing Chen Yu, he froze in disbelief. Jin Dasan, upon seeing Wang Yin, reacted as if he had encountered a long-lost parent. "President Wang, you must help me. This boy has injured me. He cannot be allowed to leave unpunished." Wang Yin seemed oblivious to the murmurs around him, not even glancing at Jin Dasan, but instead walked straight towards Chen Yu, a bright smile gracing his face. "Young Master Chen, what a delightful surprise. I did not expect your esteemed presence here today." Chen Yu furrowed his brow, the man before him striking a familiar chord. After a moment's reflection, he recalled that during his visit to Wang Xiaofei's golf club, this individual had been among Wang's entourage, known as Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, did you open this taekwondo studio?" Wang Yin nodded eagerly. "Indeed, I merely opened it for fun." The two engaged in casual conversation, with Wang Yin doing most of the flattery, while Chen Yu maintained an air of indifference. The spectacle left many spectators bewildered. Wang Yin, a wealthy heir, was now groveling before Chen Yu, yet the scene felt entirely appropriate. Jin Dasan clamped his mouth shut, afraid to utter another sound. What martial arts could rival the might of power and wealth? "Young Master Chen, why did you not inform me of your visit to challenge our dojo?" Chen Yu felt a twinge of awkwardness, but having crossed that threshold, he saw no reason to explain himself. He had anticipated that Wang Yin might confront him. Yet the latter merely scratched his head. "If you had given me a heads up, I would have prepared banners to make it a grander affair." Chen Yu rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. "I have no interest in challenging your dojo. It is merely that your so-called taekwondo experts possess little skill. Yet their bravado is astonishing. I came to test their mettle." Wang Yin gazed at Chen Yu in bewilderment. "What bravado are you referring to? You mean their skill in martial arts, right?" Chen Yu recounted the events that had transpired, and Wang Yin and Apos' expression darkened ominously. "Jin Dasan, I hired you to teach taekwondo? Not to disparage traditional martial arts. Those are treasured legacies passed down from our ancestors, and you have no right to belittle them." Wang Yin fixed Jin with a cold stare, pointing towards the exit. "Effective immediately, you are terminated. Pack your belongings and leave." Chapter 73. The money comes too easily. Like being fed into one's mouth, Wang Yin had never been particularly enamored with the ostentation of traditional martial arts. Otherwise, he would not have established a taekwondo academy and hired Jin Dasan at a high salary to serve as the instructor. However, with Chen Yu present, he felt constrained to voice his opinions. Moreover, in the current situation, Jin Dasan was left incapacitated from the beating, while Chen Yu remained unscathed. Was there really anything more for him to say? Jin Dasan understood that he was no match for the two individuals before him, and thus, he could only swallow his pride and leave in disgrace. Chen Yu was drawn into Wang Yin and Apos' office for tea and conversation. Oblivious to the immense repercussions of this seemingly innocuous gesture. It was unclear who among those present had shared the video of the match between Chen Yu and Jin Da-san online, but the moment it was posted, it ignited a frenzy across the internet, maintaining a level of popularity that showed no signs of waning. This was largely due to Chen Yu and Oppo's impressive and stylish defeat of Jin Da-han captured in the video. Yet, more significantly, it was fueled by the latent admiration for traditional martial arts harbored deep within the hearts of many netizens. As Wang Yin aptly stated, this was a heritage passed down from our ancestors, though it had fallen into decline. The current landscape was dominated by various forms of taekwondo, boxing, and judo. While traditional martial arts schools had become scarce, even if such schools existed, few individuals were willing to commit themselves to genuine study. The effort put into enduring years of hardship in traditional martial arts seemed less appealing compared to merely a few months of taekwondo training, which not only offered practical combat skills, but also attracted the attention of many young women. However, Chen Yu's emergence stirred the hidden affection for traditional martial arts within the masses, which accounted for the ongoing fervor surrounding the video. Goodness, why do I feel like I'm watching a movie? One commenter mused. A brutal showdown in the ring. This is straight out of a film. Laughter and exclamations of admiration for traditional martial arts filled the comments section, with a few ardent taekwondo fans quickly drowned out by the overwhelming enthusiasm. As the video continued to gain traction, curiosity about Chen Yu grew. The footage had been captured casually from the audience, and the shooter had not anticipated Chen Yu's victory or the subsequent virality of the video. Consequently, most of the footage focused on Jin Da-san. The topic of seeking a successor for traditional martial arts rapidly became a hot discussion across multiple platforms. Astute individuals recognized the opportunity presented by this wave of interest, quickly arranging for similar content to be filmed. However, these new videos were met with scathing criticism, primarily because one set of footage was frivolous while the other depicted genuine combat. The vast majority of netizens felt that such trivial videos were an affront to traditional martial arts, prompting the platforms to take action by banning numerous accounts that produced such content, thereby curbing this negative trend. The organizations most adversely affected were other taekwondo academies and associations. In the office of the Taekwondo Association, Chairman Cui Ming sat gravely before the screen displaying the news. He had been scrolling for quite some time, growing increasingly furious at the plethora of comments extolling traditional martial arts. Although the merits of traditional martial arts had little to do with him, being merely a businessman, he was incensed that in the process of elevating traditional martial arts, taekwondo had been trampled into the mud, leaving him with no dignity. Where on earth did this miracle worker emerge from? Cui Ming exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. If this continues, we and Oppos, bound to go out of business. On a nearby sofa, a carefree young man was engrossed in his phone. Hearing Cui Ming and Oppos' outburst, he couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, Uncle Cui, there's no need to be so upset. If this situation isn't handled well, all the taekwondo academies will be out of business. How can you not be angry? Cui Ming scoffed. It wouldn't matter if the taekwondo academies went under, but my means of making money would vanish. How would I collect membership fees? How could I attract sponsorship? If we go out of business, the funds we've misappropriated could send both you and me to jail. The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. He pulled out his phone, muttering, I must act quickly to regain some popularity. I'll find a traditional martial arts master to promote our taekwondo. We must change this situation. The young man smiled nonchalantly. There and Oppos, no need for all that trouble. Besides, your approach is outdated. Noticing Cui Ming and Oppos' gaze, he chuckled modestly. Uncle, listen to me. Just invite some popular celebrities from taekwondo. Showcase them on variety shows and in films. As long as they display their taekwondo skills in those programs, the popularity will rise. Cui Ming stroked his chin, uncertain. Xiao Cheng, do you think this will work? The young man grinned, pointing to himself. Rest assured, it will definitely work. The college girls I know adore those Korean dramas, especially the ones with tragic romances. If we craft a character of a taekwondo master in that context, it will surely become a sensation. He crossed his legs and continued. To gain fame, we must cross into different realms. Comedians sing, filmmakers dabble in variety shows. We in the martial arts world should venture into the entertainment industry. It would be hard not to succeed. Cui Ming nodded in acknowledgement of his idea, pulling out his phone to begin making calls. Meanwhile, the aftermath of Chen Yu's match continued to unfold, though none of it affected him directly. Returning home, he casually purchased some hardware supplies he had never bought before, triggering a notification from the system. Shopping cashback is indeed an art form. Who knows, one day he might even purchase a small island. Chen Yu scratched his head in bemusement as he bought more items. Triggering the system became increasingly challenging. Congratulations, Master. You have received a cashback of 7 of shares from the ABA Group. The equity agreement is now effective and will be mailed to you. Chen Yu listened in astonishment to the announcement in his mind, glancing down at the pair of pliers in his hand. He found it hard to connect this mundane item with the ABA Group. Was the hardware store owner sourcing supplies from an e-commerce platform? However, this perplexity quickly morphed into exhilaration. This was simply too advantageous. Those were shares in the ABA Group, despite his considerable wealth. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He had conducted thorough research on multinational publicly traded companies like the ABA Group. Even the man who once reigned as the richest had only marginally more shares than he did. Based on current annual returns, he would pocket at least several billion each year just from dividends. This money was earned far too easily. It felt as if it had been placed directly into his mouth. Chapter 74. Do not expect help in the bridal chamber, brother. Chen Yu, after a brief moment of excitement, swiftly cast aside the matter at hand. Despite holding a significant stake, his voice held little weight within the ABA Group. Their equity structure was uniquely designed to ensure that control remained firmly in the hands of the founding team, thus safeguarding the company from potential takeovers. Consequently, even though Chen Yu and Apos shares placed him among the top 3 individual shareholders, he remained excluded from the board of directors. As night fell, and Chen Yu prepared for slumber, a call from Lu Xiang interrupted him. Brother Yu, don't forget about tomorrow morning. Lu Xiang said anxiously. Have you made the necessary arrangements? The wedding procession begins at dawn. Chen Yu yawned and replied, rest assured, even if I forget everything else, I will not forget your affair. This statement rang true. Lu Xiang was among the few friends with whom Chen Yu could confide. Moreover, handling this matter required little effort. He only needed to have Wang Mingchong, who managed affairs at home, organize it. With Lu Xiang reassured, their conversation concluded, and he hung up. The eve of a wedding is often the most bustling time. Initially, Lu Xiang had considered asking Chen Yu to be his best man, but given that Chen Yu had already taken charge of the procession, he felt hesitant to press further. Upon awakening the next day, Chen Yu began his preparations. He donned the suit that Chu Yin had accompanied him to buy and stepped outside. In the parking lot of the villa, Wang Mingchong had already arranged the necessary personnel. A line of luxurious Bentleys formed a stunning spectacle that left onlookers awestruck. Let us depart, Chen Yu exclaimed, waving his hand as he jumped into a Bugatti Veyron, leading the charge. Behind him, a fleet of Bentleys closely followed. And wherever they passed, pedestrians and vehicles alike hastily cleared a path. The opulence of the convoy was simply too striking to ignore. Both the leading supercar and the long line of Bentleys adorned with their iconic wings were beyond the means of the average person. Even a minor scrape could spell disaster for a family. Thus, despite the heavy traffic during the morning rush hour, Chen Yu and Apos' convoy moved with remarkable ease. At the designated location, Lu Xiang paced nervously, his anxiety palpable. When the procession finally arrived, he stood frozen, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the display. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the sight of the convoy felt surreal, as if he were floating in midair. Especially the leading supercar. Was that truly the world-renowned Bugatti Veyron? Chen Yu and Apos' audacity was astonishing. A mere scratch could lead to repair costs in the hundreds of thousands. Brother Yu, those Bentleys are more than sufficient. Perhaps we should reconsider the supercar. Lu Xiang trembled as he approached Chen Yu. If anything goes awry, my family could be ruined. Haha. Look at you being so timid. Chen Yu chuckled, patting his shoulder. Worry not. Even if we were to collide, it would not affect you. Let us proceed. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiang steeled himself and waved to his entourage. The group, albeit nervously, gathered around to adorn the sports car with decorations. Their hands trembled as they worked, fearful of even the slightest scratch on the pristine paint. Once they completed the preparations, Lu Xiang, seated in the wedding car, appeared exhilarated. Brother Yu, sitting in this contraption makes me feel more excited than my own wedding. He had begun to doubt Chen Yu's claims of being a mere mechanic, as he could hardly believe that someone in the repair business could possess such a fleet of luxury vehicles. The most perplexing aspect was Chen Yu and Apos' nonchalant demeanor. What mechanic would rent out cars without a care in the world? Brother Yu, do tell me the truth. Are you really just a mechanic? Chen Yu, gazing ahead, chuckled softly. Such details are inconsequential. You should focus on the bridal chamber tonight. Do not forget your brother will be there to assist you. Lu Ziyang's face flushed crimson. Get lost. I won't need your help. I can manage just fine. Chen Yu exhaled lightly, feeling a sense of relief. The two shared laughter as they drove towards the bride's family. It was not that Chen Yu wished to withhold information from Lu Ziyang. Rather, some experiences were better left unspoken. Discussing his wealth and business ventures, or even claiming ownership of these magnificent cars, would likely lead Lu Ziyang to dismiss him as boastful. It was wiser to maintain an air of mystery. He could simply lend a hand when Lu Ziyang required assistance. After exchanging light banter, Lu Ziyang fell silent, having realized that Chen Yu's identity was far from ordinary. This realization stemmed not from the luxury vehicles alone, but also from Chen Yu's attire. For his wedding, Lu Ziyang had meticulously chosen his own outfit. While Chen Yu wore a suit he recognized from a boutique, rumored to be handcrafted and worth over 100,000. However, Lu Ziyang shrewdly refrained from probing further, aware that excessive questioning might seem suspicious. As long as his friend thrived, what more could he desire? Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Feng sat on the bed in a pristine white wedding gown. Surrounded by bridesmaids, her relatives filled the room, showering her with joyous blessings. Yet, a slightly mocking remark from one of the relatives abruptly shifted the atmosphere, rendering it awkward. Xiaofang, you are the treasure of the Wang family. If they are to take you away, they better ensure we are well compensated. Zhou Yun and Amp, Appo's mother declared defiantly, arms crossed. The gifts for the car and the departure must not be overlooked. By the way, what kind of cars are in the procession? I can tell you, when Xiaoyan got married, it was all luxury vehicles. You cannot fall short. This is the time when women hold the most value. If you let them off too easily, you will face disdain upon arrival. Although the other relatives disapproved of Zhou Yun and Appo's mother, they chose not to argue. After all, her words held merit. It was indeed for Wang Feng and Amp, Appo's benefit, and she was merely advocating for her own interests. Wang Feng forced a smile, yet her heart raced with anxiety. Lu Ziyang had made promises, and Chen Yu was reputed to be reliable. However, could it truly be possible to have Bentleys at 2,000 each, alongside a sports car as a wedding vehicle? Chapter 75. A resounding slap in the face. It is fortunate that Wang Feng is aware of the deep bond between Lu Ziyang and Chen Yu. Otherwise, she might have believed Lu Ziyang had fallen prey to a scam. She cast a furtive glance at her relatives nearby, then at Zhou Yun and her mother, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. At this point, it seemed like a desperate gamble. Seeking out the original car team would likely subject her to ridicule from her relatives, especially Zhou Yun and Amp, Appo's mother, who would undoubtedly bring this episode up in comparison with her daughter for years to come. As Wang Feng lost herself in her thoughts, a bridesmaid standing by the window suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God, the car team has arrived." She stammered, unable to articulate her disbelief, as the spectacle before her was simply too astonishing to comprehend. What is happening? Is the car team insufficient? Other relatives noted the bridesmaid's expression, wearing looks of astonishment, while Zhou Yun and her mother bore sardonic smiles. However, in the next moment, their smiles froze, as the relatives gathered by the window erupted in exclamations. This car team is incredibly luxurious. Wasn't it said that the groom is merely a lowly clerk? This must be a car team for someone else. Yet, this neighborhood only had Xiao Feng getting married today. What was going on? The collective murmurs transformed Zhou Yun and her mother's expressions into ones of utter dismay. Zhou Yun pushed through the crowd to peer below. Iken and Appo's TB for us. Their car team consists entirely of Bentleys. Her tone was resolute. Noting that the leading wedding car was a Bugatti, a vehicle worth an entire building in this community, the group instinctively nodded, their expressions returning to normal. Such is the nature of relatives. They may endure hardship themselves, but they absolutely cannot tolerate others faring better. Zhou Yun's mother relaxed. Turning to Wang Feng with a smirk, Xiaofang, what is going on with Lu Ziyang? Time is ticking. How long will he dawdle? He brought a bunch of shabby cars for the wedding, has he? Had I known this would happen, I would have urged Xiaoyun to assist you. But alas, it's too late now. Her demeanor exuded a haughty air, resembling an arrogant hen. The others exchanged disdainful glances, yet found themselves unable to retort. Look. They stopped, right in front of our unit. Another voice rang out, causing Zhou Yun's mother to stiffen, struggling to turn and gaze out the window. Wang Feng also raised her head in astonishment, disbelief etched on her face. Could it be that Lu Ziyang had deceived her? Had his friend Chen Yu truly arranged for a Bentley car team? But what about that Bugatti? Perhaps there is another celebration in our unit. Zhou Yun awkwardly chuckled. only to be promptly contradicted. Impossible. I came up late, and none of the other neighbors are hosting a celebration. Just as the crowd began to express their confusion, a knock resounded at the door. Xiaofang. I'm here, Lu Ziyang's voice echoed, plunging the room into an abrupt silence. Yet, it was immediately shattered by a cacophony of buzzing conversations as everyone began to speculate. Could it be that the luxurious car team downstairs was indeed orchestrated by Lu Ziyang? This young man had truly made quite a name for himself. It mattered little that he lacked wealth. Possessing connections capable of assembling a car team valued in the millions was certainly commendable. In an instant, Lu Ziyang became the toast of the gathering, showered with flattery that left Wang Fang blushing with embarrassment. A flicker of jealousy crossed Zhou Yun's face as she turned to her mother, only to find her mother's countenance more distressed than her own. They hadn't come to the wedding merely to enjoy the feast. Their purpose was to flaunt, to assert their presence. Now, they had been publicly humiliated, and the slap in the face felt particularly stinging, especially for Zhou Yun's mother, who had previously mocked Zhou Yun, now firmly convinced that this car team was not meant for Wang Fang. Yet now, the glances of relatives shifted to expressions of schadenfreude. Wang Fang's parents, being straightforward individuals, were genuinely pleased with Lu Ziyang as their son-in-law. Regardless of the harsh words from relatives earlier, they took them as mere idle chatter, unwilling to take it to heart. Witnessing their relatives' embarrassment, smiles crept onto their faces. Meanwhile, outside the door, Lu Ziyang wore a mix of excitement and anxiety. He glanced at the entrance and turned to Chen Yu beside him, saying, Brother Yu, once we enter, I suspect there will be challenges in retrieving the bride. No worries, challenges are to be expected. After all, such an occasion happens but once in a lifetime. Chen Yu replied with a nonchalant smile, his calm demeanor soothing Lu Ziyang's nerves. Perhaps it was the impressive arrival of the car team that left those present too awestruck to pose the anticipated difficulties. After navigating a few hurdles, and once Chen Yu retrieved the high heels, Lu Ziyang finally secured his beloved. However, this only caused Zhou Yun and her mother's expressions to sour further. Their initial intentions of showcasing superiority had backfired spectacularly. They felt an overwhelming urge to erupt, yet the grandeur unfolding downstairs restrained them. As a throng of relatives escorted Lu Ziyang and his party down, the sight of the row of luxury vehicles and their drivers prompted involuntary admiration. Although the Bugatti was a sports car with limited space, it could still accommodate 3 people. Initially, Chen Yu had planned for Lu Ziyang to drive to the hotel, but Lu Ziyang promptly declined. What a ridiculous notion. Why would I risk my life by driving? One press of the gas pedal could lead to a loss of several million. I wouldn't dare touch that vehicle. The wedding venue was already buzzing with guests, children running about, and the atmosphere was a lively one. Having settled into a spot filled with young people, Chen Yu found himself approached by a well-dressed man. Hey, you must be from the groom's side, right? Your attire seems quite valuable. How much did you contribute to the wedding gift? Chen Yu glanced at the man, but before he could respond, another individual beside him scoffed. Cousin, don't be upset. I heard Zhou Yun mention that those in suits are the groom's drivers. I wonder if my future brother-in-law intentionally placed us with the drivers. It's quite amusing. Chapter 76. I shall punish myself with 3 glasses, as an apology. Chen Yu wore a bemused expression, having unwittingly seated himself on the side of the bride and Appo's family. The remarks made by the earlier guest ignited laughter around the table, and several gazes were cast upon Chen Yu, tinged with disdain. Lu Ziyang had indeed created quite the spectacle, leaving his relatives feeling humiliated. Furthermore, he inadvertently elevated the standards for future weddings, making it likely that any family whose celebration did not meet such expectations would become the subject of ridicule. This only fueled the resentment of the bride's relatives, who found a convenient outlet for their frustrations in Chen Yu. With a faint smile, Chen Yu chose not to offer any explanations. He had encountered enough sycophants in his life. The wedding festivities were lively, and when Lu Ziyang approached with Wang Fang to propose a toast, they had already consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Xiaofang, this is my buddy Chen Yu, Lu Ziyang introduced, addressing everyone at the table. Enjoy your meal and drinks. Especially take good care of my friend. Your buddy? A chorus of confused expressions turned toward Lu Ziyang. He belched lightly and chuckled. Indeed, he has been a tremendous help today. I could never have arranged such a lavish convoy without him. Lu Ziyang seemed eager to elaborate, but Chen Yu interjected, enough. There are so many people waiting for you. Go and attend to them. Once Lu Ziyang had been steered away, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the table. The guests had initially presumed Chen Yu to be merely a driver, only to discover that he was the mastermind behind the impressive convoy. The depth of his connections left the attendees feeling quite uneasy. Fortunately, none had spoken ill of him, lest they find themselves in a precarious position in the future. Many lowered their heads in contemplation, worried they might have offended Chen Yu, resulting in an atmosphere thick with tension. "I sincerely apologize, my cousin has no filter." A man beside Chen Yu remarked with a sheepish smile, "I shall drink 3 glasses to atone for my brother's indiscretions." The young man next to him, however, appeared visibly distressed, feeling the burden of responsibility that had been thrust upon him. "No need," Chen Yu replied, not even glancing in his direction as he focused on his meal. Were it not for Lu Xiang's wedding, these individuals would not have merited his attention. Even their earlier jests failed to bother him. After all, why should an elephant spare a glance at an ant? Moreover, having heard Lu Xiang's tales of Zhou, Chen Yu harbored little fondness for the bride and Apos' relatives. Once the meal concluded, Chen Yu prepared to take his leave. Lu Xiang, having completed his duties, insisted on seeing him off. Upon reaching the car, Chen Yu produced all the car keys and handed them to Lu Xiang. "What are you doing?" Lu Xiang stammered, bewildered. "I can return the cars, but I can't possibly drive so many." Had it been anyone else, they might have assumed Chen Yu was attempting to extort or inconvenience him. However, Lu Xiang thought differently. Without Chen Yu and Apos' assistants, the bride and Apos' family might have treated him poorly. "Today is your joyous occasion, and I Haven and Apos' gifted you a red envelope." Chen Yu smiled. "Consider those dozen Bentleys as my present. You can drive them, rent them out, or sell them as you wish. It is no concern of mine. As for the sports car, let's not. Owning a car is easy, but maintaining it is quite another matter." Lu Xiang stood in stunned silence, his body trembling slightly after a prolonged pause. "These cars are yours? Are you serious? You can't possibly be giving them to me. I can't handle such a burden." Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. "You can manage the Bentleys. Worst case, rent a few and keep a couple for yourself. Just take them. They mean little to me. However, if my friends become successful and do not support each other, it could reflect poorly on me." With that, Chen Yu climbed into the car, leaving Lu Xiang standing there. He had few friends, and Lu Xiang was among the better ones. His true identity would eventually be revealed. And rather than have it come as a shock, he preferred to disclose it gradually. After all, when they eventually discovered the truth, they might not even remain friends. Thus, Chen Yu made this decision without hesitation, returning home promptly. As he leaned back on the sofa, hoping to catch a brief nap, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. Who could be calling at this hour? Chen Yu grumbled, irritable from having risen too early that morning. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen?" A warm male voice inquired from the other end. "I am Ma Qingyang, chairman of the ABA group." You are Ma Qingyang?" Chen Yu replied, skepticism evident in his tone. "Yes, it is indeed me," Ma Qingyang responded, a smile crossing his face, pleased with Chen Yu's reaction. It indicated that Chen Yu feared him, which was precisely what he desired to leverage in reclaiming his shares. "Should you be Ma Qingyang? Then I am Qin Shi Huang. I could offer you 100 tons of gold, but opening the tomb requires construction fees. Please transfer the funds immediately." Chen Yu, unperturbed by convention, promptly hung up and switched off his phone, blissfully shutting his eyes. He had no belief that this was genuinely Ma Qingyang calling. It seemed more likely to be a scam. On the other end, Ma Qingyang was seething with frustration. It was the first time he had been so blatantly dismissed. What was this nonsense about Qin Shi Huang? Did he think himself a fraud? After regaining his composure, Ma Qingyang dialed again, only to find the line dead. Off. At that moment, his composure shattered. Since becoming the wealthiest individual for several years, he had never faced such an incident. "I'll be damned if you can keep your phone off forever," Ma Qingyang declared, instructing his secretary to keep calling until the line was restored. The secretary, bewildered yet intimidated by her boss's fury, lowered her head and exited with her phone in hand. After all these years, this composed man was experiencing his first bout of frustration. The secretary couldn't and Apos' help but feel an intense curiosity about the identity of the person on the other end of the line. Chapter 77. Young man, mind your words. After a restful slumber, Chen Yu finally powered on his phone, only to discover that the same number was calling once again. Distrustful, he promptly hung up. Yet the call came through again. Unable to contain his frustration, Chen Yu answered the call. The call finally connected. Chen Yu was unsure if it was merely his imagination, but he distinctly detected a hint of sobbing in the voice on the other end. This revelation quelled his fury as he awaited the speaker and Apos' words. "Mr. Chen, I have finally reached you. Allow me to clarify. I am indeed Ma Qingyang, the genuine article. If you harbor any doubts, let us arrange a meeting in the coming days to resolve them. The calm and gentle tone of the voice hardly suggested that it belonged to a fraudster, which led Chen Yu to realize that Ma Qingyang sought him out likely for the shares in his possession. Very well, let us meet, Chen Yu replied. Intrigued by this man, and readily agreed. Then I shall arrange my schedule and take the earliest flight over. My secretary will send you the address. All right, that works. Once Ma finished speaking, Chen Yu hung up, now convinced of the authenticity of the call. However, he had not anticipated that the meeting would occur so swiftly. In less than half a day, he received a call inviting him to the office of the ABBA Group for their meeting. After a brief preparation, he set off in his car. In just a few minutes, he arrived at the designated location. However, upon entering the ABBA Group and Oppo's office, he was stopped. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? The receptionist stood up, smiling pleasantly. Despite her courteous demeanor, she extended her hand expectantly. I am here to see General Manager Ma. We have a prior appointment. Chen Yu assumed he would be allowed to proceed, but the receptionist shook her head. Unfortunately, sir, I have no record of any appointment. I apologize, but General Manager Ma is currently in a meeting and cannot see you without a scheduled visit. Chen Yu's expression turned awkward, and a surge of irritation welled up within him. He had not particularly wished to come, yet the receptionist's politeness and the incessant phone calls made it difficult to refuse. But what was this? Was this some sort of power play? Crossing his arms, he coldly remarked, I suggest you report this. Otherwise, you may find yourself in trouble. He had no intention of losing his temper with a young receptionist, as that would be laughable. Thus, he merely offered a well-meaning warning. I'm sorry, but I cannot let you in. Chen Yu rolled his eyes. It seemed his good intentions were in vain. Then I shall wait here for a moment. He plopped down in the reception area and began to read a newspaper. He had no pressing engagements that afternoon, and the young woman had remained courteous and diligent throughout, which caused him to regard the ABBA Group with a newfound respect. However, his good mood was soon shattered. A sharply dressed man entered from the doorway and, as he was about to walk past, caught sight of Chen Yu out of the corner of his eye. The man instinctively furrowed his brow and turned back. What is going on? He inquired, rapping his knuckles on the receptionist's desk with a serious tone. Xiao Lu, does this person have an appointment? The receptionist quickly stood up and replied, Manager Wang, this gentleman claims to have an appointment with General Manager Ma. However, I found no record of it. So I did not permit him entry, yet he has an Oppo's. He left. How many times have I told you? Manager Wang cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yu before addressing the receptionist. The visitor area is for guests to rest while they wait. But it is not a place where just anyone can linger indefinitely. Manager Wang, enough with the excuses. If this happens again, you might as well resign. Manager Wang interrupted, scolding her. You have no discernment. Do you think any Tom, Dick, or Harry can just stroll in here? You'd think the ABBA Group was a shelter. Although Chen Yu and Oppo's gaze remained fixed on the magazine, he could hear every word clearly. He nudged a nearby client in a suit and whispered, Hey, buddy. I think they're talking about you. Kid, don't speak nonsense. Manager Wang approached, stating, I'm referring to you. Just look at how you're dressed. Do you dare to claim you're not one of those unrefined types? Chen Yu glanced down at his attire. While he had agreed to meet with Ma Qingyang, he was not the one seeking the meeting. Rather, it was Ma who appeared more eager. Thus, he had opted for casual attire. Although he wore a tactical jacket and casual pants, they were custom-made and likely worth more than Manager Wang and Oppo's annual salary. Chen Yu was not angered by Manager Wang and Oppo's scorn. Instead, he smiled and inquired, May I ask what your responsibilities are, sir? Who do you think you are calling me, sir? Manager Wang's contempt grew. I am the manager of public relations. I oversee reception. Is there a problem? If not, be on your way. Chen Yu and Oppo's expression turned cold as he replied. And what if I choose not to leave? If you don't leave, I'll call security, Manager Wang threatened, jabbing a finger into Chen Yu's chest. When they escort you out, don't feel embarrassed. Chen Yu swatted away his hand and asked curiously, Manager Wang, may I inquire why you are so fixated on me? I'm targeting you. What of it? Do you want to fight me? The commotion attracted the attention of several onlookers, and Manager Wang seized the opportunity to assert his authority, growing increasingly arrogant. I'll tell you this, kid, he said, extending his hand again. Next time you come to cool off in the air conditioning, dress more appropriately and don't claim to visit General Manager Ma. Oh wait, you won't have the chance, because I'll remember you. Ha ha. This man had mistaken Chen Yu for a mere idler seeking refuge. Amused by the situation, Chen Yu could not resist delivering a swift slap across Manager Wang and Appo's face. The sensation of the contact brought him a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 78. How dare you strike me? A sharp slap echoed through the silent reception area, momentarily halting the bustle around. Several staff members, seemingly frozen in time, turned their heads only seconds later. You actually dare to hit me? Do you have any idea who I am? Manager Wang trembled with rage. He was a graduate of a prestigious university and had joined the ABBA group right after starting his career. He had always interacted with elite professionals and had never encountered such an unreasonable thug. A burning sensation spread across his face. But what he found even more unbearable were the various gazes from his colleagues. I'm leaving now, Chen Yu said with a smile, adding, but it's easier to invite a spirit than to send it away. Make sure your general manager, Ma, doesn't call me in the morning. After speaking, he turned to leave. Chen Yu had already guessed Ma Qingyang's intentions during his journey. It was evident that Ma was interested in the shares Chen held. After all, having occupied the position of the richest person for many years, his wealth made it reasonable for him to consider reacquiring shares. However, Chen had no intention of selling. He regarded his shares as a treasure trove. Whenever the Soft Gold Group faced losses, they would sell their shares in the ABBA Group to liquidate their assets. This had saved them numerous times. Since it was clear that negotiations would not reach an agreement and a formidable obstacle was in his way, Chen felt there was no point in lingering. Stop right there. Manager Wang, shaking with fury, shouted as he saw Chen attempting to flee. You think you can hit someone and run away? You're not going anywhere now. Security! Arrest this kid and take him to the police station. I'm going to the hospital for a checkup. Just wait to pay me. Turning around to face the furious Manager Wang and the approaching security guards, Chen Yu's expression grew cold. Though his temper had improved significantly, the presence of unwise individuals still irked him. As the security guards approached menacingly, Chen readied himself for confrontation. He had never feared a fight. Just then, a voice rang out. Everyone, stop. A crowd turned to see Ma Qingyang rushing towards them, his expression grave. Following closely behind him were several company executives and the receptionist, Xiao Lu. Ma Qingyang and Appo's fury was palpable. After all, he had painstakingly invited Chen Yu, only for such a display of intimidation to occur at the entrance. If Chen misinterpreted this as a show of force for Ma, it would create a significant misunderstanding. Ma Qingyang had intended to hold a brief meeting, but upon hearing Xiao Lu's report, he dismissed everyone and hurried over. The executives trailing behind him were bewildered, curious as to what kind of individual could elicit such concern from their boss. Mr. Ma. Manager Wang could no longer maintain his arrogance and looked at Ma Qingyang with a respectful demeanor, only to be ignored. Ma Qingyang approached Chen Yu, smiling as he extended his hand. Mr. Chen, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. The onlookers were astounded. Their esteemed boss was known for being a top-tier figure in the country, rarely showing such courtesy. The moment was surreal, and all eyes turned to Manager Wang as if observing a dead man walking. Chen Yu, unhurried, reached out and firmly shook Ma Qingyang's hand. His feelings towards Ma were complex, yet deserving of respect. After all, Ma had transformed the landscape of online shopping and significantly altered consumer habits, a remarkable feat nevertheless. He was also a businessman who often prioritized profit over principle, drawing criticism for many of his actions. While affluent individuals abroad focused on industries like bionic technology, artificial intelligence, and aerospace, some wealthy domestic figures, represented by Ma Qingyang, concentrated on the essentials of daily life. It was not a matter of right or wrong, rather, there was a disparity in perspective and vision. Mr. Chen, I have prepared some fine tea in my office. Ah, perfect. I happen to be rather thirsty. Chen replied as they walked side by side into the company's interior, neither mentioning the earlier altercation, as if it had never occurred. However, Manager Wang stood there, dazed and despondent, realizing his fate. He had just learned that Chen Yu was the second largest individual shareholder, following Ma Qingyang. This revelation hit him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Though no one had directly addressed the incident, his actions would certainly invite scrutiny. In large corporations, while salaries and benefits were generous, internal rivalry was fierce, with many eagerly waiting to take advantage of his misfortune. Ma Qingyang had restrained his fury, considering the repercussions, but Chen Yu and Appo's restraint had elevated his opinion of him. At such a young age, displaying such composure was intriguing to Ma. Once they entered the office, Chen flopped onto the sofa, grinning at Ma Qingyang. Mr. Ma, I seem to have come at an inconvenient time. My apologies for interrupting your work. Not at all. Receiving you is my duty, Ma replied, his words reflecting the kindness of a former teacher that uplifted one's spirits. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen took a sip of his tea and got straight to the point. Mr. Ma, you must have called me here for a reason. Surprised by Chen and Appo's forthrightness, Ma Qingyang chuckled and decided to be candid. Mr. Chen, I would like to repurchase the shares you hold. What are your thoughts on this? Chen Yu smiled knowingly, replying, Oh, that puts me in a bit of a bind. Our group's business is thriving, and the stock price is soaring under such circumstances. I have no intentions of selling. He glanced at Ma Qingyang before continuing, I must admit, I lack knowledge of corporate management and prefer to be hands-off. However, I have one passion, sleeping atop piles of money and enjoying dividends without lifting a finger. Isn't that delightful? Chen and Appo's words were direct, underlying a clear message to Ma Qingyang. There was no need to view him as a threat. He had no desire for intrigue or to undermine him. He was simply content to receive dividends. Chapter 79. Oh my, you're killing me. Chen Yu and Appo's words evidently resonated with Ma Qingyang and Appo's thoughts, prompting him to lower his head in contemplation. Despite the complexity of his feelings towards Ma Qingyang, Chen Yu could not help but admire his financial acumen. Being able to cling to someone else and Appo's success and receive dividends annually was certainly less burdensome than managing affairs himself. Noticing Ma Qingyang and Appo's silence, Chen Yu continued, What I say is sincere. If you have any reservations, I can authorize you to delegate the voting rights to you. The group can only thrive under your leadership, allowing me to earn even more. I trust no one else. People are naturally drawn to agreeable words, especially when spoken by someone of equal standing. Once Ma Qingyang heard Chen Yu mention the authorization, he felt completely reassured. As long as he retained his management rights, the identity of the shareholder became inconsequential. Moreover, this young man before him was an enigma, potentially a significant ally in the future. Since Mr. Chen has gone this far, what else is there for me to say? Ma Qingyang raised his teacup, stating, Let us toast with tea instead of wine, hoping for a prosperous partnership. Chen Yu smiled gently, clinking his teacup with Ma Qingyang and Appo's before downing the tea in one go. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Chen Yu took his leave, with Ma Qingyang respectfully seeing him to the door. Back in his office, Chen Yu fell into deep thought. Ma Qingyang was a highly competent businessman, well-versed in various situations, and would not be easily swayed by mere words from Chen Yu. The authorization agreement was a bargaining chip, but not the most crucial element. What truly influenced Ma Qingyang and Appo's agreement was Chen Yu himself. He immediately began investigating Chen Yu and Appo's background, yet after a whole day and night, he found nothing substantial. Chen Yu's identity was pristine, with only scant information available, leaving a vast expanse of blankness. Most alarming was the fact that while he was en route to the meeting, the stock of the ABBA Group had surged several points. It was common knowledge that the ABBA Group was a colossal entity, and even a modest increase could represent a flow of hundreds of billions. He understood the underlying dynamics and recognized that this was all attributable to Chen Yu. Consequently, in the end, Ma Qingyang merely reached a gentleman's agreement with Chen Yu, foregoing the actual request for authorization. This approach demonstrated sincerity and would likely deepen their relationship. Chen Yu realized that Ma Qingyang was not overly complicated. He simply preferred not to be burdened by management as long as profits flowed. As he descended the stairs, he was suddenly blocked by a graceful figure. The striking woman stood with her hands on her hips, boldly confronting him. No wonder you looked so familiar from afar. It's definitely you, Chen Yu. Despite her fierce demeanor, the playful tone in her voice was evident, and her eyes sparkled with surprise. Huh, Lu Zuifan? Chen Yu scratched his head, exclaiming, Oh dear, you're killing me. Lu Fong approached Chen Yu, teasingly pinching him and saying, I'm Lu Fong. Are you intentionally trying to annoy me? Lu Fong and Chen Yu were high school classmates who had once shared a close bond as deskmates. However, after Lu Fong transferred schools, they naturally lost touch. Now, their reunion evoked a rush of nostalgic joy. Let me count. It's been 5 or 6 years since we last communicated, hasn't it? Lu Fong mused, counting on her fingers, before curiously inquiring. I didn't expect to run into you here. Are you working here? No, I'm currently unemployed, Chen Yu replied, gesturing towards the ABBA Group building above. I was just having tea with Ma Qingyang and was about to head home. Huh, who did you say? Lu Fong was momentarily taken aback and, after a few seconds, nearly jumped in surprise. Her expression was a mixture of disbelief and intrigue, as if Chen Yu were joking. Yet, his demeanor was entirely serious. "You're just trying to mess with me," she remarked, playfully pinching the flesh at his waist. "You're still calling me nicknames and now trying to pull my leg?" Chen Yu grimaced, covering his waist and inhaling sharply before asking, "Lu Fang, you're not working here, are you?" "Indeed, I do work here," Lu Fang chuckled. "Do you think I'm unworthy?" "Of course not. You're a talented woman. How could you be unworthy?" Chen Yu responded with a smile. He and Lu Fang represented two vastly different fates. He was a quintessential figure at the bottom of the social ladder, lacking both credentials and skills. Had it not been for the system by his side, he would likely still be struggling for daily sustenance. On the other hand, Lu Fang had excelled academically since middle school, reputedly gaining admission to a prestigious university and later pursuing a master's degree. Chen Yu had assumed she would be confined to a research lab, never expecting her to enter the workforce. "Oh dear, you know my family's situation," Lu Fang said, her expression growing somber. "I have to earn a living. Many of my friends are working, and I can't just keep studying endlessly." Chen Yu sighed in empathy. Children from rural backgrounds often face similar hardships. Achieving a college education was already a significant accomplishment, with many dropping out to work at an early age. Lu Fang had come this far, and her family had done enough for her. As the two engaged in lively conversation downstairs, Ma Qingyang observed them intently from above. Once Chen Yu departed, he arranged for inquiries to be made. Upon learning that Lu Fang was an employee of his company, he immediately summoned her. When Lu Fang returned to the office, she was still bewildered by the sudden turn of events when she received the notification. The thought of meeting the company's CEO made her heart race. Could it be true that Chen Yu was indeed there for tea with Mr. Ma? Filled with trepidation, Lu Fang stepped into Ma Qingyang's office. Expecting a stern demeanor, she was instead greeted by a surprisingly amiable figure who even offered her tea. As Ma Qingyang turned away, Lu Fang pinched herself, suppressing tears at the reality of her situation. Ma Qingyang, oblivious to her little gesture, took a seat opposite her, resembling a caring elder. "Lu Fang, you've been with the company for about half a year, haven't you?" Lu Fang swallowed hard, responding softly, "Well, it's only been a little over a month. I'm still in my probationary period." A fleeting expression of embarrassment crossed Ma Qingyang and Apos' face. "Haha, I've reviewed your profile. Do you know Chen Yu?" Lu Fang froze. If her earlier suspicions were merely conjectures, they were now effectively confirmed. When had Chen Yu become so accomplished? Chapter 80. Get lost. What business is it of yours? Ma Qingyang was an exceptionally astute individual, and he had keenly observed Lu Fang's reaction. There was no need for further inquiry. Their relationship, whether by blood or as close friends, was evidently significant. He pondered for a moment and, without waiting for Lu Fang to speak, took the initiative. "From now on, you will be responsible for liaising with General Manager Chen. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. After all, Mr. Chen is crucial to us. He is our company's largest individual shareholder." Lu Fang and Apos' mouth fell agape, her mind a complete muddle. She vividly recalled that Chen Yu had once been a poor lad from the countryside. This was too astounding to comprehend. Time was of the essence for Ma Qingyang, who was not inclined to linger for Lu Fang to recover from her astonishment. He waved his hand and continued, "Let it be so. Your salary will be based on the standards for management positions." Thank you, Mr. Ma." Lu Fang finally came to her senses, hastily expressing her gratitude. She was too overwhelmed to dwell on anything else. All she knew was that the salary for management positions was over 10,000 a month. With this income, her family could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Fang was oblivious to how she exited the office, her heart filled with indescribable gratitude towards Chen Yu. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was cruising down the street, searching for a place to dine. Unbeknownst to him, his serendipitous encounter with an old classmate had drastically altered her life. The sign for the Royal Imperial Cuisine appeared before him, prompting an instinctive break. This establishment was renowned as one of the finest restaurants in the city, with chefs of the highest caliber, having even catered to foreign prime ministers and consistently receiving accolades for their culinary creations. After parking, Chen Yu strode towards the entrance. The exterior of the Royal Imperial Cuisine exuded an ancient charm, and upon entering, he found the interior lavishly adorned. He casually chose a seat in the hall, ordered a selection of dishes, and began to await his meal patiently. Before long, the dishes arrived, and Chen Yu began to indulge heartily. At that moment, he noticed someone emerging from a nearby private room. It wasn't that Chen Yu had nothing better to do. It was simply that the young man leading the group was dressed in an exceptionally eye-catching manner, with bleached hair and a hip-hop style outfit. He sported metal rings in his nose and ears. Was this the Bull Demon King? Why was he adorning his nose with rings? Unable to suppress a chuckle, Chen Yu inadvertently drew the attention of the young man. However, before he could utter a word, several women shrieked and rushed towards him. Oh my God, Jin Shua. Is that you? You're so handsome. I'm your fan. Jin Shua, I want you to father my children. Such a raucous scene was unprecedented in such an upscale establishment, drawing the gaze of numerous patrons. Many frowned, casting disapproving looks at the group of women. Jin Shua's face flickered with annoyance as he muttered incomprehensible words. He was merely a third-rate star in his homeland, yet he had unexpectedly garnered immense popularity upon arriving domestically. Initially, he reveled in the attention, but it soon inflated his ego. Damn it, can't a guy enjoy a meal in peace? These obnoxious women are truly irritating, and not a single one of them is even remotely attractive. If they were, I might have tolerated it. The girl at the front timidly held up a toy, gazing at him with pleading eyes. Jin Shua, could you please sign this for me? On my toy, please? Jin Shua, looking at the overweight woman, finally lost his patience and waved her aside. Get lost, you fat pig. Don't interrupt my meal. Unaware, the woman stumbled and fell, clutching her foot in pain. The door to the private room opened, and several security guards in black emerged, surrounding Jin Shua. Get these people out of here. These yellow-skinned pigs are truly annoying. Their manners are nowhere near as refined as our fans back home. No, Jin Shua, I want tea leave. The woman crawled and clung to Jin Shua's leg, wailing. I'm your true fan. How infuriating, damn it. Jin Shua was exasperated. Despite his struggles to shake her off, he finally raised his hand and slapped her, then kicked her away before striding back into the room. Ouch, you deserve to be slapped by Jin Shua. Look at yourself. You're so overweight, don't you realize? Exactly, you should take a hint and leave. The other women, instead of uniting against him, began to mock the overweight woman. Yet, even after being slapped, the woman remained infatuated. Jin Shua, I've had a falling out with my family just to see you. Please don't go. I only want your autograph. Chen Yu had initially intended to mind his own business. However, witnessing the scene before him made the food lose its flavor. He stood up and approached, positioning himself in front of Jin Shua. Hey, you just hit someone, and now you're leaving without an apology? Jin Shua cast an impatient glance at him. Move aside. You yellow-skinned pig. If you want an autograph, wait outside. Several women squealed, their adoration for Jin Shua evident. Oh, Jin Shua, you can speak Chinese? My God. I'm in love. He must have learned it just for me. Chen Yu was taken aback, a chill creeping over him as he gazed at the women, utterly bewildered by their thoughts. This man had just insulted them and acted violently, yet they remained enthralled. As Jin Shua attempted to re-enter the room, Chen Yu firmly grasped his shoulder. You just hit someone and insulted them. You must apologize, understand? Jin Shua turned to him, sneering, just as he was about to respond. The woman who had been slapped stood up. Don't be ridiculous. Jin Shua just hit me? Hitting is affection. That's just his way of expressing love for me. You wouldn't understand. Just get lost. What business is it of yours? Chapter 81. What's going on? Please teach me. Staring at the aggressive woman before him, her face marred by 5 glaring red scratch marks, Chen Yu found himself utterly bewildered. The dignity of these women had been trampled upon, and he believed he was merely standing up for them. How had he suddenly become the one in the wrong? Chen Yu felt an overwhelming frustration, rendered speechless and lost for words. Hey, did you hear that? Jin Ginshua forcefully shoved Chen Yu's hand away, sneering. This is none of your business, you meddlesome yellow-skinned monkey. What? A surge of anger ignited within Chen Yu. Although the majority of the man's words were in Korean, the occasional derogatory terms in Chinese, referring to him as a yellow-skinned pig or monkey, struck a nerve, as if he were not of the same skin tone. When had it become acceptable for these Koreans to act so brazenly in his homeland? Without hesitation, Chen Yu seized Jin Ginshua's hand, executing a swift turn and throwing him to the ground with force. Ah, my Ginshua, are you all right? Several women shrieked as they witnessed Jin Ginshua being hurled away. The black-clad security guards, caught off guard by Chen Yu's sudden aggression, momentarily froze. Once they regained their composure, one rushed to assist Jin Ginshua while the others surrounded Chen Yu. Do you even know who he is? Aren't you afraid of sparking a diplomatic incident? The women clamored. Someone call the police. Arrest him. The woman who had been slapped was particularly incensed. Had the security not blocked her path, she would have lunged at Chen Yu in fury. If an uninformed newcomer had witnessed this scene, they might have mistakenly believed that Chen Yu was the aggressor. Fortunately, such individuals were scarce, and the remaining patrons regarded the women with disdain. their gazes filled with pity. The commotion attracted the attention of the restaurant staff, prompting the lobby manager to arrive with several security personnel. After assessing the situation, he decided to expel the bewildering women without addressing anything else. A seasoned lobby manager possesses keen insight. With a mere glance at both parties, he recognized that neither could be trifled with. One was a Korean celebrity who had recently arrived and was frequently in the limelight, generating considerable buzz. The other, Chen Yu, though solitary, exuded an aura that indicated he was no ordinary individual. It was clear that someone who ventured alone into such a venue was not to be underestimated. Within mere minutes, 2 officers arrived, likely alerted by the women's call for assistance. The leading officer was a tall woman whose exquisite features were complemented by her uniform, exuding a subtle air of authority. "What transpired here? Who called the police?" she inquired. "Officer, I am Jean Ginshua," he replied, abandoning his Korean in favor of clumsy Chinese. "I was invited by your country. This man here assaulted me and threw me out. You must punish him severely, or I will request my embassy to file a protest." Jean Ginshua spoke dismissively, not even glancing at Chen Yu, his attitude haughty. "Officer, I am merely a bystander who intervened for justice," Chen Yu stated calmly. "This man initiated the violence and insulted me. I merely retaliated. You may review the surveillance footage for clarity." The female officer's gaze fell upon Chen Yu, and she froze, staring at him as if he were a rare flower. As Chen Yu felt increasingly uncomfortable under her intense scrutiny, she abruptly averted her gaze and pulled out her phone. She opened a video on her social media that had garnered many likes, watching it while observing Chen Yu. In the next moment, a look of delight spread across her face, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "It's him," she exclaimed, recognizing him despite only half of his face being visible in the video. After all, she had watched it countless times, practically imprinting his image in her mind. "Officer Wu, what did you discover?" a colleague whispered, noticing her unusual reaction. "Is he a wanted fugitive? Should I call for backup?" No, not at all," Wu Tsuetsue quickly denied, realizing the absurdity of the suggestion. "This is my idol. How could he possibly be a fugitive?" "I believe I understand the situation now," she said, turning to her colleagues. "You investigate the surveillance footage. I wish to speak with both parties privately." She concealed her excitement well, and the others remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor. Only Chen Yu felt a flicker of doubt, but chose to remain silent. In truth, Wu Tsuetsue's loyalties had shifted in favor of Chen Yu. As her idol, how could he possibly be so uncouth as to strike someone unprovoked? Surely it was the provocateur, this yellow-haired Korean, who instigated trouble. Indeed, that was the conclusion drawn. Although Chen Yu had struck first, it was in response to prior provocations. Ultimately, it was Jean Ginshua who received the warning. Once he regained his composure, Jean Ginshua grew concerned about the potential repercussions on his reputation. Thus, despite his discontent, he chose to endure the humiliation. As Chen Yu turned to leave, Wu Tsuetsue approached him, wearing a mysterious expression. "Mr. Chen, are you not the legendary dragon brother from the internet?" "What brother?" Chen Yu replied, perplexed. Wu Tsuetsue winked at him, whispering, "Don't play coy. You're the one who defeated the Korean Taekwondo expert with Jeet Kune Do in a split second." "Oh, that did happen, but I knew I was right." Wu Tsuetsue interrupted, her excitement palpable. "I'm your fan. Could you teach me Jeet Kune Do?" Well, Chen Yu scratched his head, utterly speechless, surprised to discover he had fans. No wonder the atmosphere had felt so charged. It had nothing to do with him. Had it been anyone else, they could have faced severe repercussions, perhaps even detention for provoking a foreign national. "Come on, teach me, please." Wu Tsuetsue pouted, her demeanor making Chen Yu shudder with unease. "Seriously? You're in a police uniform, and you're asking me this?" Chapter 82, targeted from the start. After much hesitation, Chen Yu ultimately managed to coax the woman into compliance through a blend of persuasion and deception. The mastery of national martial arts is notoriously difficult to achieve. Years of dedication are required to truly excel. Though she expressed a desire to learn, the question remained, where would she find the time to attend lessons daily? What initially seemed a trivial matter had taken on greater significance, as Lu Fong had begun to view Chen Yu as her lifeline. Moreover, the incident involving Jean Jinshua's fans had gained traction online, stirring considerable attention. Thus, it was no surprise that Lu Fong, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily knocked on Ma Qingyang's office door. "What is it?" Ma Qingyang inquired, looking up at Lu Fong. He had previously instructed her to report any developments regarding Chen Yu at her earliest convenience. "Mr. Ma," Lu Fong spoke in a hurried tone, A breaking news story has just surfaced online. Chen Yu had a confrontation with a young star from Korea named Jean Jinhua, and the police have been involved. Please elaborate. Ma Qingyang responded, his interest piqued. He had been pondering how to strengthen his rapport with Chen Yu, and this news invigorated him. Lu Fang relayed all she had learned, embellishing the narrative with some negative tidbits about Jean Jinhua. Ma Qingyang scoffed, remarking, "This Jean Jinhua has drawn the ire of the masses. He is utterly arrogant." After acknowledging Lu Fang's efforts, he instructed her to keep him updated on similar incidents in the future. Once Lu Fang departed, Ma Qingyang contemplated the situation and promptly dialed a number. "Mr. Ma, what a pleasant surprise to receive your call today." The recipient was a close acquaintance from the broadcasting department. "Director Lu, I require your assistance with a matter," Ma Qingyang stated, noting the sudden seriousness in Director Lu and Oppo's demeanor. "What is it? Please, go on." Such a call from Ma Qingyang was not to be taken lightly. Ma Qingyang recounted the situation in detail, then added, "Mr. Chen is a shareholder in our group. I am well aware of his character. He is not one to instigate trouble." "I understand the situation," Director Lu replied gravely. "We cannot tolerate individuals who come to our country merely to profit while causing chaos." He noted that he had received similar reports and assured Ma Qingyang that he would look into the matter. After ending the call, a smile crept across Ma Qingyang's face. Although Director Lu's words were somewhat vague, they reflected his customary manner of speaking. After all, these so-called internet celebrities often had numerous issues. And once higher authorities took an interest, their fortunes could swiftly change. Whether or not Jean Jinhua had indeed caused a stir, the mere fact that he was in the country to profit while potentially failing to declare his earnings for tax purposes was more than enough to jeopardize his standing. Meanwhile, in the television studio, Jean Jinhua, oblivious to the brewing storm, was engaged in light-hearted banter on the phone. "Appa, you were right. I've hit the jackpot here. You wouldn't believe it. Just by appearing on a show, I can earn millions. Oh, and I've also signed on for a drama with a total payout exceeding 20 million. His face radiated joy, seemingly having forgotten the earlier grievances. What could be more delightful than accumulating wealth? His manager, arms crossed and grinning widely, responded, "See, I told you so. Your popularity is skyrocketing. Just express your affection for this place a little more, and you'll surely reach new heights. Soon, you'll be counting money every day." Jean Jinhua chuckled, "Indeed. The girls here are simply infatuated. I just have to beckon with a finger, and several come rushing to my side. I fear I may not be able to handle it." As the two shared a hearty laugh and envisioned a brighter future, the door to the dressing room swung open. The variety show director entered with an impassive expression, stating, "Mr. Jean Jinhua, today's recording has been cancelled." "What do you mean?" Jean Jinhua stared at the director in disbelief, his smile fading. "It simply means the program has been adjusted last minute." The director shrugged nonchalantly. "Please gather your things promptly. We need to clear the dressing room for other artists." Jean Jinhua was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in circumstances. Moments ago, everything had seemed perfectly fine. A staff member next to the director produced a document and flung it onto Jean Jinhua's lap. "The reason for the cancellation lies with you, and you will be liable for the corresponding breach of contract penalties," the director stated coldly. Jean Jinhua glanced at the document, the glaring breach amount nearly blinding him. 30 million. "Are you joking? I've only earned a fraction of that in my time here. If I have to pay this, I'll be left in the red." His manager, now visibly anxious, interjected, "Surely there has been some misunderstanding? Our itinerary was arranged at the invitation of your Taekwondo Association. We had no hand in this decision. You cannot simply rescind the contract without consequence, especially not with the Taekwondo group involved." The director smiled wryly. "In truth, if the Taekwondo Association were to pursue this matter, I wouldn't be overly concerned." Thus, the pair was unceremoniously escorted from the television station. Jean Jinhua stood at the entrance, dazed and disoriented. The swagger he had displayed moments before now completely vanished. His manager attempted to soothe him. "Don't panic, Jinhua. There must be some minor issue at play. I'll call President Choi to clarify." Before he could even dial, his phone began to ring, the voice on the other end filled with fury. "What on earth are you doing? Who has Jean Jinhua gotten into trouble with?" Jean Jinhua, bewildered, cautiously took the call. "President Choi." "I'm not quite sure what you mean." "Useless. Fool. Do you even comprehend why I invited you here?" Choi Sung-min shouted, his temper flaring. "The purpose was to promote Taekwondo, yet you've managed to stir up trouble, sleep with fans, and provoke significant figures. Prepare yourself for the consequences." Jean Jinhua was taken aback. "What significant figures? We didn't do anything wrong. What is happening?" Choi Sung-min coldly retorted, regardless, they have initiated a ban on you. I cannot assist you in this matter. Chapter 83 provoked a big shot. Jean Ginshua stood there, dazed, clutching his phone as memories began to resurface. Though his demeanor had been somewhat brash, it did not equate to a lack of intelligence. Whenever he encountered someone with a semblance of influence, he always showed the utmost respect. How had he unknowingly drawn the ire of a significant figure? He turned to glance at his manager, only to find the man's face ashen, his hand raised in anger. Slacker, you must have provoked someone important. Otherwise, how could you be facing a nationwide blacklist? The manager slapped him and scolded, it's all over now. Don't even think about making money. You'll have to buy your own return ticket. What were you thinking? Jean Ginshua's heart plummeted. If matters continued on this trajectory, his future financial prospects would be obliterated. Yet, more terrifying was the prospect of facing various compensation claims. Even if he had saved some money, it would scarcely suffice. His face burned, but his heart was icy as his mind raced. Suddenly, a figure materialized in his thoughts, and clarity dawned upon him. No, it can't Oppose, be him, can it? Jean Ginshua turned to his manager, his face a mask of despair. Was it that man from Noon? The one with Chen Yu? He genuinely did not know whom he had offended, but the only confrontation he could recall was the one with Chen Yu earlier that day. His manager, momentarily stunned, then deflated like a punctured balloon, fell silent. Shortly thereafter, news of Jean Ginshua's ban began to dominate the trending topics, and many of his past misdeeds were unearthed. As increasingly negative information surfaced, even numerous official media outlets could not resist weighing in. Meanwhile, Jean Ginshua's mindless fans began to mobilize across various platforms, igniting conflicts, only to be quickly drowned out by the ensuing backlash. Chen Yu lounged on his sofa, eagerly scrolling through his phone, embodying the perfect onlooker. Ma Qingyang, never one to shy away from a good deed, promptly informed Chen Yu of the unfolding drama. Chen Yu graciously accepted Ma Qingyang's goodwill, munching on sunflower seeds as he relished the spectacle. The absurd antics of those mindless fans nearly had him in stitches. They could have simply retreated quietly, at least preserving their dignity and chances for future sustenance. Yet these fans seemed unable to tolerate Jean Ginshua and Oppo's success, unwittingly pushing him closer to the precipice while believing their actions were righteous. At that moment, the doorbell of Chen Yu's villa rang. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of the butler, Jean Ginshua, accompanied by his manager, cautiously entered. Realizing who had targeted them, they were eager to seize the opportunity for reconciliation. After incurring significant costs, they had managed to uncover Chen Yu's whereabouts and came to offer their apologies. As for Chen Yu's true identity, they dared not inquire further. Who knew how he might react? Any misstep could be misinterpreted as retaliation. Their sole aim was to seek Chen Yu and Oppo's forgiveness and quickly recoup their financial losses. Upon entering, they noticed Chen Yu engrossed in his own world, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. The manager stepped forward first, bowing slightly. Mr. Chen, the incident yesterday was entirely Ginshua and Oppo's fault. I brought him here to apologize. We hope you can show mercy and forgive him this once. After speaking, he presented a bank card with a forced smile. This is a token of our sincerity, 5 million as compensation. Jean Ginshua stood there, his face twitching. It was his own money he was surrendering. However, he had no choice but to offer compensation. At least here, he could still earn something. If they were sent away, making money would be far from easy. Chen Yu crossed his legs, contemplating the bank card for a moment before accepting it. A windfall like this should not be turned down. And since it was money they had earned domestically, he could always donate it later. Better that than let them walk away with it. He glanced up at them, his expression cool. 5 million is no small sum. All right, I understand. You may leave now. A smile of relief spread across the manager and Oppo's face. Chen Yu and Oppo's acceptance of the money indicated a glimmer of hope for them. However, Jean Ginshua was not satisfied. Accepting the money without a clear resolution felt like an affront to his intelligence. His arrogance flared once more as he pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yu. You, how can you do this? You've taken the money, yet you won't give a clear answer? Are you intent on driving us to despair? I tell you, if you don't clarify this today, we won't leave. The manager nearly choked on his own frustration and, without hesitation, slapped Jean Ginshua across the face. He could not fathom what was going through the man's mind. Why was he still being obstinate at such a critical moment? Get out. Leave this place. The manager shoved him out into the courtyard. Turning back to Chen Yu, he said, Mr. Chen, please disregard this fool. He isn't quite right in the head. Chen Yu crossed his arms, His gaze icy as he regarded the man before him. The smile that had graced his face vanished. Jean Genshua and Appo's instincts had been correct. He had indeed intended to take the money and abscond without acknowledging any debts. However, having received the offering so willingly, the pretense of seeking excuses was now unnecessary. If he was truly deranged, then he should be treated accordingly, preferably returned to his homeland for rehabilitation. Otherwise, none of them would be leaving. The manager and Appo's heart sank, confusion clouding his thoughts as he stumbled out. Initially, he had considered confronting Chen Yu like Jean Genshua, but the man's stature quelled his bravado. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon this matter easily. Having grown accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, he was unwilling to return to meager means, though he could walk away. Leaving Jean Genshua to face the consequences alone, such a decision would tarnish his reputation, making it difficult for any future artists to work with him. He had to ponder alternative solutions. With a sigh, he contemplated his next move. Meanwhile, Chen Yu had just made an in-game purchase on his mobile game, and the system had provided him with a notification. He closed his eyes, feeling invigorated, and began to explore the new offerings. Chapter 84. How dare you, little rascal? Deliberately set me up. Congratulations to the master for receiving a cashback. Acquired 60 of Shinda games. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Yu's face. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Shinda Games, a well-established company with a long history, had once skyrocketed to fame due to a phenomenal game. Although it had experienced a decline in recent years, its early investments in the entertainment industry had allowed it to maintain a prominent position within the sector. What was more significant, however, was that Lu Ziang had previously mentioned he was a game designer at this very company. Chen Yu had initially planned to call Lu Ziang to share this news, but decided against it. After all, the shock from the luxury Bentley convoy was still fresh, and revealing that he had gained control over Lu's company might overwhelm the young man. Meanwhile, after Jean Genshua and his associates had left, they did not intend to surrender meekly. Instead, they began devising ways to mitigate the fallout. Jean Genshua's agent proved to be somewhat capable, swiftly organizing the impulsive fans. They began a coordinated effort online to cleanse Jin's image, burying the negative information surrounding him. The online frenzy surged consecutively, and with their efforts, the adverse public sentiment began to show signs of being overshadowed. Jean Genshua, still seething with indignation, could not shake off his frustration. He thought of someone and, after much hesitation, made a phone call. Once the call ended, he anxiously awaited the response. As noon approached, he arrived at the agreed-upon hotel. Upon entering the reserved room, he found a plump, middle-aged woman in black stockings sitting on the edge of the bed. Director Li, I'm here, Jean Genshua stammered, swallowing hard as he regarded the imposing figure before him, forcing a strained smile. This Director Li was the head of a department within the entertainment company of the ABBA Group. Having just arrived in the country a few days prior, he had already caught her attention, and she had invited him out several times under the guise of casual conversation. However, feeling triumphant at the time, he had found excuses to evade her. Today, however, he could no longer escape. He needed to seize the opportunity if he wished to remain in this realm. Director Li glanced at him with a smirk and said, "Well, at least you're perceptive. Do you think if you brush me off a few more times, you'll still be welcome here?" Jean Genshua swallowed again, forcing a laugh. "Director Li, see, I've come, haven't I?" He slowly approached the corpulent woman as the door closed behind them. Not long after, the room echoed with the sounds of tumultuous collision, which gradually subsided after a few minutes. Jean Genshua leaned against the headboard, his expression a blend of pain and pleasure. Meanwhile, the hefty woman lit a cigarette, peering at him with disdain. "I thought you were something special. Turns out you and Appo's are not up to much, are you?" Jean Genshua felt utterly deflated, facing such a formidable woman. Any man would likely struggle. So what else with the sudden invitation? "Do you need something from me?" Director Li, self-aware, recognized that this young man would not come seeking her out without motivation. In show business, exchanges were merely transactional. Though Jean Genshua did not particularly satisfy her standards, he was yet another trophy she had captured. "It's about this." Director Li, Jean Genshua perked up. "I had a bit of a clash with someone named Chen Yu. He leveraged his connections to blacklist me, and I was hoping you could assist me in dealing with him." Director Li's brow furrowed as she pondered his words. "You mean Chen Yu?" She pulled out her phone, scrolling to reveal a photo. "Is this the person you mean?" "Yes, that's him. I recognize him anywhere." Jean Genshua gritted his teeth. "Director Li, please help me figure out how to deal with him. I'm willing to do whatever it takes." Suddenly, a hefty slap landed on his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Jean Ginshua turned to see Director Li calmly dressing. Director Li, what are you doing? She spun around, her expression turning menacing. You little fool, did you set me up on purpose? Do you have any idea who he is? He is my superior and AMP, Oppo's, S superior, the largest individual shareholder of the ABBA group. If you want to self-destruct, don't drag me into it. Let us pretend today never happened. Having finished dressing, she delivered a final slap to his backside before briskly exiting, her demeanor reminiscent of a heartless scoundrel. You all lack honor. Why didn't you mention this sooner? After a long pause, Jean Ginshua and AMP, Oppo's, S aggrieved voice finally echoed in the room. If only she had spoken up earlier, he would have avoided such humiliation. This was not the end of his troubles. After composing himself, he stealthily exited the hotel only to be confronted outside. Hello. We suspect you of tax evasion. Please return with us for questioning. A man stood in his path, and several others swiftly shoved Jean Ginshua into a vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a fresh report caught everyone in Oppo's S attention. Jean Ginshua had been arrested. Chen Yu noticed the news, but did not dwell on it. He had amassed some influence, and individuals like Jean Ginshua were insignificant enough that he need not concern himself. Others would deal with him. To his surprise, just as he was contemplating Lu Ziyang, the young man called him. Is this a case of speaking of the devil? Chen Yu answered the call, teasing, are you working right now? Aren't you afraid of being reprimanded for slacking off? Chen Yu's words seemed to resonate with Lu Ziyang, who fell silent for several moments. I'm free tonight. Let's South go practice our street stall skills. Chen Yu scratched his head and asked, are you serious? You just got married. Don't you fear your wife will scold you for being out so late? It's fine, she won't mind. Let us meet at the usual place. After hanging up, Chen Yu rubbed his chin in contemplation. Lu Ziyang's hesitant speech suggested something was amiss. Had he encountered some trouble? Chapter 85. As long as no gifts are given, is the attack so ruthless? Chen Yu refrained from probing further over the phone. Instead, he concluded the call after setting a time and place for their meeting. It was only in the evening that he ventured out, arriving at the designated restaurant. Lu Ziyang had been waiting at the entrance, his demeanor sullen as he squatted in a corner, tracing circles on the ground. What is the matter, buddy? Chen Yu squatted beside him, a smile gracing his lips. At this hour, shouldn't you be tilling the fields for your sister-in-law? Why are you out here for dinner? Lu Ziyang seemed disinclined to engage in banter with Chen Yu, offering only a wry smile. Enough joking around. I'm not in a great mood, which is why I thought to invite you for a drink. Chen Yu's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he inquired, what's going on? Do tell. Well, I work as a designer at Shindog Games, you know? Lu Ziyang observed Chen Yu nodding before continuing, it's nothing too dramatic. Just that our supervisor is quite the piece of work. Do elaborate. Is he targeting you? Lu Ziyang lit a cigarette, speaking in a low tone. He has been flaunting his connections, acting arrogantly, and taking advantage of the situation. Can I just tolerate that? He hinted at me several times, and I ignored him. Now, he and Oppo's S retaliated by marking me as and Oppo's unsatisfactory and Oppo's in the monthly evaluation. Isn't that infuriating? Chen Yu also lit a cigarette, chuckling, what's the big deal? I thought it was something serious. 3 consecutive unsatisfactory evaluations lead to immediate dismissal, with no severance pay. Lu Ziyang rubbed his face in exasperation. Most of the designs were completed by me, yet because I ignored him, he is doing this to me. If it were merely a case of routine oppression, Chen Yu wouldn't have felt compelled to comment, as such occurrences are not uncommon in any company. However, this was clearly a malicious attack, and it could not be overlooked. After all, Shindog Games was his company now, and Lu Ziyang and Oppo's S supervisor was essentially undermining his own foundation. Has your supervisor always been like this? Chen Yu and Oppo's S voice grew colder. Is it true that he resorts to such ruthless tactics against anyone who doesn't offer him gifts? Indeed, this has been going on for quite some time. Lu Ziyang exhaled a cloud of smoke, speaking softly. Let me put it this way. Everyone in our department has privately agreed that once this project is completed, we will all resign en masse. We've already found new jobs. I've grown accustomed to Shindog. I don't want to leave. But this rotten apple makes it impossible for me to stay. Chen Yu nodded, then asked, Ziyang, your department supervisor can't have absolute power, can he? Have you reported this matter further up? Lu Ziyang shook his head, responding, I reported it, but it fell on deaf ears. He has connections. He is the vice president's brother-in-law. What can anyone do? Moreover, we just got a new boss, who hasn't even shown his face yet. The employees are anxious, and the higher-ups are engaged in their own power struggles. As he spoke, he seized Chen Yu's arm, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yuzi, I know you have great abilities. Have you ever considered starting your own game company? I assure you, if you give me the nod, I can assemble a capable team for you in no time. A few lines of dark humor appeared on Chen Yu's forehead. Lu Ziang was clearly digging his own grave. Encouraging him to start a new company right in front of him, and then relocating people there was akin to merely shifting resources. Faced with Lu Ziang's eager expression, Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words. If I were you, I'd wait a bit longer. Chen Yu stood up, suggesting, your boss is likely just busy. He might have time to address things soon. Let us hope so. Lu Ziang didn't dwell on the issue any longer and followed Chen Yu into the restaurant, indulging in a hearty meal. The dinner lasted over an hour, and by the end, Lu Ziang was thoroughly intoxicated. Once Chen Yu returned home, reclining on his bed, his groggy mind began to clear. He resolved to visit Shengda Games the next day. Otherwise, he risked being undermined. Early the next morning, Chen Yu casually purchased a meat pie from an elderly lady by the roadside, when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, master. You have received a cash rebate of 2 billion yuan. Chen Yu nearly spat out the meat pie he had just taken a bite of, choking slightly. The system had become increasingly capricious with its rewards. Who would have thought a mere meat pie would yield such a windfall? Surprisingly, this was quite delightful. Chen Yu could now be considered extremely wealthy, though most of his assets were in stock or real estate. If he were to liquidate them, the figures would be astronomical. However, he had no intention of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. This substantial cash reward had indeed bolstered his confidence, making him feel more secure. It was a promising start to the day. He quickly finished the meat pie and hopped into his sports car. Within half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of Shengda Games. Domestic gaming companies typically thrive on a single successful title for several years, and Shengda Games was no exception. However, it boasted 3 or 4 blockbuster games, yielding substantial annual profits. After registering his name at the front desk, Chen Yu patiently awaited his turn. Meanwhile, in the office, the secretary Wang Rui received a phone call that instantly made her anxious. In the past couple of days, she had been acutely aware of the shifts in stock ownership and suspected that the other party would return soon. Nevertheless, she hadn't anticipated it would happen so quickly. Wang Rui was unsure of Chen Yu's temperament, leaving her a bit anxious. After all, Chen Yu was now the major shareholder of Shengda Games, and she could not afford to offend him. Moreover, her position as the chairman's secretary was inherently to serve Chen Yu. She hurried toward the front desk, and upon her first glance, she spotted Chen Yu in the lounge area. Her first thought was his youthfulness, but Chen Yu's calm demeanor made her hesitant to underestimate him. Chairman Chen, welcome to the company for an inspection. I've been awaiting your arrival. Chen Yu rose, smiling as he replied, nothing pressing. I merely came to observe the situation. Wang Rui nodded, understanding that he preferred to remain discreet. She had no objections. It was quite normal for a boss to want to familiarize themselves with the operations of their company. After requesting an employee badge from Wang Rui, Chen Yu began to wander through the company, his primary aim being to ascertain just what kind of peculiar individual Lu Ziang as supervisor truly was. Chapter 86, Stand Still. What are you doing? At the end of the corridor, Chen Yu found the game design department after merely taking a brief stroll. Inside the office, around 50 to 60 individuals were bustling about, each absorbed in their own tasks, prompting him to nod in approval. However, as he ventured deeper into the room, he began to hear the faint sounds of an argument emanating from within. Manager Zhu, we have poured considerable effort into the design of our new game. If it is successfully launched, it could undoubtedly dominate the industry, one voice asserted passionately. Another voice, laced with skepticism, retorted, is that so? I beg to differ. Your newly designed game faces stiff competition. It may not stand out as you hope. I suggest you focus on maintaining and updating existing products. As for the new game, I plan to assign it to Lu Yun and AMP, Oppo's S-Team. The first voice turned furious. What? Are you unaware of the dedication we have invested in this game? Manager Zhu, is it necessary to target us like this? You are embezzling funds and still unsatisfied? What are your intentions? Chen Yu paused, the glint in his eyes revealing his inner turmoil. The exterior may appear polished, but it concealed a multitude of contradictions. It seemed he had come at just the right moment. If left unchecked, the Grand Game Company could potentially transform into a liability. The argument inside escalated, punctuated by the sounds of fists hitting tables. Deciding not to wait any longer, Chen Yu pushed the door open and entered. What are you doing? The man, evidently the manager, glowered at Chen Yu, his voice seething with anger. Which department are you from? Do you not understand basic decorum? It matters little which department I belong to. I simply wish to see you, Chen Yu replied with a smile, to observe how this internal parasite oppresses his colleagues. As he spoke, he casually picked up the game project documents from the desk. After glancing through them, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Having a penchant for gaming, he could tell at a glance that this game held immense potential. Despite some flaws, with a few rounds of optimization, it could undoubtedly become a phenomenal hit. It was evident that had he not intervened, Manager Zhu might have suffocated this project in its infancy for his own gain. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Manager Zhu, and coldly remarked, "Manager Zhu, you truly excel as a department head. This game project is indeed promising. Have you studied it thoroughly? Do you not fear accountability from your superiors for such reckless behavior?" Manager Zhu, taken aback by Chen Yu and Appo's unexpected reprimand, turned pale. His gaze fell upon Chen Yu's name tag, and his demeanor shifted again, regaining his arrogance. "I thought a leader had come to inspect our work. Turns out Appo's just a rookie," he scoffed, slamming his hand on the table, his voice booming louder than Chen Yu and Appo's. "Do you know your place? This department is not one you can waltz into. Get out, or you can forget about completing your probation." Chen Yu glanced down at his name tag, feeling a hint of annoyance. This Wang Rui really is something else, giving me a probationary employee tag. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that as a probationary employee, he would attract less attention, allowing him to witness the company and Appo's true nature. Meanwhile, the team leader, red-faced and indignant, pointed an accusatory finger at Manager Zhu Duwang. "You worthless leech, you only get away with this because your cousin is the operations director. Let me tell you, with people like you in the company, it will eventually crumble." Manager Zhu crossed his arms, sneering, "Do as you wish. If you don and Appo's like it, leave. This company is not your family business." Chen Yu turned to him, inquiring, "Zhu Duwang, is your arrogance merely a result of your cousin's position? Who are you calling Zhu Duwang?" He glared at Chen Yu, raising his hand dismissively. "You little brat, it is indeed because of my cousin. Are you dissatisfied? I'm telling you now, you can pack your things and leave. You're fired." Unable to suppress a chuckle, Chen Yu retrieved his phone. "Hold on, I'm at the game design department. Mr. Chen, is there a problem?" Wang Rui and Appo's anxious voice came through the line. Chen Yu chuckled lightly. "Nothing major, just that this Zhu Duwang wants me to pack my things and leave." On the other end, the sound of a shattering cup echoed, followed by hurried footsteps before the call was abruptly terminated. Wang Rui sprinted toward the game design department, internally cursing. This Zhu Duwang was utterly outrageous, attempting to fire the big boss. Was he out of his mind? Such a ludicrous notion. Initially, Wang Rui had felt confident that Chen Yu's inspection would yield no issues. But now, it appeared she had grossly miscalculated. Zhu Duwang's actions might spell trouble for her. Observing Chen Yu finish his call, Zhu Duwang could not help but smirk. "Kid, looks like you have some connections, huh? But let me tell you, it won't do you any good. My cousin is the operations director, second only to the board. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Some people are not to be trifled with." With that, he seized the phone on his desk, barking into it, "Send a few security personnel. I have a probationary employee attempting to steal company secrets." "Buddy, I know you mean well, but you can't take on Zhu Duwang," the team leader, who had just been shouting at him, patted Chen Yu on the shoulder and urged, "You should leave quickly. There are too many people here who want Appo's recognize you." Chen Yu waved him off. "No worries. I simply wish to see just how much clout he truly has." The team leader gazed at Chen Yu in astonishment. Once he confirmed Chen Yu was indeed a probationary employee, he could only sigh in resignation, his expression reflecting utter disappointment in the company. The security personnel arrived promptly, bursting through the door and charging toward Chen Yu. Just then, Wang Rui rushed in, breathless, as she pushed open the door. Upon witnessing the scene inside, her eyes widened in disbelief as she shouted, "Everyone, stand still. What are you security personnel doing?" Chapter 87. "What are you, you little brat?" With a call from Wang Rui, the security guards came to a halt. Upon turning to see Wang Rui, their expressions shifted instantaneously, caught in an awkwardness that left them uncertain of how to proceed. A sense of foreboding crept into Zhu Duwang's heart, prompting him to inquire hastily, "Wang, Executive Wang, how do you have the time to visit us? Could it be that this arrogant probationary employee had connections with the secretary?" Yet, he had never heard of Wang Rui having relatives of that age. Could it be? He shuddered at the thought, unwilling to delve deeper. If she indeed had ties to the chairman, that would spell trouble. However, such a notion seemed improbable. especially since rumors had circulated regarding a recent shakeup in the upper echelons, with the chairman being replaced. The head of the design team had not anticipated that the individual before him would elicit a response from Wang Rui, and his eyes brightened with intrigue. Wang Rui cast a cold gaze upon the rotund figure before her, disdainfully asking, "Zhu Dewang, what is this commotion about?" "Huh. Well, nothing. I was just impulsive." Zhu Dewang astutely avoided discussing the earlier incident, shouldering the blame instead. "Impulsive? You foolish fat man. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you and Apos V caused me?" Wang Rui disregarded Zhu Dewang and Apos' words, her urge to trample and humiliate him surging within her. Just moments ago, she had confidently summoned the chairman for an inspection, only for a blunder to arise. What a humiliation this was. "Zhu Dewang, I do not care what your excuses are." Wang Rui struggled to contain her fury, stating firmly, "I hereby formally notify you to pack your belongings. You need not come in tomorrow. The HR department will send you a dismissal notice. Just complete the handover online." Zhu Dewang's face turned a deep shade of crimson, akin to a liver. He had not anticipated Wang Rui's ruthless decision, offering him no chance whatsoever. "Executive Wang, while you are a high-ranking officer, surely you do not have the authority to dictate personnel changes." Zhu Dewang, now resolute, sneered. "You should understand that only the operations director has the right to intervene in such matters. Are you not concerned that your brazen attempt to dismiss me will incite discontent among other colleagues?" He had resolved that once he extricated himself from this predicament, he would promptly seek out his cousin, the operations director, for assistance. By then, even if he could not retaliate against Wang Rui, he could at least secure his position and vex the woman before him. Wang Rui was now seething with rage. If her earlier embarrassment was akin to a slap in the face, Zhu Dewang and Apos' current defiance felt like a relentless barrage of slaps. This insufferable fool had made her falter before the chairman. As she prepared to unleash her wrath, Chen Yu cast a calm glance at Zhu Dewang and spoke slowly. "Let us proceed as this supervisor Zhu suggests. Dismiss both him and that so-called director." Zhu Dewang and Apos' corpulent body trembled as he beheld Chen Yu and Apos' composed demeanor. Unable to suppress a laugh, "What are you little brat? Do not think that just because you have latched onto Wang Rui's coattails, you have any significance. I assure you, this company is not solely under her control." Wang Rui and Apos' head felt as though it might explode from anger. She stepped forward, swinging her hand, delivering a resounding slap. "Do you see if my hand can cover you now?" The loud crack of the slap left Zhu Dewang momentarily stunned. This was no executive behavior. It was that of a shrew. You dare strike me? You would resort to violence for a probationary employee? I shall report you to the board. I will." Zhu Dewang and Apos' demeanor turned frantic, his face twisted with malice as he glared at Wang Rui, his pent-up resentment threatening to erupt. "Zhu Dewang, silence yourself. Do not presume that your cousin's position as operations director renders you untouchable," Wang Rui retorted without hesitation. "You intend to report to the board? Come on. The chairman is right here. Go ahead." Wang Rui, now unconcerned about her own reputation, was eager to witness Zhu Dewang and Apos' downfall. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing her words, Zhu Dewang appeared as if struck by a blunt object, his world spinning. The individuals present were well known to him, and they were certainly not the people Wang Rui had mentioned, aside from that probationary employee. He realized, he is the newly appointed chairman, but he looked barely out of college. How could he possibly possess the resources to acquire Xingda Games? Zhu Dewang was utterly bewildered, and it was evident that the team leader who had slammed the table earlier was just as confused. It was not that they were overly dramatic. Such scenarios were typically reserved for films, and who in reality wielded that much influence? Executive Wang, today has truly opened my eyes. Chen Yu remarked coolly from his position in the executive chair, legs crossed. The company is indeed well managed. Chairman Chen, I assure you. I will reflect deeply on this matter and convene meetings with all departments this afternoon. Wang Rui proactively apologized. Although her role primarily involved board-related affairs, she recognized that as a senior executive, she could not evade responsibility. Recognizing one and Apos' mistakes is commendable, Chen Yu mused while stroking his chin. Yet, the blame does not rest solely on your shoulders. After all, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be skewed. Some individuals require scrutiny. Otherwise, the company's longevity may be at stake. Wang Rui nodded in agreement, stating, I will promptly implement the dismissal decisions for Zhu Dewang and his cousin, and initiate a rectification campaign across departments. Chen Yu shook his head, responding, "It is not that simple. I heard everything quite clearly just now. Acceptance of gifts from subordinates, personal gain from public office, abuse of power, and potential misappropriation of funds. All these matters warrant thorough investigation. Furthermore, due to his decisions, numerous promising projects have failed to materialize. I expect a comprehensive accounting of those losses. Any necessary legal actions must be pursued, and he must repay every last cent." Chen Yu's words were chilling, akin to a death sentence, rendering Zhu Duwang utterly weak. He had thought himself protected by his connections, free to act as he pleased within his department. But today he had encountered an immovable wall. Now, however, it was too late to lament. Not only he but also his cousin would be implicated. Moreover, should a detailed investigation ensue, the extent of his offenses would far exceed Chen Yu and Apos' assertions. At the very least, several young women in his department had suffered at his hands. With such a multitude of transgressions, it was likely he would spend the remainder of his life confined in a cell. Chapter 88. Rest assured, do you not understand my capabilities? Meanwhile, the leader of the gaming department, Zhou, stood in complete astonishment. Just minutes ago, he had felt a sense of despair. To his surprise, within a brief span, a twist of fate occurred, and the elusive chairman, who had never shown his face before, appeared. Swiftly and decisively, he dealt with the troublemaker before him. It seemed the company was indeed salvageable. Zhou gazed at Chen Yu with deep gratitude and promptly expressed, "Chairman Chen, I must apologize for my earlier presumption." "Not at all. I hold you in high regard," Chen Yu replied with a smile, turning to Wang Rui. "Please convene a meeting with all employees shortly. I wish to introduce myself." Wang Rui nodded and quickly exited, as this was her responsibility. As for Zhu Duwang and his cousin, they were kept under the watchful eye of security and swiftly expelled from the premises, their fate undoubtedly bleak. Zhu Duwang and Apos' cousin was utterly bewildered. He had been oblivious to the circumstances in the office before being dismissed. Upon grasping the situation, he disregarded the curious stares of others and began to pummel Zhu Duwang. Within the company, the notified employees gathered in the conference room. A palpable tension filled the air, yet their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although they were uncertain of the new chairman's temperament, his expulsion of Zhu Duwang indicated a man intolerant of incompetence. Naturally, they felt anxious, unsure if the chairman might possess a capricious nature. Many began to reflect on their recent work, scrutinizing for any potential missteps. After all, a newly appointed official often ignites fervor. The first blaze had consumed Zhu Duwang, and the second should not fall upon themselves. Particularly those who had previously gifted Zhu Duwang and his cousin bore anxious expressions, fearing exposure that might jeopardize their positions. Lu Xiang wore a puzzled expression. Yet he felt more exhilarated than others, for Zhu Duwang was gone. This instilled in him profound gratitude towards the new chairman. Soon, the door to the conference room swung open, plunging the space into silence. Lu Xiang curiously glanced toward the entrance, his eyes widening in disbelief. His mouth agape, as if a duck egg could fit within. Am I seeing things? Lu Xiang could never have fathomed that the new chairman was his friend, Chen Yu. However, recalling Chen Yu's comforting words from the previous night, clarity dawned upon him. No wonder Chen Yu had remained unfazed and advised him to observe the developments. This company belonged to his friend. Had he known earlier, he would not have feared Zhu Duwang, the corpulent nuisance. Yet, in the next instant, embarrassment washed over him as he remembered boasting about starting his own gaming company and taking his team with him. How utterly humiliating. Chen Yu noticed Lu Xiang's regretful demeanor, and a smile crept across his lips. He approached the center of the conference room, surveying the crowd before him, and began to speak. I have gathered you all today to convey a few important matters. The first is the meritocracy principle. I detest the notion of seniority. In this company, no connections or backgrounds will avail you. You must possess capability. Only then will the company entrust you with significant roles. Lacking ability? Pack your bags and leave. Chen Yu's words were succinct yet laced with an underlying intensity that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Additionally, regarding the new project designed by the game design team, it was nearly discarded by certain individuals. Henceforth, every proposed project must undergo thorough evaluation. A lack of attention constitutes a waste of company resources. Lu Xiang and Zhou, he continued. Lu Xiang's heart raced with excitement. Yet he was taken aback to be directly addressed. He quickly stood up. Zhou, who had previously argued with Zhu Duwang, now appeared confused as to why he was being singled out. Lu Xiang, you will now oversee the work of Zhou and Apos' team. As for Zhou, you shall fill the vacancy left by Zhu Duwang. Collaborate effectively. The company has great expectations for you both. Lu Ziang clenched his fist in exhilaration, rendered momentarily speechless, but nodded vigorously. Zhou, too, was astounded by this unexpected stroke of fortune landing upon him. Gratitude surged within him, akin to a soldier willing to die for a beloved leader. The others looked on with envy and admiration, their gazes brimming with longing. These two had captured the chairman's favor, akin to being favored by an emperor in ancient times, ensuring a bright future ahead. Moreover, some keen observers noted the subtle exchanges between Chen Yu and Lu Ziang, prompting them to ponder the nature of their relationship. Very well, that will be all for now. Everyone, return to your work, Chen Yu concluded, rising and leaving the conference room, leaving behind a sea of murmurs among the employees. Wang Rui had been waiting by the door. Upon seeing Chen Yu emerge, she handed him an invitation. Chairman Chen, Lu Zitsung from Century Supermarket has sent you an invitation to a charity gala this evening. Lu Zitsung, the young heir of Century Supermarket? Chen Yu nodded thoughtfully. In that case, please respond on my behalf. I shall attend tonight. Wang Rui nodded and departed, while Chen Yu returned to his office. He did not rush to leave, knowing that someone would soon seek him out. Sure enough, at the end of the workday, Lu Ziang stealthily pushed open the door and slipped inside. Wow, Hoko, is this for real? Lu Ziang, still in disbelief, remarked, you've hidden your true self well. You and Appos, already my boss, yet you act as if nothing has changed. Chen Yu chuckled and replied, I generally refrain from meddling. I didn't tell you to spare you any undue burden. Now, with your command, I have swiftly cleared away the obstacles for you. Am I not a good friend? Lu Ziang, noticing Chen Yu's playful wink, couldn't help but laugh. Hey, old Lu, this is quite the responsibility you and Appos taken on. Are you sure you and Appos up to it? Chen Yu asked with a playful grin. Zhou and Appos' design team is the heart of the company. If you can and Appos team manage, do let me know in advance. Lu Ziang raised an eyebrow and confidently replied, rest assured. Do you not understand my capabilities? Although he had previously been just an employee, he possessed a wealth of experience. Since his friend had such faith in him, he would not falter. Chapter 89. Unappreciative women. Lu Ziang was well aware that Chen Yu had work to attend to, so after exchanging a few brief words, he took his leave. He possessed a profound self-awareness, although the bond between him and Chen Yu remained unchanged and Chen Yu was eager to look after him. He understood that if he were to overstep, their relationship would inevitably wane. Thus, Lu Ziang resolved to allow Chen Yu to focus on his work, thereby honoring the trust placed in him. As twilight descended and the city lights began to illuminate the streets, Chen Yu drove towards the Jinding Hotel in the city center. Wang Rui had previously mentioned a charity gala that evening, for which Lu Zitsung, the young heir of Century Supermarket, had sent an invitation. Now that he was at the helm of Xingda Games, it was only natural that he engage in the requisite social gatherings. Upon arriving at the Jinding Hotel, Chen Yu found that many guests had already gathered. In the parking lot at the entrance, a plethora of luxury vehicles lined the sides, drawing the attention of onlookers. Lu Zitsung and Appos' prowess was indeed impressive, as a significant number of prominent figures from various sectors had arrived. After all, behind Lu Zitsung was Century Supermarket, a vast conglomerate with dozens of chain stores, effectively monopolizing the daily necessities and fast-moving consumer goods sectors in several nearby cities. The value of Century Supermarket was astonishing, boasting a net worth in the hundreds of billions and continuously on the rise. When Chen Yu arrived, he instantly attracted considerable attention, even amidst a gathering of opulent cars. His Bugatti stood out as the most luxurious, a singular presence among the crowd. Chen Yu and Wang Rui stepped out of the vehicle, with Wang Rui instinctively linking her arm with his as they made their way into the hotel. Although Chen Yu had intended to come alone, such events typically called for a companion, and as a senior executive of the company, Wang Rui naturally accompanied him. Wang Rui's beauty and curvaceous figure captivated many, causing their gazes to linger upon her. The two of them, standing together, resembled a pair of celestial beings. Lu Zitsong, having noticed their arrival, hurried over to greet them. Mr. Chen, I truly did not expect you to come, he said, his tone humble. Though outwardly composed, he was inwardly astonished. After discovering that Chen Yu had acquired a controlling stake in Xingda Games, he had discreetly investigated his background. While his findings were limited, they were sufficient to instill a sense of dread within him. Not only did Chen Yu possess immense wealth, but he was also the owner of the financial district where the hotel was located. Even Wang Xiaofei, one of the 4 young masters of the city, would defer to Chen Yu and Appos' stature. Chen Yu regarded him with a glance and replied, "Young Master Lu, it is an honor to finally meet you. I apologize for intruding." From Lu Zizong's overly respectful demeanor, Chen Yu discerned that he was well aware of his background. "Mr. Chen, you flatter me," Lu Zizong beamed, his smile growing increasingly radiant. "Respect is mutual, and your humility brings me great honor. Please, allow me to show you to your seat in the front row." Chen Yu gently intercepted Lu Zizong, saying, "I prefer to keep a low profile. I would simply like to wander about." He had no desire for his identity to be widely known, as he preferred solitude over being surrounded by admirers. Lu Zizong paused momentarily before nodding, a smile returning to his face. "Of course, Mr. Chen. Please feel free to explore. I will attend to you after the gala concludes." Lu Zizong had little time to spare. The success of the charity gala would significantly enhance his and Century Supermarket's reputation. Thus, he gladly acquiesced to Chen Yu's wishes and excused himself. Chen Yu and Wang Rue entered the hotel, grabbed a few snacks, and found a quiet spot to sit. Wang Rue had no objections. Her purpose was merely to accompany him, and she had no desire for extensive socializing. However, their desire for tranquility was soon interrupted. Not far away, a well-dressed man was surrounded by a group of people, his impatience evident as he scanned the room. His eyes lit up when they fell upon Wang Rue. Dressed in a form-fitting evening gown, she showcased her flawless figure, particularly her ample bosom, which drew his gaze like a moth to a flame. This man was no exception, his eyes glimmering with desire. Such a beauty was indeed a rarity. Yet, upon noticing Chen Yu, his brows furrowed slightly, and he let out a disdainful snort. Such a fine catch, yet it is squandered on this insignificant fellow. Initially muttering to himself, he soon found it difficult to contain his irritation when he observed Wang Rue laughing heartily at something Chen Yu had said. This exquisite beauty should have been captivated by him, not occupied by this seemingly inconsequential young man. He pushed through the crowd and approached them. "Beautiful lady, I am Wu Zun. Might you have a moment to converse privately?" He adopted an air of sophistication, gesturing invitingly towards a secluded area. His gaze roamed unabashedly over Wang Rue, utterly disregarding Chen Yu and Apos as presents. Sitting aside, Chen Yu was completely overlooked, not even receiving a glance. Wang Rue felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, her skin crawling beneath the weight of his gaze. "I'm afraid I have no time," she said, forcing down her disgust. The multitude of onlookers prevented her from taking any further action against him. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Wu Zun's face, quickly overshadowed by anger. No woman had ever dared to reject him so directly, especially not in front of a man he deemed inferior. Before he could respond, however, a few of his sycophants stepped forward. "You ungrateful woman, Wu Xiao's invitation is a privilege. You should recognize your good fortune." Indeed, countless women would jump at the chance to court Wu Xiao. Stop pretending to be high and mighty. Their insults were not enough, as their gaze shifted toward Chen Yu, who was quietly enjoying his meal. Chapter 90. The sum of hundreds of thousands is merely a trivial waste of energy. "You little rascal, are you still here eating? This is a charity gala, not a place for you to satiate your hunger. If you have any sense, you and Amp, Apos, D better scram, or you and Amp, Apos, LL regret it." Chen Yu slowly raised his head, gazing at the group of men before him, and coldly retorted, "Get out of my sight, you're just an eyesore." He did not expect that merely enjoying a meal would attract such flies, and thus spoke without reservation. "Do you even know who you are speaking to?" one man exclaimed, pointing incredulously at Chen Yu. "This is the general manager of Wu Real Estate, the future heir. How dare you tell young Master Wu to leave? Have you lost your mind?" The commotion drew the attention of many nearby, and whispers began to circulate among the crowd. "Wu Zun is making another move. That young man is in for it." They lamented, knowing that with wealth comes arrogance, and the Wu family could easily remedy any situation with their riches. However, they also acknowledged the young man's audacity in ordering Wu Zun to leave. The onlookers wore expressions of anticipation. After all, there is a saying that one must not cross a dragon unless one is prepared for the consequences. In such mixed company, no one wished to confront a hidden shark, as offending the wrong person could lead to dire repercussions. Chen Yu overheard the murmurs and could not help but snort disdainfully. Wu Real Estate indeed held considerable clout, which explained Wu Zun's audacious provocation. Yet, had he not heard about Chen Yu's recent dealings with the Peng family? Most real estate companies had emerged during the nascent stages of the domestic industry, having thrived in an era of rampant growth where money flowed easily, attracting many from the underworld seeking fortune. Thus, one must not assume that wealth equates to high standards. Often, The richest are the most lacking in refinement and principles. Take Wu Zun before him, for instance. If it had been someone else, the outcome would certainly have been less favorable. As for Wang Rui, who had just bluntly rejected him, she too would face dire consequences. Wu Zun crossed his arms, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he regarded Chen Yu. Little brat, now that you know my identity, it would be wise to relinquish the woman at your side. Otherwise, I assure you, the consequences will be beyond your imagination. Chen Yu set down his food, lit a cigarette, and casually crossed his legs, replying with an air of nonchalance. I care not whether you are from some real estate firm. I stand by my word. Leave at once. Wu Zun trembled with rage, a flicker of malice crossing his face as he pointed a finger at Chen Yu. Fine. You've got guts. Just wait. With that, he turned and stormed off. Though he longed to confront Chen Yu there and then, the presence of esteemed guests made such a display unwise. Nonetheless, he had already devised countless methods of tormenting Chen Yu, waiting for the gala to conclude. Wu Zun and Amp, Appo's lackeys, witnessing their leader's departure, silenced their taunts, casting one last glare at Chen Yu before following suit. Young Master Wu, are we just letting this slide? One underling ventured, sidling up to Wu Zun. Wu Zun cast a cold glance at Chen Yu, murmuring, for now, we must. I have a task today. I intend to acquire the landscape painting of old Wu from Lu Zizong as a gift for my father's birthday. Once he is pleased, I shall have ample opportunity to settle the score with this fellow. Worst case, I can simply obtain his information from Lu Zizong. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd fell silent. Everyone knew old Wu's reputation. He was a titan, having stood on the tower during a grand military parade. Securing his painting would forge a favorable connection, yielding significant benefits. In comparison, the matter of that woman and the insolent young man paled in importance. Before long, the main event commenced. After a few performances, the auction began. Chen Yu remained seated, keenly observing the female host on stage. It was his first experience at an auction. Wang Rui, relieved to see Chen Yu finally satisfied, began introducing the guests in attendance. Such galas typically served as venues for social networking, and it was rare to find someone like Chen Yu indulging so freely. Numerous guests cast furtive glances at Chen Yu, their expressions filled with intrigue, causing Wang Rui to squirm in discomfort. Had he not been her employer, she would have left long ago. Esteemed guests, thank you for joining us. Today's charity gala is hosted by Century Supermarket, and the proceeds from the auction will be donated to the Red Cross. Without further ado, let us present the first item for bidding. The host wasted no time with pleasantries, promptly introducing one auction item after another. The atmosphere was electric, though most items were priced reasonably, lacking anything truly breathtaking. However, as each item was sold, excitement began to swell among the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is one of the highlight items, Old Wu and Appo's landscape painting. Upon hearing the host and Appo's announcement, the audience straightened in their seats, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Many were eager to participate in the bidding, as most attendees had come specifically for this masterpiece. After all, few successful entrepreneurs are foolish enough to overlook the immense value hidden behind such a work. The painting, titled Green Mountains and Clear Waters, opened at a low bid of 1 yuan, with increments no less than 10,000 and no cap on the upper limit. 100,000. I bid 500,000. 800,000. The atmosphere exploded as bids soared, quickly reaching 3 million, with no signs of slowing down. Wang Rui gasped in amazement. She had anticipated fierce competition, but not such an immediate escalation. Chen Yu, however, remained aloof, uninterested in art, and unfamiliar with Old Wu. Spending millions on a landscape painting seemed nonsensical when he could simply save the money and earn interest instead. Just then, Wu Zun raised his paddle. 1 million. Stop with the petty bids, it and Appo's a waste of time. His audacious declaration drew the attention of many, but upon realizing who it was, they quickly averted their gazes. Chapter 91. Are you aware of Chen and Appo's true identity? It is merely a landscape painting, and its price of several million is already quite sufficient. If the bidding escalates further, it would not foster goodwill with Old Wu. Rather, it could breed animosity. Such exorbitant pricing is akin to roasting someone over an open flame. Would that not jeopardize their future artistic endeavors? Only a fool like Wu Zun would commit such a foolish act. I can hardly fathom how his father would reprimand him upon learning of this. Wu Zun, oblivious to the opinions of those around him, noticed the absence of competition and wore a smug smile. A mere 10 million, if he acquired Old Wu and Appo's landscape painting. His accomplishments would be monumental. He reveled in the thought, his expression growing ever more self-satisfied. However, that joy was short-lived as Chen Yu raised his paddle. 20 million. Chen Yu and Apos' declaration rendered the room momentarily silent, only to be followed by a cacophony of murmurs. It was quite peculiar. A foolish lad had just emerged. And before anyone could react, another had jumped into the fray. The most striking aspect was that these two seemed to harbor animosity towards one another. Were they about to clash? Wu Zun's face turned a deep shade of anger as he glared at Chen Yu from a distance. "You little brat, are you really competing with me?" Chen Yu shrugged. "Speaking casually, who do you think you are for me to compete with?" Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, he was unaware of the true value behind the painting. His motivation stemmed partly from the arrogant Wu Zun and partly from observing his father's fondness for hanging various artworks at home. Although his father never explicitly stated it, it was clear that he cherished even the inexpensive replicas as if they were treasures. In the past, financial constraints had held him back. But now that he had the means, he felt compelled to express his filial piety, even if he could not discern the painting's true quality. The fierce competition it incited, especially Wu Zun and Apos' opening bid of 10 million, gave Chen Yu confidence. No one would fight over a mere replica. He was right to jump in. "You are merely digging your own grave," Wu Zun spat, disregarding the decorum of the occasion. He had not yet sought out trouble with this bothersome brat. Yet here he was, directly challenging him. Was this not a public humiliation? 30 million, Wu Zun declared, gritting his teeth as he glared at Chen Yu. His gaze was so lethal that one could imagine inflicting 1,000 cuts upon Chen Yu. Chen Yu chuckled. "I thought you were wealthy. Turns out it's just a facade." 99,999,000. Chen Yu's bid stirred up a commotion, causing Wu Zun to tremble with rage, his teeth grinding as he glared at Chen Yu. It was not that he lacked the funds, it was the sheer audacity of Chen Yu's bidding style that was unnerving. To throw out a figure of 100 million so casually raised questions about his financial standing. At this juncture, the matter had transcended the painting. It was now a matter of pride. Wu Zun clenched his jaw and boldly announced, 100 million, 150 million. Wu Zun spun around like a ravenous wolf, glaring at Chen Yu. "Are you certain you wish to engage me in this manner? I shall see just how far you can push this. I'll bid 200 million. Wu Zun, resembling a desperate gambler, pushed all his chips into the pot, including his luxury car, credit cards, and any assets he could liquidate. If Chen Yu continued to bid, despite any trepidation he felt, he had no other recourse. At that moment, Wu Zun felt a wave of nausea wash over him. His face contorted in pain. The expenditure had far exceeded his budget, and he regretted his impulsiveness. Nonetheless, he did not believe that the unremarkable youth before him possessed the audacity to continue, even if Chen Yu's family had some wealth. How could it possibly compare to his own family's business? The circle was small, and everyone was well acquainted with one another's backgrounds. Had it not been for Chen Yu and Apos' sudden appearance, Wu Zun could have secured the painting for 30 million at most. As he lost himself in thought, Chen Yu's voice echoed like a demonic whisper. 500 million. The utterance plunged the room into a stunned silence, leaving many agape staring at Chen Yu in disbelief. What sort of individual would spend 500 million on a mere painting? Numerous attendees combined could not fathom such wealth, let alone comprehend Chen Yu's actions. As for Wu Zun, he stood frozen, akin to a statue, before gradually regaining his senses. He turned to Chen Yu, who remained unperturbed, and erupted in a fit of rage. You are deliberately causing chaos. You don't and Apos, do you have that kind of money? I don't believe for a second that you possess 500 million. Had it not been for the fear of Lu Zizong, Wu Zun would have accused Chen Yu of being a shill for the auction. The young man, dressed plainly, bore no semblance of affluence. Where could he possibly acquire such wealth? Chen Yu merely leaned back, arms crossed, ignoring him entirely. Engaging in conversation with someone of such low caliber was a complete waste. This nonchalance only bolstered Wu Zun's confidence, allowing him to straighten his posture. You little brat, I knew you were here to cause trouble. You aim to bankrupt me. Forget 500 million. If you have 5,000 in your pocket, you should consider yourself fortunate. Security. Someone, get this disruptive individual out of here. He is causing a disturbance. Lu Zizong rose, glaring at Wu Zun with disdain. How had he been so blind as to invite this second-generation heir? Was he not merely a rabid dog? As Wu Zun saw Lu Zizong approaching, he felt no sense of alarm. Rather, he grew even more exhilarated. Young Master Lu. You see it too, right? This guy is here to stir up trouble. He deserves to be dealt with. Be quiet. Lu Zizong could no longer contain himself, roaring in response. Wu Zun trembled, surprised by the outburst, and looked at him in disbelief. Young Master Lu, are you all right? It's me, little Wu. You've mistaken your target. Lu Zitsong stepped closer, jabbing a finger into Wu Zun and Amp, Apos, chest and gazing at him with venom. Are you questioning my sanity? You claim he is causing chaos, but it is you who is the true disturbance. Do you know who Chen Yu is? Do you realize that the very ground you stand upon belongs to him? Chapter 92. Damn system, is it malfunctioning? Lu Zitsong was now unusually furious. If it weren't and Apos, for the concern of his identity, he would have leapt up to slap Wu Zun several times. Let me tell you, if you lack perception, then just roll back home and send your father here. This is infuriating. Lu Zitsong couldn't help but curse, yet no one mocked him. Instead, a group of people was digesting his words. Is this person really Chen Yu, the enigmatic young heir? No, he is not merely a wealthy second generation. He is a first-generation magnate with an unfathomable background and connections. A crowd began to murmur quietly, their gazes toward Wu Zun filled with a sense of schadenfreude. As if looking at a fool. What is wrong with all of you? Wu Zun was utterly bewildered, feeling as though he had been made a fool of. And he couldn't help but shout, What Chen Yu? What does he even do? Why do you all have those expressions? One of his subordinates tugged at his sleeve, restraining Wu Zun and Apos' fury and whispering an explanation. Wu Zun, this Chen Yu is not an ordinary person. He is the most mysterious tycoon in the circle. To put it plainly, the entire financial district belongs to him. Qingda Games, Hilton Hotels, and many companies valued over 100 billion are under his control. Most importantly, he is the largest individual shareholder of the ABBA Group. Even Ma Qingyang must bow to him. Wu Zun and Amp, Apos' subordinate spoke without a trace of respect, directly addressing him by name. He understood that offending Chen Yu would likely lead to dire consequences for Wu Zun, potentially dragging his family business into turmoil as well. Upon hearing his subordinate and Amp, Apos' words, Wu Zun trembled as if he were a leaf in the wind, his complexion pale as death, though accustomed to a life of indulgence. He had heard of Chen Yu's name during boastful exchanges with other wealthy heirs. This was a genuine figure at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. Even his father would have to grovel before him. How had he managed to provoke such a formidable character? No, perhaps it was just a coincidence. How could this unremarkable youth be the same as the mysterious tycoon? Lu Zitsong noticed his expression and couldn't help but sneer. Wu Zun, stop deluding yourself. You are blind. Do you really think I am as foolish as you? Lu Zitsong's words extinguished Wu Zun's flicker of hope, leaving his mind a blank slate. Unsure of how to salvage the situation. Stop standing there like a fool. Either leave on your own, or I will have someone throw you out. Lu Zitsong observed Wu Zun's despondent demeanor and sighed inwardly before extending him an olive branch. Telling him to leave was undoubtedly better than remaining here to be targeted by Chen Yu, especially since he had initially invited him. Wu Zun quickly snapped back to reality and fled like a drowning dog, not daring to delay, fearing that Chen Yu might command him to halt. If that were to happen, it would spell his utter ruin. Not even his father could save him, and the family business might face obliteration as well. Once Wu Zun had departed, Lu Zitsong approached Chen Yu. Brother Chen, you should have made your status clear from the outset. Otherwise, he would not have dared to provoke you. Chen Yu smiled lightly and replied, And Apos' nothing. Just consider it a bit of amusement. He recognized Lu Zitsong's earlier actions, but deemed it unnecessary to pursue the matter further, as that would only reflect poorly on him. Lu Zitsong waved his hand, choosing not to say more, and turned back to the stage. The auction continued, though it lacked the previous fervor, resembling the coolness after a climax. Most attendees were subtly observing Chen Yu, strategizing how to approach him. A small number of influential figures nodded at Chen Yu, their faces betraying genuine goodwill. This only deepened the crowd's reverence for Chen Yu. So many prominent individuals on the rich list were treating him favorably, some even displaying obsequiousness, which was truly unsettling. However, upon seeing Chen Yu and Amp, Apos' youthful visage, they felt reassured. Youth signifies both potential and boundless possibility. No one dared to predict how formidable Chen Yu's worth would be in a decade or two when he reached middle age. Feeling restless, Chen Yu decided to take his leave, as the event was nearing its conclusion. Lu Zitsong was already waiting at the door, a packaging box in hand. Smiling at Chen Yu. Brother Chen, you truly made a splash this time. This landscape painting is for you. I must tell you, despite costing several billion, this painting has a remarkable history. Upon hearing Lu Zitsong and Amp, Apos' words, Chen Yu finally understood why the competition had been so fierce. It seemed he had stumbled into a fortunate turn of events. Lu Zitsong winked at him, grinning, If you encounter difficulties in the future, this painting will prove its worth. Chen Yu shook his head and replied, "That's unnecessary. What difficulties could I possibly face? I wanted this painting to take home for my father. He enjoys hanging calligraphy and paintings by the bedside as a form of filial piety." Lu Zizong couldn't help but marvel. Others would treat such a painting like a revered ancestor, while Chen Yu regarded it as a mere decoration on the wall. However, that was his prerogative. Lu Zizong felt he had no right to critique. Chen Yu casually tossed the painting into the car and drove Wang Rui home. After all, his parents were already aware of certain aspects of his situation. Bringing home a valuable painting shouldn't pose much of a problem. He merely needed to downplay the cost, saying it was just hundreds of thousands instead of billions. The night passed without incident. The next day, upon awakening, Chen Yu opened his phone and began browsing products on an online shopping platform. Many of the stores around him had been thoroughly exhausted, and shopping online was far more convenient, offering a dazzling array of choices to leisurely select from. He randomly purchased an item he had never bought before, and immediately after, a system notification chimed in his mind. Chen Yu closed his eyes in satisfaction, ready to check it out. "Congratulations, master. You have received a cashback reward. You were granted 80 equity in the Gake Sports Company." Chen Yu and Amp, Oppo's, smile froze. What is Gake? What sports? He thought, utterly perplexed. Damn system, could it really be malfunctioning? Chapter 93, Not a Good Samaritan. Although Chen Yu was internally lamenting, he recognized the reliability of the system. He took out his phone and casually opened a summary of Gake Sports, only to widen his eyes in astonishment the next moment. Gake Sports was no ordinary sporting goods company. It was the most valuable company in the world specializing in cycling equipment. To put it plainly, bicycles and mountain bikes under the Gake brand were indeed standard gear for global cycling competitions. Countless individuals had achieved various world accolades riding Gake bicycles. This was precisely why Gake Sports' market value continued to soar, and the prices of its bicycles skyrocketed. I knew the system was trustworthy. Chen Yu completely forgot his earlier complaints, stroking his chin and smiling to himself, wondering if he had struck gold, while he was lost in his thoughts. The doorbell rang outside the house. Surprised, Chen Yu walked to the front door and found a large package waiting there, accompanied by a small note. It was a gift from all the shareholders and employees of Gake Sports, a handcrafted, personalized bicycle. Chen Yu eagerly opened the box and marveled at the stunning butterfly design on the bike, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Remarkably, sometimes foreigners had exquisite taste. The bike was aesthetically pleasing and exuded an air of luxury. Chen Yu was delighted and impulsively hopped on, taking a leisurely ride down the nearby road. The more he rode, the more satisfied he became, growing increasingly attached to it. No wonder the bicycles were expensive. It was entirely justified. However, at that moment, a bright yellow beetle suddenly emerged from a nearby alley, speeding directly towards Chen Yu. "What on earth?" Chen Yu exclaimed, startled and unable to evade the oncoming vehicle. He had no choice but to leap off his bike and sidestep to avoid a collision. The beetle, without hesitation, crashed into his bicycle. What the hell is going on? Chen Yu was momentarily stunned, his anger flaring. If it weren't for his agility, he would have ended up under the car's wheels. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Before he could utter another word, the car door swung open, and a burly man emerged, cursing at him. "Do you have any idea how much this beetle costs? You crashed into me with that piece of junk. Are you tired of living?" The man was adorned with tattoos, and a string of prayer beads hung around his neck. He immediately placed the blame on Chen Yu. Chen Yu frowned, glancing back at his damaged bicycle, and retaliated angrily. "Don't slander me. It was you who hit me. How can you shift the blame onto me? Your car is fine, but look at what happened to my bicycle." The burly man, taken aback that Chen Yu dared to retort, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Are you looking for a fight? You dare to talk back?" From the passenger seat, a heavily made-up woman poked her head out, disdainfully commenting, "Darling, why bother with this loser? Don't waste your time. Just make him pay up. We haven't even finished enjoying ourselves yet." Chen Yu's anger grew as he looked at the woman, realizing the two had likely been engrossed in their own world, oblivious to the road, which led to the accident. "Yes, you little brat, hurry up and pay." The burly man glared at Chen Yu, commanding him. "This car is worth at least 400 to 500,000. Now that you've scratched the bumper, if you don't pay me 3,000 to 5,000. This matter isn't over." Chen Yu regarded the man's imposing demeanor, seemingly confident that he could intimidate him, and couldn't he help but sneer. "Your car is scratched, while my bicycle is wrecked. Why should I be the one to pay?" The burly man raised his fists threateningly. "What do you mean why? Your bicycle is worthless. My car's wheels could buy 3 or 5 of yours. By now, a crowd had gathered around the scene of the accident, whispering and pointing. Brother, you might as well compensate him. Otherwise, things could get ugly. Some well-meaning bystanders assessed the situation and began to counsel Chen Yu. Right, as long as you're unharmed. It's wise to swallow your pride. A true hero doesn't suffer losses over trifles. After all, you can always buy another bike. But getting beaten up isn't worth it. Even if the police arrive, it could complicate matters if they hold a grudge against you. A group of onlookers were clearly leaning towards the burly man. With his arms crossed, Chen Yu coldly regarded the man before him. You may think you can bully me, but I have a camera on my bike that recorded everything. He stepped forward, casually nudging his bike with his foot to reveal a small camera. Chen Yu picked it up and directed a challenging gaze at the man. Hey, which bike comes equipped with a camera? Is this a delivery bike? People delivering food typically ride electric bikes, and they certainly don't have cameras. The crowd watched Chen Yu's actions in confusion. Who would install such a device on a bicycle? Could he be a professional scammer? Are you out of your mind? The burly man was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a string of curses, clearly surprised by Chen Yu's unexpected maneuver. He had hoped to bamboozle Chen Yu, but with this evidence, he would be at a disadvantage. If the police were called, his own vehicle's dash cam would reveal everything, including the embarrassing game he and his companion had been playing in the car. Frustrated, he pulled out his wallet, tossing a few bills at Chen Yu. Take the money and scram. Just get out of my sight. Seriously, what a stroke of bad luck to encounter someone like you, he grumbled. Initially hoping to extort some cash, he found his opportunity dashed by Chen Yu and Appo's cleverness. As the burly man, still muttering angrily, attempted to return to his car, Chen Yu coldly remarked, Are you kidding me? My bike is in pieces, and a few hundred is hardly sufficient. The crowd perked up at Chen Yu and Appo's words, realizing there was still drama to unfold. They had thought the burly man was tough, but now it seemed Chen Yu was no pushover either. Chapter 94, an unimaginable scene. Little brother, $500 is enough to buy a new one. Don and Appo's stir up more trouble. Indeed, sometimes a larger appetite can lead to a painful bite. Perhaps a second-hand electric bike would suffice, costing only $300 to $500. A group of individuals whispered amongst themselves, gradually persuading Chen Yu. It was evident that his physique was no match for the imposing figure of the burly man. He was fortunate not to be extorted. Now, with such a demand, was he merely trying to ease his conscience by inflicting some pain? Ah, what a ridiculous joke. I won and Appo's trouble you, yet you dare to bite back? The burly man turned back towards Chen Yu, cursing, Get lost with the money. Do you hear me? Chen Yu lowered his head, searching on his phone, and retorted. Stop the nonsense. We have no common ground. Just report the insurance, all right? By the way, I need to file a claim too. Thus, amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Chen Yu began speaking on the phone. Yes, could you send someone over? I've been hit. Those who had gathered to watch, including the owner of the Beetle, were left stunned, even more confused by Chen Yu's actions. A camera on your car is one thing, just a peculiar hobby, but what is this about claiming insurance? The annual premium could buy several bicycles. The burly man, initially intent on berating Chen Yu, paused upon seeing his serious demeanor and begrudgingly dialed the phone himself. Damn it, you little brat. Let us see what you have to say when the insurance company arrives. He continued to rant into the phone. Yes, please send someone. I hit a bicycle. Who has the sick one? You're the one sick. No, that kid is the one sick. I offered him $500, but he insists on filing a claim. After about 8 or 9 minutes, the insurance company Chen Yu had contacted arrived promptly. Their swift response astonished the crowd, but as the personnel earnestly inspected the bicycle parts, the onlookers grew increasingly speechless. The burly man cleared his throat and approached. Excuse me, but this isn't some kind of act, is it? Whereas the hidden camera. His skepticism stemmed not from disbelief, but rather from the sheer absurdity of the scene unfolding before him. He half expected to find himself part of a prank show. Given the cooperation of the insurance representatives, one of the inspecting staff glanced at the questioning man, his eyes flickering with pity. Please be patient. Just wait for your insurance company to arrive. Uncomfortable under the gaze, the burly man silently retreated to the side, mumbling to himself. After another quarter of an hour, his insurance personnel arrived, equally taken aback by the scene. Hey, what are you all doing? This bicycle actually has insurance? It was the same staff member who sighed and quietly remarked, Yes, this is not an ordinary vehicle. Haha, what could be so special about it? Is this a professional scam team? Their act was so convincing that if it were a car, the effect would have been even better. The crowd erupted into laughter, as what transpired exceeded their comprehension. Meanwhile, the Beatles' entourage shook their heads in disbelief, murmuring, "Stop fooling around, man. How much can this bike possibly be worth? It probably doesn't even cover your fuel costs." The insurance personnel Chen Yu had summoned wasted no time, pulling out a stack of documents. "This is the latest Gecko butterfly, handcrafted and custom-made. We verified its authenticity before insuring it. This vehicle is valued at $3,500,000. By the way, I'm referring to the market average, not this bespoke model." As his words echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the crowd. The Gecko butterfly? $3,500,000? All the bystanders froze, their curiosity piqued. This was indeed a spectacle. Such a sum could purchase a 200-square-meter commercial residential property in the city center. Someone gasped in disbelief, prompting others to instinctively step back, wary of inadvertently stepping on any components that might cost them a fortune. Is this real? The Beetle and Amp, Oppo's, S Group was similarly astounded, scrutinizing the documentation. "Look here, the materials provided by Gecko, we VE authenticated them. It's handcrafted, using the most expensive, top-tier materials. Only 3 units exist globally. Not for sale, with the chief designer's signature." As the explanation continued, the crowd's mouths hung agape, gazing at Chen Yu as if he were an extraterrestrial. This is clearly a scam. Who else would casually ride a bike worth over $3 million on the streets? Such a treasure would be treated like royalty. Regardless of whether Chen Yu was indeed scamming or simply deranged, one undeniable truth remained. He was undeniably wealthy. The mindset of the affluent is often beyond comprehension. Perhaps $3 million was a trivial matter for him. Meanwhile, the burly man stood frozen, realizing that his modestly priced Beetle was nothing compared to Chen Yu's extravagant ride. His face turned pale, regret washing over him. Had he known, he would have preferred to stay home and indulge in bananas rather than engaging in this debacle. People inevitably get their shoes wet when walking by the river. "You handle this. Just provide me with a conclusion," Chen Yu stated, prepared to leave. However, he turned back to glance at the burly man. "Friend, always maintain humility when out and about. This situation shouldn't have been complex. I didn't mind the loss. But your later actions irked me, so let us proceed according to protocol." With that, he departed, leaving behind a crowd with grim expressions, their frustration palpable. A bicycle valued at over $3 million, and they still thought it wasn't expensive? Was he blatantly flaunting his wealth? The burly man stood there in a daze, while the woman in the passenger seat rushed out, grabbing his hair and delivering a thorough reprimand. "You foolish woman. I said to handle it at home. But you insisted on making a scene outside. Well, look where it led us. Now we've lost a whole property." Chapter 95. Is this all you're doing? Chen Yu departed, feeling useless lingering about while being observed like a spectacle. With the arrival of the insurance company, he knew they were the true professionals, and he would not suffer any loss. Upon returning to his residence, he noticed 2 individuals standing at his door, one of whom was the troublesome Wu Zun. "Mr. Chen, you've returned?" The older man, who hurriedly approached, bowed slightly and introduced himself as Wu Fuguwei from Wu Realty. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. "Speak quickly if you have something to say, otherwise, leave at once." Although he had brushed off the earlier incident, he could not shake off his displeasure, resulting in a frosty demeanor towards the 2 men. Wu Zun, upon hearing Chen Yu's words, felt a flash of anger but was restrained by his father. Wu Fuguwei sighed, having anticipated some difficulty upon arriving, yet the unfriendly start was disheartening. He was uncertain who had provoked Chen Yu, causing him to vent his frustration on them. Given the formidable background of Chen Yu, Wu Fuguwei refrained from voicing his grievances and instead sought to placate him. "Mr. Chen, it was my son Wu Zun who acted foolishly and upset you. Here is a check for $30 million as an apology. Additionally, I would like to offer you a 20% stake in Wu Realty as a token of goodwill. I hope you will accept it." Not stopping there, Wu Fuguwei abruptly turned and kicked Wu Zun, scolding him, "You little wretch, apologize at once." Feeling humiliated, Wu Zun could only stammer, "Mr. Chen, I was blind to your greatness. Please don't hold it against me." Wu Zun was indeed making a significant concession, likely motivated by Chen Yu's previous handling of the Pang family. He was proving himself to be a shrewd businessman, calculating the value of the apology. Securing a stake in Wu Realty would entangle him further in their affairs, especially if the company encountered difficulties in the future. With his endorsement, Wu Realty could expand vigorously under his auspices. This was a lucrative deal, far exceeding the mere millions offered. "I'll take the check, and we'll consider the past incident settled." However, I have no interest in your company's shares. Such trifles hold no allure for me, Chen Yu declared, walking into his home and leaving the Wu father and son outside. Wu Fugui's expression turned complex, a hint of bitter amusement crossing his face. It appeared his schemes had been seen through. Chen Yu was not easily swayed. His visit was, therefore, in vain, while Chen Yu was no longer a threat. Word had already spread, and many were likely watching Wu Realty with predatory intent. The moment one individual took the lead, a swarm would follow, leaving Wu Realty with no chance to resist. Such was the reality for those like them. Outwardly, they appeared to bask in glory, yet they treaded on thin ice. A mere insinuation from a powerful figure could trigger a horde of sycophants to pounce. The rules of commerce were, in essence, a brutal manifestation of the law of the jungle. Wu Zun, filled with indignation, glared at Chen Yu's door and exclaimed, "Dad, is this how it ends? Just because he has more wealth, does that give him the right to be so arrogant? We came to apologize and humbled ourselves. What more does he want?" Wu Fugui, unable to contain his frustration, delivered another kick to his son. "Damn it. Isn't this all you're doing? How many times have I warned you not to provoke others? Did you ever listen? Enough of your nonsense. Get ready to go abroad." Wu Zun clutched his stomach in shock. "Dad, if you're angry, that's one thing. But why send me abroad?" With a resigned sigh, Wu Fugui replied, "Not just you. Your mother is going too. I'll discreetly liquidate the company's shares and see if we can find opportunities abroad. Wu Realty has reached its end. You, foolish boy, have no idea the kind of powerful figures you've angered." As the Wu father and son departed, Chen Yu observed them through the door and Oppo's surveillance camera, but paid them no mind. Their affairs were of no concern to him. His bicycle had been damaged, so he casually selected a sports car from his collection and set off for a restaurant. After all, it was part of his own enterprise, far preferable to cooking at home, and the chefs there were well acquainted with his tastes. Dinner lifted Chen Yu's spirits considerably, yet his good mood was short-lived. Upon parking his sports car, he encountered a lavishly dressed middle-aged woman adorned with gold jewelry, accompanied by a boisterous golden retriever. The exuberant dog was bounding on the car's hood, and rather than being reprimanded, the woman clapped and cheered. To his dismay, the exuberant retriever leapt down and approached the license plate, lifting its hind leg to urinate. A stream of bright yellow liquid splashed onto the plate and bumper, causing Chen Yu's expression to twitch in disbelief. "Oh dear, what are you doing, darling? I just took you out to relieve yourself. Why are you doing this again? Did you drink too much water?" The woman scolded the retriever, oblivious to Chen Yu's brewing frustration. "Excuse me, but perhaps your focus should be redirected? Shouldn't you be more concerned about where your beloved pet is relieving itself? Had it been an ordinary vehicle, it might have been bearable, but this was a LaFerrari, legendary, priced in the tens of millions, excluding taxes. The damage from that act would undoubtedly cost a fortune to repair." The woman seemed entirely unconcerned, even treating the situation as though it were perfectly normal. "Sweetheart, you've eaten and drunk well. I'll take you for a bath shortly. You'll smell delightful." At this point, Chen Yu could no longer contain himself. Expecting the woman to possess a shred of decency was futile. He strode over, pointed at his car, and asked, "Isn't it appropriate for you to say something about the damage your dog has caused?" Chapter 96. Where to seek justice. The middle-aged woman lifted her gaze to glance at Chen Yu before lowering her head again, playfully teasing her golden retriever. "Oh, so driving a luxury car makes you special? My darling merely played around your vehicle for a while. Why are you so furious? If you scare it, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. This woman was fully aware that his car was no ordinary vehicle, yet she allowed her pet to frolic around it. Caught in the act, she not only refused to acknowledge her wrongdoing but also turned the tables, playing the victim. "Don and Oppos, spout nonsense here. You know very well what your pet has done," he remarked coldly, a smirk gracing his lips. "My bumper and it now need replacing. You've landed yourself in quite a predicament." The woman, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, "What do you mean? How can you claim it's my precious that caused this? Show me the evidence. I assure you, my darling has impeccable manners and would never engage in such behavior." She tenderly stroked her golden retriever, saying, "Sweetheart, someone here is trying to frame you. Such a person lacks civility." Chen Yu recognized her tactic. She believed he had no proof to support his claims and was attempting to evade responsibility. "Fine, if you choose to deny it. I'll contact customer service to have the car towed for inspection, along with retrieving urine and fur samples. If they determine it was your dog, then I'm afraid you will be liable for full compensation." He continued, If the car was merely splashed with water, it wouldn't be a significant issue. However, animal urine is a different matter entirely. Its acidic nature can corrode the paint. Should you have sincerely apologized and displayed a decent attitude, I might have considered leniency. But it is evident that I overestimated you. The woman appeared taken aback. Her guilty conscience made her fear that Chen Yu would not let this go. After all, if she truly belonged to a wealthy family, she wouldn't be dressed like a nouveau riche. Your car merely looks good. It can't have cost much, right? Even if it were my golden retriever, don't think you can extort me, she challenged defiantly. Chen Yu scoffed lightly. This car cost over 30 million. And replacing the hood and bumper 1T set me back much. Perhaps around 1 to 1.8 million, which is hardly excessive. The woman nearly fainted at the thought. Even a fraction of that sum would be a struggle for her to produce. Just then, a man emerged from the restaurant. And the woman seemed to see her savior, calling out, "Darling, come here. Someone is causing trouble. Who dares to provoke me?" The man exclaimed, striding towards the parking area. After just a few steps, however, he froze, hesitation creeping into his demeanor. Chen Yu glanced at him, a peculiar expression crossing his face. What a twist of fate. The man who had previously damaged his car now stood before him again. Yet, the woman beside him was not the delicate figure from before, but rather this brash middle-aged woman. If she was indeed his wife, then the man in Appo's identity was quite apparent. Big brother, is there some misunderstanding here? The man, referred to as Hai Gu, stammered, his expression a mixture of frustration and unease. The previous incident remained unresolved, and now this new chaos had erupted. He silently prayed it was nothing serious, otherwise he could be in debt for the rest of his life. However, fate often defies one's wishes, and Chen Yu's words rang in his ears like the voice of a demon. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you. You two are a couple? How fitting. Haiga forced a smile that was more painful than a frown. Chen, what and Appos has this woman done to upset you? His attitude caused the arrogant woman to falter. Expecting her partner to back her up, she realized that he was instead siding with Chen Yu. In a fit of rage, she raised her hand and struck Hai Gu on the head. You're the one who is a disgrace. Wei Qinghai, didn't you brag about how well you're doing? Now you come here acting submissive, and you even dare insult me? You must be tired of living. In a moment of anger, Wei Qinghai kicked the woman away. Damn it, you wasteful woman, get out of my way. What on earth are you causing a scene for? The kick jolted her back to reality, and she saw that Hai Gu still maintained a subservient demeanor. At that moment, she realized she had provoked someone of considerable stature. Wei Qinghai's legs trembled. News of the incident had already spread online, garnering attention for the $1 million Ferrari involved. Just minutes after the incident, it was trending. And she had become synonymous with ridicule. To make matters worse, a friend called. Not for any trivial reason, but because he recognized Chen Yu as the martial arts master who had effortlessly defeated his opponents in a competition. More importantly, he had seen Chen Yu socializing with elite second-generation rich kids. How could he possibly handle this, now that he had once again crossed paths with Chen Yu? He fervently hoped his oblivious wife wouldn't cause any further trouble. Actually, it's not a significant issue. Your precious golden retriever scratched my car. Oh. And it also urinated on the front bumper. Hai Ji's mind reeled as he processed this. Although he couldn't afford a sports car, he understood a man's dreams and aspirations. This was a Ferrari, likely a LaFerrari, valued in the millions. The audacity of his wife's dog to urinate on it was unfathomable. Truly, there was no place left to seek justice. Chapter 97, Chen Hao has arrived. Wei Qinghai had somewhat given up the struggle. He forcefully grabbed the large golden retriever and kicked it with all his might. Wei Qinghai, how dare you kick my precious darling? With a piercing scream, the woman lunged at Brother Hai once more, only to be kicked back again. Brother Hai delivered several more kicks, still unsatisfied, and finally picked up a brick from the ground, smashing it against the dog's head. 1 brick, 2 bricks, accompanied by the mournful whines of the golden retriever. It was soon rendered lifeless. Chen Yu merely observed Wei Qinghai's actions, refraining from any attempts to persuade or intervene. A dog raised in one's own home must bear the consequences of its own misdeeds. Some dog owners refuse to take responsibility, and ordinary people find themselves helpless against them. However, Chen Yu was not among them. If you have failed to take care of your dog and it has caused me losses, it would be unreasonable for me not to pursue the matter. Otherwise, who knows how others might ridicule you, perhaps even deeming you a fool. You foolish woman, what on earth possessed you to raise a dog? Wei Qinghai gasped. If you had looked after your dog properly, no one would bother you. Just look at the mess you and Appos made. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Chen. If he does not forgive you, you shall see how I handle you. Brother Hai weighed the brick in his hand, his gaze filled with malice directed at his wife. He was inherently a harsh man, having endured repeated indignities at Chen Yu's hands, which only fueled his pent-up anger. Chen Yu, unable to confront the situation himself, felt an overwhelming regret for having brought such a woman into his life. Mr. Chen, I am truly sorry. I was wrong. The woman trembled as she spoke to Chen Yu, her earlier arrogance diminished, now resembling a submissive wife. Please, do not be angry. I will clean it up immediately. She babbled as she crawled to Chen Yu's car, kneeling down to begin wiping it. Now, she fully understood that the young man before her was undoubtedly someone of great importance, someone her husband could never provoke. Chen Yu chose not to respond, allowing her to continue for a moment before finally speaking. From now on, be more humble and reasonable. If you refuse to reason with others, do you believe they will engage in reason with you when the tables are turned? Enough of this kneeling. Disappear from my sight at once. Though the woman was detestable, she had fulfilled her part, disregarding the unpleasant odor as she wiped away for what felt like ages. Chen Yu was not overly concerned about the loss. He merely wanted to impart a lesson. If he persisted further, who knew what Brother Hai might do? That would truly be his own misfortune. He climbed into his car and drove away, leaving the shaken couple behind. Upon returning home, Chen Yu casually picked up his phone to scroll through short videos and unexpectedly stumbled upon the incident from earlier. Had someone secretly filmed it? The video was posted by a woman who was live streaming, and out of curiosity, he clicked on it. Wang Jing was chatting with her fans in the live stream. Having come across the peculiar couple's situation, concerned for Chen Yu, she had recorded the video and uploaded it to her account, intending to seek justice for him. To her surprise, he had already resolved the issue himself. Even more astonishing was the video's immense popularity, which gained her over 100,000 new followers. In the past, her live streams consisted of singing, dancing, and occasional chatting with viewers. While her audience was modest, it sufficed. However, today was different. The video had skyrocketed her stream and Oppo's engagement, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. Xiao Jing, is the car owner in your video related to you? What does he do? Yeah. Where did this rich kid come from? He looks so ordinary. You guys have no idea. This is what a true hidden wealthy heir looks like. Shut up. Chen Hao is mine. You all back off. Scheming girl, are you after his car? Unlike me, I am enamored with his looks. They were unaware of Chen Yu's name, only hearing the title of Mr. Chen in the video, which led them to dub him Chen Hao. Wang Jing felt immense joy at the attention her video received and harbored a tiny fantasy that perhaps he would notice the video and follow her. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought, knowing such coincidences were rare and that he might not even be single. A diamond bachelor like him would surely attract much attention. However, the fans' discussions about extravagant cars left her in shock. A Ferrari worth millions? What does that even mean? Wang Jing began calculating. If I earn 10,000 a month, that's 120,000 a year. Never mind, I'll give up. Just as she was lost in thought, a rocket emoji shot up in the live stream. Oh, the big shot Xiong has arrived. Xiong Gu was a staunch fan of Xiao Jing, having professed his admiration several times. The fans began to tease her, while Wang Jing and Oppo's expression turned sour, lacking any semblance of joy. Ugh, why won't this guy just go away? She had no affection for the Xiong Gu, feeling his demeanor and aura were anything but pleasant. Yet, the more she ignored him, the more gifts he showered her with, almost obsessively. Nevertheless, she couldn't deny that without this Xiong Gu, her earnings might have been dismal. Wang Jing and Oppo's feelings toward him were complex. Meanwhile, in a bar within the bustling city, Chu Feixiong, bare-chested, cigar in hand, adorned with a gleaming gold chain, was scrolling through his phone, showering gifts. As the leader of the Feixiong gang, the largest underground syndicate in the city, he monopolized much of the illicit gambling trade, reaping substantial profits. Having encountered countless beauties, he had inexplicably fallen for Wang Jing. He believed there was nothing a woman could resist if money was involved. The more she rejected him, the more fervently he showered her with gifts. Today, he had planned to continue his pursuit of her heart when he overheard the discussion about Chen Hao, which he found intolerable. What is this Chen Hao? Never heard of him. Chu Feixiong chuckled as he typed a comment when suddenly, a low-level account entered the live stream, bearing the name Chen Hao. Chapter 98, The Playful Chen Hao Chen. As Chen Yu's figure graced the live stream, the entire room erupted with excitement. Wang Jing's eyes sparkled. Is that you, Mr. Chen? Initially, Chen Yu had merely intended to drop by and take a look, But upon hearing someone boast excessively, his playful spirit was ignited, prompting him to register an account on a whim. Wang Jing and Amp. Oppo's casual smile incensed Chu Feixiong, who fumed. Damn it, that wretched woman. I shower you with gifts daily, yet you never treat me kindly. Why do you show such reverence to this insignificant little brat from nowhere? Consumed by jealousy, Chu Feixiong was on the brink of losing his composure. After all, Wang Jing had never been this gentle with him. What a pretender! How dare you act like a Shenhao? I'll bury you with gifts. He hastily selected the most expensive gift, causing the live stream to erupt into chaos. Wow, this is about to take off. Let the brawl commence. Shenhao, this is a slap to your face. If it were me, I would and Amp, Oppos, T stand for it. The audience, reveling in the spectacle, began to stoke the flames of conflict. Hello, Xiaojing. Chen Yu casually typed, further igniting the frenzy among the viewers. Shenhao, do you need a pendant for your thigh? Can I take a ride? You know, the kind tied to the back of the car. I relish that feeling of being bound. The previous commotion caused by the gift effects was swiftly overshadowed by Chen Yu's remark. What the hell is going on? Chu Feixiong and Amp, Oppos, eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Is this even real? One sentence from him is worth more than my 3,000 bucks? His indignation grew as he furiously typed. Little Chen, being a Shenhao ISNT merely about a few words or a name. Since you're free today, why not show us your true prowess? With that, the heat in the live stream surged once more, drawing in an increasing number of spectators. I heard a wealthy man is about to clash. Step aside, let me see. Popcorn and drinks, move aside. Let the fight begin. I want to feel the joy of being whipped by money. Chen Yu nonchalantly finished his glass of Lafite, a cold smile creeping onto his face. It was indeed a peculiar day, with one person after another seeking confrontation with him, as if they believed him to be an easy target. Perfect timing, as he was also troubled by an excess of funds with nowhere to spend them. Come at me, he thought casually. He typed a message that sent the live stream into a frenzy. Chu Feixiong and Oppos, expression turned malevolent as he clenched his phone, teeth gritted. You've got some guts, I'll see what you're made of. His fingers danced across the screen, dismissing the accompanying woman beside him. Let us be straightforward. We'll send rockets. Whoever sends more wins. But don't you dare bail halfway, that would tarnish your reputation as a Shenhao. Chen Yu's alternate account responded, you too. This time, his words did not incite a frenzy, but rather brought a hush over the room, even Wang Jing appearing tense. Uncertain whether this Shenhao is genuine or an impersonator, Chu Feixiong, unfazed, set 5 rockets in motion, totaling $5,000. Then, as if possessed, he clicked 10 more times, hurling out $50,000. Under the barrage of rocket effects, the live stream screen became nearly unreadable. Yet, the viewers fell silent, eyes wide with envy. In mere seconds, the sum amassed rivaled the annual income of many hard-working individuals. Let me see your true capabilities. It's just 50,000. You can't possibly be unable to match that, can you? Don't let me look down on you, you pathetic loser. Chen Yu, bemused, found the display rather trivial. He had no intention of outright crushing this Chu Feixiong. That would be far too dull. Instead, he casually sent out a few more rockets. Just enough to surpass Chu Feixiong by $1,000, then paused, waiting patiently. Although he remained silent, the air was thick with provocation, palpable to all present. Are you truly attempting to compete? Chu Feixiong, now fired up, began recharging his account once more, sending out 200 rockets in rapid succession. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, matching him with 201. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands vanished, propelling Wang Jing's live stream to the pinnacle of popularity. As more fans streamed in, drawn to the spectacle of this wealth-fueled showdown, Chu Feixiong's face turned crimson. He had flung out tens of thousands in an instant, and even he felt a twinge of apprehension. His rapidly diminishing funds sparked doubt within him. Was this an endless pit? Why was his opponent so silent, maintaining an air of calm? Despite the ridicule from the audience, he gritted his teeth and decided to go all in. I refuse to believe you can best me. He unleashed a torrent of $40,000 rockets, his demeanor that of a desperate gambler. Meanwhile, Chen Yu remained unfazed, even amused by the frenzy over mere tens of thousands. With a casual adjustment, he launched 1,000 rockets, then cast his phone aside. He didn't even need to look. He could guess that this so-called big shot had likely reached his limit. As the 1,000 rockets soared, silence enveloped the room, even Wang Jing staring blankly at the screen. Did I just encounter a scammer? Could this be laundered money? What if they're underage and ask for a refund? A myriad of bizarre thoughts flooded her mind, leaving her at a loss for words. Wow, this is the real Shenhao. Did you see that? A million tossed around so nonchalantly. I'm utterly impressed. No wonder they drive multi-million-dollar cars. After a brief pause, the live stream erupted once more, completely overshadowing Chu Feixiu. Slumped against the sofa. He realized all too well that he had bitten off more than he could chew. Chapter 99. The War of the Tycoons. This tumultuous battle among the wealthy lasted merely a few minutes, culminating in the grand display of Chen Yu and Appo's extravagant spending, although he turned his attention elsewhere. The fervor among the platform and Appo's fans erupted into a frenzy. It was not that they had never witnessed high-spending tycoons on live streams. Rather, they had never encountered someone who so effortlessly squandered millions as if it were a mere meal or drink. Chen Yu's reputation transcended into a different realm, prompting many to actively promote him in other live streams. Consequently, the account he had casually registered surged overnight, amassing over 2 million followers. Upon awakening the following day, Chen Yu realized the magnitude of the commotion he had stirred. His private messages were nearly overflowing with requests for favors or admiration of his newfound wealth. Among the peculiar messages, some sought to borrow a few dozen dollars for meals, while others were more opportunistic, aiming to solicit investments. Wang Jing also reached out, wishing to return her earnings, as she was not a materialistic woman and had not anticipated earning millions from a simple video she had recorded. No worries, enjoy the money. We can share a meal together sometime. Chen Yu replied casually before switching off his phone. After all, this account was hastily created and held no personal information, so he felt no concern about being doxxed. After a session of Wing Chun, he settled on the sofa, contemplating how to spend his newfound wealth. Indeed, his greatest dilemma was not the lack of money, but rather the uncertainty of how to spend it. After much deliberation without a satisfactory conclusion, he decided to venture out. Given that his parents were somewhat aware of his situation, there was no need for excessive caution. He resolved to transfer several $100,000 back home, entrusting them to assist him in spending wisely. Upon arriving at the bank, Chen Yu stepped inside. You wish to make a transfer? The bank clerk's demeanor was neither warm nor cold as she glanced at his bank card, noting the maximum transfer limit of $50,000. With the remainder available the following day, Chen Yu felt irked by her tone but dismissed it, focusing on the transfer instead. He had never moved such a substantial sum before and had forgotten to request a limit increase. Could you assist me in raising the transfer limit? Isn't $50,000 sufficient? The bank clerk, Wang Shuang, frowned impatiently. You can transfer that amount daily. Do you really need a limit of 500,000 or even 1,000,000? What is the point? She was in a foul mood, having witnessed the extravagant battle on the live stream the previous night. Afterward, she had sent a private message along with a suggestive photo, only to be completely ignored, which understandably irked her. Thus, when this seemingly ordinary young man requested a limit increase, she could not help but scoff. Why do you speak like that? Chen Yu retorted, feeling displeased. He had initially ignored her, but now her attitude was aggravating, as if the bank were her personal creditor. Honestly, you appear to be just a worker. How much could possibly be on your card? Wang Shuang dismissed him with a huff, convinced he was merely creating trouble. You're not a wealthy businessman. What and Appo's the need for such a high limit? Just to add to our workload or to satisfy your vanity in front of a few girls? As Chen Yu turned around, he noticed a few young women behind him retreating a few steps, regarding him with suspicion. Oh, you've made me forget about my finances, he said sarcastically, crossing his arms and regarding the bank clerk with a cold smile. Perhaps you could take a look for me? Cut it out. It's unnecessary to check, she muttered, continuing her work. But the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of her head. She questioned whether she was still dreaming or if there was a glitch in the banking system. The long string of zeros behind the amount was staggering. Was it possible this young man possessed several billion? This was merely one of the cards he casually held, implying his net worth could exceed 100 billion. Wang Shuang felt utterly bewildered. Her offhand comment had inadvertently offended a top-tier billionaire. I apologize, my previous attitude was inappropriate, she quickly offered, realizing the potential consequences of her words. However, it was too late. The other staff members who had gathered were already dispersing, and someone was rushing toward the back to report the incident. Chen Yu remained silent, merely waiting with his arms crossed, his demeanor cold. Sure enough, moments later, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over, wiping the sweat from his brow. Mr. Chen, we sincerely apologize for the incident. Our training clearly fell short. We will immediately cease her duties and conduct an internal investigation. Additionally, please inform us of any requests you may have. Our bank will accommodate them. What a farce. This was a significant client for the bank. Although the funds were not deposited here, They could not afford to offend him lightly. Otherwise, if higher-ups intervened, it could jeopardize their positions. Seeing this as an opportunity to forge a favorable relationship, the man wasted no time in sacrificing Wang Shuang. Just raise my transfer limit. I have no further requests, Chen Yu stated, acknowledging the supervisor's demeanor without being overly demanding. After all, there were many patrons in the lobby, and he did not wish to cultivate a reputation for being cruel to the less fortunate, inviting trouble upon himself. Accompanied by the supervisor, Chen Yu completed the transfer process before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Wang Shuang stood there in a daze, her mind blank. What had started as a casual venting of frustration had spiraled into a personal crisis. The internal suspension effectively felt like a dismissal. No one knew how long the investigation would last or its implications. It all hinged on Chen Yu's reaction. If he was dissatisfied, her situation could result in a permanent halt to her employment. Such a dramatic turn of events, typically reserved for television drama, had unfolded in her own life. In that moment, Wang Shuang felt an overwhelming urge to bang her head against the wall in despair. Chapter 100. The Color of Anger Upon Exiting the Bank. Chen Yu cast a glance at his attire, unable to suppress a bitter smile. It was no wonder that people often judged others by their appearance. His current outfit was certainly incongruous with his true worth. With this thought in mind, he turned his car around and drove towards the bustling financial street, the heart of the capital, renowned for its concentration of global luxury brands. As the proprietor, it was only natural for him to think of shopping in his own domain. After parking his vehicle, Chen Yu meandered casually into a store. The rhythmic chants from within the shop caught his attention, and he couldn't help but smirk as he surveyed his surroundings. Ideally, a sales associate should have approached him, yet several attractive attendants at the front desk remained idle, exchanging glances rather than attending to him. Their reluctance stemmed from his unremarkable appearance. They were wary of wasting time on a seemingly inconsequential customer when potential affluent clients might be waiting. Is anyone here? Chen Yu finally broke the silence, waving towards the group of attendants. Had it not been for their presence, he might have thought he had wandered into a deserted store. After several minutes of aimless wandering, he still had not been approached. Eventually, a youthful-looking attendant, seemingly an intern, stepped forward. Sir, how may I assist you? Is your name Wu Qingqing? Chen Yu inquired, glancing at her name tag. Please help me select some suitable clothing, as I am not particularly discerning in fashion. He had noticed the hesitant exchanges among the attendants but chose to remain silent, as long as someone was willing to assist him. Their subsequent regrets were of no concern to him. Nodding with a smile, Wu Qingqing replied, Certainly, sir. Allow me to show you some options. See, I told you that Navi girl would take the bait, one attendant whispered to another. She won't turn back until she hits a wall. She and Oppos has encountered her fair share of lookers with no intention to buy. Sure, don't say that. I'm counting on her to handle the next batch of penny-pinching customers. Another responded, their conversation inadvertently reaching Chen Yu's ears. They presumed their seasoned judgment was infallible. Failing to recognize the opportunity, they were forfeiting by dismissing the landlord of their establishment. You have a great physique. You could wear anything, Wu Qingqing remarked cheerfully. We have a plethora of options available, such as top-tier, handcrafted menswear from Paris, which is the pinnacle of luxury, albeit with a steeper price and longer wait time. We also carry various world-class brands. Despite overhearing her colleagues' disparaging remarks, Wu Qingqing maintained her enthusiastic demeanor, continuing to explain the offerings. She even suggested some promotional items. Concerned that Chen Yu might feel slighted. All right, I don't and Oppos. Quite grasp all this, Chen Yu interjected after giving it some thought. Let us start with 15 suits from your handcrafted collection in different styles. Also, please design them according to the seasons to avoid any last-minute rush during wardrobe changes. Ensure the materials and designers are of the highest quality. You can handle the costs. Excuse me? Wu Qingqing stared at him, bewildered. You must be mistaken. Even the most affordable handcrafted suit costs upwards of 60 to 70,000 euros, which translates to over 500,000 yuan per suit. 15 suits would total more than 5 million, not to mention the cost of the finest materials and designers, which could exceed 10 million. Is that so? Chen Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then let us proceed with that. I had assumed it would be far more expensive. Wu Qingqing's mind reeled, her face betraying a wry smile. She had approached the situation with goodwill, worried he might feel neglected, only to find that he was not only serious but also teasing her with his extravagant request. All right, I cannot comprehend all these brands, Chen Yu stated, gesturing around the store. Prepare 15 sets of the clothing I pointed to, each representing different seasons. Have everything delivered to my estate, as I have ample space for storage. including a sizable wardrobe. This way, I can enjoy my equestrian pursuits without the emptiness of unfilled rooms. Sir, you cannot be serious, Wu Qingqing exclaimed, staring at him incredulously. After observing his earnest expression, she realized he was indeed intent on making such a purchase. I have no time for frivolity. Just calculate the total and deduct it from my card, Chen Yu replied, producing his newly acquired platinum card and placing it in her hands. Wu Qingqing trembled at the sight of the card, recognizing it as a prestigious VIP card reserved for the wealthiest individuals, typically requiring a net worth in the billions to qualify. Should I buy a lottery ticket? This is a genuine tycoon. A sharp gasp erupted from the front desk, drawing the attention of several onlookers. My goodness, this young gentleman is truly affluent, one exclaimed. I could hardly restrain myself upon seeing that card. It's astonishing. The other women wore expressions of despair, as if they had just been robbed of a great opportunity. Had any of them been more proactive, they might have secured such a lucrative sale for themselves. As the transaction unfolded, it became evident that this would be one of the largest sales the store had seen in years. Wu Qingqing, the fortunate recipient of this commission, could now afford a modest apartment in the city. Shortly thereafter, the store owner appeared, having been alerted by a call. Upon recognizing Chen Yu, his face broke into a wide grin. Ah, Mr. Chen, what a rare pleasure. I shall grant you a 20% discount. And I hope you will continue to be a gracious landlord to us. Chen Yu nodded, having previously encountered this man when he took over Financial Street. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he changed into one of his newly purchased outfits and departed, leaving the attendants in a state of shock upon learning that he was the influential proprietor of Financial Street. Chapter 101. Are you out of your mind? After emerging from the clothing store, he made his way towards the watch section. The young scions of the capital were known for their affinity for timepieces, casually spending millions without a second thought. Although he lacked knowledge about watches, it did not deter him from indulging in a semblance of sophistication. Since he intended to refine his appearance, he decided to go all out. Arriving at the entrance of the Patek Philippe boutique, he glanced up at the sign. This was indeed a world-renowned luxury watch brand. He had heard of it long before he had any wealth. This time, Chen Yu was not met with indifference. Instead, he was approached by 7 or 8 attentive sales staff. It was uncertain whether his status had been revealed or if it was indeed true that appearances mattered. But the contrast in treatment was stark. This situation left him somewhat perplexed. The absence of attention was troublesome, yet now, with so many people around, he was unsure whom to choose to assist him. Just as Chen Yu hesitated, a woman's exclamation broke the silence. Chen Yu, what are you doing here? He turned in surprise, narrowing his eyes at Lu Qiao, an unexpected encounter. Lu Qiao was a cashier from his previous delivery job, notorious for her preference for wealth. Accompanying her was a tall man, presumably her boyfriend. Qiao, is this your friend? The man's eyes flashed with jealousy as he inquired. How come I didn't know you had such a friend? No, he was just a delivery guy from my old company. Upon hearing Lu Qiao's words, the man erupted into laughter. I thought he was some rich heir. Turns out he is just a delivery boy. It seems that living standards have indeed risen, allowing even delivery workers to dress in faux luxury and wander around here. Lu Qiao appraised him from head to toe and chuckled lightly. I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. How true. Chen Yu crossed his arms, casting a cold glance at the pair. Is this store yours? Am I not allowed to be here? The man's laughter faltered as he shot an exasperated look at Chen Yu. Although he was a wealthy heir, his family's business was minor. Compared to a prestigious brand like Patek Philippe, even their combined assets could only afford a handful of watches. If Patek Philippe were truly his family's brand, he would have long since dismissed Lu Qiao in favor of dating a celebrity. Don't misunderstand. I only stopped you out of curiosity, Lu Qiao said, oblivious to her boyfriend's inner thoughts. I didn't expect you to be doing so well. It hasn't been long at all. This outfit, whether genuine or not, signifies success. But tell me, is your source of income legitimate? Fast money rarely comes from respectable means, does it? During her time in the delivery company, Lu Qiao was treated like royalty. Although she looked down on those who delivered food, she reveled in the attention. Chen Yu, however, had always treated her with indifference. Now that their paths had crossed again, she was determined not to offer him any kindness. Sun Ping, let us ignore him and continue shopping. Lu Qiao and Oppos, gaze turned tender as she looked at her boyfriend. Realizing how much better he was compared to Chen Yu, Sun Peng, encouraged by her attention, pointed towards the counter. Don't be hasty. Fate has brought us together. So let us observe what he intends to buy. Perhaps I could give him some advice. By the way, I could even offer him a discount to ensure he purchases something of quality rather than a mere trinket. He gestured, revealing his glimmering Rolex, dazzling enough to catch the attention of several eager sales staff, who quickly flocked to him. Chen Yu paid no mind to the subtle machinations of the saleswomen. Instead, he felt relieved. The products were clearly marked, and he could simply purchase what he liked without concern for the cost. For him, it was not about the money spent, but rather about acquiring the right items. After all, others could not enjoy the same perks he did, where purchasing different products would yield cashback rewards. Sun Peng noticed Chen Yu's nonchalant demeanor, causing his smile to falter. He had hoped to use the presence of the sales staff to mock the seemingly more attractive fellow. However, Chen Yu did not rise to the bait, leaving Sun Peng with no opportunity to retaliate. Sun Peng, let us not waste time here. Let us go inside and have a look. Lu Chaoqiao tugged at her boyfriend's arm, her expression wary as she kept an eye on the surrounding saleswomen. They were all vixens, and a moment's distraction could lead to her man being swept away. Fine, let us go, Sun Peng replied, moving towards the interior. Just look around. The VIP lounge is not for you. Be careful not to wander in. You might end up regretting it. The VIP lounge catered to wealthy clientele, showcasing limited edition Patek Philippe watches, each priced at over $1,000,000 yuan. In contrast, the watches displayed outside ranged from several hundred thousand to a few million, appealing to the general public. Chen Yu's eyes brightened at the mention. He had not found much of interest outside. Now, thanks to this chance encounter, he could directly explore the VIP area and undoubtedly find a watch that suited him. Hey, you over there. Chen Yu called to his sales associate behind the counter, pointing at the displayed watches. Bring that one out, and that one over there, and those three from the side. Yes, package them all for me. He began to select watches near the entrance of the VIP lounge, and after a brief stroll, Sun Peng and Lu Chaoqiao discovered that this guy had indeed entered the area. This revelation soured Sun Peng and Appo's expression, and he angrily marched over. Hey, did you not hear me speaking to you just now? This place is not for someone like you. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock as he stared at the numerous timepieces in Chen Yu's hands. Are you out of your mind? Or perhaps you're blind? Do you think this is some 2-yuan shop? Why on earth would you need so many? Sun Peng suspected that Chen Yu might have lost his sanity due to his provocation. But Chen Yu had been so focused on selecting watches that he hadn't even noticed the prices. Chapter 102. An extraordinary situation. Sun Peng had always looked down upon Chen Yu, merely waiting for the opportune moment to express his disdain. However, upon witnessing this individual casually acquire such an impressive array of watches, he felt a profound sense of humiliation wash over him. It is worth noting that even he would never dare to be so frivolous. It was not that he lacked the desire, but rather the means were simply not available to him. Just a glimpse of the watches in Chen Yu's possession made his heart race, and he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his emotions. Almost every watch in the VIP lounge had been selected by Chen Yu, leaving only a few solitary pieces on display. This is sufficient. The others are rather unappealing, Chen Yu remarked, gesturing towards his chosen watches while not even sparing a glance at Sun Peng. Ah, so you're putting on a show for me? Sun Peng scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Let us see how long you can keep this up. I'll be quite entertained when it comes time to pay. Chen Yu merely raised an eyebrow, lowering his head. It was not that he was intimidated by Sun Peng's taunts. Rather, the system within his mind had reacted. Congratulations, master. On your first purchase of a Patek Philippe watch, you have received a reward of 30% equity in the Patek Philippe company. This was an unexpected boon. Yet it was not entirely surprising as he had never purchased luxury items before. Sun Peng's theatrical demeanor began to resemble that of a mere buffoon in Chen Yu's eyes. Let us proceed to checkout, Chen Yu said, extending his bank card towards the attendant, a smile gracing his lips. With a shift in status, his mindset transformed accordingly. He now regarded the attendant as an employee, and everything appeared pleasing to him. The attendant's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the card in Chen Yu's hand. Sun Peng, meanwhile, stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. He recognized this platinum card. His father possessed one, while he himself was utterly unqualified to own such a card. Where did you acquire this card? Sun Peng stammered, his composure faltering as he fell silent, hesitant to speak further. The attendant, momentarily bewildered, began processing the transaction. But as she entered the purchase details into the computer, a notification suddenly appeared. It was a message from the global headquarters, activated only for internal executives during shopping or inspections. Mr. Chen, please hold on for a moment, the attendant said nervously, stealing a glance at Chen Yu before looking down. Chen Yu felt no concern. It was only natural for his information to alert the management. After all, large corporations often have intricate equity structures. Even if he did not possess absolute control, the shares he held already made him one of the largest individual shareholders. He had not delved into the specifics, but it was possible he was indeed a controlling shareholder. "Oh my, you startled me," Sun Ping remarked, relaxing as he saw the situation unfold. "I knew something would go awry. Look, here it is." He chuckled awkwardly, yet Lu Chaoqiao offered no response, instead glancing at him with evident annoyance. Observing Chen Yu's calm demeanor contrasted with his own brashness, Lu Chaoqiao felt a pang of regret. Perhaps she should have chosen more wisely. "Mr. Chen." The attendant trembled, perspiration forming on her brow, her gaze filled with surprise and deference towards Chen Yu. Amused by her involuntary display of subservience, Chen Yu chuckled. "Is there an issue with my card?" "And no, there's no issue," the attendant stammered, regaining her composure and bowing respectfully. "I wasn't aware it was you. I sincerely apologize." Her words left those around her in shock, even the store manager, who rushed over in disbelief. This young man was, in fact, a major shareholder of Patek Philippe and Appos' global headquarters, the true power behind the scenes. The supervisor and Appos' face turned ashen, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. Why would the big boss come to his establishment merely to purchase such trivial watches? Was it because he had not personally attended to him, thus inciting displeasure? "Step aside. Don't disturb Mr. Chen's mood," the supervisor asserted, pushing the previous attendant aside with utmost respect. "Mr. Chen, these watches are merely for show. Please allow me a moment." With that, he hurried towards the secured area in the back. Sun Peng's complexion drained of color. What did for show imply? Wasn't he the outsider in this scenario? Furthermore, was he the expected outcome that this insolent brat would be unable to pay and be escorted to the police station? This was a most unexpected turn of events. He tugged at the female attendant and whispered, "You've made a mistake. His name is Chen Yu, not Mr. Chen." Sun Peng was thoroughly flustered, struggling to comprehend the situation, even suspecting that the attendant had been bribed to conspire with Chen Yu. The other attendants, equally stunned, wisely chose to remain silent and out of the fray. Though their supervisor held a relatively modest position, he possessed a significant title as the regional head of Jiangdong. This gave him ample confidence to remain composed in the presence of the affluent. Yet, upon encountering this young man, he found himself unnervingly anxious. Some astute attendants began to piece together Chen Yu and Appos' true identity, regret washing over their faces as they realized that serving him could have been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moments later, the supervisor emerged with a briefcase, a serious expression on his face. He opened it to reveal a diamond-encrusted golden silk Nama watch box, placing it reverently on the counter. The onlookers were left speechless. Regardless of the watch's price, the mere presence of the box was astounding. The gold silk Nama box alone was likely worth over $1 million. Unfazed, the supervisor understood the gravity of the situation. He knew precisely what was expected of him and whom to appease. With his boss standing before him, there was no room for hesitation. He promptly presented the store and Appos' prized possession. "Mr. Chen, this is the only top-tier master-crafted Supreme Series piece in the Jiangdong district. Limited to just 3 globally. No other watch could even begin to match your stature. Only this one is remotely worthy. Please let me know if it meets your approval." Chapter 103. Oh, how embarrassing. In truth, according to the supervisor's perspective, the most exquisite timepiece would be one that is unique in the entire world. However, such a treasure was elusive, leaving a sense of regret in his heart, as if he had not quite succeeded in flattering the right way. Chen Yu scrutinized the watch, examining it closely. His lack of knowledge regarding luxury goods rendered him oblivious to its true worth. Nonetheless, it was undeniably aesthetically pleasing, far surpassing the selections he had made previously. "Manager Jiang, are you all right?" Sun Ping could not restrain himself from inquiring. "Isn't this a non-sale item?" His subsequent words faltered. He was, after all, someone who relished showcasing luxurious watches. The Supreme Series was particularly renowned, with only 3 pieces released globally. The other 2 belonged to the world's wealthiest individual and a prominent political figure. Such items could not simply be acquired with wealth alone. One must possess considerable power and status to qualify for purchase. "What are you making a fuss about?" Manager Jiang cast an impatient glance at Sun Peng. "This is our esteemed Patek Philippe's major shareholder. Do you think he is unworthy of wearing such a watch?" He was aware of the ongoing tensions between the 2 individuals, and his reprimand was intended as a cautionary reminder. He sought to prevent this foolish boy from inadvertently stumbling into trouble that might tarnish Chen Yu's impression of him. If Sun Ping continued to provoke Chen Yu, inciting his ire could lead to catastrophic consequences for Sun Ping's modest assets. What is happening? Sun Ping stood there, dumbfounded, like a statue, unable to process the revelations. Even if he later speculated, he could never have imagined Chen Yu and Apos' current status. A major shareholder of Patek Philippe. The actual controlling entity? What an extraordinary identity. This was a position that granted entry into the elite circles globally. Few in the country could rival him. Lu Chaoqiao had already released her hold on Sun Ping, covering her mouth to stifle a gasp. Her gaze upon Chen Yu was now filled with adoration, as if she wished to cling to him. Although she was unaware of the drastic changes that had transpired in such a short time, it did nothing to diminish Chen Yu's stature in her eyes. What if he were an invisible billionaire experiencing life? She lamented her previous blindness, wishing she had paid more attention to Chen Yu or boldly made her presence known. Had she done so, she might now be the mistress of this establishment. Manager Jiang paid no heed to the bewildered pair, but instead turned his attention to Chen Yu. His sole concern was that the two would not recognize the gravity of the situation, thus creating further complications for him. If anyone were to be shocked, it was indeed he, for he alone understood the substantial weight of Chen Yu's identity. Many wealthy individuals existed, yet who could easily hold a controlling stake in Patek Philippe? Even the wealthiest person in America garnered immense attention for merely acquiring a foreign social media platform. Yet, Chen Yu had achieved this quietly, showcasing the formidable connections and resources at his disposal. Very well, this will do, Chen Yu remarked, slipping the watch onto his wrist and smiling with satisfaction. Manager Jiang, you have done well. His seemingly casual words lifted Manager Jiang's spirits immensely, evoking a profound sense of gratitude that almost compelled him to kneel in admiration. Waving his hand dismissively, Chen Yu chose not to linger and turned to leave. Sun Ping's protests barely registered in his mind, akin to the buzzing of a mere fly. As for Lu Chaoqiao, she was even less familiar to him. Having previously caused him no small amount of trouble, he felt no obligation to seek revenge against her. Once outside, Chen Yu glanced at his reflection in a nearby mirror, nodding in approval. At last, he appeared somewhat like a man of wealth, and his attire presented him as a dashing bachelor. His ensemble attracted considerable attention, especially with the luxury car he had parked nearby. As he strolled, several strikingly beautiful women approached him, emboldened by their confidence, while many others, comparing themselves to him, felt too self-conscious to approach. At that moment, Chen Yu's phone chimed with a message from Wang Jing. He shook his head in mild exasperation. The girl seemed oblivious to the vast sums of money involved, stubbornly persistent to the point of annoyance. Whether it was for a refund or merely an invitation to dine, he had only mentioned it casually. Yet, throughout the day, she had inquired about his availability. With nothing pressing at that moment, Chen Yu quickly replied, arranging a meeting place. After setting his phone down, a melodious voice interrupted him. Handsome, would you mind sharing your contact information? He looked up to find a girl in her early 20s, tall and slightly nervous, gazing at him intently. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, with a curvaceous figure that exuded an air of youthful allure. Chen Yu had no aversion to a beautiful woman initiating conversation, so he readily agreed. Oh my Lu Feifei, how brazen of you. Once Chen Yu and Apos' car had driven away, the girl and Apos' face flushed crimson, her breath quickening. However, she felt reassured knowing that she had found such an attractive companion, confident that no one would dare mock her. Just wait for me and this charming young man to make a dazzling entrance together. At the entrance of People's Park, Wang Jing awaited anxiously. Prior to her meeting with Chen Yu, she had meticulously applied her makeup for over an hour, ensuring she looked her best. She had carefully chosen her outfit and arrived well ahead of time. Her efforts proved effective, as many were casting furtive glances in her direction. Yet, despite being the focal point of attention, she felt increasingly nervous as time passed. Finally, a sports car appeared like a bolt of lightning in front of her, and she began to relax. Xiaojing. The car window rolled down, and Chen Yu leaned out, waving at her. Get in. Let us head out. Wang Jing nodded and obediently slid into the passenger seat. What would you like to eat? Chen Yu asked as he drove. I suppose this counts as our first meeting as online acquaintances? Wang Jing stole glances at Chen Yu's handsome profile, her mind racing as she heard his words. Online acquaintances? That sounds so kitsch. What if we say we and Apos, re-meeting in person? Oh dear, how embarrassing. Noticing Chen Yu and Apos' puzzled expression, she gathered her composure and softly suggested. Shall we go to Yeshenfang? Chapter 104. A Gullible Fool. Wang Jing appeared apprehensive that Chen Yu might misunderstand her, and after a brief statement, she hurriedly began to explain. The Royal Kitchen is among the most luxurious dining establishments in the capital, where even a single meal can cost upwards of 10,000. I had to deliberate for quite some time to select it. However, this trivial sum pales in comparison to what you have spent on me. A hint of embarrassment colored Wang Jing and Apos' expression, especially since he had lavishly spent millions on her the previous night. While treating someone to a meal costing several tens of thousands might seem extravagant to another, voicing it now felt like an insult. Yet, she was left with no alternatives, as she had never frequented high-end venues, and the Royal Kitchen was the best she could manage to find. Let's not dwell on yesterday's events. That was merely my customary expenditure, Chen Yu replied with a smile, gently suggesting, let us go to the Royal Kitchen. Their offerings are also quite commendable. He was well aware of Wang Jing's efforts, having previously dined there with representatives from the Guotai Fund. Well, if you insist, I fear you may not be satisfied, Wang Jing said, fumbling to pull out her phone. I will make a reservation right away, and we can head there directly. Once the call connected, she began to request a reservation, only to be abruptly interrupted. I apologize, miss, but we can only accommodate 8 to 10 esteemed guests daily. Regrettably, we are fully booked today, the woman on the line stated politely yet firmly. What about tomorrow? Wang Jing asked nervously. Or perhaps you could find a way. Money is no object. This is not about the money. It is our policy, the woman replied, her tone courteous yet condescending. Today is fully booked, regardless of who calls. If you wish to reserve, may I suggest a date 15 days from now? Wang Jing felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon, unsure of how to proceed. 15 days? Did they truly think wealthy patrons had the same idle schedules as herself? After much persistence, she had managed to secure this reservation, and in 15 days, it would be a distant memory. Chen Yu and Apos' brow furrowed slightly, revealing his discontent. He had dined at the Royal Kitchen before and recalled a different level of service. The staff had always been exceedingly respectful. The woman's tone, though pleasant, bore an air of superiority that made him uncomfortable. He took the phone from Wang Jing and spoke directly into it. Fetch your manager, and inform them I wish to speak with them. The voice on the other end seemed taken aback by Chen Yu and Apos' assertive tone. After a brief pause, the woman cautiously inquired, may I ask how to address you? My name is Chen Yu, he replied. The line fell silent as she presumably went to summon the manager. Chen Yu was familiar with the operational model of the Royal Kitchen. It was a promotional tactic. Some might wonder why dining could be so convoluted. However, it was quite common. Affluent individuals often sought not just sustenance but status, exclusive access to places others could not enter, while indulging in exquisite cuisine amidst opulent surroundings, satisfied their elevated sense of self-worth. The phone rang again, and a man's voice replaced the woman's. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Lu Bo, the owner of the Royal Kitchen. I have confirmed your status as a VIP of the Guotai Fund. However, we have our policies and cannot make exceptions today. Perhaps tomorrow? Lu Bo, unaware of Chen Yu and Apos' true identity, had no intention of bending the rules. Allowing an exception today might lead to a cascade of similar requests in the future. Chen Yu found Lu Bo and Apos' steadfastness amusing and chuckled softly. Rather than expounding on his illustrious identity or the numerous companies under his command, he stated directly, I wish to dine on a Manchu Han Imperial Feast today. Can you accommodate that? A Manchu Han Imperial Feast? Are you too capable of finishing it? Lu Bo exclaimed incredulously. The feast comprised hundreds of unique dishes, not something that could be prepared in a moment. Moreover, the cost would exceed 1 million. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated but ultimately resolved to maintain his principles. 50 million. I will purchase your Royal Kitchen. Chen Yu, growing impatient, replied. Let's make it 400 million. If that is insufficient, then 800 million. If still inadequate, I shall double it. His wealth came effortlessly, and the more he spent, the more he seemed to earn from his numerous holdings. Chen Yu was untroubled by the amounts he mentioned, akin to casually spending a few dollars. His interest in Lu Bo piqued. He was curious to see how long this man could withstand his financial onslaught. Mr. Chen, are you jesting with me? Lu Bo stammered, his throat dry and speech faltering. The Royal Kitchen, even with land and renovations combined, had cost him just over 30 million. Now, someone was offering 400 million, then 800 million, and even 1,600 million. It was as if he were being rolled over with an avalanche of cash. Utterly determined to acquire his establishment. Was this even human? They say the wealthy can be capricious, but this Chen Yu seemed excessively so. Lu Bo contemplated remaining silent. waiting for Chen Yu to propose an astronomical figure, yet he dared not. The desire to purchase a restaurant for a single meal was within Chen Yu's rights, and he could easily be seen as a collector of experiences. Yet, if Lu Bo regarded him as a mere gullible fool, accepting such money would not feel gratifying. Could one truly manipulate someone of such immense wealth? Chen Yu ceased speaking, awaiting Lu Bo and Appo's response. He believed he had demonstrated ample sincerity. If Lu Bo remained obstinate, did he truly think there were no other dining options in the capital? Should you insist on adhering strictly to your principles, then so be it. After a few moments, Chen Yu's tone softened. I underestimated you. Let us consider the prior matter settled. Please, don't. Lu Bo's voice rose several octaves. I will sell. Why would I not sell for such a sum? I was merely contemplating whether to include myself in the deal. Chapter 105. Such a sharp tongue. Chen Yu was oblivious to what Lu Bo was saying over the phone as the system notification echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring Yeshenfang. You have been awarded a cashback reward and expertise in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What on earth is this expertise in the arts? Chen Yu felt somewhat perplexed. At times, the system and Appo's rewards were quite reliable, yet other times, they seemed erratic. Is it suggesting that I should become a master myself? However, he had no particular passion for such pursuits. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. Chen Yu and Appo's wealth was already substantial. Even more company shares or cash rewards were merely numerical accumulations. What truly mattered were the various skills that could not simply be purchased with money. For instance, his previous reward of the true essence of Wing Chun, and now this expertise in the arts, each of these required decades of diligent practice to hone. As he contemplated this, he ended the call, leaving Lu Bo in a state of anxiety, feeling as though he had been conned. All right, that and Appo's settled. Chen Yu started the car parked by the roadside. But since we agreed you would treat, you shall indeed treat. Wang Jing's eyes involuntarily twitched. She found it difficult to keep pace with the mindset of the wealthy. Was it truly necessary to spend several hundred million just to have her treat a meal? This was akin to a real-life domineering CEO, simply too overbearing. By the way, why didn't you stream today? Chen Yu inquired with curiosity, harboring a mere fondness for this innocent girl, though it remained just that, a fondness. Wang Jing, feeling somewhat shy, uttered a response that made Chen Yu's heart flutter. The journey was silent until they arrived at Yeshenfang, at which point Chen Yu took the lead, guiding Wang Jing towards the entrance. Wang Jing, trailing behind, felt somewhat speechless. Hadn't they agreed that she would treat? Why was the guest taking charge? Hey, what are you all doing here? A burly man adorned with a gaudy gold chain. Wu Di chuckled as he approached, flanked by a heavily made-up woman, his gaze lingering on Wang Jing. This made her instinctively retreat a few steps. Seeking refuge behind Chen Yu, his gaze was indeed too brazen. What do you mean? Chen Yu squinted at the man, questioning him. Wu Di, casually toying with a walnut, directed all his attention towards Wang Jing, casually remarking, Isn't it obvious? You must be new here. Let me enlighten you. Yeshenfang has a rule of serving a maximum of 8 guests per day, not exceeding 10. I happen to be the last one. You've come in vain. The more he looked at Wang Jing, the more he seemed to relish the situation, eagerly suggesting, but no worries, since I'm here. If this lady wishes to experience the place, she can just follow me. As for you, you might as well find somewhere else to grab a bite. Wu Di's intentions were quite evident, exuding an air of superiority. There is no need for your concern. Without waiting for Chen Yu to respond, Wang Jing retorted boldly. Previously lacking such confidence, she now felt her worth was in the millions, and she was not inferior to the man before her. TSK, ungrateful. I'm curious to see how you handle this. As his words faded, Yeshenfang seemed to have noticed the arrival of guests, the restaurant's doors gradually opening. Wu Di displayed a smug grin, and before he could speak, a dozen hostesses emerged, forming 2 lines. Oh, come on, this is unnecessary. Wu Di's smile faltered, struggling to maintain his composure as he chuckled, glancing at Chen Yu and Wang Jing. His expression was unmistakably clear. See this? This is the treatment reserved for the top-tier guests. Too bad you can't enjoy it. He strode confidently towards the entrance with the woman in his arms, only to be abruptly halted and pushed aside. What is going on here? Wu Di was taken aback, and the woman in his embrace appeared displeased. Darling, this isn't what you told me. Which royal would ever be pushed aside? Wu Di huffed, directing his ire at the doorman. What is the meaning of this? I'm the last guest today. Is this how you treat your esteemed patrons? As his words echoed, a crowd emerged from the entrance, with Lu Bo leading the way. Oh, isn't this President Liu? Wu Di's face instantly brightened upon seeing Lu Bo operating a top-tier restaurant in the bustling metropolis was no small feat. And the fact that Lu Bo had personally come out to greet him made Wu Di feel somewhat flustered. Though he presented himself as a wealthy individual, the truth was that he was merely a small-time thug, having scraped together enough money over half a year just to afford this meal. His intention was to impress the woman beside him, hoping to win her over in a moment of romantic fervor. However, just as Wu Di was preparing to approach Lu Bo, an unexpected scene unfolded. Chen Yu and Wang Jing stepped forward, interrupting Lu Bo and his entourage at the entrance. What a cheeky brat. Does he think this restaurant belongs to him? Wu Di's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief, muttering curses under his breath. Lu Bo's personal greeting had already left him awestruck, yet this audacious youth was clearly riding on his coattails. What if Lu Bo mistakenly believed this young man was the last guest? That would make him the ultimate fool. As Wu Di pondered whether to intervene, an astonishing turn of events occurred. Lu Bo and his team bowed deeply to Chen Yu and Wang Jing, welcoming them in unison. Welcome, boss. Wu Di was left breathless, nearly collapsing from shock. What was happening? This insufferable brat was the owner of Yeshenfang? It was unfathomable that such a prestigious establishment could belong to someone so young. He could hardly believe it, yet Lu Bo's respectful demeanor left him no choice but to accept this reality. The most alarming aspect was that this young man had acquired Yeshenfang. What kind of formidable background must he possess? Just moments ago, he had considered flirting with this man as companion. If he were to bear a grudge, dealing with him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Wu Di shrank back, wishing he could slap himself for his audacity. What a sharp tongue he had. What business was it of his whether the man was dining or not? Chapter 106, A Reputation Built on Sand. With a smile, Chen Yu waved his hand at Lu Bo and his entourage, oblivious to the thoughts of Wu Di and his companion behind him. Even if he were aware of Wu Di's current mindset, he would merely laugh it off. Given his present status, he was not someone whose emotions could be easily provoked by a petty individual. To engage in trivial disputes with such people would only diminish his standing in the eyes of others. Wu Di, noticing that Chen Yu completely ignored him, let out a sigh of relief. He grasped the arm of the woman beside him, intending to leave immediately. After all, a mere deposit was a small price to pay compared to dining with such a prominent figure. What if Chen Yu spotted him and recalled their earlier unpleasant encounter? What do you mean, Wu Di?